Chapter 4017. I just killed a piece of trash. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one hand, giving off the aura of a single man holding back 10,000 enemies. Coldly, sweeping his eyes forward. Who wants to die? No one dared to move. With Liao Yibai's example, he had been killed in a single exchange. So who among the remaining heaven-opening cultivators dared to act rashly? At the very least, no one dared to casually provoke this spear-wielding youth before figuring out his true strength. They all felt very sullen in their hearts. This despicable great cosmological realm, this despicable great cosmological fog. If not for this, how could a mere the Emperor realm be placed in their eyes? They would still be able to casually crush it. The members of the Orchid Association were both angry and sorrowful. Their leader had been killed in front of them and called trash, but they did not even have the strength to take revenge. There were hundreds of people on the mountain, but at this moment, it was completely silent. Only the sound of the Rui Six Directions pouch could be heard. Yang Kai could sense that the divine origin magnet light pouring out of the ground was pouring into the Rui pouch, filling up the space inside. At this moment, it was almost half full. Yang Kai did not know if it could fill up the Rui pouch, but he was looking forward to it. In this strange silence, with a loud bang, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The earth dragon that had drilled into the ground before suddenly stuck its head out, its mouth wriggling as it swallowed a few unaware cultivators into its belly before retracting back in like lightning. This guy had been beaten up miserably by this group of people and had hidden underground, but now it had come out to stir up trouble. It was clearly holding a grudge. Everyone was shocked and used their movement techniques to rush into the sky. The few heaven-splitting cultivators looked at each other in dismay, their divine senses shuttling back and forth. Even though they knew that there was divine origin magnet light under the pouch, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly, feeling depressed. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the distant sky. There was a dense sword light coming from the west. The leading sword lights were imposing as they pierced through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of li away, the sword intent had already swept through the universe. Sensing this awe-inspiring sword intent, everyone couldn't help but look over. After seeing the situation, the eyes of Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts all lit up. Sword Pavilion's people are here. Guozian's expression changed as he hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and nodded slightly. Originally, there were three major forces in the Star City. One was the Thunderlight sect, the second was the Crimson Star sect, and the third was the Sword Pavilion. In terms of numbers, Xianxia had the least number of people, while Lei Guang and Qi Xing were almost the same. However, in terms of strength, Xianxia, who had the least number of people, was the strongest. Previously, in the Star Market, Xianxia controlled almost half of the shops, and the remaining half was divided between Qi Xing and Lei Guang. This showed the strength of Xianxia. The three major forces of Star City have been fighting with each other all year round. Thus, Guozian immediately recognized the identities of those people when he saw the sword lights that covered the sky. The people of Xianxia all cultivated the sword, and their killing intent was strong. Their battle techniques were unparalleled, and they were famous in the Star Market. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to clash with the people of Xianxia. Yang Kai had forced his way into Qi Xing and had fought with the people of Lei Guang before, but he had never had any conflicts or interactions with the people of Xianxia. However, news of Xianxia Mountain had spread far and wide, so it was natural that the people of Xianxia would come to investigate. After all, people from Qi Xing and Lei Guang had come. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening experts discussed something, and all of them went to greet the people of Xianxia. As the sword lights flashed, a number of figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Leading them was a big man with red hair and beard. He was bare-chested and had a dignified expression. Behind him was a woman in palace robes and a young man. The three of them all had the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were clearly heaven-opening experts. Their sword intent soared to the heavens, and the red-haired man in the lead was the most obvious. Just by standing there, he seemed like a peerless divine sword that had been born. The woman in palace robes was nothing special, but she was extremely beautiful. Her chest was high, her skin was white, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her hair was casually tied into a woman's bun. On the other hand, the young man's eyes shone like fire, and he carried a blue sword on his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look very handsome. Guozian was afraid that Xianxia didn't know how powerful these three people were, and hurriedly said, "Sixth head, those three are the leaders of Jiang'a. The red-haired man is Zhong Fan, a fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The woman is Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, and the young man is Luo Qingyun, also a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator." Xianxia nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Zhong Fan was actually a fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator, so wouldn't he be on par with Qi Xing's first head? Xianxia didn't know what rank Zhong Fan was in Jiang'a. A fifth-stage heaven-opening cultivator was already considered a tyrant in the 3,000 worlds. It was enough to occupy a part of the Spirit Province and establish a sect. Even in the Blessed Enclave, such a person would have a seat. Hu Yi and the others greeted them and said something to Zhong Fan. From time to time, Zhong Fan would look towards Xianxia with fiery eyes full of aggression. After a while, Zhong Fan nodded slightly and flew toward the mountaintop, followed by the people of Jiang'a. There weren't many people from Jiang'a this time, only a few dozen, but when these people gathered together, they gave off a silent pressure. The sword intent lingering around them made everyone on the mountaintop involuntarily stay away from them, lest they be injured by the sword intent. Is there really divine, essence-fused light under this bag? Zhong Fan glanced at Xianxia and didn't take it seriously, turning his head to look at the wish pouch. He stepped forward and said, "No one saw it, but the divine essence-fused light did appear here. So this bag is the most suspicious. Since you think it's suspicious, why don't you take it away and investigate?" Zhong Fan's question embarrassed Hu Yi and the others, who didn't want to take it away to investigate. However, Liao Yibai, the leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, had died tragically on the spot, so who would want to follow in his footsteps? If it weren't for Jiang's sword lights, they wouldn't know what to do now. Seeing that no one answered, Zhong Fan knew that they had suffered a loss. After all, the bloodstains and dismembered corpses on the ground had explained everything, so he couldn't help but snort lightly. Qianxin looked at the wish pouch with shining eyes and chuckled. "This pouch is a treasure." He turned to look at Xianxia and said with a warm expression, "Friend, your pouch?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Yes, this pouch is good. Are you willing to part with it?" Qianxin asked. "Not for sale." Xianxia slowly shook his head. "Don't refuse so quickly. Listen to the price before deciding. No matter what price you offer, this pouch is not for sale." Qianxin shrugged and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. I hope you won't regret it later." Just as he finished speaking, Qianxin turned into a sword light and pounced at the wish pouch like a bolt of lightning. Courting death, Xianxia was furious. Under the urging of the space principles, the space within a radius of 300 meters around him instantly became incomparably viscous. Qianxin's surprised voice came from the sword light. Obviously, he didn't expect Xianxia to be so amazing. The change in space actually made it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already thrust his spear straight at the sword light. With a sword cry, the sword on Qianxin's back was unsheathed. In an instant, sword chi filled the air and sword intent soared into the sky. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. All they heard was a series of ding, ding, dang, dang, dang sound as sparks flew in all directions. Qianxin was sent flying back while Xianxia held his spear in front of the scepter bag, his face filled with anger. This exchange was so quick that it was dazzling, and no one knew who won or lost. However, judging from the expressions of Xianxia and Luo Qingyun should have suffered a small loss. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared at his sword, and a trace of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. The sword's brilliance was dim, and it was obviously damaged in the exchange just now. Zhong Fan's pupils constricted. Lu Shui was indescribably surprised, and Hu Yi and the others were ashen. Even Xianxia, who was at the fourth stage of the Split the Heavens, was unable to do anything to Yang Kai and even suffered a small loss. Liao Yibai, who was at the third stage of the Split the Heavens, didn't die in vain. Kid, you dared to damage the spirit of my sword. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and revealed a savage expression. That short exchange had actually caused the spirit of his sword to suffer damage. Even though it wasn't too serious, it was sufficient to make his heart ache, and it would at least take a few months of recuperation before it could recover. You dare to be arrogant with trash? I'll kill you if you dare come over again. Yang Kai placed the black dragon spear forward and spoke with a ghastly voice. Earlier, this fellow had a dignified appearance, yet he truly never expected that this fellow would launch a surprise attack and almost seize the wish pouch. Even though the wish pouch was refined by him and wasn't impossible to seize back, if it really happened, then it would definitely spoil his grand plan of obtaining the Origin Disruption Divine Light. Junior, you have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant. Zhong Fan's expression darkened as he took a step forward, releasing an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, as he said in a cold voice. But by doing this, are you trying to make an enemy of my sword pavilion? Yang Kai acted as if he hadn't heard a single word and simply turned a deaf ear to him as he said coldly, "This king is Qi Xing's sixth manager, and you are just a leader of Sword Pavilion. In terms of status, we are on equal footing, so don't call me a junior. Moreover, even if I become an enemy of your Sword Pavilion, so what?" As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Hu Yi and the others stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions, all of them thinking that this person had gone mad. A mere Emperor Realm Master dared to act so arrogantly in front of Zhong Fan. Did he not know how to write the word death? Zhong Fan was a fifth-stage Heaven Splitter and was even more proficient in the Sword Dao. The number of people he had killed in his life was probably more than what this kid had ever seen, yet he still had the guts to provoke him like this. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore and turned to look at Lu Shui. Is this boy stupid? Lu Shui's expression was cold, but her voice was very gentle, or he has something to rely on. Good, Zhong Fan shouted. It's been a long time since I've seen such a courageous boy. In that case, this king will teach you the consequences of becoming an enemy of my sword pavilion. Chapter 4018. As soon as Zhong Fan finished speaking, a blazing flame suddenly engulfed his entire body. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique he was cultivating, but it was actually so blazing and violent. With a raise of his hand, a wide long sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, this long sword looked somewhat similar to the myriad sword that Yang Kai had once used. They were both heavy swords that had no sharp edges and were extremely crafty. However, the grade of this sword was clearly much higher than the myriad sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, Zhong Fan's entire aura suddenly changed. The blazing flames coiled around the sword like a spirit snake, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to rise sharply. Hu Yi and the others looked excited, and they were secretly delighted. Previously, they were frightened by Yang Kai's aura, and now that they saw Zhong Fan make a move, they were naturally looking forward to it. However, at this moment, a series of shouts suddenly came from afar. Dition, your might is boundless. Following the orderly shouts, an overwhelming number of rays of light flew over from afar. As they flew, they shouted, as if they were afraid that no one would know that they were here. Everyone looked in that direction with strange expressions, and the tense atmosphere suddenly froze. However, after seeing the number of people, many people's expressions changed slightly. Even the three leaders of the Sword Pavilion couldn't help but shiver. There was no other reason. There were simply too many people coming down, covering the sky and covering the earth. At first glance, there were at least 700 to 800 people, or even over 1,000 people. There were only 1,000 people gathered on the mountaintop, and the number of people coming down was almost the sum of all the people here. The leader was a young man with an arrogant expression. He carried a large blade with a ghost head on his shoulder, and his nose was pointed at the sky. Before he arrived, his voice had already come from afar. Tian is handling a matter. All unrelated people should retreat. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and his expression was slightly strange. Ding, he was truly a vengeful ghost that refused to disperse. He could be seen everywhere. It could be seen that this guy had been living quite well recently and had gathered a lot of people under him. His confidence had once again exploded. Ding Yi's words were a little too big, so naturally, they were not pleasing to the eyes. Many people had unpleasant expressions, and Zhong Fan even snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 people from Tian's sect had already arrived. Ding, he stopped in his tracks, and the 1,000 people from Tian's sect also stopped behind him. They neatly arranged themselves in several square formations, and at first glance, they seemed to be well-trained. The 1,000 people behind them made Ding Yi stand out like a crane among chickens, giving off an extraordinary aura. However, there were no heaven-opening realm cultivators in their group. After all, Tian was established with Zun as the heavens, so they naturally wouldn't take in heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ding, he took out his saber and poked it in the air in front of him. He looked down and said casually, "I heard that a heaven-opening realm cultivator is bullying the Emperor realm. If this were the outside world, how would he dare to spout such nonsense in front of a heaven-opening realm master? He would most likely have bowed his head and groveled. It was only in the special environment of the great cosmological realm that he could spout such arrogant words. He also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and the illusion of being in control of everything made him extremely infatuated. Brothers, what do you think we should do?" Ding, he shouted with his saber. Tian, your might is boundless." Tian's people shouted in unison. Ding, he grinned. "That's right. Which friend down, there's being bullied. Don't be afraid. Since I'm here, I'll ensure your safety." Zhong Fan turned his head and said, "Who's this guy?" The woman in palace attire, Lu Shui, stepped forward and whispered a few words to Zhong Fan. Zhong Fan nodded slightly. Only then did he know that this Tian had been in the limelight recently. He wandered around with the name of Zun as the heavens, and attracted many people to join him. It was said that at its peak, there were 5,000 people. It was unknown why only 1,000 people had come this time. As Zhong Fan spoke, Ding Yi also saw Yang Kai. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "It's you. We meet again." Yang Kai grinned at him. Ding Yi's expression was strange as he hesitated. After killing his way out of the beast tide, Ding Yi had led his people to a mountain valley and happened to run into Yang Kai and the others who were resting there. They had some unpleasant experiences, and he had almost been killed by Yang Kai. After surviving with great difficulty, he had passed down an order that if they met Yang Kai in the future, they were not to clash with him. He had never expected to see this guy again today. Thinking of Yang Kai's burning palms and the miserable state of the people he had killed, even though it had been several months, Ding Yi couldn't help but feel apprehensive. However, he had led 1,000 people here today, so if he wanted to take revenge, it wasn't impossible. After pondering for a moment, Ding Yi seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Since there's a heaven-opening realm master here today, this Ding won't bicker with you about the enmity of that day. Come here quickly. Since this Ding said he would ensure your safety, he won't let you suffer any harm." In front of this Ding, a heaven-opening realm cultivator won't be able to bully an emperor. It was unknown what he had encountered in the past for him to treat a heaven-opening realm cultivator with such hatred, not even wanting to pursue the enmity he had with Yang Kai, and instead wanting to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed when he heard this, finding this fellow's foolishness to be somewhat cute. He smiled faintly and said, "No need. I'll stand here and see who dares to touch me." Ding, he was stunned, but he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "You've got guts. This thing admires people with guts like you the most. I'm definitely going to befriend you." Holding his blade in front of him, he glared at Zhong Fan and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Scram, or I'll kill without mercy." These words were not small, but it was unknown whether these 1,000 people had the ability to do so. However, even though they were facing an enemy several dozen times their size, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion did not show the slightest fear, instead looking coldly at Dition's group. Zhong Fan sneered at Ding. A frog in a well dares to boast shamelessly? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of us heaven-opening realm cultivators? So what if you're a heaven-opening realm cultivator? Dingy did not put him in his eyes at all. It's not like I haven't killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator recently. Even if my head is smashed, I'll still die. Zhong Fan's face sank. Junior, are you determined to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, Sword formation! With a series of sheng-zheng sounds, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. The several dozen people from Sword Pavilion, with the 3 heaven-opening realm cultivators at the lead, suddenly linked their auras together. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sword intent was dense. Chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly, and even the space around them became unstable. Junior die! Zhong Fan roared angrily, his entire body transforming into a ray of sword light as he rushed forward. Following closely behind him, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion also used their secret techniques. In an instant, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion set up a sword array, which transformed into a shocking sword that slashed towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi was shocked, and as he retreated, he waved his blade and shouted, Kill! The thousands of people behind him no longer hesitated, and they all used their secret techniques and secret treasures to attack the people from Sword Pavilion. With a series of rumbling sounds, the sky changed color, the earth shook, and the Yuan Qi was in chaos. The shocking sword flashed wildly, but its momentum did not decrease as it slashed into Dition's group. Miserable screams instantly rang out, and with just a single strike, more than 10 people from Dition were killed or injured, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. The sword danced, and there was no harm in it being held by a formless hand. It killed in and out of Dition's group, and no one could stop it. Ding Yi roared incessantly, but Dition's group was originally from the Emperor Realm, and their strength was not too high. With the help of the array, how could they be a match for Dition's group, even though they had the advantage in numbers? People were constantly being killed on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Yi's eyes turned red as he watched. He was not careless, and he took the lead, not fearing death. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by numbers. It was impossible to defeat Sword Pavilion's sword array without sacrificing a few hundred people. And Dition's group did not know if they could hold on until then. Aren't you going to help? He has provoked such a strong enemy for you. Yui moved closer to Yangkai and asked. Yangkai looked at the battle in the sky, then looked at Hu Yi and the others, who were ready to make a move, and said, I can't leave. If he left, he would not be able to keep the wish pouch. Yui curled her lips and said, What a heartless man. Yangkai sneered. Ding Yi has his own plans. Did he really think that he was just standing up for me? If he could defeat Sword Pavilion's group, Dition's name would definitely spread far and wide. When that time came, would he be afraid that no one would want to join him? However, even so, Ding Yi had indeed helped him a little this time. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go against Sword Pavilion's group. Looking at the power of the sword array, it would take some effort for him to take it down. Hence, Yangkai did not intend to watch from the sidelines. It was just that the time was not right. The battle continued. When everyone saw how powerful Sword Pavilion's group was, they could not help but be dazed. With such a powerful sword array, who could be a match for Sword Pavilion? In just half a cup of tea's time, Dition had already suffered more than 100 casualties. On the other hand, Sword Pavilion's group was completely unscathed. The shocking sword array was still powerful, and it swept through Dition's group. Those from the Emperor Realm who came into contact with it were either injured or killed. Ding Yi ran around and shouted, and finally stabilized the situation, reducing Dition's losses. The battle began. No matter what the reason was, both sides were in a killing frenzy. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. After another incense stick's worth of time, Ding Yi grunted and retreated explosively. A 1-foot-long wound appeared on his chest, and he was almost killed on the spot. He hurriedly circulated his emperor qi to suppress his injury, but sword intent permeated the wound, causing him great pain. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Tell your people to put away the secret treasure." Ding, he was stunned. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and saw him staring at him from afar. Although he did not know what Yang Kai meant by this, Ding Yi only pondered for a moment before he shouted, "Put away the secret treasure." After saying this, he took the lead and put away his ghost head saber. Although the leader had spoken, Tion's group still acted differently. From this, it could be seen how lax their discipline was. If Zhong Fan had said the same thing, Sword Pavilion's group would have immediately obeyed. However, Yang Kai did not care so much. He could sense that the space in the wish pouch was already filled with divine essence-fused light, and it would soon reach its limit. Chapter 4019. After sending a message to Ding Yi, Yang Kai raised his hand and laughed maniacally. "Here's a gift for all of you." Saying so, Yang Kai put away the good wish bag. An unpredictable light soared into the sky as the divine essence-fused light reappeared. The distorted light tore a hole in the sky, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Ah, my sword!" With a shio sound, a sword flew straight towards the divine essence-fused light, while a shocked cultivator in the rear stared blankly, unable to understand how his artifact's sword had suddenly flown out of his hand. What happened? Who is it? A series of chaotic cries rang out from the crowd as the faces of all the cultivator who had summoned their metal-related artifacts paled. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared from somewhere in the void, and the artifacts in their hands were all sucked away. The rest of the crowd also stared dumbfounded at the sky, watching as one artifact after another flew towards the divine essence-fused light at an incredible speed. After a brief moment of hesitation, the cultivator who had lost their artifacts hurriedly formed hand seals and sent out their divine senses in an attempt to recall their artifacts. How could they possibly recall them? The suction force of the divine essence-fused light was simply too powerful, and since they had already been sucked away, it was no different from throwing a meat bun at a dog. The cultivator who had first seen his sword fly into the divine essence-fused light did not have time to grieve as his face suddenly paled and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. The sword was connected to his divine sense, so after being washed away by the divine essence-fused light, it had lost a great deal of its spirituality, and even his divine sense had been damaged. It would take him at least a year or so to recover. Asterisk pu. Asterisk countless people coughed up blood as those who had tempered their artifacts with their divine sense were all injured at this moment. Only those cultivator who had not tempered their divine essence-fused light were unharmed, only losing their artifacts. But even so, their expressions were pained. "It's the divine essence-fused light," someone exclaimed. "The divine essence-fused light has the power to absorb artifacts. Everyone, be careful. Not everyone's artifacts have been taken away." Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realm masters were still desperately trying to resist the fluctuations of their artifacts. But when they heard this, their expressions became solemn, and they hurriedly put away their artifacts to avoid the misfortune of having their artifacts taken away. In a short time, all the artifacts that had been taken away dimmed and turned into piles of scrap metal, their spirituality completely gone. The divine essence-fused light can actually absorb secret treasures. "Isn't Sword Pavilion in danger?" someone murmured. Hearing his words, everyone seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned their attention from the divine essence-fused light to the battlefield. At first glance, he was dumbfounded. The sword formation that had been rampaging through Tion's group had been destroyed at some unknown point in time, and rays of sword light were flying towards the divine essence-fused light from Sword Pavilion's direction. No matter how the Sword Pavilion masters activated their divine essence-fused light, they were unable to take it back. Every member of Sword Pavilion cultivated the sword. and they even used secret techniques to temper their artifacts and swords. It could be said that the swords were closely linked to the lives of Sword Pavilion's disciples, and the majority of the abilities of Sword Pavilion's members rested on their swords. At this moment, with their swords taken away, the members of Sword Pavilion were like tigers that had their fangs pulled out. Moreover, they had even lost their swords that were linked to their lives, so there was naturally no way for them to use the sword formation. What's going on? Luo Qingyun was horrified. The sword in his hand had not been taken away. After all, he was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his foundation was not something that the Emperor realm could compare to. The moment he sensed that something was wrong, he had already tightened his grip on his sword, but at this moment, the sword in his hand was shaking uncontrollably, wanting to fly in a certain direction. He was completely focused on tangling with his sword, so how could he have the mind to kill his enemies? It's that divine essence-fused light. Lu Shui shouted, and her beautiful face was gloomy. What a vicious brat! Zhong Fan lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai, who was grinning wildly. Previously, Yang Kai had crazily shouted that he would give them a big gift, but no one had expected that gift to be a killing trap for Sword Pavilion. Just this move alone was enough to bury dozens of Sword Pavilion's elites here. In a flash, there was no time to think. Zhong Fan roared, "Follow me." He was the first to put away his artifact, and a dense sword intent erupted from his body as he charged towards the weakest part of the group. However, they had relied on the might of the sword formation to kill their way in and out of the thousands of people in Tion's group. Now that the sword formation had been destroyed, how could it be so easy for them to leave? Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds could be heard as the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When it rains, it pours. Unlike some people in the Emperor realm, it didn't matter if their artifacts were destroyed. They would only lose one artifact. The Sword Pavilion's disciples had refined their swords with a secret technique, and they were closely linked to their lives. Once their swords were destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to them. As the swords were sucked into the divine, essence-fused light, their radiance dimmed, and the dozens of Sword Pavilion's disciples were greatly shaken. They were severely injured. Ding, he was dumbfounded. Previously, when the Sword Pavilion's disciples had set up the sword formation, it was so majestic that thousands of people in Tion's group couldn't even fight back. The anger and grievance in Ding Yi's heart were indescribable. He had already thought of retreating, wondering if it was worth it to provoke these lunatics from Sword Pavilion. However, after Yang Kai transmitted a message to him, the situation suddenly changed. After sword lights flew out from the Sword Pavilion's disciples' hands, the invincible sword formation was destroyed by itself. Following that, the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and it was obvious that they were severely injured. There was no need to hesitate. Ding, he pointed forward and grinned. "Kill him while he's down. Kill him." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and the boundless sharpness was terrifying. It was obvious that he had activated the metal elemental energy in his Dao Seal to increase his offensive power. Strictly speaking, although Ding Yi's cultivation wasn't very high, his strength was still considered decent in the Emperor realm. Just from the metal elemental energy alone, it could be seen that ordinary people in the Emperor realm weren't his match. Furthermore, he should have condensed the heaven-splitting force that was above the 4th grade, or even the 5th grade. He probably had his own fortuitous encounters after spending a few months in the Great Void realm. With a single punch, the weather changed. Since their leader had already set an example, how could Tion and the others be careless? With a loud crash, secret techniques blasted toward the Sword Pavilion's disciples from all directions. Having lost their swords, the Sword Pavilion's disciples were already greatly weakened. Now that their minds were severely injured, how could they resist such a dense attack? If the sword formation was still there, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the sword formation had long been broken along with their swords. Despair filled their eyes, but they couldn't dodge. They could only desperately activate their own strength to form a defense. At the same time, they took out their defensive artifacts. In an instant, Layers of earthy yellow light lit up on the Sword Pavilion's disciples. Obviously, they had all activated the earth elemental energy. Some of them even performed the divine technique of the earth elemental energy. In particular, Zhongfan, who was the leader, held a huge shield in his hand. The huge shield was purely condensed from the earth elemental energy and looked extremely solid. However, in the face of the endless attacks, all of this was meaningless. Under the flashes of light, the defensive artifacts of the Sword Pavilion's disciples shattered one after another. Then, the earth elemental energy protecting them was also broken. Even Zhongfan's huge shield wasn't spared. As the attacks struck their bodies, the Sword Pavilion's disciples let out continuous shrill cries. Their lives exploded into a bloody mist in midair, and not even their corpses remained. In an instant, more than half of the Sword Pavilion's disciples were dead or injured. Even Zhongfan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui were injured and dripping with blood. Di Tian and the others were extremely excited. Earlier, they'd been crushed by the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, and they'd been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now that they saw hope for revenge, they naturally didn't hold back. After the first round of attacks, the second round of attacks arrived. The Sword Pavilion's disciples are finished. Hu Yi watched helplessly as this thought flashed through his mind, and his face was extremely pale. Since he'd advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he'd never taken the Emperor Realm seriously. The Emperor Realm was his territory. But until today, when he saw the Sword Pavilion's disciples fleeing for their lives and saw Zhongfan, a fifth-stage heaven-opening expert like a stray dog, he finally understood that the saying, "enough ants can kill an elephant," wasn't empty talk. After all, this was the great cosmological realm, and the main culprit was the indifferent young man who was watching with his hands behind his back. Although Di Tian was the killer, in the end, the death of the Sword Pavilion's disciples was still blamed on the young man. If he hadn't released the divine origin magnet light, how could the Sword Pavilion's disciples have been defeated so easily? Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, who he felt a chill run down his spine. This kid had killed heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now that he had obtained the divine origin magnet light, who in the great cosmological realm would be his match in the future. Miserable screams rang out again. Di Tian's second round of attacks had wiped out the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples, leaving no one alive. Only the three heaven-opening realm leaders were still breaking out of the encirclement. From this, it could be seen that the foundation of the heaven-opening realm was different from that of the Emperor realm. Under the divine origin magnet light, they could timely control their swords and prevent them from being taken away. They also had the ability to protect themselves in the storm of attacks. "Want to leave?" Ding Yi's aura locked onto the fleeing Zhongfan, and he shouted angrily, "Leave your life behind." As he spoke, he threw another punch at Zhongfan. The fist energy swept through the heavens and earth, and with the support of the metal element, its might was terrifying. Zhongfan hurriedly turned around, gritted his teeth, and pointed a finger. On the tip of his finger, a stream of sword chi met the saber light. With a boom, the energy rampaged and the fist energy shattered. Zhongfan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated explosively. He had already been injured by Di Tian's 2 rounds of attacks, and now that he had forcefully used his strength, he was almost no match for Ding Yi. Luo Qingyun hurriedly supported him and exchanged a glance with Lu Shui. The two of them turned around, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light that enveloped the 3 of them. They instantly broke through the encirclement of Di Tian's group and fled into the distance, not even looking back. Chapter 4020. Dozens of people from Sword Pavilion came aggressively under the leadership of 3 heaven-opening realm leaders, but in less than half an hour, they all fled with their faces covered in dirt. There were dozens of them when they came, but only 3 were left when they left. Even Zhongfan, who was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, was severely injured and almost died on the spot. On the Origin Magnet Mountain, everyone was silent. Only Di Tian and the others were left shouting slogans, shaking the world. Ding even looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking insufferably arrogant. His arrogant appearance made many people unhappy, but it was undeniable that after this battle, Di Tian's reputation had indeed spread, and there would definitely be a place for him in the great cosmological realm. Among the thousands of people present, many were already looking at Di Tian with shining eyes, considering whether to join in. After laughing wildly, Ding Yi came back to his senses and wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when he looked down, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Even the dozen people standing beside him had disappeared. "Where is Brother Yang?" Ding Yi asked the people around him. No one knew. Everyone was busy chasing after the people from Sword Pavilion, so who would pay attention to others' movements? However, one of the leaders of the Emperor realm below pointed and said, "They entered the origin magnet divine light." He had clearly seen that while Zhong Fan and the others were fleeing, Yang Kai had already led the dozen or so people around him in the underground cave, silently and without a sound. Ding Yi turned his head and saw that the origin magnet divine light was still spewing out of the hole created by the Earth Dragon. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. He had seen the power of the origin magnet divine light just now. Not only could it absorb secret treasures, but under the scouring of this divine light, those secret treasures would lose their spirituality in a very short time. How could they have a good ending if they jumped in directly? But soon, an unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in his heart. If Yang Kai dared to jump down, why wouldn't he dare? Moreover, this hole spewed out such dense origin magnet divine light, so there must be high-quality origin magnet divine stones below. This was a rare treasure. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand and called out, "Follow me." He took the lead and rushed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the cave. Only when they got close did they realize how terrifying the divine sense-fused light was. When they sent their divine sense into it to investigate, it was immediately ground to dust, causing them to feel a slight headache. Ding Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wondered if he should wait and see what would happen. It wouldn't be worth it if he didn't get to eat the mutton and got himself into trouble. A cultivator beside him also came in with a nervous look and said, "Boss, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous to jump in. Why don't we wait a little longer?" If he hadn't said that, Ding Yi would have really waited. But he had to persuade him. Ding Yi's neck stiffened. "What are we waiting for? There must be treasures down there. Didn't you see that Brother Yang has already jumped down? He must be looting. I'll go first." You all jumped down. A bitter expression appeared on that person's face. After Ding Yi finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, plunging headfirst into the hole. In order to avoid any accidents, he deliberately activated his own earth element power to protect himself. It could be said that he was well prepared. However, as soon as he jumped down, he suddenly screamed and shot out of the hole like an arrow released from a bow. Under everyone's gaze, Ding Yi appeared 1,000 feet away. But when they saw his current state, they were all shocked. At this moment, Ding Yi's earth elemental energy had been broken. Not only that, his clothes were in tatters, and there were countless tiny wounds all over his body. Blood had practically dyed his entire body red. As he stood in the air, Ding Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and there was lingering fear on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that the divine sense-fused light couldn't be trespassed at will. After all, those secret treasures had been washed away and turned into scrap metal. They didn't expect the power of the divine sense-fused light to be so terrifying. Ding Yi couldn't even hold on for a breath. If he had stayed in there for a while longer, wouldn't he have died without a complete corpse? If he was already like this, what about the young man surnamed Yang and the dozen or so people around him? "I'm afraid that boy is doomed." A heaven-opening realm cultivator came up to Hu Yi and whispered. It had been half a cup of tea's time since Yang Kai jumped into the cave with the dozen or so people. There had been no movement for such a long time. So how could they have a good ending? Hu Yi's stiff face finally showed a smile. It's good that he died. Seeing Yang Kai kill Liao Yibai with one move, Hu Yi was really afraid of Yang Kai. If this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, it would be fine, but he was just a sovereign. This kind of existence that transcended the norm was a blow to him, so he was naturally happy to see him die. "Master, are you all right?" A disciple of Di Tian rushed up to Ding Yi and asked. Ding Yi raised his hand and said, "I'm fine." Although he said so, there was still a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, something really might have happened. Thinking about how Xianxia had already been in there for so long, he immediately came to the same conclusion as Hu Yi and the others, that Xianxia probably didn't have a good ending. Thinking of this, Ding Yi's expression brightened. He waved his hand and said, "Surround this cave. Kill anyone who dares to trespass." If Xianxia died, then no one would care about the treasures below. The divine essence-fused light couldn't be endless. There had to be a moment when it stopped. When that time came, he would lead Di Tian and the others down to plunder, then most of the treasures would belong to him. Di Tian and the others received the order and gathered around the cave. In the blink of an eye, the cave was completely surrounded. This action naturally angered everyone, but Di Tian and the others had the might of the Slaying Sword Pavilion, so they were not afraid. Even if the surrounding cultivators glared at them, they were still calm. At the same time, under the divine essence-fused light, a group of more than 10 people was surrounded by Xianxia's earth elemental power and kept going deeper into the cave. Contrary to what Hu Yi and Ding Yi thought, not only was Xianxia not dead, he didn't even show any signs of injury. Not only him, but the Crimson Star disciples were also unharmed. Under the earth elemental power's protection, the divine essence-fused light couldn't penetrate them at all. Xianxia had now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. However, he still didn't know what grade these three powers were. He couldn't ask anyone about this, so he could only figure it out himself. If the wood elemental power condensed from the immortal tree's essence was classified as a 9th grade power, then the Golden Crow, Primordial Fire, and Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl might be an 8th grade power. In other words, he had now condensed at least one 9th grade power and two 8th grade powers. However, this divine essence-fused light was only a 6th grade power, so how could it hurt Xianxia and the others under the protection of an 8th grade earth elemental power? That being said, Xianxia's consumption of qi was not small, so he had no choice but to constantly activate the earth elemental power in his Dao Seal. Otherwise, even if he was fine, the others would be in danger of dying. Even Yu was no exception. After all, her strength was only at the 5th grade, so she couldn't resist the scouring of this divine essence-fused light. "Divine essence-fused stone," a disciple exclaimed as he descended, apparently having seen the treasures around the cave walls. As soon as his voice fell, Xianxia had already reached out and retrieved the divine essence-fused stone. At first glance, it was only a 4th grade divine essence-fused stone, so he didn't take it to heart and casually tossed it into his space ring. Xianxia didn't know how deep this hole dug by the Earth Dragon was to draw out the divine essence-fused light from underground. As he continued to descend, he would occasionally find some divine essence-fused stones around the cave walls. Xianxia easily collected more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones along the way, but the highest was only a 4th grade while the rest were basically 2nd grade and 2nd grade divine essence-fused stones, so they weren't very valuable. After descending for about 3,000 meters, the space below suddenly opened up, and everyone seemed to have fallen into a sea of divine essence-fused light. However, in just 2 breaths of time, the group rushed out of the sea of divine essence-fused light. In their field of vision, a brilliant and beautiful world suddenly appeared. This was a huge cave, and everywhere in the cave, there were flashing lights, each of which represented a divine essence-fused stone. Looking up again, above the cave, a vast expanse of divine essence-fused light was continuously pouring out of the cave. Obviously, this was the source of the divine essence-fused light. Xianxia had collected an entire bag of divine essence-fused light using his good wish bag before, so he hadn't expected there to be such a large amount stored underground. This situation made everyone's heart ache. If there was another artifact like the good wish bag, they might be able to collect more. Xianxia had thought about using his sealed world bead to collect these divine essence-fused stones before, but after trying it out while falling, he had no choice but to give up. After the 6th grade divine essence-fused light entered his sealed world bead, it actually put some pressure on it. It didn't matter if he collected a small amount, but if he collected too much, his sealed world bead would be in danger of collapsing. According to the current storage capacity of this divine essence-fused light C, it would run out in at most a stick of incense worth of time. At that time, the people above would definitely come down to search for treasures. In other words, Xianxia and the others only had a stick of incense worth of time left. 6th young master, we've struck gold. Wuxia looked around and muttered to himself. There were already more than a dozen divine essence-fused stones in his field of vision. Although he didn't know what grade they were, the quantity alone was enough to make everyone excited. Not to mention, this underground cave covered an unknown area. As long as they continued to collect, they would definitely find more. Let's do it, Xianxia said lightly. The reason why he brought Xianxia and the others down was firstly to consider their safety. He had offended many people before, so it was definitely not safe for them to stay here. Secondly, he needed manpower to collect these divine essence-fused stones. Since he had already expected there to be treasures below, how could he not make some plans? As soon as he gave the order, the dozen Xianxia disciples rushed out excitedly and began to collect the divine essence-fused stones. Yuhi also didn't say a word and walked towards the brightest divine essence-fused stone, putting it into her space ring after a short while. Chapter 40:21. While he had the others collect them, Xianxia himself did not remain idle. Under the perception of his divine sense, the pieces of divine essence magnet stone could not hide from him. Everyone from Xianxia was also very self-aware. Every time they found a divine essence magnet stone, they would deliver it to Xianxia before turning around to look for others. The divine essence magnet stones in the depths of the earth were indeed different from those outside. They were of extremely high quality, with the lowest being 4th grade and the majority being 5th grade. 6th manager, over here, Wuxia suddenly shouted from 1,000 meters away, seemingly having discovered something. Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice and arrived beside him in a flash. 6th grade, 6th manager, this is definitely 6th grade. Wuxia's face lit up with fanaticism as he pointed to a piece of divine essence magnet stone embedded in the cave wall. The divine essence magnet stone's divine essence magnet stone was almost tangible, almost the same as the divine essence magnet light that had rushed out of the cave. Xianxia reached out to touch it, felt it for a moment, and nodded. It is indeed 6th grade. Wuxia's breathing was heavy, and he almost wanted to cry. When had he ever seen such a high-quality rare treasure in his life? Although the divine essence magnet light from before was also 6th grade, and if one had the ability, they could have used it to condense metal attribute force, but that kind of pure divine essence magnet light was extremely dangerous. The divine essence magnet stone in front of them was different. It contained 6th grade origin magnet force, making it much safer to condense metal attribute force. Although he was excited, he was also a little dejected. Recalling that he had no background to rely on and his aptitude was only SOSO, he had no choice but to condense 2nd grade materials and reach 2nd grade, splitting the heavens. In this lifetime, he would only reach 4th grade at most. If he could go back in time, he would never have made such a hasty choice and would have waited for his own opportunity. Many people from the Emperor realm like Xianxia had not even condensed their Dao seals, or had just condensed their own Dao seals. There were many opportunities in the great cosmological realm. The rare treasures here were much more abundant than the outside world, and there were also many opportunities. As long as they could leave the great cosmological realm alive, it would not be a problem for them to advance to 3rd grade or 4th grade, splitting the heavens. Compared to his initial 2nd grade, splitting the heavens, their future achievements would naturally be higher. Dig it out, Xianxia ordered. Wuxia nodded, and then he sorted out his chaotic feelings before rushing over to get busy. In a short moment, he held a millstone-sized divine origin magnet with both hands. 6th head, This amount is enough for one person to condense metal elemental energy, or even more, Guizian said excitedly. Although this 6th grade treasure didn't have much to do with him, he had taken out personally after all, so he was naturally excited. Grade 6 materials were worth at least 15 million heaven-opening pills. If he had so many heaven-opening pills, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for the rest of his life. Not bad, Xianxia said lightly and put it away. There was not much time left for Xianxia and the others. Once the sea of divine essence-fused light was completely emptied, the several thousand cultivators gathered on the divine essence-fused mountain would definitely descend to search and plunder the treasures. As such, everyone increased their speed. Everyone had a huge harvest, collecting divine essence-fused stones one after another. There was no lack of 6th grade divine essence-fused stones, and this underground cave was extremely large. It was unknown how large it was. It was impossible for Xianxia and the others to completely search this place, but since they had taken the initiative, their harvest was naturally not small. After agreeing to meet up here, Yuhi led Xianxia and the others to search in one direction while Xianxia headed in another direction alone. Along the way, Xianxia released his divine sense and ignored all divine essence-fused stones below grade 3, only collecting those above grade 3. The underground cave was indeed extremely large. Xianxia had been running for an entire day, but he still hadn't reached the end, and from time to time, there would be some forks in the road, making him dizzy. After such a long time, the people on the divine essence-fused mountain should have already descended, but such a large underground space was enough for them to search. After another day, they finally reached the end. In these 2 days, Xianxia's harvest could be said to be envious. He had collected more than 100 pieces of divine essence-fused stones of 4th grade, more than 30 pieces of 5th grade, and 4 pieces of 6th grade. In terms of value, the divine essence-fused stones he found in these 2 days were worth about 100 million opening heaven pills, and this was only his own harvest. Even if he and the other Xianxia disciples' harvest were not as good as his, it would definitely not be too little. The only fly in the ointment was that they did not find any divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. Xianxia thought that there would definitely be materials of 7th grade or above under this divine essence-fused mountain, but he didn't know if there really wasn't any, or if he was just unlucky and had searched in the wrong direction. At this moment, it was too late to change the direction of the search. With more than 2,000 people on the divine essence-fused mountain pouring in, no matter how many treasures there were underground, it would not be enough to keep them. He didn't know if others had found divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia seemed to have thought of something and grinned silently. With his hands behind his back, he calmly returned the way he came. Halfway back, a group of more than a dozen people came in front of him. When they saw someone in front of them, they could not help but be surprised. The leader of the group even shouted, "Who is it?" With this shout, these more than a dozen cultivators secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. Xianxia walked over unhurriedly, not stopping for even a moment. However, he didn't show any excessive hostility, making these people somewhat unsure of what this guy's intentions were. When he got closer and saw Xianxia's face, the leader of the cultivators said in surprise, "It's you didn't die?" Previously on the divine essence-fused mountain, everyone thought that Xianxia and Xianxia's group were dead for sure. After all, they had gone down for so long without any movement, so how could they be safe? Only now did they know that Xianxia was actually alive and well. "Why would I die?" Xianxia chuckled. The cultivator who spoke mumbled for a while, then forced a smile and cupped his fists. "Lord Yang's divine skills are unparalleled. I admire you." Although they were all in the Emperor realm, this person did not dare to be arrogant in front of Xianxia. Previously, he had seen the leader of the mysterious Cloud Society, Liao Yibai, die under Xianxia's spear with his own eyes. For a moment, he felt a little uneasy. Meeting this god of death in such a place, would he be tempted by the wealth? If a conflict really broke out, with his strength, the dozen or so people on his side would not be able to resist. But they didn't think that Kai Yang would just let out a grunt and walk past them. The dozen or so people secretly sighed and looked at each other, feeling a little absurd as if they had just survived a disaster. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and looked at them. Lord Yang, what orders do you have? The leading cultivator quickly asked respectfully. Don't go forward. There's nothing good in front. Let's change direction. Yang Kai dropped a sentence and quickly disappeared. Only when Yang Kai's footsteps disappeared did they confirm that Yang Kai had really left. Someone asked, what did he mean? Idiot, he came from that side, so he must have taken the good things first. The person who asked suddenly realized, no wonder we only found divine essence-fused stones under the 3rd grade along the way, so it was he who slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Fortunately, Yang Kai was in a hurry and did not care about those materials under the 3rd grade. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find anything along the way. Let's change direction. How could the leading cultivator hesitate? He quickly led his people to the nearest fork in the road and turned into another passage. Yang Kai returned along the original path and encountered many cultivators. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were in groups of 10, but at most there were 30 to 50 of them. They were all very surprised that Yang Kai had survived. Some of the smarter ones saw Yang Kai coming from the front and immediately changed the direction of their search without needing him to remind them. Yang Kai spent more than a day to return to the entrance. Looking up, the sea of divine essence-fused light that had gathered at the top of the cave had indeed disappeared. If not, how could those people on the divine essence-fused mountain be safe? Yueha and the others were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably still searching for divine essence-fused stones. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry, though. Looking around, he flew over to one of the stone pillars. The top of this stone pillar was a smooth stone surface, enough for several dozen people to stand on. It was only a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance. From time to time, people would fly down from the cave entrance. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had heard the news and wanted to get share of the loot. When these people saw Yang Kai sitting alone on the stone pillar, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. In the face of benefits, who would have the time to care about the life or death of others? Everyone went in their own direction and searched deeper. After waiting for less than half a day, 2 ferocious auras descended from the cave above his head. Sensing these familiar auras, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see 2 behemoths flying down one after the other, constantly circling around Yang Kai, each of their divine senses conveying a hint of flattery. The 2 ferocious beasts had put in a lot of effort and were injured. The Earth Dragon was injured by the divine essence-fused light, but it had a strong recovery ability and had more or less recovered in the past few days. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was injured by the Thunder Light Cultivator. It had chased after the Thunder Light Cultivator in a rage, and only now did it return. Stop arguing. Yang Kai was a little speechless towards these 2 fellows. Although they couldn't speak, their divine senses were constantly surging towards him, transmitting some vague information, which was really annoying. Yang Kai had no choice but to throw out 2 dragon blood pills to calm them down, each of them finding a quiet place to lie down and refine the medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai also swallowed a dragon blood pill and then closed his eyes to comprehend the mysteries of wood and fire in his Dao seal, looking forward to comprehending some kind of divine technique. Another day later, Yu He and the others returned, all of them smiling from ear to ear. Obviously, their harvest was not small. Sensing Yang Kai's aura, Yu He's eyes lit up and she led everyone to the stone pillar, handing over a space ring. Young master, this is all of our harvest. Yang Kai glanced at her with some surprise, not having expected her to hand over all of her harvest to him. Yu He, on the other hand, smiled as if this was only natural. Yang Kai received the space ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, his expectations quickly turning into disappointment. Chapter 4022. The harvest of Yu He and the others was indeed not small, at least 30% more than what he had obtained. What's more, they didn't even let go of any divine essence magnet stones below 3rd grade, most likely collecting everything they could find. The remaining 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade stones were everywhere, but there were no 7th grade stones. Seemingly aware of Xianxia's thoughts, Yui sent him a message. This divine essence magnet mountain is so rich. With countless low-rank and mid-rank divine essence magnet stones, it is very likely that there won't be any high-rank divine stones here. What she said made sense, but Xianxia was obviously unwilling to accept this. Putting away the space rings, Xianxia turned to Qi Xing and said, "You've done well. After we return, if you have any needs, just ask. Whether it is 5th grade or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine them, this king will not be stingy." These dozen or so survivors were those who had not fled when facing the hundreds of Thunderlight sect's cultivators. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, they had some courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became heavy, and even Guizian was taken aback. "6th Master, how can this be?" 5th grade and 6th grade precious stones were given out by Xianxia as soon as he opened his mouth. Although not all of them had the ability to refine 6th grade precious stones, there were still some who could refine 5th grade precious stones. These words alone were enough to show Xianxia's generosity and courage. What's more, there were only a dozen or so of them, and none of them had contributed much at all this time. When facing the provocation of Thunderlight sect's cultivators, it was Xianxia who had single-handedly dealt with them. All in all, they were only able to survive thanks to Xianxia's protection. Following Xianxia to this underground cave was simply a matter of finding some precious stones. If it weren't for Xianxia pushing his earth attribute before, they wouldn't have been able to descend at all. Putting in a little effort, reaping great benefits, this was something they never dared to imagine before. The harvest this time is not small, and this king is not a person who likes to eat alone. Since you are this king's people, this king naturally hopes that you can grow up quickly so that you can share this king's burdens in the future. Seeing Guizian still wanting to say something, Xianxia raised his hand and said, "It's decided. There is no need to say anything more." Guizian sighed and cupped his fists. "6th Master, this lowly one." "Thank you, 6th Master." The dozen or so gold precious treasured stones, precious stones. Everyone stared at Xianxia with fiery eyes, once again feeling that it was a blessing to follow such a master. If it had been the old poison matriarch here, how could she have been so generous? But then again, even with the poison woman's ability, it was unlikely she could achieve what Xianxia had. Xianxia continued, "Some of you may have already condensed the power of different attributes, so you should already have a plan for your future. However, this king would like to give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether you have condensed the yin-yang 5 elements or not, you should still try your best to condense high-quality materials. Although laying down a foundation won't help you reach a higher realm, in a battle, high-quality energy may be the difference between life and death. For example, if a cultivator had condensed the 3rd grade fire attribute power before, then his position would be at the 3rd grade sky splitter. If it were in the outside world without sufficient financial resources and opportunities, he would only look for 3rd grade materials to condense the remaining power. But here in the great cosmological realm, if he chose to condense the 4th grade or 5th grade origin magnet divine force, although it could not help him advance to the 4th grade or 5th grade sky splitter, he would still only reach the 3rd grade. However, he would be able to get more help and more damage when urging the metal attribute power. Guizian said, "6th Master is right." A Crimson Star disciple stood up and said, "6th Master, I only want the 4th grade. I also only want the 4th grade." Another person said. The rest of the group also spoke out their needs. Basically, they were all 4th grade. Only 2 people pondered for a long time before saying that they needed the 5th grade. In this world, there were many cultivators who were limited by financial resources and did not reach the limit of the sky splitter grade. For example, Meng Hong. He had condensed the 3rd grade sky splitter power before, but his limit was the 5th grade. It was just that a force like the Great Moon Province could not meet his needs at all. There were also people who were burdened by their aptitude and could not bear the pressure of condensing high-quality sky splitter power. Forcibly condensing it would only be counterproductive. Generally speaking, As long as one's aptitude was not too bad, condensing fourth-grade materials was not a problem. If one's aptitude was slightly better, there was hope for the fifth grade. As for the sixth grade, it really required an excellent foundation and aptitude. Nearly 10 people out of the dozen or so people stated their requirements, leaving only a few people who looked on enviously. They had already condensed the metal attribute power, so this origin magnet divine stone was naturally of no use to them. Xianxia said again, "If you have other gains in the future, just tell me if you need anything. This king will not treat you unfairly." Everyone was overjoyed and cupped their hands to thank him. Wuxia was happy to surrender. This new sixth master was so powerful and so generous to his subordinates. It was really rare in the world. It was their fortune to have such a superior. Turning his head to look around, Wuxia said, "Sixth master, there are many treasures underground. Do you want me to take some people to look for them?" "No need. Just wait here. Naturally, someone will come to us." Xianxia waved his hand. Wuxia was stunned when he heard this. He did not know what Xianxia meant. Yui blinked and looked at Xianxia, then looked at the special position here, and then looked at the cave entrance more than 100 feet away. She said with a look of horror, "You're not going to rob us, are you?" Xianxia grinned. "This tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money. If anyone dares to say no, I'll kill them." Yui was speechless. Qi Xing and the others also had black lines on their faces. Sixth Master was really bold. He could even do this kind of thing. However, since Sixth Master had made this decision, they could only obey. They all stood behind Xianxia to show off their strength. Since the appearance of the origin magnet divine light, although 3 days had passed, there were still people flying down from the cave entrance to explore the underground. No one had left this place, but counting the time, it was about time for some people to leave. Although the underground area was vast, it could not withstand the search of thousands of people for several days. The places that needed to be searched had already been searched. Without any benefits, who would be willing to stay here? Sure enough, in less than half a day, a few rays of light flew over from afar and soon arrived in front of them, preparing to fly out through the passage they came in. However, how could Wuxia, who had long known Xianxia's intentions, give them this opportunity? He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand, "Halt!" The newcomers paused, and when the light faded, the figures of 6 people were revealed: an elderly man and 5 young men and women. Judging from their appearances, they should be from the same great force. Xianxia guessed that they had been drawn into the great cosmological realm by the great cosmological fog while working in Star City. All 6 of them looked vigilant as they secretly circulated their strength. However, when the old man saw Wuxia's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked towards Xianxia and found that it was indeed this god of death. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had witnessed the scene of this young man killing Liao Yibai before and knew that the 6 of them were not his opponent. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. The elderly man cupped his fists and said, "So it is Lord Yang. This old master has been disrespectful. What advice does Lord Yang have for us?" Xianxia, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar, opened his eyes, looked at the elderly man, and said, "I dare not give advice, but please show me your space rings." As soon as the statement came out, the elderly man's face changed, and a young man behind him shouted angrily, "Why should we?" No cultivator was willing to hand over their space ring to others to check. Everyone's space ring had its own privacy. If others were to check it at will, wouldn't it be exposed? Another young girl gritted her teeth and said, "Wishful thinking." The elderly man raised his hand to stop her, looked at Xianxia, and forced a smile. "Lord Yang, although this old master and these unfilial disciples have searched underground for several days, we have not found anything good. Even if we hand over our space rings, I am afraid it will only disappoint Lord Yang." Xianxia said lightly, "Whether you will be disappointed or not, you will know at a glance." The elderly man frowned and said, "Lord Yang, how about this? We will give 30% of our harvest to Master and ask Master to let us pass. How does that sound? Martial uncle. The young men and women behind him couldn't help shouting. Their harvest this time wasn't that great to begin with, so if they had a hand over 30%, it would be as painful as cutting their own flesh. How could they be willing? I will only look at your space rings. Xianxia slowly shook his head. The elderly man's brow furrowed even more, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, 40%. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to this. 50%. The elderly man took a step forward, seemingly having made a great decision. If Lord Yang is still not satisfied, then this old master has nothing to say. Xianxia still said the same words, I will only look at your space rings. The young man who spoke before shouted angrily, Don't go too far. Xianxia coldly glanced over. If I want to go too far, you would all be corpses by now. How could I allow you to be so noisy? Hearing this, the young man's face paled, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Thinking back to how Xianxia had killed a heaven-opening realm master, he felt that the few of them here wouldn't be enough to kill him. The elderly man smiled bitterly. Is Lord Yang so insistent? Xianxia remained silent. The elderly man nodded. This old master understands. Sorry for disturbing master. After cupping his fists, he waved his hand and said, Let's go. Leading his disciples in another direction, it seemed that they wanted to look for another exit. Originally, they were still a little worried that Xianxia would stop them, but who would have thought that even after they had walked far away, Xianxia didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. That person went too far, the young woman said indignantly. The elderly man said, Now you should understand that in these 3,000 worlds, strength is respected. Cultivate well in the future. Don't be distracted. The disciples blushed with shame and nodded. On the other side, Yuhi said, Aren't you afraid that they will find another exit or forcefully open one of their own? If they can do it, it'll be up to them, Xianxia said indifferently. Chapter 4023. This place was 3,000 meters underground, and because of the origin magnet mountain, the ground was extremely hard. In the great cosmological realm, under the premise that heaven-opening realm cultivators could not display too much power, it was impossible for anyone to forcefully open an exit. Even if Xianxia went on the field himself, unless he used the black dragon spear, he would not have a chance. Only the earth dragon, who was naturally good at digging holes, was able to directly drill a passage into the origin magnet mountain. Time passed slowly, and people constantly flew over from all directions, wanting to leave through the passage, but without exception, they were all stopped by Guizian. At the entrance of the passage, more and more people gathered, and in less than half a day, there were already several hundred people. Xianxia sat on the stone pillar calmly, and the several hundred people below were noisy and indignant. Many people looked at Xianxia with hatred, but none of them dared to provoke him, only cursing him in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, but they did not know what was going on. After asking around, they learned that the sixth manager of the Crimson Star sect actually wanted to bribe people to pass through, and he even shamelessly said that he wanted to check the space ring of a passing cultivator. No one would agree to such a rude request. After all, what if they handed the space ring to Xianxia and Xianxia snatched it away? They definitely could not defeat him, nor could they snatch it back. So although there were many people gathered here, no one could leave. He was also here, and besides him, there were several other heaven-opening realm cultivators. Everyone looked at them, hoping that they could uphold justice. He did not want to be the first to stand out, and he wished he could shrink back into the crowd, but with so many people looking at him, he had no choice but to stand out. After all, if a heaven-opening realm cultivator did not stand out, how could he count on the Emperor Realm to speak up? Raising his hand to calm the rioting crowd, he said, Everyone, please calm down and allow this to inquire about Manager Yang's intentions. Everyone cupped their fists and said, Thank you for your trouble, Manager Hu. Hui sighed in his heart, then raised his head to look at the direction Xianxia was at, then looked at the crimson WYRM that seemed to be sleeping but was actually ferocious and monstrous as it lay nearby, and his scalp went numb. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then flicked his sleeve and flew up the stone pillar. Guizian and the others looked at him coldly, but they did not stop him. He climbed up the stone pillar. He first cupped his hands toward Guizian and then towards Yang Kai. Master Yang. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. Master who? Have you figured it out? Since you figured it out, please give me your space ring. The corners of Hu Yi's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile and said, Headmaster Yang must be joking. This who came here just to ask Headmaster Yang. What is the meaning of this action? Yang Kai said indifferently, What do you mean? Hu Yi said, It should be for the origin magnetic divine stone. Since you know, why are you being so long-winded? Hu Yi's face stiffened as he frowned. Although I know, I'm afraid Headmaster Yang's actions are inappropriate. Those origin magnetic divine stones are something everyone worked so hard to find. Who would be willing to hand them over so easily? What's more, Headmaster Yang is blocking this path and not allowing everyone to pass. There is no reason for him to do so. Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed upwards. This path was opened by me. Is that reason enough? He was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This path was really opened by someone else. There was no way he could refute this. Yang Kai snorted. Without this king's permission, you used the passage opened by this king's subordinate spirit beast to search for origin magnetic divine stones. This king didn't pursue this matter, but now that I'm asking you to share some benefits, you're making all kinds of excuses. What? Do you really think this king is a pushover? We wouldn't dare. He hurriedly waved his hand, thinking that if this guy was a pushover, then there was no one in the great void realm who wasn't. After pondering for a moment, he said, Headmaster Yang's words are reasonable. How about this? You give a number, 10%, 20%, or 30%. If everyone has no objections, we'll hand over Headmaster Yang's share and ask Headmaster Yang to let us pass. How much do I say? How'd I know what you found? What if you're deliberately deceiving us? Absolutely not. Hu Yi waved his hand. Can you guarantee? Hu Yi's expression stiffened. How could he guarantee this kind of thing? What if someone was really unwilling to pay too much and casually took out some low-quality origin magnetic divine stones to make up the numbers? Don't be long-winded. In short, if you want to leave this place, take out your space rings for this king to check. After checking, this king will naturally let you go. Hu Yi said, Headmaster Yang's move is likely to anger everyone. Yang Kai sneered. It's not like it's the first time. Hu Yi shook his head and said, That was then and this is now. Previously, the people's hearts were not united, but now, everyone wants to leave. If Manager Yang insists on stopping them, these hundreds and thousands of people will rush over. May I ask if Manager Yang can stop them? Not to mention, there are still many people who haven't arrived yet. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the good wish bag, grinning. Does this king need to stop them? Whoever dares to barge in, have a taste of the power of this king's origin magnetic divine light. Hu Yi's face turned pale as he remembered that this guy had collected a lot of origin magnetic divine light before. If he was provoked, he only needed to block the entrance and release the origin magnetic divine light. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Cupping his fists, he retreated from the stone pillar. The two did not deliberately suppress their voices, so how could the hundreds and thousands of people below not hear them? For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Yang Kai had gone too far. This passage was indeed opened by his spirit beast, but with so many treasures below, it was only natural that everyone who saw them should have a share. Now, he was blocking the entrance to the passage and robbing them. He was simply shameless to the extreme. However, not everyone thought so. Some cultivator were considering whether or not to agree to Yang Kai's request. In any case, they didn't have many good things in their space rings, so he might not be interested in them. This time, they didn't harvest many origin magnetic divine stones, so although it was painful to share some, it was better than being blocked here. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds broke through the air. Everyone turned their heads and saw a dozen or so people drenched in blood rushing over, not even bothering to look back as they headed straight for the passage. Guizian immediately took out his staff and flew to block the entrance of the passageway. Halt! The dozen or so people obviously recognized Wuxian and quickly stopped, the leader cupping his fists and asking, "What advice does Master have for us?" Wuxian repeated the same words countless times. "If you want to leave, hand over your space rings and let Sixth Young Master inspect them first." Unsurprisingly, the dozen or so people couldn't help showing angry expressions when they heard this. Just as they were hesitating, though, Xianxia calmly said, "There's still 10 breaths of time before the people who want to kill you catch up. Either hand over your space rings, and this king will let you go, or continue to flee." The face of the leader of this group changed greatly as he turned his head to look back. Sure enough, he saw a group of lights rapidly approaching them. His mind racing, he quickly asked, "Sir, does everyone who wants to leave this place have to hand over their space rings?" Xianxia pointed down. "Those who haven't are over there." The man looked down and discovered that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered below. Between life and death, this person decisively nodded. "Good. In that case, Master, please inspect them." Saying so, he took off his space ring and tossed it to Xianxia. Seeing their leader act this way, the dozen or so people behind him also took off their space rings with different expressions. Xianxia's speed was very fast, and under everyone's gazes, his divine sense swept through the dozen or so space rings before he raised his hand and returned them all, waving his hand. "Let's go." The leader of the cultivators was startled, but he didn't have time to think about it, and cupped his fists towards Xianxia. "Many thanks, Master." Saying so, he led the dozen or so people behind him out of the passage, disappearing without a trace. 3 breaths after they left, they saw several dozen people chasing after them. Seeing the group from before pass through the passage, these people didn't hesitate to give chase, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" However, before they could approach the passage, the scarlet flood dragon that had been napping on the ground suddenly flew up, its massive body directly blocking the passage and spitting out a mouthful of raging flames, scaring the several dozen cultivators so much that they staggered back, their faces ashen. Everyone below was also shocked. From the looks of it, if Xianxia really didn't want to let them go, he didn't even need to use the divine essence-fused light. Just the scarlet flood dragon alone was enough to seal the passage. For a moment, their mouths were filled with bitterness. The leader of the pursuers looked at the scarlet flood dragon and couldn't help but gulp, then turned to Xianxia and said, "Lord Yang, we are Di Tian's people." Xianxia didn't even look at him. "Call Dingyi over to talk to me." That person's expression froze, not understanding how Xianxia was related to those people who escaped before and why Xianxia wanted to protect them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly, quickly taking out his communication bead and sending a message to Dingyi. While he was busy here, the people below suddenly started communicating with their divine senses. Just now, when Xianxia checked the space rings of the dozen or so people, they clearly saw that Xianxia really only checked them and didn't touch anything before letting them go. It was impossible to say that those people didn't find anything underground. There were so many divine essence-fused stones here. Even if 1 or 2 of them didn't find anything, how could a dozen or so people not find anything? At the very least, they could find some divine essence-fused stones below the 3rd grade. However, Xianxia really didn't take anything. What kind of situation was this? If that was the case, they might be able to accept Xianxia's conditions. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses, at most losing some face. As such, after a brief hesitation, someone immediately flew up and cupped his fists in front of the stone pillar. "Lord Yang." After saying so, he cupped his space ring and handed it over. Xianxia reached out and grabbed the ring, sweeping it with his divine sense before throwing it back. That person was overjoyed. "Farewell." Saying so, he directly rushed up. The scarlet flood dragon made way for him, and that person quickly disappeared without a trace. This scene caused many people to go into an uproar. If there was a possibility that they had seen wrongly before, then this time, everyone stared very carefully, not daring to be distracted. From what they could see, Xianxia really didn't take anything. Chapter 4024. With the first, there was a second. One after another, cultivators flew up to the stone pillar and handed over their space rings to Xianxia, but Yongkai simply glanced over them and returned them as they were. After inspecting the cultivator, he happily left. After just a stick of incense worth of time, more than 100 people had left, but in front of everyone's eyes, Yongkai did not take anything from the space rings of these people. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening boundary masters gathered together, not understanding what was going on. Previously, everyone had thought that Yongkai wanted to take a share of their harvest, and he had even said so himself, but now he was not taking anything. What did he mean by this? Was he looking down on these people's harvests? Or was he looking for something else? Regardless, Yongkai's actions were good news for most people. Another person flew up the stone pillar. This person had a fawning smile on his face and was quite ugly, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. Just like the others, he offered up his space ring with both hands and waited anxiously. Yongkai squeezed the space ring and looked at him with a smile. "Is it all here?" The man hurriedly said, "It's all here. Are you sure?" The man hesitated for a moment before quickly calming down and nodding. "I dare not lie." Yongkai coldly snorted and reached out to grab him. A space ring suddenly flew out from the man's sleeve and fell into Yongkai's hand. "What is this?" Yongkai looked at him coldly. The man's expression suddenly became flustered. He had clearly used a secret technique to hide this space ring, but it had still been found so easily. "Master, please spare me." This servant was just confused for a moment. Yongkai did not even look at him and simply waved his hand, scram. Under the sweeping force, this person was directly swept into the passage. As for that person's space ring, it was left behind. Standing at the entrance of the passage, the man stared blankly at the space ring that had been taken away, his heart aching. Weighing his own strength, he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Looking around, Yongkai said, "If anyone dares to hide anything, I won't kill you." That's what happened to that person. Everyone's expression turned cold. Originally, there were some people like that person who thought they had found something good and wanted to secretly hide it. Seeing this situation, how could they have the guts to do so? Yongkai had indeed not killed that person, but he had taken away all his belongings. How was he going to survive in the great cosmological realm in the future? Time passed slowly. One by one, the cultivator landed in front of Yongkai and flew away one by one. Previously, on the mountain peak, there were at least 2,000 people, including those from the Dtion heavens. Later on, there were even more cultivators here, so there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators gathered in the depths of the mountain. Even though Yongkai's speed wasn't slow, it still took him a long time to complete his investigation. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yongkai searched through the space rings of hundreds of people, but did not take anything, except for the space ring of the one who had just been stolen. Hu Yi and the other heaven-opening realms were constantly communicating with their divine senses. At a certain moment, Hu Yi suddenly turned to a cultivator beside him and sent a divine sense transmission. "You go." The cultivator nodded and flew forward. After waiting in line for half an incense stick's worth of time, it was finally his turn. After handing over his space ring, the cultivator waited anxiously, but after Yongkai finished inspecting his space ring, he actually smiled faintly. Not bad. He casually tossed the space ring back. The cultivator was slightly startled before cupping his fists in joy. "Many thanks, Master." There were 2 sets of divine origin magnet stones in his space ring. He was worried that Yongkai would take them away, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. Turning around, he gave Hui a look that said everything was going well. Hui nodded slightly. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. "Let's go," Hui said. Although it was shameful to have their space rings inspected by someone from the Emperor realm, in this situation, they had no choice but to lower their heads. If they wanted to leave this place, they would have to rely on Yongkai's aura. Yongkai had 2 strange beasts and controlled the divine origin magnet light. With him blocking the entrance to the passage, they could not resist. The heaven-opening realms were also a little impatient from waiting and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the heaven-opening realms led their disciples to the entrance of the passage. After about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, it was finally Hu Yi's turn. After handing over his space ring, Hu Yi waited silently. However, this time, Xianxia finally acted differently. With a single thought, a millstone-sized divine origin magnet stone appeared in front of him and was directly stored in his space ring. Hu Yi's eyes widened as he quickly called out, "Master Yang." The divine origin magnet stone that Xianxia had taken away was a 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone, and it was the only 6th-grade divine origin magnet stone Hu Yi had obtained on this trip. Only now did Hu Yi understand that Xianxia had not taken anything earlier, not because he was being benevolent, but because he did not care about the gains of these people. His eyes were only set on those above the 6th grade. "Do you have a problem with that?" Xianxia raised his eyes, pinching Hu Yi's space ring in his hand. Hu Yi was so angry that his face twitched for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare." He was afraid that if he said that, his space ring would be gone. Xianxia tossed the space ring back to him and calmly said, "Next." Hu Yi caught the space ring. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. He could only glare hatefully at Xianxia before flying towards the passage. When the people behind him saw this, they naturally understood Xianxia's intentions. This guy wanted to monopolize the 6th-grade divine stones. For a moment, some people were happy, while others were sad. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and quickly arrived at the stone pillar, revealing Ding Yi's appearance. At first glance, seeing how lively this place was, he could not help but scratch his head and ask, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Xianxia checked the space ring and grinned at him. "I'm blocking the road to rob you." Ding Yi's expression stiffened and he laughed dryly. "Brother Yang, you must be joking." He thought that Xianxia was joking, but when he looked carefully, he found that many people were waiting in line. When they arrived in front of Xianxia, they took the initiative to hand over their space rings for him to check and let him pass. He could not help but tremble. If this was not blocking the road to rob him, then what was? For a moment, he looked at Xianxia with eyes full of admiration. He did not even dare to think about such a thing, but Xianxia, who was also from the Emperor realm, had done it. Moreover, there were so many people gathered here, and they were all obediently cooperating. For a moment, Xianxia was shocked. Ding Yi was full of interest, and he said, "Brother Yang, do you need help?" Xianxia tilted his head and thought for a moment. "All right, I'll tell you to line up behind D. Tian's people." Ding Yi was stunned. "D. Tian's people also need to be checked?" Xianxia said, "No one is an exception." He pointed forward, and Ding Yi looked over and found that that person was at the heaven-opening realm, but his expression was extremely ugly. Ding Yi forced a smile. "No, Brother Yang, D. Tian was on a mountain before. Zichi, I saved many of your people's lives on a mountain." Xianxia did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Ding Yi smacked his lips. What he said was true. If Xianxia did not release the divine essence-fused light at the crucial moment, Sword Pavilion sword formation would not have been destroyed. In the end, both sides would have suffered great losses. Even if D. Tian's people could take down Sword Pavilion, they would have to pay a huge price. "Brother Yang, do we really have to do this?" Ding Yi asked with a frown. "Don't worry, I won't touch what I shouldn't take. I will only take what is useful." Xianxia comforted him. Ding Yi stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Brother Yang, just say the word, and I, Ding Yi, will cooperate with you." After saying this, he turned around and flew down, ordering D. Tian and the others to line up behind. One cultivator after another was checked, and their spatial rings were released. Xianxia's intentions were completely exposed. Even if those cultivators obtained Grade 5 divine stones, he would not touch them. Only the Grade 6 divine stones were kept. Xianxia had his own considerations. There were many Grade 5 divine stones in the depths of the ground. If he really kept all of them, it would be a little too much. If he ate the meat, others should at least get some soup. If he really did that, he would probably incur the wrath of everyone, and a huge battle with these thousands of people would break out. When that time came, blood would flow like rivers. As for the Grade 6 divine stones, he definitely could not let them go. Even if he did not need them, there would be a time when he would need them in the future. As such, the cultivator who did not obtain any grade 6 divine stones were overjoyed, while the cultivator who did had a grade 6 divine stone was frowning. What was more, in the end, those cultivator took the initiative to take out the grade 6 divine stones so that Xianxia would not have to snatch them himself. However, there were only a few grade 6 divine stones. Xianxia had checked more than 1,000 cultivators, and he had only found a few pieces. After Ding, he made arrangements for Tian and the others. He flew up to the stone pillar and watched anxiously as Xianxia checked one spatial ring after another. He sighed in his heart. If only he could be as domineering as this, his life would not have been in vain. At this moment, although he was the leader of Tian and had thousands of subordinates, he still felt that something was lacking when compared to Xianxia. Tian and the others had arrived later and could be considered the last batch of people. However, there were many of them, about 700 to 800 of them. Originally, there were 1,000 people, but many of them had been killed in the battle with Sword Pavilion. After checking the spatial rings of Tian and the others, a day had already passed. Ding, he cupped his fists with an envious expression. Brother Yang, you've reaped a great harvest. He had been here for more than a day, and he had personally seen Xianxia take 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones from the spatial rings of others. One grade 6 divine stone was worth 15 million, and just these 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones were worth more than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Not to mention, grade 6 divine stones were simply priceless. If they were taken out, they would definitely be worth more than 15 million. Just by sitting here, Tian could easily obtain so many grade 6 divine stones. It was truly enviable. Thank you for your cooperation, Brother Ding. Xianxia smiled slightly. After this interaction, some of the small grudges between them had been forgotten. There was no deep hatred between them. As he spoke, Xianxia's divine sense moved, and the scarlet flood dragon, which had been lying down with its eyes closed, suddenly crawled into the depths of the cave. Ding was confused. What are you doing? Xianxia snorted. There are still people hiding here, thinking that they can hide. Chapter 4025. Half an hour later, within the Origin Magnet Mountain's underground cave, 2 enormous figures scuttled out like fish. The Scarlet WYRM took the lead, and the Earth Dragon followed closely behind. More than 10 figures stood on the Scarlet WYRM's enormous head. After dealing with those fellows hiding in the depths of the cave who wanted to fish in troubled waters, Xianxia left directly. Ding, he had also left long ago. Although the divine stones at the foot of the metamagnetic mountain had been plundered clean, it did not mean that there were no more metamagnetic divine stones. The entire metamagnetic mountain stretched for thousands of miles, attracting countless cultivators to explore and search. Even though the abundant underground reserves had been plundered clean, but aside from the underground reserves, the entire essence-fused mountain was filled with opportunities. However, the quality of the divine stones outside was definitely not as good as the ones in the depths. Ding led the hundreds of people in the primary magnet mountain. Not only that, he even sent a message back, calling the remaining few thousand people over. They monopolized the mountain range for hundreds of miles and dug 3 feet into the ground. Flying down, Xianxia sighed slightly. This time, in the end, he still couldn't find a divine origin magnet stone above the 7th grade. The reason why he blocked the way at the entrance of the passage was mainly because of this. Unfortunately, in the end, he still came up empty-handed. He couldn't even find a divine origin magnet stone deep underground, so there probably wasn't much hope above ground. Yuhi observed his expression and knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, "Isn't the 6th grade good enough? Why are you so insistent?" She seemed to be eager for Xianxia to condense the 6th grade metal element power, adding fuel to the fire all the time. Xianxia could not be bothered with him. He just looked at the dozens of people flying over from afar. When the dozens of people came close, they cupped their hands together and said, "Greetings, 6th Master, 7th Master." As they spoke, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Xianxia looked at Guizian suspiciously. Guizian said, "Sixth Master, these are the remaining brothers under my command. They were quite far from here before, so they couldn't make it in time. When they arrived, we were already underground, so I made the decision to let them stay on the surface." Xianxia was relieved. After he became Crimson Star's sixth master, Crimson Star had allocated hundreds of people to him. Previously, only 30 or so people came, and the remaining dozens were only gathered now. Less than 100 people were not worth mentioning compared to Tion's thousands of people. However, this was Xianxia's only subordinates now. "What's the situation above?" Wuxia looked at one of the young cultivators and asked. The young man stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Great Commander, we have been searching for divine stones in the past few days, but the gains were not very big. The highest grade was only a third-grade divine stone." As he spoke, he took out the grade 3 divine origin magnet stone. Wuxia turned to look at Xianxia. Wuxia understood and said, "Keep it for yourself." She knew that Xianxia had already harvested nearly 20 pieces of 6th-grade divine stones. So how could he be interested in a trivial 3rd-grade divine stone? The young man was overjoyed. "Thank you, Sixth Master." Although he was the one who found it, if Xianxia insisted on taking it, he would have to hand it over with both hands. Now that Xianxia told him to keep it, he was naturally happy. After pondering for a while, Xianxia said, "Commander Gua, take the brothers and stay here. If a high-grade divine stone appears, report it immediately." In the end, he was still a little unwilling to give up. Although the chances were not high, what if someone really found a 7th-grade divine stone on this origin magnet mountain? "Yes." Wuxia nodded respectfully. "Take this." Xianxia took out a bead and handed it to Wuxia. Wuxia took it and asked suspiciously, "Sixth Master, this is Space Spirit Bead." A Space Spirit Bead appeared in Xianxia's hand. "These two beads are a pair and have a mysterious connection with each other. Don't put it in your space ring, just carry it with you." Xianxia did not explain in detail. Wuxia naturally obeyed, turning his head to look to the side and saying, "But Sixth Master, although the several dozen of us here are stronger than some stragglers, in the end there are too few of us. If we really find something good and get into a conflict with others, without Sixth Master here, I'm afraid we won't be a match. If you have something to say, then say it." Xianxia glanced at him. Wuxia smiled somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon nearby. "This humble one would like to ask Sixth Master to keep one of them, preferably the Earth Dragon. That way, if the situation turns bad, we can have it dig a hole to make it easier for us to escape." Xianxia laughed. "You're quite the schemer. Fine, I'll leave both of them to you." Wuxia was overjoyed. "Many thanks, Sixth Master." With these two strange beasts, he had nothing to fear unless one of the few great forces took action. "Are you coming?" Xianxia turned to look at Yuhi. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "Wherever young master goes, I will naturally follow." Xianxia rolled his eyes and reached out to grab her arm. With a move of his divine sense, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Everyone from the Crimson Star sect was dumbfounded. No one saw how Xianxia disappeared, but under the perception of their divine sense, they could no longer sense Xianxia's aura. Space Divine Technique. Wuxia had a look of fascination. With this divine technique, even if the great cosmological abyss was big, there was nowhere he could not go. The youth from before came over with a sneaky look and said in a low voice, "Commander, we heard some incredible news earlier, but we don't know if it's true or not." "What did you hear?" Wuxia glanced at him. The youth chuckled. "Someone said that our Sixth Master killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator with a single spear strike. It said that the heaven-opening realm cultivator was the leader of some mystic cloud association called Liao Ibai. The rumors are very vivid." Someone frowned and said, "Commander, could it be that someone wants to kill our Sixth Master by flattery? I've also heard that our Sixth Manager is very powerful. With his Emperor Realm strength, he was able to kill the Poison Matriarch and Gan Hong, forcing his way into Crimson Star. However, killing a heaven-opening cultivator in a single move is still a bit unrealistic." Wuxia coldly snorted. "You think it's unrealistic because you haven't seen it. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the dozens of newcomers shook, and the youth said in surprise, "Commander, that news can't be true, right?" Guazian said. This commander saw the sixth master's peerless divine might with his own eyes. How can it be false? There was a burst of gasps as the dozens of people did not dare to believe it, but Guazian said it with certainty. So how could it be that he was joking? Guazian looked disappointed. Although this commander is a second-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator in the great cosmological abyss, the sixth master can probably crush me with a finger. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched. Commander is too modest. Guazian slowly shook his head. You've only heard about the sixth master killing Liao Bai with a single spear strike, but you don't know that before that, our sixth master killed hundreds of people in Thunderlight Sect, and even beat Jian died at his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Guazian seriously, as if they wanted to see if he was joking. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Guazian, because they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, still rejoiced in retrospect. Although Xianxia had Scarlet Flood Dragon's help at that time, in hindsight, even without Scarlet Flood Dragon, the sixth masters might have been unstoppable. The youth muttered, so the matter of the sixth master blocking the road and robbing thousands of people lowering their heads is also true? Because not many people had seen the battle with Thunderlight Sect. There was little news that spread, but Xianxia killing Liao Bai with a single spear strike and blocking the road at the entrance of the underground passage were all witnessed by thousands of people. Our sixth master is an incredible figure. To be able to follow him is our luck. After Guazian finished speaking, a cultivator behind him said excitedly, and he's also very generous. The sixth master said that as long as we brothers can use the harvest this time, no matter if it's 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade, we can ask him for it, and it will be the same in the future. 5th grade or 6th grade. Is that true? Some people didn't dare to believe it. A 5th grade was worth 5 million, and a 6th grade was worth 15 million. These kinds of things could be casually given away. To what extent was the sixth master so generous? Guazian chuckled. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when we return this time, but I don't think the sixth master will go back on his words. Clapping his hands, his expression turned solemn. All right, let's not be long-winded. Hurry up and get busy. Maybe we can even find some high-quality divine origin magnet stones. After saying that, Guazian went straight to the Earth Dragons. The Earth Dragons were experts in digging holes, so although they had fewer people, if they used the Earth Dragons well, their harvest might not be worse than others. Star City, Xianxia's mansion. In the side room, when a figure flashed by, Xianxia and Yuhi had already appeared here. Yuhi was stunned. She turned her head to look around and hesitated. This is Star City? She more or less had some impression of Xianxia. Yes. Xianxia pushed the door open and walked out. Yuhi followed closely behind and cried out involuntarily. You can teleport tens of thousands of miles? The divine origin magnet mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from here. In just a breath's time, Xianxia actually brought her back from the divine origin magnet mountain. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but be shocked. The space divine technique, was it really so powerful? If that was the case, then who in this world could kill Kai Yang? Unless heaven and earth were sealed, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles, and no one could catch up to him. My abilities are beyond your imagination. Xianxia sneered. He didn't tell her that he was using the space spirit bead. Before leaving, Xianxia had already left a space spirit bead in his bedroom, so he could come and go as he pleased. Yui said bitterly, then why didn't you teleport to the divine origin magnet mountain before? Previously, they had to travel a long distance to get there. I've never been to the divine origin magnet mountain, so how could I locate it? Xianxia casually replied. Yui thought about it and agreed. It was indeed not easy to teleport to a place where one had never been before. If something went wrong, it would be no joke. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived in front of the secret chamber. The two disciples from the Great Moon State were standing in front of the secret chamber, waiting anxiously. When they saw Xianxia, they immediately greeted him. Brother Yang, how's the situation? Xianxia asked. Before he left, Meng Hong was refining the rank 5 true sun flame. Now that a few days had passed, he didn't know how it was going or whether it was going smoothly. Chapter 4026. The two disciples of the great moon state slowly shook their heads, looking worried. They couldn't help but worry. Meng Hong was condensing the 5th grade true sun fire this time, and if there was a slight mistake, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. They hated Chun Yu even more. If it weren't for this woman, how could Big Brother have suffered such a blow and take such a risk? It won't be so fast, Yu said. It's only been a few days. How can there be results? The speed of condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements have a lot to do with one's aptitude. The shortest time is 10 days to half a month, and the longest time is a year. You have condensed it yourself, so you should have experience. Speaking of this, Yui's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, as if she had thought of something, and looked at Yongkai in horror. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yongkai only spent about 20 days to condense the 7th grade Earth elemental power. This speed was simply terrifying. When she condensed the 5th grade Earth elemental power, which time was less than half a month, the longest time it took her was 3 months. Condensing the 7th grade Earth elemental power in 20 days, how terrifying was this guy's aptitude and foundation? Yongkai didn't notice her thoughts. Thinking about the scene when he condensed the 5 elements' elemental power, it seemed to be true. He ordered the 2 disciples of the Great Moon State, keep an eye on them at all times. If there is anything strange, report to me immediately. Yes, Brother Yang. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon State cupped their hands and replied. When he returned to his room, Yuhi followed him like a shadow. Yongkai slowly got used to it and didn't have much scruples about her. He directly counted the harvest of this trip to the Xianxia mountain. Under the Xianxia mountain, his own harvest was not small. He didn't collect the divine stones of the 3rd grade and below, only the divine stones of the 3rd grade and above. Among them, there were more than 100 4th grade divine stones, more than 30 5th grade divine stones, and as many as 4 6th grade divine stones. This alone was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. Yuhi, Guizian, and the others gained more. After all, they had more people, so their harvest was about 30% more than Yonkai's. After that, they robbed people at the entrance of the passageway, and they plundered a total of 17 to 18 6th grade divine origin magnetism stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, and it was enough to make those blessed paradises go crazy. Only in the great cosmological realm would one have such a terrifying harvest. In the outside world, one would not have such an opportunity in the 3,000 universes. All in all, not counting the divine origin magnet stones below the 3rd grade, there were 245 pieces of the 4th grade, 73 pieces of the 5th grade, and 26 pieces of the 6th grade. Even according to the market price, the origin magnetic divine stones placed in front of Yongkai were worth nearly 600 million heaven-opening pills. However, if they would be sold, they would definitely fetch a higher price. Getting rich overnight was nothing more than this. Moreover, this kind of heavenly treasure was a hard currency. No matter where it was placed, it would not go unnoticed. Instead, it was a good thing that would cause a great commotion. Young master, you're rich. Yuhi also smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Yongkai benefited, and she seemed to be happier than herself. Yongkai was also in a good mood, and the depression of not finding a 7th grade divine stone was swept away. He laughed and said, "It's just SOSO." Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. "If young master succeeds in the future, don't forget to be at my beck and call." Yongkai waved his hand generously. "Don't worry. As long as I have something to eat in the future, I won't let you go hungry." Yui's beautiful eyes glistened. "Thank you, young master." Yongkai temporarily put away all the divine origin magnet stones and took out the auspicious pouch. The value of the divine origin magnet stones could be calculated, but the value of this pouch of divine origin magnet light could not be calculated at all. This thing was extremely powerful and unpredictable. Under full force, there were very few people in this world who could withstand it. At the very least, no one in the great cosmological realm could withstand it. However, although the Six Directions auspicious pouch collected a lot of divine origin magnet light, Xianxia was a little worried about how to use it. Normally, a cultivator could use this divine origin magnet light to condense the power of the metal element. If it was successful, it would definitely be a 6th grade divine stone. However, there was probably no cultivator in this world who could draw this kind of condensed divine origin magnet light into the seal safely. If it was really done, it would not take long for the seal to be destroyed by the divine origin magnet light, and the cultivator would perish. Do you have any good suggestions? Xianxia turned his head to look at Yuhi. Although this woman was crazy, she was still a 5th grade divine stone after all. In terms of knowledge and experience, Xianxia could not compare to her. Yuhi frowned and pondered. After a long time, she slowly shook her head. I can't think of anything. Although she had previously advised Xianxia to collect the divine origin magnet light first and think of a way to use it in the future, she did not have any good ideas. She wanted Xianxia to absorb the divine origin magnet light. With Xianxia's previous performance, he should be able to do it. However, saying this would only invite a rebuff, so there was no need to ask. Xianxia was also at his wit's end. Obtaining something good, but not being able to use it really made one feel helpless. Moreover, if he did not find a way to transfer the divine origin magnet light from the auspicious pouch as soon as possible, he would not be able to use the Six Directions auspicious pouch. He could not open the pouch and release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future, right? If he really did so, it was not impossible, but the divine origin magnet light would not be able to last for more than a few times. It was really too wasteful. He and Yuhi looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. After a long time, Xianxia finally gave up. If it really did not work, he could only release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future. If it was a waste, then it was a waste. After asking Yuhi to leave, Xianxia went into seclusion to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique. As the days passed, the news in the divine origin magnet mountain gradually spread. The news that Xianxia had killed a 3rd grade heaven opening expert with the power of an emperor spread like wildfire. Many people were unwilling to believe it. After all, this kind of thing was too bizarre. Even in the great cosmological realm, a heaven opening expert had the foundation of a heaven opening expert. How could it be so easy to kill? Moreover, it was done in one move. However, many people had seen it with their own eyes at that time, and the rumors were so vivid that it made people suspicious. There was no smoke without fire. In addition, Xianxia later robbed people in the cave under the divine origin magnet mountain, relying on the power of the 2 fierce beasts and the power of the divine origin magnet light to force thousands of people to bow their heads and let him plunder them. The name of Xianxia quickly spread throughout the great cosmological realm and completely entered the field of vision of various large and small forces. It could be said that he became famous overnight. Adding fuel to the fire, almost half of the people in the great cosmological realm knew that the divine origin magnet stones on the divine origin magnet mountain had basically fallen into Xianxia's pocket, especially the 6th grade ones. Almost none were left. It was said that in the divine origin magnet mountain, Xianxia had obtained no less than 106th grade divine origin magnet stones, and the 5th grade and 4th grade ones were simply uncountable. Many people had not heard of Xianxia's name, and after inquiring around, it was easy to find out that Xianxia was the new 6th master of Crimson Star. For a time, countless gazes were focused on the star market controlled by Crimson Star. Every day, there would be a cultivator coming from all directions. For a time, the star market was filled with people. Around Xianxia's mansion, in the tea houses and restaurants, pairs of eyes were closely watching from afar. There were even people who came to visit and reported their names one after another when they came to the mansion. The servants guarding the door had never seen such a scene and hurriedly went to report. Unable to find Xianxia, they could only look for Yuhi. After receiving several waves of people, Yuhi was annoyed. These guys had obviously heard that Xianxia had obtained so many good things and had hurriedly come to curry favor with him. Each of them boasted about how powerful they were and wanted to join Xianxia's forces. Those who knew their limits only asked for a 5th-grade divine stone, while those who boasted shamelessly asked for a 6th-grade divine stone. It was fine if it was just 1 or 2, but there were people coming over every day to spout nonsense. In a fit of anger, Yuhi broke a person's leg and threw him out of the door, which made the mansion much quieter. In a large hall, on several chairs, there were silhouettes, each of them exuding a profound aura. Other than the elusive Great Master, the other 4 Masters of Crimson Star were all present. Chen Tianfei, Madame Qin, Bei Yushan, and the Ouyang brothers. Strictly speaking, there were 5 of them, but the Ouyang brothers had always been together, so they could only be considered as one head. Lady Poison and Ganhong were killed by Xianxia in this hall. Although a few days had passed, the smell of blood still lingered in the hall. On a specially made chair, Chen Tianfei sat there like a mountain of meat. The fat on his face piled up together, and even his eyes were covered. Madame Qin gently plucked the strings of the guqin in front of her, and the tinkling sound flowed slowly, as if an invisible hand was brushing past everyone's heart, making them involuntarily relax. Chen Tianfei coughed dryly and said, "The recent changes in the star market, I'm sure everyone has felt it, right?" Bei Yushan said, "Many people have come." "Yes, a lot of people have come." Chen Tianfei chuckled. "They're all here for our 6th head. I just don't understand. Doesn't this brat understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth?" Ouyang Bing said, "At first, I didn't believe the rumors outside, but recently, I've come to believe them. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Xianxia mountain to take a look." Chen Tianfei said, "It's too late to regret now. Everything has already gone into his pocket." Ouyang Lai said, "He is the 6th head of Red Star. Since he has gained something, he should hand over a part of it. Why hasn't there been any news after so long?" Chen Tianfei turned his head and looked at him. "Why don't you ask him, Head Ouyang?" Ouyang Lai's expression froze. How could he dare to ask such a question? On the day Yang Kai killed Lady Poison and Ganhong, he had seen it with his own eyes. The 2 of them couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of Yang Kai. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei spat, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's not talk about 6 heads gains for the time being. He has offended many people in the Xianxia mountain." Head Zhu of Thunderlight Sect came to me personally and said that Yang Kai killed 100 to 200 people from Thunderlight Sect on the Xianxia mountain. Even Bi Jian died tragically on the spot. He wants Red Star to give them an explanation. Chapter 4027. The Thunderlight Sect wants an explanation from our Crimson Star? Ouyang Bing raised her brows. "Explanation my ass." Bei Yushan shouted angrily. "In the past, our Crimson Star had many battles with the Thunderlight Sect in Star City, and many Crimson Star disciples died at their hands. Why didn't they give us an explanation? In my opinion, the 6th head did a good job this time. That stinking brat, Bi Jian, I've been unhappy with him for a long time, but I couldn't find a chance to kill him. I'll go have a drink with the 6th head later and offer him a toast." The corners of Chen Tianfei's mouth twitched. Madame Qin pressed down on the zither strings and asked, "What did the 1st head say?" Chen Tianfei shook his head slowly. "The 1st head didn't say anything." "So you don't care?" Ouyang Lai asked. Chen Tianfei said, "The Thunderlight Sect can be ignored, but Sword Pavilion has to be vigilant." Bei Yushan was stunned. What does this have to do with Sword Pavilion? He was a man with a bear-like waist and a strong back, like an iron tower, and a straightforward character. He had been cultivating in seclusion recently, so he wasn't clear about what was going on outside. If it wasn't for Chen Tianfei's summons, he wouldn't have come out. Madame Qin said in a light voice, "I heard that because of our 6th leader, a few tens of members of the Sword Pavilion perished while even the Starfall Sword Formation was destroyed. Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and Lu Shui fled with heavy injuries and almost lost their lives on the spot." Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even that old fellow Zhong Fan was heavily injured? Was this also done by our 6th head? As the head of Crimson Star, how could he not know how terrifying Sword Pavilion was? Luo Qingyun and Lu Shui were both 4th-grade Heaven Splitters like him, but Zhong Fan was a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter. Chen Tianfei waved his hand and said, "It didn't do anything, but this matter is directly related to him. It can even be said that the deaths of those people from Sword Pavilion were all caused by the Six Head. Sword Pavilion also sent people over." Madame Qin frowned. Just as Chen Tianfei said, Crimson Star didn't fear Thunderlight Sect, but it was best not to provoke Sword Pavilion. After living in Star City for so many years, even they didn't know what kind of resources Sword Pavilion had. It would have been easy if Sword Pavilion had really sent someone over. Chen Tianfei sighed heavily. Unfortunately, they didn't do so. When Madame Qin and the others heard this, they couldn't help but frown, looking worried. "You know how crazy those sword cultivators are." Chen Tianfei frowned. Not only did Sixth Manager offend so many people in the Xianxia mountain under the banner of Crimson Star, but he also made a life-and-death feud with Sword Pavilion. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. My eyelids have been twitching these past few days, and I have a feeling that a storm is coming. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to let this go. Madame Qin shook her head slowly. Ouyang Lai said, "This matter is difficult to handle. It would be fine if they were only injured, but the problem is that so many people have died. Moreover, the Starfall Sword Formation is the foundation of the Sword Pavilion. The destruction of the Starfall Sword Formation is tantamount to slapping the Sword Pavilion's face. It's impossible for the Sword Pavilion to take this lying down." Ouyang Bing continued, "Pass down the order. Tell the people below to be careful, especially if they encounter people from Sword Pavilion. Avoid them as far as possible. It's best not to have any contact with them." Chen Tianfei sighed. "That's what I meant. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let that surnamed Yang be the sixth manager. Now, in just a few days, Crimson Star has provoked so many enemies. How can the Crimson Star establish a foothold in the Great Void Realm in the future? What's the use of speaking in hindsight? At that time, he killed the Femme Fatale and Gone Hong. Who dared to say a word? What he said was true. If he hadn't agreed to let that surnamed Yang enter Crimson Star, it would have been more than just the Femme Fatale and Gone Hong who died. But thinking of the current situation, Chen Tianfei's mouth was filled with bitterness. He secretly decided that he would pay a visit to Yang Kai later and ask him to restrain himself in the future. Crimson Star couldn't provoke any more enemies. If they offended the public again, it would really be difficult for them to move forward in the Great Void Realm. After dispersing, Chen Tianfei immediately rushed to Yang Kai's mansion. His fat body couldn't stop him from walking quickly. Soon, he arrived in front of Yang Kai's mansion. He couldn't help but frown. With his fourth-grade foundation, he could naturally sense that within 1,000 feet, there were pairs of eyes secretly staring at Yang Kai's mansion. He knew that this was the fault of the sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone. The most precious treasure in the entire divine origin magnet mountain was in his pocket. Who wouldn't be jealous? Even he, Chen Tianfei, had thought about it before. There was someone in front of the mansion. A young man led a group of servants and stood in front of the mansion. He had an arrogant expression, and his nose was pointed to the sky, as if he was the boss. A cultivator who looked like a guard shouted, "Call your master out." Inside the gate, Chen Yu looked at this group of fierce-looking guys with a pale face and asked weakly, "Is there something I can help you with?" These days, there were many people who came to visit Yang Kai, each with their own little schemes, but since he broke one of their legs and threw him out in anger, it had become much quieter. He hadn't expected someone else to come, and this time, the person who had come was extremely aggressive. The person who had spoken clearly had the aura of a heaven-opening expert. Chen Yu had never seen such a scene before, and was at a loss for a moment. The guard said, "There's no need to talk to a servant like you. Call your master out." Although Chen Yu was a bit scheming, her strength was still lacking, and she could not come into contact with too many things. At this moment, she could not tell who this person was, so she said to wait a moment and hurried in to find Yi. She did not know that Yang Kai was in seclusion, but she did not have the face to see Yang Kai. After the matter with Star Zhao, she was already thankful to be able to stay here. How could she have the courage to go see Yang Kai? Yi was grooming herself in front of a mirror. Hearing this, her face sank, annoying. Throwing down her eyebrow pencil, she angrily said, "Go see what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry has come." Lifting her dress, she walked out. When she arrived in front of the gate, Yuhi frowned slightly. Qinyu's eyesight was not good enough and could not see much, but as a fifth-grade heaven-opening cultivator, she could tell at a glance that this person's identity was not ordinary. After all, how could someone who could use a heaven-opening cultivator as a guard have a small background? Although it was only 2 second-grade heaven-opening cultivators. However, her own strength was not bad, so she was not too afraid. "Who are you people?" Yui looked at the leading guard and asked, her beautiful eyes secretly glancing at the young man behind him. Previously, when Xianxia was speaking here, this young man's nose was up in the air, not looking at Xianxia at all, but when Yuhi walked out, this guy's eyes actually lit up, and he looked at Yuhi from head to toe without blinking, clicking his tongue as if he was very happy. Yuhi coldly snorted in her heart, but her expression did not change. Before the guard could speak, the young man said, "Are you the owner of this place? Didn't you say it was a man?" Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "My young master is in seclusion, so it is not convenient for him to see guests." "Young master?" The young man was startled and looked at Yuhi suspiciously. "Then you are—" "I am naturally the young master's maid." When the young man heard this, he immediately put on a pained expression and shook his head. What a waste, what a waste. Such a stunner in front of him was actually someone else's maid. So who knew how many times she had been defiled, which made him feel very pained. But on second thought, even if this was the case, so what? He was just looking for a plaything, not a wife. If he was not happy in the future, he could just throw her away. So he smiled and said, "Miss, do you want to abandon your young master and follow me? If you are willing to follow this young master guarantees that you will safely leave this great cosmological realm and have a bright future." As soon as this was said, Yuhi was still smiling, but the expression of the guard who spoke before changed, and he moved closer to the young man and whispered, "Young master, it is best not to provoke this woman." "Why?" The young man was puzzled. The guard said, "From her aura, this lowly one is at least a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator." He could not see Yuhi's specific cultivation, but he could not be mistaken. How is that possible? The young man was also taken aback. No matter how idle he was, he knew what middle-grade heaven-opening cultivators represented. He did not dare to believe it, because Yuhi had clearly said that she was just a maid. What kind of person could use a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator as a maid? Even he only had 2 second-grade heaven-opening cultivators as servants. So could the owner of this mansion be more powerful than him? The guard slowly shook his head with a dignified expression. The young man sneered. "So what if she is a middle-grade heaven-opening cultivator? Does she dare to touch me?" Although he said this, he did not dare to look at you, he so unscrupulously. The guard turned his head and cupped his fists. "Please forgive us, Mississippi. We come from Qingming Blessed Land, so Miss must have heard of it." Qingming Blessed Land. Yui's expression turned cold. She had naturally heard of this name before. 36 paradise and 72 blessed lands were the top forces of the 3,000 worlds. Anyone who dared to use the word blessed land in their name was definitely one of the 72 blessed lands. Ordinary people could not provoke them. She had long seen that this group of people had some background, but she did not expect them to be from Qingming Blessed Land. Moreover, to have 2 heaven-opening cultivators as guards, this young man's status in Qingming Blessed Land would not be too bad. "So it's you from Qingming Blessed Land. What business do you have here?" The second-grade heaven-opening cultivator said, "It's like this. My young master is thirsty for talent and heard that the owner of this place is quite strong, so he wants to take him under his command." "That's right." The young man nodded. "In this world, talents are hard to come by. This young master has taken a fancy to your young master. Call him out to see me. As long as he follows this young master, it won't be a problem to bring him into Qingming Blessed Land after we leave the Great Void Realm." He had a proud look on his face, believing that no one would refuse such a condition. Yui's expression was extremely strange. Yang Kai was a genius, and now someone wanted to take him under their command? Yui had never seen such a boastful person in her life. If it were anyone else who said this, she would have broken their legs and driven them away. But these people in front of her were from Qingming Blessed Land, so he could not make a move. Otherwise, it would be causing trouble for Yang Kai, and it would be a disaster outside the Great Void Realm. Chapter 4028. My young master is currently in retreat. Why don't you all go back first and wait for young master to come out? Yuhi inquired. The young man replied, Just call him out. I'm afraid it won't be convenient. Yuhi slowly shook her head. The young man looked annoyed. What's so inconvenient about it? This young master coming to see him in person is his honor. How dare he not give me face? Yuhi sneered lightly and gradually lost her patience. She was afraid of the Azure Darkness Paradise and not this profligate young master before her. So how could she possibly take his threats seriously? This fellow had spoken rudely time and time again, and if he really infuriated her, then what harm would there be in bashing him up? The guard who spoke before leaned forward and whispered a few words in the young man's ear. The young man frowned, and his face became gloomy for a while before he said with a displeased expression, Fine, this young master will be staying in the largest in here. If your young master comes out of seclusion later, call him to come see me. Yui nodded lightly. Okay. The young man glanced at Yuhi again, slowly shook his head, sighed, and left with his people. Yui turned her head, looked not far away, and said with a smile, Is Master Chun here? Chun Tianfei was standing not far away and did not hide his whereabouts, so Yui naturally could see him. The fat on his face piled up, and his eyes narrowed into slits as he moved his obese body to the front of the mansion, cupped his fists, and greeted Seventh Master. Turning his head to look in the direction of the young man, he asked, Who is this? Yuhi replied, He said he's from Qingming Blessed Land, but who knows if he's telling the truth. Chun Tianfei nodded. A mere Emperor Realm Master can have 2 Heaven Splitters as guards. Even if he's not from Qingming Blessed Land, I'm afraid his background is not small. What are they doing here? Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. They said they took a fancy to my young master and wanted to take him under their wing. Don't you think it's funny? Chun Tianfei chuckled. They're really overestimating themselves. How could a freak like Yang Kai submit to others, especially in the Great Void Boundary? Having seen his power with his own eyes, Chun Tianfei felt that no one in the Great Void Boundary was his opponent, unless they outnumbered him or arranged a spirit array in advance. Changing the topic, Chun Tianfei asked, Where is the 6th head? Headmaster Chen also came to look for young master? Yuhi had a regretful expression on her face. That's really unfortunate. Young master is currently in closed-door cultivation. Chun Tianfei was taken aback. He wondered why Yang Kai was in seclusion when he had just returned from Origin Magnet Mountain. He nodded and said, Then it's the same to tell 7th boss. Yuhi said, Come in and talk. After all, they were all from Crimson Star, and it was not appropriate to keep them outside. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know Chun Tianfei's intentions for coming here. After inviting him into the guest hall, Chun Yu served him tea. Chun Tianfei did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. It was nothing more than Yang Kai causing trouble in Yuanci Mountain, which put a lot of pressure on Qi Xing. Lei Guang had already sent people to condemn Qi Xing and demanded an explanation. Otherwise, they would do this and that. He also explained in detail to you how terrifying Sword Pavilion was. In short, he wanted Yang Kai to be more restrained when he went out in the future. Since he was Qi Xing's 6th head, he should consider things from Qi Xing's perspective. Yuhi naturally feigned civility and said that she would pass on Yang Kai's words after he came out of seclusion. Since he could not see Yang Kai, Chun Tianfei had no choice but to take his leave. After sending Chun Tianfei away, Yuhi turned her head and reminded Chun Yu that if anyone came to knock on the door again, no matter who it was, they were not to be received. Chun Yu nodded repeatedly. Inside the secret room, Yang Kai's consciousness was immersed in the Dao Seal, feeling the wood and fire elements within. The vitality of the wood elemental power and the violent and domineering power of the fire elemental power. Faintly, he seemed to have comprehended something, but there was still something missing. It was as if there was a thin film in front of him that blocked his vision. This kind of feeling made his heart ache. Although he understood that as long as he pierced through this thin film, he would be able to see another world. He was powerless. Xianxia also knew that things like opportunities could not be forced, so he could only let nature take its course, repeatedly reminding himself to remain calm and clear of all distracting thoughts. Days passed by. On this day, Yuhi, who had nothing to do and was chatting with Chunyu, suddenly frowned and turned her head to look outside. Chunyu asked, "What's wrong?" After all, her strength was lower and she did not notice anything unusual. But looking at Yuhi's expression, it was obvious that something had happened. Yuhi sneered, "A little mouse has broken in." Chunyu was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted and could not help feeling surprised. Who would be so bold as to break into someone else's mansion? Moreover, this mansion was protected by a spirit array, so if an ordinary person wanted to enter, they would have to break through the spirit array. However, she did not feel any energy fluctuations at all. In other words, this person must be extremely proficient in spirit arrays, otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so stealthy. "You wait here, I'll go take a look," Yuhi said, and her delicate figure disappeared in a flash. A moment later, Chunyu felt a burst of energy fluctuations that were not too violent erupting somewhere in the mansion, but it quickly calmed down. After a dozen breaths, Yuhi walked in with the person in her hand and casually threw him on the ground. Chunyu looked over in surprise, only to see that this person had a fair complexion and some baby fat on his face. He was not tall and was a clean little fatty. Just by looking at his face, he should be a very amiable person. So Chunyu really could not figure out why such a person would break into someone else's mansion. "Annie, let me tell you, just because I allowed myself to be captured doesn't mean I can't beat you. I just don't want to fight with a woman." The little fatty got up and straightened his clothes. Although he was captured here, he did not panic at all. "Auntie," Yuhi raised her eyebrows when she heard this, and a cold light flashed in her eyes as she gritted her teeth. The little fatty shrank his head and suddenly seemed to think of something, quickly gritting his teeth and saying, "Big sister." Yuhi snorted coldly. "At least you know what's good for you." The little fatty sighed in his heart. He thought that his master was right. No matter what kind of woman she was, she would always care about her age and the way others addressed her. One must always be careful when talking to women. It was not uncommon for a single word to turn into an enemy. After understanding this, the little fatty cupped his fists and said, "Big sister, may I ask where the owner of this place is? Why are you looking for him?" Yuhi glanced over. Regardless of whether this little fatty had broken into this place or not, his face was very amiable, and it was impossible for one to feel any disgust when looking at him. The little fatty smiled slightly, appearing unfathomable, give him an opportunity, and asked for some benefits at the same time. Opportunity? Yuhi's expression was strange as she looked him up and down. "You can't be thinking of saying that you came from some paradise and want to take the owner of this place under your command, right?" The little fatty was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That won't do. Even if he wants to enter my sect, it will depend on whether he has the aptitude and ability. If he doesn't, he will never be able to enter." Yuhi asked curiously, "Is your sect very strict when it comes to accepting people?" The little fatty nodded solemnly. It meant that it was not a normal kind of strict. "Where's your sect?" Yuhi asked with a smile. "Divine Cauldron Heaven." The little fatty replied indifferently. Chunyu's beautiful eyes instantly widened, and Yuhi's laughter also stopped. Two pairs of beautiful eyes looked at the little fatty in a daze, thinking that they had heard wrongly. Divine Cauldron Heaven. That was one of the 36 paradises, the most powerful force in the 3,000 worlds. Previously, when a hedonistic young master from Qingming Blessed Land came, they thought that he had a strong background, but who knew that there would be someone with an even stronger background. He was just casually ridiculing him, and she did not expect him to really come from a paradise. She could not help but ask solemnly, "What proof do you have?" The little fatty rubbed his chest for a moment, then raised his hand and took out a pitch-black token, placing it in front of Yuhi. The token had a name engraved on it, Su Zhen. This name should be the little fatty's name. Su Zhen flipped the token over, and on the back of the token, a divine cauldron with an ancient aura entered Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi was shocked. This was really the divine Cauldron Heaven's disciple token. Although she had never seen it before, under the perception of her divine sense, she could clearly sense that there was a huge divine technique hidden inside the token that could destroy the heavens and earth. Normally, the elite disciples of the paradises would have such an identity token. This token was not only a symbol of their identity, but also a life-saving divine technique bestowed by their master. This cannot be faked. Yuhi thought that even if she was outside, with her fifth stage heaven-splitting cultivation, if she faced the divine technique in this token, she would definitely die. The person who left behind the divine technique in this token was definitely a high-stage heaven-splitting cultivator. With such a background, whether this little fatty Suzhan came from divine cauldron heaven or not, his identity would not be too bad. There was no need for him to pretend to be a disciple of another sect. Chunyu and Yuhi looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. So it's a disciple of divine cauldron heaven. Please excuse my rudeness. Yuhi's attitude couldn't help but become more polite. It was fine if she didn't know the other party's identity, but now that she knew, etiquette was still necessary. Elder sister, don't mind me. I came uninvited and offended the dignity of the master of this place. Chunjin laughed and said amiably, without the slightest bit of arrogance of a disciple of divine cauldron heaven. Yuhi clicked her tongue in wonder. She had seen many cultivator of divine cauldron heaven before, and which one of them didn't have their eyes on the top of their heads? This was the first time she saw someone like Suzhan, so she couldn't help but feel a little curious. After pondering for a moment, Yuhi said, "You said just now that you're here to give an opportunity to my young master and ask for some benefits at the same time?" "That's right. Can you elaborate?" Yuhi asked. The little fatty immediately became a little embarrassed. He rubbed his two fat hands and said with a flattering expression, "It's like this, elder sister. I heard that the master of this place obtained many six-stage divine origin magnet stones. Moreover, all the divine origin magnet stones produced in the entire divine origin magnet mountain were taken away by him. So I wanted to ask him for a piece." Saying so, the little fatty even used a few fingers to pinch lightly, indicating that he only wanted a little and definitely not a lot. Chapter 4029. Yuhi said, "Are you kidding?" Even if he was a disciple of the heavenly abode, this kind of request was a little too rude. How precious was a sixth-grade item? Asking for it, without even the slightest bit of friendship. Wasn't he thinking too highly of himself? "It's not a joke. It's not a joke." Suzhin hurriedly waved his hand and said, "I also know how precious a sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone is. As the saying goes, one should not accept a reward without any effort, so I definitely won't ask for it for free. If he can give me a sixth-grade divine origin magnet stone, I will give him an opportunity that will definitely make it worth it." "What opportunity?" Yuhi asked. If it was someone else who said this, Yuhi might not necessarily believe it, but this little fatty had a strong background, so there was no harm in listening. Unexpectedly, the little fatty smiled and waved his hand. I can't say whether this matter succeeds or not. I will know when I see the owner of this place. Young master is in seclusion and will not see guests for the time being." The little fatty blinked and said somewhat helplessly, "Then when will he come out of seclusion?" "It's hard to say." Yuhi slowly shook her head. She didn't even know why Xianxia was in seclusion, so how could she know when he would come out? The little fatty couldn't help but scratch his head. In his expectations, after entering this place and seeing Xianxia, he would probably not refuse to tell him his intentions. But now, he couldn't even see Xianxia's face, which was a little worrying. "Sister, can I wait for him here?" Suzhin turned to look at Yuhi and asked seriously. Yuhi pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes. In any case, apart from Xianxia, who was in seclusion, there was only her, Chunyu, and a few people from the Great Moon Prefecture left in this mansion. The rest were some weak maidservants, so letting Suzhin stay here was not a big deal. Moreover, Yuhi also wanted to know whether this little fatty was from the divine cauldron heaven. Suzhin was overjoyed and cupped his hands. "Thank you, sister." Yuhi covered her mouth. "You have a sweet mouth." She tilted her head and signaled to Chunyu. "Find him a guest room." Chunyu nodded and called Suzhin. "Come with me." The next day, a scorching hot energy suddenly erupted from somewhere in the mansion. Yuhi was startled as she sensed that it was Meng Hong. Her figure flickered as she immediately rushed over. But when they arrived, they found that Yang Kai was already there. It was obvious that the commotion here had alarmed him, so he quickly came to investigate. Meng Hong had spent close to a month to obtain the rank 5 True Sun Flame. Only today did he succeed in condensing it. The fire elemental energy flowed endlessly in the Tao seal in his body. However, he was unable to control it freely. Previously, he had only condensed a rank 3 True Sun Flame. Now that it had increased by 2 ranks, he was not used to it. The explosion of power, just now, was because he wanted to test his strength. In the end, he was careless and almost burned down the mansion. Congratulations, Brother Meng. Yang Kai smiled. Meng Hong got up, his body surging with fire elemental energy. He was still unable to control his own fire elemental energy, so he cupped his fists respectfully and bowed. Meng Hong thanks Brother Yang for your kindness. This kindness is equivalent to giving me a new life. I will never forget it. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, breaking and rebuilding is your own decision. I only provided you with a set of materials. Brother Meng, you are too polite. Meng Hong slowly shook his head. If I hadn't seen Brother Yang's invincible might, this Meng wouldn't have known the vastness of the martial Tao. If I can open the heavens in the future, it will be all thanks to Brother Yang. Yui pursed her lips and smiled. All right, you too. Meng Hong, you have just condensed fire elemental energy, so you should stabilize it first. Meng Hong nodded and said, I was thinking the same thing. While they were talking, a strange voice suddenly interrupted. Oh, rank 5 True Sun Flame. Not bad, not bad. Yang Kai and Meng Hong both turned their heads and looked towards the direction of the voice. They saw a little fatty with a fair complexion walking over, sizing up Meng Hong with interest. You are? Meng Hong didn't understand. Yang Kai was also at a loss. Who was this little fatty? Why hadn't he seen him before? Yuhi said, Young master, I forgot to tell you, this is I'll do it myself. The little fatty smiled and interrupted Yuhi. He walked straight to Yang Kai and looked up at him. He cupped his fists and said, Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple, Su Zhen greets Brother Yang. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly shrank. Divine Cauldron Heaven? Meng Hong also lost his voice. Divine Cauldron Heaven? As his emotions fluctuated, a scorching flame burst out from his body. Fortunately, the people around him were not ordinary people. Although the might of this grade 5 Grand Sun primordial flame was extraordinary, it could not hurt them. However, Meng Hong panicked and quickly held his breath, retracting his power. He smiled bitterly and thought to himself that he should quickly go into seclusion. At the very least, he had to be able to control the fire elemental energy freely. Otherwise, he would accidentally hurt his own people. That's right. The little fatty nodded with a smile. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Yuhi. His eyes were clearly asking, Is it true? Yuhi replied with an expression. Most likely. After all, she had seen the token before and verified Su Zhen's identity. So, it's a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven. Sorry for not recognizing you. Yang Kai cupped his fists. Brother Yang, please forgive me for coming uninvited. Su Zhen's performance was not annoying. I wonder what Brother Su has come here for. Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Su Zhen smiled and said, I have told this sister before that I came here to give Brother Yang an opportunity and to ask for some benefits from Brother Yang. However, this sister said that Brother Yang was in seclusion and it was inconvenient to disturb him, so I waited here. Today, I finally got to see Brother Yang come out of seclusion. Opportunity? Benefits? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Zhen said, Can we talk somewhere else? After a while, the other 2 disciples of Great Moon State also noticed the commotion and came over. Even Xunyu was watching from afar. There were too many people, and it was not a good place to talk. Yang Kai nodded and said, This way, please. He turned his head and said to Yuhi, Find another secret room for Brother Meng. Okay. Yuhi agreed. Yang Kai led Su Zhen to the guest hall. Yuhi was curious about what Su Zhen wanted to do, so after hurriedly arranging for Meng Hong, she rushed over as well. However, when she arrived at the guest hall, she did not find anyone. Sweeping the area with her divine sense, she immediately found Yang Kai and quickly arrived in front of a secret room. There, she saw Yang Kai standing outside with an expectant look on his face, while Su Zhen was nowhere to be seen. "Where is little fatty?" Yui asked. Yang Kai pointed to the secret room and said, "Inside." "What is he doing inside?" Yui was puzzled. "Are you done talking?" Yang Kai nodded. "What did you talk about so quickly?" Yui was a little speechless. She had specifically rushed over to listen. He said that he wanted to ask for a 6th grade divine essence magnet stone. "Yes, I have already agreed to give it to him." Yang Kai nodded. "This guy is quite powerful. If he wants that divine essence magnet stone, he must condense the power of the metal element. Those who could condense the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang with 6th grade materials were definitely not bad, or even extremely good. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the impact of 6th grade materials on the Dao Seal. Meng Hong was the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture. Although the Great Moon Prefecture was not a particularly powerful force in terms of aptitude, Meng Hong was definitely the first person in the Great Moon Prefecture. With his ability, the limit was 5th grade, and there was a risk of failure. However, Su Zhen's goal was 6th grade, which showed the gap between them. In other words, Su Zhen definitely wanted to achieve 6th grade, splitting heaven. As for the Divine Essence Magnet Stones on the Divine Essence Magnet Mountain, all the 6th grade materials had been taken by Yang Kai, so he had no other choice but to come to Yang Kai. Yang Kai was also glad that he had taken away all the 6th grade Divine Stones that day. Otherwise, he might have missed this opportunity. Su Zhen's uninvited appearance had solved a huge problem for him. If this matter was successful, he would have another great weapon in his hands in the future. Are all the disciples of the blessed and heavenly lands so amazing? Yang Kai turned his head and asked. If this was true, then wouldn't the blessed and heavenly lands be filled with middle grade and high grade, splitting heaven stones? Yui said, "How is that possible? This Su Zhen can condense 6th grade strength, so he must be a top figure in the blessed and heavenly lands. However, although the blessed and heavenly lands are not as exaggerated as you think, I heard that official disciples need to condense 3rd grade, splitting heaven at the very least. Those below 3rd grade will be expelled or forced to serve as servants or guards." TSK, TSK, TSK. That's terrifying enough. Yang Kai shook his head. The blessed and heavenly lands had such high requirements that they completely abandoned 3rd grade splitting heaven stones and below. Over the years, perhaps only they knew how deep their foundation was. "What can he help you with?" You actually gave him a 6th grade divine stone. Yui was very surprised by this. Previously, she had also asked Su Zhen what kind of opportunity he could give Yang Kai, but that little fatty refused to say no matter what. This made her very helpless, and she wanted nothing more than to kick him to death. In any case, it's more than worth it. Yang Kai chuckled. "If you have nothing to do, keep an eye on him. If there's any movement, immediately call me." Oh, Yang Kai went into seclusion again. This time, he had only come out to investigate because he had been alarmed by the commotion caused by Meng Hong. Since he had confirmed that Meng Hong was fine, and he had also discussed the matter with Su Zhen, he naturally had to return to seclusion. As for Su Zhen, Yui could keep an eye on him. Although the disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven had extraordinary foundations, Yui was still a 5th grade splitting heaven stone, so keeping an eye on him was not a problem. With a few words from Yang Kai, Yui obediently stood guard in front of the secret chamber, and she had no complaints or regrets. Although she was very curious about what Su Zhen was doing inside, and what he had discussed with Yang Kai, the secret chamber was protected by a formation, so she did not dare to casually disturb it. Suddenly, 10 days later, everything was calm and peaceful. Chen Tianfei had been living quite comfortably these past few days. The Crimson Star originally had 7 heads, but the Poison Lady and Gan Hong had been killed by Yang Kai. Although Yang Kai and Yui had immediately replaced them, the two of them did not seem to care much about the matters of the Crimson Star and only cared about themselves. The remaining Beiyushan had brute force, but no brains. Madame Qin did not care about worldly affairs and only cared about music. The Ouyang brothers were smart and capable, but unfortunately, they often went into seclusion. Now that the great leader did not come out, the entire Crimson Star could be said to be under Chen Tianfei's control. He was not the great leader, but he was better than the great leader. With great power in his hands, he naturally felt good. Chapter 40-30. In his own mansion, Chen Tianfei was lying on a chair. Behind him, two maidservants were gently fanning themselves. Beside him, a soft and fragrant body was pressed against his fat. Her slender fingers were pinching a spirit fruit that looked like a grape. She carefully peeled the skin and seeds before putting it into Chen Tianfei's mouth. "Master, I'll have to trouble you with Xing Chen's matter." Ever since Zhao Stars had offended Yang Kai and been stripped of his position as junior commander, he had been unable to recover from the setback and had been hanging around in restaurants and brothels all day long. Zhao Xingchen's sister naturally felt sorry for him. She wanted to persuade Chen Tianfei to promote Zhao Xingchen to a junior commander again. Chen Tianfei sighed, Shangxin. If that Yang Kai doesn't die, how am I supposed to Shangxin? Xing Chen had eyes, but failed to see and offended the noble lady. Just stripping him of his position as commander is already a kind gesture. The woman refused to comply. "Old master, you still have the final say in Qi Xing now. Shut up." Chen Tianfei's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened and glared at Zhao Star's sister. "Woman, don't you know that trouble comes from careless talk? You're just spouting nonsense." Although he held great power now, there was still the headmaster above him. If the headmaster really heard this, he would be accused of being unjust. He didn't know what the headmaster would think of him then. His scolding made the woman's eyes water. Chen Tianfei doted on this concubine the most and couldn't bear it. He comforted her and said, "Let's wait a little longer. Let's wait for the limelight to die down." The woman wiped her eyes. "How long do we have to wait? I can wait, but I'm afraid that Stars can't. You've seen how he is. Jade can't be made into anything without being cut. This may be an opportunity for Stars." Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes were overflowing with light. "What's more, we won't have to wait for long. At most, we'll just have to wait until he leaves the great cosmological realm. That Yang Kai may be domineering in the great cosmological realm, but he's only an Emperor Realm Master after all. Once he leaves the great cosmological realm, what can he do?" When the woman heard this, she sighed in her heart. Knowing that there was no way to persuade him, she gritted her teeth with resentment and said, "This damn Yang Kai, of all places to run wild, he just had to come to Qi Xing." Chen Tianfei also smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze as he looked up into the sky. At first, his expression was a little puzzled, but then his squinted eyes slowly widened. After only 3 breaths, his face was full of shock, and his fat body suddenly stood up. "What's wrong, master?" The woman was puzzled. After all, she was not very strong. Compared to her brother, Zhao Xingxing, she was only slightly stronger. Although she followed Chen Tianfei's line of sight, she did not see anything. "Something's happened." Chen Tianfei shouted in a low voice and quickly took out his communication bead. While contacting the other masters of the Red Star sect, he strode out and instructed, "Stay at home and don't run around. Open all the spirit arrays." The woman was startled, realizing that something terrible must have happened. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have issued such a warning. She quickly contacted her brother, Zhao Xingxing, and asked him to come to her place to take refuge. However, she was still puzzled. What had happened that would cause Chen Tianfei to act like he was facing a great enemy? In Star City, some of the heaven-opening boundary masters passing by seemed to notice this and raised their heads to look into the distance, their expressions changing. At this moment, with a rumbling sound, a transparent protective array suddenly appeared around the periphery of the Star City. It instantly enveloped the entire Star City. There were at least 7 or 8 layers of the seemingly sturdy protective array. The others, who had not noticed the changes in the Star City before, all stopped and looked up not understanding why Qi Xing's Grand Protective Array had been activated. Once this kind of spirit array was activated, it would definitely consume a lot of precious treasures. Unless it was a critical moment, it would not be activated. On the street, the crowd was bustling with activity, all of them talking at once. What is Qi Xing doing? Why do they activate the spirit array? Someone asked, puzzled. With the spirit array activated, there must be a strong enemy attacking. If not, why would they do this? Strong enemy? What kind of strong enemy does Qi Xing have in the great cosmological realm? Could it be another beast tide? The person who spoke had a pale face. The great cosmological realm had been open for a long time, and many people had encountered beast tides during this time. There were many vicious beasts in the great cosmological realm, and all of them were extremely powerful. Many places where cultivators gathered were flattened by beast tides, resulting in countless casualties. Therefore, the cultivator in the great cosmological realm paled at the mention of beast tides. It's not a beast tide, look over there. Someone's voice trembled as he pointed in a direction. Looking in that direction, everyone could not help but narrow their eyes. In that direction, numerous streaks of light were rushing towards them with menacing momentum. The leading streak of light was filled with wanton sword chi. It was actually many sword lights. Sword Pavilion. It's people from Sword Pavilion. Someone saw through the commotion and shouted, "How can there be so many people from Sword Pavilion? Did you see wrongly?" Everyone in Star City knew that there were not many people from Sword Pavilion. At this moment, there were more than 2,000 to 3,000 streaks of light coming from that direction. This was definitely not a number that Sword Pavilion could have. The one leading is definitely Sword Pavilion, but I don't know who the people behind are. Could it be that Sword Pavilion is here for Qi Xing's sixth head? I heard that dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples died because of him in the Origin Magnet Mountain. Didn't they say that it was done by Di Tian's people? It was Di Tian's Ding Yi who killed them. But if Qi Xing's sixth head hadn't released the Origin Magnet Divine Light at the critical moment, Sword Pavilion sword formation wouldn't have been broken, and those dozens of disciples wouldn't have died tragically. I was there at that time and saw it clearly. That sixth head was laughing maniacally and said that he was going to give Sword Pavilion a big gift. So that's how it is. If the one leading is Sword Pavilion, then the rest are from Thunderlight Sect. It can't be wrong. Thunderlight Sect seems to have a deep enmity with Head Yang. I heard that even Leader B, Jian, died in his hands. Qi Xing is finished this time. The three major forces of Star City had coexisted for thousands of years. Although there were some conflicts between them, they were just small fights and didn't hurt their foundation. But today, in the great cosmological realm, because of one person, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had joined forces and aggressively came to punish them. How could Qi Xing stop them? Was the situation that had not changed for thousands of years going to change in the great cosmological realm? Seeing that a storm was about to break out, some cultivator already had the idea of leaving this place to lie low for a while, but with the protective array activated, they couldn't get out at all. For a time, they all gathered in front of the city gate, shouting endlessly, and the scene was chaotic. We're in trouble. Our new sixth head has caused trouble for Qi Xing. A Qi Xing disciple said bitterly. Where are Head Chun and the others? The protective array has been activated. Head Chun and the others must have known the situation and are probably discussing countermeasures at this moment. Amidst the clamor, the densely packed lights had arrived in front of Star City. When the lights dissipated, nearly 3,000 figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The 3,000 people didn't say a word, but a boundless pressure descended from the sky, and the entire Star City instantly fell silent. In front of the 3,000 people, 5 figures stood quietly, each with a powerful aura. Standing there, they gave off a great pressure. Someone recognized that the 5 people were the leaders of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect. Sword Pavilion had 3 people, Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyan, and Lu Shui. Thunderlight Sect had 2 people, Zhu Li and Long Tai. All of them were at the 4th stage and above, and Zhong Fan was even at the 5th stage. Sure enough, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had joined forces. Sword Pavilion had dispatched more than 300 people this time, which was already 20% to 30% of Sword Pavilion's foundation. The entire Sword Pavilion only had a little more than 1,000 people. As for Thunderlight Sect, they had probably left some disciples to guard the gate and had already turned out in full force. With such a lineup, they obviously hadn't come for a casual stroll. Putting aside the people from the Thunderlight Sect, the 300 people from the Sword Pavilion were the cornerstone. Previously, on the Origin Magnet Mountain, a few dozen people from the Sword Pavilion had already caused Detion's camp to be in a mess. If these 300 people were to form a sword formation, no one would be able to imagine how terrifying their might would be. It was probably possible to flatten the entire Star City. In the sky above the mansion, Yuhi floated in the air with a frown. She had also realized that Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's people had definitely come to take revenge on Xianxia, but she hadn't expected that these two forces would actually be so bold as to mobilize so many people just for Xianxia. Was there a need for this? Xianxia was currently in seclusion, so he probably didn't know anything about the outside world. Yuhi was considering whether to inform Xianxia, but on second thought, this fellow's space divine technique was strange and unfathomable, allowing him to teleport tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's people were numerous, if he was determined to escape, he wouldn't be in any danger. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's people were probably going to return in disappointment after coming here in high spirits. Thinking of this, Yuhi landed in the courtyard. There was nothing to worry about. However, the two disciples from Great Moon Prefecture and Xinyu who had received the news hurried over and looked at her nervously. "It's fine. Go do what you need to do." Yuhi casually dismissed them. The three of them were speechless. In Chen Tianfei's mansion, Zhao Xingxing had already rushed over. He had a drunk expression and his face was a little pale. He grabbed the arm of the woman in a panic. "Sister, where did brother-in-law go? Tell him to bring us away quickly." "Why are you escaping?" The woman shook off Zhao Xingxing's hand and threw him to the ground. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why should we escape? Look at how drunk you are." Zhao Xingxing said in a panic, "Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect people are already here. If we don't escape now, we won't have another chance." The woman snorted. "Are they here for you?" Zhao Xingxing shook his head in a daze. The woman said again, "Then who do you think they are looking for?" Zhao Xingxing was stunned for a moment, but then his eyes lit up. "Sister, you mean?" The woman sneered. "Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Naturally, they will look for whoever killed their people. After all, Qi Xing is not a pushover. As long as Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect can achieve their goal, why would they rashly start a war with Qi Xing?" Chapter 4031. "You're right, elder sister." Zhao Xingxing nodded again and again, his drunkenness instantly dissipating as his eyes lit up. "Then, what does brother-in-law mean?" The woman shook her head. "I don't know what your brother-in-law means. He didn't say anything before leaving. What's more, a woman like me can't care so much. I only know that Qi Xing won't abandon his foundation for a single person." Zhao Xingxing clapped his hands. "I understand." Turning his head to look in the direction of Xianxia's mansion, he grinned sinisterly. "Surnamed Yang, let's see if you die now." It was as if he could already see the scene of Thunderlight Sect and Sword Pavilion cutting Xianxia into pieces. At this moment, after experiencing the initial tranquility, Star City was once again in turmoil. Although there were Crimson Star disciples to maintain order, how could they manage everything? Everywhere in Star City, there was an endless clamor. Everyone was clamoring for Crimson Star to open up the great defensive array and let the scattered cultivators leave. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 people were shrouded in darkness. If they really fought, the entire star market would be affected. At that time, wouldn't they suffer an unexpected calamity? But how could Qi Xing open the protective array so easily? Before thoroughly understanding Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's intentions, rashly opening the protective array was tantamount to suicide. This protective array was Qi Xing's last line of defense. Within the discussion hall, Chen Tianfei and the other leaders were all badly battered, whereas Madame Qin, who'd always been calm and composed, had lost the interest to play the zither at this moment. Her beautiful brows were knit together tightly as she sat there, and she seemed like a resentful wife that had been abandoned by her husband for many years. The entire hall could be described as a gloomy atmosphere. What should we do now? What do you all think? Chen Tianfei turned to look at the others. Wei Yushan's face was filled with anger. This Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect don't put my Crimson Star in their eyes. I suggest we gather all the disciples and fight them to the death. Let them know that my Crimson Star is not easy to bully. Fuck your mother's bullshit. Chen Tianfei couldn't hold back and cursed. Sometimes he really wanted to smash open this guy's head and see what he was thinking. Why was his way of thinking so different? Ouyang frowned. What did First Head say? Chen Tianfei slowly shook his head. I've already sent a message to First Head, but I don't know if he is at a critical juncture in seclusion or not. Ouyang couldn't help but frown. At this time, if the Great Master didn't appear, it would be very difficult for them. Ouyang Bing said, it could also be that the First Master feels that this matter isn't the right time to decide the fate of Crimson Star. After all, it wasn't Crimson Star that provoked Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect, but that guy. Chen Tianfei said, that may be the case, but he is the sixth head of the Crimson Star. His words and actions represent the Crimson Star. Whatever he does outside is already marked by the Crimson Star. Ouyang Bing said, no matter what, we still need to figure out the intentions of Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang before we make any plans. And, calm. His voice was like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. Although it was not loud, it was deafening. Everyone in the Star Market could hear it clearly. This was trying to be polite before resorting to force. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect had joined forces, a total of 3,000 people. If they really wanted to forcefully attack this Star Market, then even the defensive spirit array would be useless. However, Xianxia had still shouted out, which undoubtedly confirmed the speculations of many people. Qixing was not a pushover. If Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect rashly started a war, it would only end with both sides suffering losses. Inside the hall, Chen Tianfei and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Suddenly, Chen Tianfei's expression froze. He took out a communication bead and said with joy, it's a message from the chief. Madame Qin, the Ouyang brothers, and Bei Yushan all looked over. Chen Tianfei used his divine sense to scan the area and quickly replied. Madame Qin's lips parted slightly as she softly asked, what did First Head say? Chen Tianfei put away the communication bead and said, First Head said that he will let us handle this matter and that he will not intervene. What did that mean? The several heads were confused. Just at this moment, Zhong Fan repeated what he said just now. However, this time, he was slightly impatient. Madame Qin sighed. No matter what, let's go meet him first. Damn that bastard, he actually wants me, Qixing, to clean up after him. Ouyang cursed angrily. Compared to Ouyang Bing, his temper was much more irritable. When Zhong Fan shouted for the third time, 5 figures rose from the center of Star City and quickly flew out to greet him. It's Qixing's heads. Someone shouted loudly. They've finally come out. If they hadn't come out, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect would have attacked. Another person secretly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. If the situation really developed to this point, no one would be able to escape unscathed. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Chen Tianfei and the others flew to 1,000 feet away from Zhong Fan, separated by 7 or 8 layers of defensive arrays. Chen Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands repeatedly. So it's the heads of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect. Please forgive me for not coming out to meet you. Zhong Fan remained calm and collected while Qiu Qingyun's cold gaze swept over them, as if he was looking for something. But in the end, he couldn't find anything and couldn't help but snort coldly. Chen Tianfei didn't feel embarrassed that he was being ignored because he knew that they had come in anger. Didn't they see their enemy and not give them a cold shoulder? He still smiled and said, May I know why you're here? Qiu Qingyun sneered. Don't you know why we're here? Why ask when you already know the answer? Chun Tianfei chuckled dryly and lowered his head to look down. He sighed in his heart and sent a voice transmission to Zhong Fan with his divine sense. No one knew what he said, but Zhong Fan nodded slightly and said sparingly, "Okay." He then turned to Qiu Qingyun and the others and said, "All of you wait here." Chun Tianfei cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Brother Zhong." After saying this, he turned to a certain place and shouted, "Open the array." Moments later, a crack appeared in the defensive array, and Zhong Fan stepped out into the Star City. After he entered, the crack in the defensive array closed again, isolating the Sword Pavilion and the Thunderlight Sect's experts from the outside. The crowd below was in an uproar. Master Zhong actually went to the meeting alone? Sure enough, the strong are bold. A fifth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator is no joke. If Crimson Star's first head doesn't appear, who can overshadow Master Zhong? That's true. After Zhong Fan entered, Chun Tianfei excused himself from Qiu Qingyun and the others before leading Zhong Fan to the conference hall. Obviously, he was going to have a detailed discussion with Zhong Fan there. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi saw this scene and rolled her eyes. She turned around and instructed the two disciples of Great Moon Prefecture and Chun Yu behind her, "Pack your things and get ready to run." With Sword Pavilions and Thunderlight Sect's armies pressuring her, there was no way Qi Xing would be able to withstand such pressure. Abandoning Yang Kai was the wisest choice, and with her sharp mind, she immediately saw through this and immediately ordered Chun Yu and the others to make preparations. "I'll go call first, brother." One of the disciples of Great Moon Prefecture hurriedly walked towards Meng Hong's place of seclusion. "I have nothing to pack." Chun Yu shook her head. Several Crimson Star's heads and Zhong Fan entered the conference hall. Although many people were curious about what they would discuss, they really couldn't find out. Probably no one knew except for those few heads. In just 10 minutes, Zhong Fan soared into the sky. When he stood in the air, he glanced coldly at Yang Kai's mansion and just happened to meet Yuhi's eyes. Yuhi smiled sweetly at him with a charming expression. "Bitch." Zhong Fan snorted coldly and transformed into a ray of sword light that charged out. If it wasn't for him being afraid of Yuhi, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he would have directly charged into the mansion and captured Yang Kai. But even though he was also at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, he wasn't confident that he could defeat Yuhi. Not to mention that this was the Great Void Realm, so he couldn't exert his full strength. Once someone helped him, he would definitely be defeated and flee. So after weighing the pros and cons, he could only retreat for now. A gap opened in the grand formation to allow Zhong Fan to leave. Julie came over and asked, "How was it?" Zhong Fan said indifferently, "What else?" As I expected, they abandoned the rook to save the king. Crimson Star abandoned that Yang Kai. Luo Qingyun said, "Since that's the case, why didn't they close this damn formation and let me kill that bastard?" Zhong Fan said, "They were naturally afraid that we would seize the opportunity to annihilate them." He waved his hand and said, "It's natural for them to have such concerns. How could Crimson Star not be on guard against our joint forces?" Luo Qingyun frowned, "But if that bastard keeps hiding inside and doesn't come out, are we just going to wait and do nothing?" "Of course not." Chun Tianfei said that he would think of a way to force that brat out. "He only asked us to retreat immediately after achieving our goal." "Retreat?" Luo Qingyun sneered. "In his dreams. We mobilized so many people this time. How can killing just one person appease the hatred in my heart? Since that bastard is Crimson Star's man, Crimson Star should pay the price. Di Tian and Ding Yi also have to die for daring to offend the dignity of Sword Pavilion." Lu Shui said softly, "How will Crimson Star force him out? What if he refuses to come out no matter what?" Zhong Fan glanced at her. "He will come out. It's not like we don't have any bargaining chips." Lu Shui understood and nodded silently. Silence was sometimes a kind of pressure. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 people besieged Star City. Although they didn't do anything and didn't say a word, it made the people in Star City feel uneasy. Amidst this turbulent situation, a piece of news quickly spread through Star City. Yang Kai didn't obtain the position of Crimson Star's sixth head legitimately. He didn't obtain the first head's approval at all. He had seized the position through schemes and tricks. On that day, he had ambushed Poison Matriarch and Gan Hong and used despicable means to coerce Chen Tianfei and the others to take the position of sixth head. The first head, who was in seclusion, didn't know anything about this and had never acknowledged his identity as the sixth head. His words and actions didn't represent Crimson Star at all. Chapter 4032. In other words, this so-called sixth young master Qi Xing was just Yang Kai blowing his own trumpet and had never been recognized by Qi Xing. At first, this news was only spread among a few people, but it soon spread to the entire Star City. It had only been half an hour, so it was impossible to say that there was no one behind this. For a time, many people looked at Yang Kai's mansion with pity, knowing that this sixth young master had been abandoned by Qi Xing. Not many people believed this rumor. If this was true, why did Qi Xing not deny it before? Why did he release such a statement when Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's army was pressing in? Obviously, he didn't want to be implicated by Yang Kai. This was understandable. It was a wise move to abandon the rook to save the king. What's more, Yang Kai had only been the sixth young master for a few days. He didn't even have a foundation in Qi Xing. So who would protect his interests and safety at this time? Although they understood, at this time, no one stood up for an irrelevant person. Instead, they complained about Yang Kai. If he hadn't caused trouble outside, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect wouldn't have made such a big fuss, implicating outsiders like them in this Star City. They didn't know if Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect would force their way in, and what would happen to them if that happened. Complaining in their hearts was normal. Some people had even gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion, shouting that Yang Kai should get out of Star City and that Red Star City did not welcome him. At first, the number of people was not many, but as time passed, more and more people gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. In less than a stick of incense worth of time, hundreds of people had gathered here, and as time passed, more people arrived. All of them glared at each other and cursed. All of them wanted Yang Kai to leave this place quickly and settle his grievances with Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect outside. They didn't want to implicate innocent people like them. The voices were like a tide, each wave louder than the previous one. Inside the mansion, the two disciples of Great Moon Province and Xinyu all turned pale and trembled. With the situation, there was still a chance of survival if they hid here, but if they left, how could they survive? Yuhi's delicate body was also trembling slightly from anger. She never thought that Qi Xing would actually be so despicable and shameless. In order to force Yang Kai to leave Star City, he actually used such a despicable method. With her divine sense, she could naturally detect that there were many Crimson Star disciples in the crowd, adding fuel to the fire. These people must have received instructions from Chen Tianfei and the others. Otherwise, how could they dare to act like this? Outside Star City, the gazes of Zhong Fan and the other four heaven-opening realm masters gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion. Long Tai sneered. This is Qi Xing's plan? You want to use these people to force that Yang Kai away? Chen Tianfei and the others are getting worse and worse. Zhu Li muttered. It's not necessarily ineffective. After all, it's difficult to provoke public anger. Luo Qingyun gritted his teeth and said, It's not like that bastard hasn't infuriated the masses before. Thinking back to what Yang Kai had done in the Yuan Ci Mountain, he felt that it was inconceivable. Even though he was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, he did not dare to do something that offended the interests of everyone. But Yang Kai had done it. It would have been fine if he had done it, but he was still alive and well afterwards. As such, he did not feel that this kind of method would have any effect. He had experienced that guy's madness before. Let's wait for a while. Since Chen Tianfei has already given this king his guarantee, let's see how his methods are. If it really doesn't work out, it won't be too late for us to take action then. In any case, he can't escape here, Zhong Fan said indifferently. Qian Qingyun's eyes flashed as he let out a sinister laugh. That's fine too. It's not bad to slowly enjoy his despair. Somewhere in Star City, Chen Tianfei and the others were hidden in the void, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Orders were silently passed down, and the crowd gathered in front of Yang Kai's mansion became more and more agitated. Yang Kai, get out of Star City. You're not welcome here. Yang Kai, are you dead? Solve your own problems. What kind of man are you hiding here? That's right, that's right. Since you're so powerful, why are you afraid of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect? Just go out and fight them to the death. Don't implicate innocent people like us. The crowd was like a tide as they shouted endlessly. Inside the mansion, Yuhi's expression was extremely ugly. Although she knew that many of these people were being used by Qi Xing, it was obvious that they were heartless, which was truly infuriating. Yang Kai, you coward. You have the guts to cause trouble, but you don't have the guts to take responsibility? What if he doesn't come out? Looking at the attitude of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, I'm afraid that they won't be able to wait for long. If they really get angry, they will immediately attack Star City. At that time, when the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will be implicated. If he doesn't come out, we'll fight our way in and drag him out. That's right, everyone, let's do it together. As soon as these words were spoken, a sword light slashed towards Yang Kai's mansion, followed by countless attacks that blotted out the sky. Although the mansion was covered by a large spirit array, it was not a very advanced spirit array after all, so how could it block the fierce attacks of so many people? In just 3 breaths of time, the spirit array shattered. The spirit array has been broken. Everyone, follow me and catch Yang Kai. Someone shouted and was the first to rush to the front. Hundreds of people followed closely behind, all of them rushing into the mansion. Yuhi was stunned. She was still hesitating whether to call Yang Kai and inform him of what had happened outside. But before she could make up her mind, the mansion's spirit array had already been broken. Looking up, a group of fierce-looking people holding artifacts rushed in, all of them looking unfriendly. This woman is with Yang Kai. Take her down first. We're not afraid that Yang Kai won't show himself. The leader shouted as soon as he saw Yuhi. Yuhi's face suddenly sank. She was a 5th-order Heaven Opening Realm cultivator, a well-known figure in the outside world. So how could an Emperor Realm Master dare act presumptuously in front of her? But now, someone was actually pointing at her and shouting. In front of Yang Kai, she was very obedient and had always regarded herself as a maidservant, obeying his every word. But that was just a disguise. What had Yang Kai ever seen her true nature? Filled with anger and murderous intent, Yuhi stared at the person who had shouted before and slowly raised her slender finger. At that moment, a dignified roar resounded through the sky, so noisy. As soon as these words fell, a figure suddenly flashed in front of Yuhi, wrapped in a cold aura that could penetrate one's heart, causing one to shudder involuntarily at a glance. Young master. Yuhi quickly lowered her finger, the murderous intent on her face disappearing without a trace. Her beautiful eyes glowing brightly as a look of fear appeared on her face, like a child who had been bullied when their master was not at home and finally saw their parents. Although Yang Kai was in retreat to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique, because of the matter with little fatty Su Jun, he had not fully activated the spirit array in his room and had instead paid attention to the outside world. After all, this was the first time he had met Su Jun, so it was naturally impossible for him to trust him unconditionally. He knew about the people from Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, the turmoil in Star City, and the clamoring outside his mansion, but he was too lazy to pay attention to it. But now that even the mansion's spirit array had been broken, he could no longer continue his seclusion. Being forced to appear, Yang Kai was annoyed. He had reached a critical juncture in his seclusion and was about to comprehend something, but now that he had been interrupted at such a critical moment, he naturally wasn't in a good mood. Looking around, the hundreds of thousands of people were densely packed together, almost filling the entire mansion. There were also many people outside who couldn't squeeze in, so they couldn't help but coldly snort. "Is he Yang Kai?" someone asked in a low voice. Many of the people who had rushed in hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face before, so they had been taken advantage of. "It seems so. I finally saw the real deal. I thought I could hide forever." Many people whispered, and some people secretly sized up Yang Kai, but they didn't find anything special about him. They really didn't know how such a person could provoke the major forces of Sword Pavilion to join forces to attack him. On the other hand, those who had clamored to drag out Yang Kai and drive him out of Star City didn't say a word at this moment, all of them looking nervous and quietly retreating to the back of the crowd. These were all Crimson Star's disciples who had secretly acted under Chen Tianfei's orders. Now that they had forced Yang Kai out, their goal had been achieved, so they naturally had to retreat. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and raised his hand, directly grabbing the person in front of him and lifting him into the air. At the same time, he urged his space principles, and in an instant, with him as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became viscous and confined. Countless muffled groans rang out, and those who were slightly weaker actually froze on the spot. They only felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on their bodies, as if it was going to crush them into powder. Although those who were slightly stronger were not so weak, it was still difficult for them to move. "Are you the one who took the lead to cause trouble?" Yang Kai coldly looked at the person he was holding in the air and asked indifferently. "No, no," the man replied in a panic, the fear in his heart indescribable. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed several kinds of heaven-splitting strength. In the outside world, he was already a half-step heaven-splitting master and only lacked 2 kinds of strength to break through to the next level. But now that he was imprisoned by Yang Kai, he couldn't even break free. The fierce and pure strength surged into his body, causing his strength to become extremely weak, making it impossible for him to resist. He couldn't help thinking back to the rumors in Star City that Yang Kai had killed Poison Matriarch and gone home with just the strength of an emperor. At that time, he had snorted disdainfully. In the end, a heaven-opening realm master was still a heaven-opening realm master. Even in this special environment, how could Yang Kai kill them? In private, everyone said that Yang Kai had launched a sneak attack, and the words that had just come out of Crimson Star had undoubtedly confirmed this point. Yang Kai had indeed launched a sneak attack, but now it seemed that the rumors were wrong. With this kind of strength, he really did have the ability to kill heaven-splitting masters. At this critical moment of life and death, the man wept bitterly. "Sixth Master, please spare me." This lowly one was only following orders. "Sixth Master, please spare me." "Sixth Master?" Yang Kai chuckled as he looked in a certain direction, his eyes deep and seemingly able to pierce through space, a mocking expression on his face. Chapter 4033. On the other side, Chen Tianfei and the others who were hiding in the void all looked nervous. Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp. Although he wasn't very smart, his perception of danger was like that of a wild beast. Under Yang Kai's gaze, Bei Yushan felt as if he had met his natural enemy, and he felt as if he would die in the next moment. The fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched. Is this a coincidence, or has he already discovered us? The Ouyang brothers' faces were as calm as water, and they did not dare to make a sound for fear of leaking their auras. Fortunately, Yang Kai only glanced at them indifferently before retracting his gaze. He looked at the unfamiliar faces and then looked at the person in his hand. "Isn't it a little too late to call me Sixth Master now?" The power in his hand shook, and the person screamed in pain before exploding into pieces. A mist of blood filled the sky, and the expressions of the many cultivators who had rushed into the mansion changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so ruthless as to start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. One had to know that there were many of them, and Yang Kai's actions would undoubtedly cause great turmoil. However, looking at Yang Kai's contemptuous expression, it was as if he did not care at all. For a moment, many people's hearts were in chaos. Under the confinement of the space law, they could feel how terrifying Yang Kai's strength was. A Crimson Star disciple shouted in horror, "This lowly one deserves to die. Sixth Master, please spare my life. Since you deserve to die, then all of you will die." Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. When he clapped and pulled his hands, a gigantic moon blade appeared between his hands and slashed out. Without a sound, blood splattered and broken limbs flew. In an instant, the mansion turned into hell. Wherever the moon blade passed, it destroyed everything in its path. Those cultivators who had rushed into the mansion fell like straws in the wind. No one could block the terrifying slash and were cut in half. Those who had strong vitality did not die immediately. They dragged their broken bodies and crawled out, lingering on with their last breaths as they wailed. Wherever they passed, long bloodstains were left behind. It was a ghastly sight. With just one attack, hundreds of people were killed. In the void, the eyelids of Chun Tianfei and the others, who had hidden themselves, twitched violently as their scalps went numb. Even Yu He, who was standing behind Yang Kai, couldn't help but cover her red lips as she looked at the back of the person she thought she was very familiar with. Only now did she realize that this person was actually so unfamiliar. This person was indeed very different from that person. That person was always as gentle as jade, always as warm as the wind. However, the person in front of him could kill people without batting an eyelid. How dare you do this? An old cultivator pointed at Yang Kai, bristling with anger. They had only barged into Yang Kai's residence to force him to leave Star City. They didn't want him to implicate others because of his grudge with the Sword Firmament Pavilion's Leguan. However, Yang Kai had directly killed over 100 of them. How cruel was that? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Why do you have to tell me what to do? Scram! With a wave of his sleeve, a surging force sent the old cultivator flying, causing him to explode into a mist of blood in midair. Since these people dared to break through his residence's grand array and trespass, then they had to pay the price for their actions. Madman, this guy is a madman. Run! Someone shouted and turned around to run. The rest of the crowd also circulated their strength and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai had come out of seclusion in anger and killed over 100 people with a single attack, so his anger had mostly subsided. Seeing these people fleeing in all directions, he didn't make things difficult for them and allowed them to escape. Turning around, he looked at Zhong Fan and the others with contempt and smiled disdainfully. Zhong Fan shouted in a deep voice, Yang Kai, dozens of my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples died because of you. Today, this king will kill you to avenge my Sword Firmament Pavilion's disciples. Quickly come out and accept your death. Zhu Li also took a step forward and gritted his teeth. Come out and accept your death, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste all the torture in the world and make you beg for death. Facing the two's clamoring and provocation, Yang Kai just smiled faintly and said, If you have the ability, then come in and fight your way in. As soon as these words came out, the entire Star City was in an uproar. This was something that every cultivator feared. If it weren't for the fear of being implicated, why would those people attack Yang Kai's residence to capture him? But now, Yang Kai was provoking them with what they were afraid of. How could they endure this? Many people were worried, fearing that Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang would really attack Star City in anger. At that time, they would definitely suffer calamity. Some even complained that Qi Xing didn't close the spirit array so that Zhong Fan and the others could rush in and kill Yang Kai. That surnamed Yang must be afraid. He is really despicable and shameless. It's natural to be afraid. Sword Firmament Pavilion's Lei Guang has so many people here. No matter how strong he is, how can he fight against them? What's the use of being afraid now? Why didn't he think of the consequences when he provoked Sword Firmament Pavilion and Lei Guang on the Yuan Ci Mountain? That bastard is dead for sure. Star City's Grand Array won't be able to protect him. Can't Master Chun and the others throw him out? Star City was in an uproar. Chun Tianfei and the others listened to the whispers with bitter expressions. If they could throw Yang Kai out, why would they wait until now? They would have done it long ago, but Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and Gan Hong in the main hall without the slightest hesitation. They knew that they were no match for Yang Kai in a one-on-one fight. Even if they attacked together, Yang Kai still had Yueha by his side, so how could they stroke the tiger's whiskers? Qian Qingyun ridiculed. Surnamed Yang, I was wrong about you. I thought you were a responsible man, but now it seems that you are only SOSO. Yang Kai snorted. What qualifications do you have to comment on whether this king is responsible or not? Why do I need you to comment? Finished speaking, He couldn't be bothered with these people and turned around to walk towards the secret room. Since Chen Tianfei and the others had chosen to give up on him, there was no need for Yang Kai to consider anything for Qi Xing. With the space principles in his body, he could leave if he wanted to and stay if he wanted to. No one could stop him. Junior, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Take a look at what this is, Zhong Fan suddenly spoke. Yang Kai stopped and looked over. Zhong Fan waved his hand and said, "Bring it up." As soon as he finished speaking, the thousands of people split apart, revealing a passage in the middle. Following that, dozens of people flew out from behind, but at this moment, these dozens of people seemed to be carrying a huge object as they flew through the air. After seeing what they were carrying, Yuhi couldn't help but cover her red lips with her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she hurriedly turned her head to look at Yang Kai. What she saw was Yang Kai's eyes narrowing slightly. His face was gloomy as a faint killing intent lingered around him. The object that those dozens of people were carrying was none other than the Scarlet Jiao that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. The Scarlet Jiao must have experienced a difficult battle. Its entire body was covered in wounds and blood was constantly dripping down. It was unknown how many pieces of scales had fallen off its body, revealing large chunks of flesh. It looked extremely miserable, and its aura was extremely weak, as if it could die at any time. The most serious injury was below its head. There was a huge wound that was filled with sword intent. It was obvious that it had been injured by sword chi and had almost been decapitated. Although the Scarlet Jiao's strength was not bad, it was only a vicious beast after all, and its intelligence was not too high. If many people really attacked it together, it might not be able to defeat them. The Scarlet Jiao was actually captured. At this moment, its entire body was covered in secret technique chains, completely restraining it, making it unable to move. This was a vicious beast that Yang Kai had left on Origin Magnet Mountain. When he left Origin Magnet Mountain, he did not find what he wanted. Yang Kai was unwilling to give up, so he had Guizian and the others stay there and told them that if a high-quality divine Origin Magnet Stone appeared, they should immediately send a message to him. He had also deliberately left the Scarlet Jiao and Earth Dragon with him in case of any accidents. During this time, he had not received any messages from Guizian. Yang Kai himself was in seclusion comprehending the divine technique, so he did not take the initiative to contact him. Who would have thought that when he saw the Scarlet Jiao again, it would actually be in such a situation? The Scarlet Jiao being like this meant that Sword Pavilion and Lei Guang must have gone to Origin Magnet Mountain first. They probably thought that Yang Kai was still there. What about the Earth Dragon? What about Guizian? Yang Kai's divine sense spread out like a tide, and in the next instant, the killing intent on his body became even stronger. He did not feel the Earth Dragon's aura, so he did not know if the Earth Dragon had died or escaped, but he did feel Guizian's aura. Following the Scarlet Jiao, another group of people was escorted forward, led by Guizian and a few dozen Scarlet Star disciples. However, there were about 70 Scarlet Star disciples left on Origin Magnet Mountain, and now only half of them are left. The rest had probably been killed. Guizian and the others did not have secret technique chains on them, but it was obvious that some kind of restriction had been placed on them. Each of them had a weak aura, as if they had never cultivated before. Boy, these are your subordinates and spirit beasts, right? Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Do you not care whether they live or die? Yang Kai's gaze swept over Guizian and the others one by one, confirming that their lives were not in danger. Only the Scarlet Jiao was severely injured, so he asked coldly, "What do you want?" "I am no longer a member of Scarlet Star, and they are Scarlet Star disciples. Do you want to use them to threaten me?" "You are too naive," Zhong Fan said. "Compared to my own life, I can abandon my subordinates and spirit beasts. This old master naturally will not use their lives to threaten you. This old master just wants you to watch a good show." "What show?" "A show of killing," Zhong Fan said, and with a wave of his hand, one of the captured disciples was directly grabbed by him. Sword chi burst out from his palm, instantly turning that disciple into a blood mist. Zhong Fan angrily roared, Sword Pavilion is not to be humiliated. Those who humiliate Sword Pavilion will be killed without mercy. These words seemed to be a declaration, causing the entire star market to tremble. Even Chun Tianfei and the others who had hidden themselves had dignified expressions. After Zhong Fan spoke, he stretched out his hand again and caught another Scarlet Star disciple in his hand. Just as he was about to repeat the same trick, his eyes suddenly shrank, because at that moment, he had lost sight of Yang Kai. With Zhong Fan's ability, he did not notice how he had disappeared. Chapter 4034. Zhong Fan's original plan was to kill Yang Kai's subordinates one by one in front of Yang Kai and the entire Star City before killing Qi Jiao. Firstly, it was to pay for the deaths of Sword Pavilion's disciples on Xianxia Mountain, and secondly, it was to put pressure on Yang Kai. Otherwise, why would he have spent so much effort to bring these people and Qi Jiao here? He would have killed them long ago on Xianxia Mountain. Although Yang Kai kept saying that he was no longer a member of Scarlet Star, many of these people had gone through life and death with him. If Yang Kai really left them alone, he would definitely be criticized. If this move could force Yang Kai out, it would naturally be for the best. Even if it didn't succeed, Sword Pavilion wouldn't lose anything. It would also let the world know what the consequences of provoking Sword Pavilion were, killing two birds with one stone. Zhong Fan had thought that Yang Kai would be afraid of death and turn a blind eye, or that he would be angered by his subordinates. But who would have thought that such a sudden change would occur? When Yang Kai's figure disappeared from his field of vision, Zhong Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He immediately shouted, "Be careful!" As soon as he said this, he saw Yang Kai again. However, at this moment, Yang Kai appeared beside Guozian like a ghost, the space around him twisting and distorting. As soon as he appeared, he reached out and grabbed at Yang Kai. 10 meters away from Guozian, Lu Shui stood in the air, her beautiful eyes still focused on Yang Kai's movements. But in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had disappeared. By the time she sensed that something was wrong, it was already too late. Yang Kai's large hand had reached out, seemingly able to cover the sky as it descended towards her. Lu Shui couldn't help but feel like she couldn't avoid it. In any case, she was still a fourth-stage heaven-opening cultivator. The moment she sensed that something was wrong, she let out a shout, and a purple sword light slashed out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her figure rapidly retreated. The power of this attack was extraordinary. It was a sure kill attack that she had nurtured with her mind. Normally, she would not use it unless it was a moment of life and death. More than one heaven-opening expert had died to this attack. At the same time that Lu Shui slashed out with her sword, Qin Qingyun, who was not far away, made his move as well. A sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. With a swirl of sword light, his body was wrapped within the sword. Man and sword became one as he slashed towards Yang Kai's waist with a ferocious expression. Zhu Li, on the other hand, retreated 100 meters in horror. He was terrified of Yang Kai. Back in the Origin Magnet Mountain, Bi Jian had died under Yang Kai's spear. Even though many days had passed, the scene was still vivid in his mind. Now that he suddenly saw Yang Kai appear not far from him, his first thought was to run away quickly before making any plans. The other leader of Thunderlight's sect was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react to what had happened. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai grabbed the violet sword that had slashed out from between Lu Shui's brows. With a clang, the sword let out a clear and resonant hum that shot into the 9 heavens. Lu Shui's eyes instantly widened as shock filled her face. That was because Yang Kai was actually completely unscathed from her sure kill attack. Not only that, Yang Kai was actually holding a 3-inch long, hiltless sword that glowed with violet light between his fingers. The sword seemed to possess a mind of its own as it struggled and trembled in Yang Kai's hand. However, no matter what, it was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp. Die! Right at this moment, Luo Qingyun slashed out furiously, directly striking Yang Kai's waist. A wisp of a smile couldn't help but appear on Luo Qingyun's face, and he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Kai being slashed into two by him and dying on the spot. The might of the full-force strike of his fourth-rank Heaven Splitter was utterly impossible for Yang Kai, who was in the Emperor realm, to resist. However, the rebounding force that came from his hand caused Xianxia Yun's smile to instantly stiffen. In his field of vision, Yang Kai's body was suddenly enveloped in a vigorous earth-yellow glow, and a prismatic earth element shield appeared to protect Yang Kai's body, blocking his front. That sword slashed onto the shield of earth. As expected of the full-force strike of a fourth-rank Heaven Splitter, even the solid shield of earth was actually unable to resist it, and it shattered with a clatter. The sword slashed past Yang Kai's waist and tore open a hole in his clothes. At the instant they brushed past each other, Yang Kai glanced indifferently at Luo Qingyun. The sword light dispersed to reveal Luo Qingyun's figure, and his expression was savage to the point of being slightly terrifying. This was because Yang Kai's glance just now had been filled with contempt, as if he was looking at an ant. With a cry of alarm, Luo Qingyun abruptly turned around, and when he saw what was happening, he couldn't help but explode with rage. Release her. Amidst the army of 10,000, Yang Kai's large hand gripped Lu Shui's slender neck as he hid behind her. He looked ahead from behind Lu Shui with a playful expression. 3 inches from Lu Shui's throat, a cold light flickered. At some point, Zhong Fan had arrived with his sword. He was at the 5th rank Heaven Splitter, and in terms of strength and foundation, he was stronger than any of the Heaven Splitters present. The moment he saw Yang Kai attack Lu Shui, he immediately sensed Yang Kai's intentions and immediately flew over to save her. However, even with Luo Qingyun's interference, he was still a little too late. By the time he arrived, Yang Kai had already grabbed Lu Shui and used her as a shield. With a shield like Lu Shui, how could Zhong Fan attack again? Their gazes met. Zhong Fan was seething with rage while his face warped. He pointed his sword forward, yet he was unable to move. Luo Qingyun had an anxious expression. Zhu Li had a horrified expression, and Long Tai, who'd recovered from his shock, had an astounded expression as well. At this instant, countless gazes shot over, yet it was perfectly silent. Everything that had happened in that instant just now had happened too quickly. Besides a few people, no one knew exactly what had happened, and by the time they reacted, the situation before them had already occurred. Countless people asked in their hearts, how could this have happened? How could Yang Kai have the courage to charge out? How could he receive Luo Qingyun's attack without being affected at all? How could Lu Shui be captured by him? Why didn't she resist at all? Numerous huge questions arose in their hearts, yet no one was able to give an answer. It wasn't just the spectators who were puzzled. Even Luo Qingyun and Zhong Fan looked at Lu Shui with puzzlement. Even though she was a woman, she was at the 4th rank Heaven Splitter, so why didn't she resist after being captured by Yang Kai? So long as Lu Shui was able to struggle free from Yang Kai's restraint with a single strike, then they would immediately be able to join forces and kill Yang Kai. Only Lu Shui was clearly aware in her heart that a strand of scorching and terrifying energy had instantly invaded her body at the instant she was captured by Yang Kai. That energy burned her meridians, flesh, and blood without restraint, causing her to feel excruciating pain. Her entire body trembled while sweat instantly drenched her clothes. It was absolutely the energy of the fire element that Yang Kai had condensed. However, Lu Shui had never seen such pure energy of the fire element, nor had she sensed such high-quality energy of the fire element. The energy within her body was utterly unable to resist the flames of that energy, and it collapsed upon coming into contact with it. She could only utilize her Dao Seal to resist it with all her might, and she couldn't be distracted at all. So, how could she have any strength left to resist? Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause her to be incinerated into nothingness. Exactly what rank is this fire element? Lu Shui had a faint guess in her heart, but she didn't dare to believe it. In the mansion below, Yuhi's beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai with a complicated expression. This person was indeed very different from that person, but in some aspects, they were equally crazy and disregarded life and death. This kind of madness was fascinating and intoxicating. Her mood seemed to have traveled back thousands of years, returning to the time when she was young. Deep in her heart, there was a sour feeling. In the void, Chun Tianfei, who had hidden his figure, trembled with fear. Although he had long seen the terror of Yang Kai's strength, he couldn't help but be shaken when he saw it again. This guy was simply a monster. In the great cosmological realm, who could compete with him if he couldn't split open the heavens? Beside him, Bei Yushan couldn't help but gulp down his saliva, revealing the horror in his heart. In the sky and on the ground, all eyes were on him. Yang Kai grinned and gently pushed Lu Shui forward. Seeing the sharp sword getting closer and closer to her throat, Lu Shui couldn't help but look at Zhong Fan with a pleading expression. Zhong Fan's face twitched, and he had no choice but to withdraw his sword. Despicable! Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and cursed. Yang Kai sneered. I learned it from you. Zhong Fan was suddenly at a loss for words. Before, he had used the lives of Guizian and the others to threaten Kai Yang, but in the blink of an eye, Kai Yang had used Lu Shui to threaten him. It really was 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Every dog had its day, but these 30 years had passed in a flash. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to him and looked at Guizian with a solemn expression. This king has implicated you this time. Guizian was moved. Sixth Master, please don't say that. This lowly one and the others have embarrassed you. He secretly hated himself for not being strong enough. Yang Kai had even left the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon for him to use, but at the critical moment, he couldn't even send out a message. Otherwise, Yang Kai wouldn't have been so passive. He couldn't be blamed for this. The main reason was that Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had too many people and acted too quickly. When they arrived at Xianxia Mountain, they directly captured them and then divided their forces to encircle the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. So how could they have the time to send out a message? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I am no longer Qi Xing's sixth master, so don't call me sixth master anymore. Guizian was startled for a moment, but he was also a smart person. He just glanced at Star City and thought about what he had heard and seen before and immediately understood Yang Kai's situation. He couldn't help showing a look of shame on his face. As Qi Xing's great commander, he couldn't agree with the actions of Qi Xing's masters, but he was powerless to change anything. His dry lips squirmed a few times. On the other side, Yang Kai looked at Zhong Fan and said, Old dog, now that you have my people in your hands and I have yours, what do you want to do? Zhong Fan looked at Yang Kai coldly and snorted, Let her go and I'll spare your life. Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted, Guizian. Guizian's hair was disheveled, and although his cultivation was sealed, he still responded in a deep voice, This lowly one is here. How many of your people did they kill on Xianxia Mountain? Guizian's eyes flashed with grief as he cupped his fists and said, replying to Master, this lowly one originally had 72 people under him, but now only 39 remain. A total of 33 people have died. Yang Kai nodded, his aura bursting from his body, as if a god had descended. I'll take revenge for those 33 people. Open your eyes wide and watch carefully. When his words fell, Zhong Fan's face changed greatly. You dare. Yang Kai, however, slapped out his palm, and a huge palm print fell from the sky, pressing down on Thunderlight Sect and Sword Pavilion's camp. Chapter 4035. A huge palm print slammed down from the sky, causing the surrounding space to explode. No one had expected Yang Kai to be so crazy. Not only did he not know how to restrain himself in front of the enemy, he even took the initiative to attack. The Sword Pavilion disciples had yet to complete their sword array, and the Thunderlight Sect disciples were shaken. In a hurry, they hurriedly sent out a series of secret techniques and artifacts. The huge palm print was riddled with holes by countless attacks, but it still continued to press down. Miserable cries rang out as clouds of blood mist exploded in the air, like the most enchanting red roses. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, flowers of blood bloomed in the air, enchanting and bloody. By the time this attack was exhausted, exactly 33 flowers of blood had bloomed in the air. Gasps could be heard coming from all over Star City. Everyone stared at the figure standing in the void in disbelief. Zhong Fan and the others' eyes were spitting fire, almost burning the void. 33 of Guizian's subordinates had died in battle, and now Yang Kai had killed 33 Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect disciples in public. Not one more and not one less, just to avenge those who had died. And this arrogant action was undoubtedly a slap to the faces of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect, causing Zhong Fan and the others to feel pain. If they could not kill Yang Kai here today, how could Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect establish themselves in the great cosmological realm in the future? The long sword in Zhong Fan's hand trembled slightly as sword chi flickered. He was furious and wished he could rush up and cut Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. But Lu Shui was restrained by Yang Kai, so he dared not act rashly. Yang Kai, however, suddenly turned his head and glared at Zhong Fan, shouting, "This king forgot. It wasn't 33. You just killed another person." As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the Thunderlight sect and Sword Pavilion disciples changed drastically, and they all retreated, pulling away from Yang Kai. Although there were many of them, no one was willing to die an unjust death. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, except for Zhong Fan and a few other heaven-opening realm masters, there was no one around. The power of one person was terrifying. "What do you want?" Zhong Fan looked over coldly. "You invited me to watch a show, so this king will also invite you to watch a show." As he said this, he twisted the 3-inch purple sword that belonged to Lu Shui and stabbed it into Lu Shui's chest. Then he slammed his palm down and sent the purple sword back into Lu Shui's body. Lu Shui let out a muffled groan. She had been using all her strength to resist the burning of the Golden Crow true fire, and now that she had been injured by Yang Kai, she was immediately covered in sweat. Her white clothes were stained with blood, and her entire body was flushed red. Steam rose from the top of her head, and a painful groan came from her throat. "You're courting death." Luo Qingyun's gaze instantly turned crimson red as he gritted his teeth and shouted explosively. Zhong Fan's face instantly darkened. Although he was furious that Yang Kai had killed 33 people with a single palm strike just now, they were just his subordinates. He could just kill them again after they died, but Lu Shui was different. She was one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion, but now she was being humiliated by Yang Kai like this, so he had no choice but to reevaluate Yang Kai's madness. Wuxia and the 30 or so captured Scarlet Star disciples were originally dispirited, but after seeing Yang Kai's unexpected actions with their own eyes, all of them became spirited. This sixth manager was truly cruel and ruthless. He could even lay his hands on such a delicate beauty like Lu Shui. If they were in his shoes, they might not have the heart to do so. However, they had to admit that when they saw this scene, it really made them feel very happy. Their blood boiled, and it made them feel warm from the inside out. An uncontrollable impulse surged in their hearts to follow this sixth head through fire and water. Even if they died here, they would have no regrets. "If you dare say another word, I'll twist her head off." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Luo Yang Kai and said in a cold voice. Luo Yang Kai's sword intent surged as he watched Lu Shui suffer with his own eyes. So how could he not want to save her? In fact, he had been looking for an opportunity, but unfortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense surged and monitored the surroundings, so he couldn't do anything. At this moment, when he met Yang Kai's icy cold eyes, he was shocked and realized that he wasn't joking, but would really do it. His anger was suppressed in his chest like a volcano that could erupt at any moment, but he didn't dare to say another word, for fear that Yang Kai would really twist Lu Shui's head off. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously and shouted in a deep voice, "Guazian." Guazian's expression became solemn as he replied, "This humble one is here. Are you afraid of death?" Yang Kai turned around to look at him. Guazian's mouth moved, and he really wanted to say that he wasn't afraid to strengthen Yang Kai's reputation. But who wasn't afraid of death? Words that went against his heart would seem hypocritical, so he immediately smiled frankly. "I am." After that, he said, "But this humble one believes that if we die, then Master will definitely take revenge for us." He didn't doubt this in the slightest, because Yang Kai had already used the lives of 33 of them to prove it. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "You're very good," Guazian said in a low voice. "Master, there's no need to worry about us. Just do as you please. Even if we brothers die here, we'll absolutely not be a burden to you. Brothers, don't all of you agree?" "Yes, master." Over 30 of them shouted explosively in unison, and their voices shook the world while they revealed expressions of being ready to face death. Countless people were moved, and many of them showed looks of respect. Whether these words were sincere or forced by the situation, Xianxia being able to gain the support of Guizian and the others at this time was enough to show his personal charisma. Chun Tianfei and the others had complicated expressions. They had commanded Crimson Star for many years, and although they had some useful subordinates, they had never seen such loyalty from these people. Guizian had only been assigned to Xianxia for a short period of time, 1 or 2 months at most, yet he was already convinced? They couldn't believe it. Could Crimson Star's disciples be like this? Xianxia's expression was solemn as his eyes swept over the faces of the more than 30 people, as if he wanted to remember their faces. He saw Guizian's calmness, saw the fear and reluctance to live in the depths of these people's eyes, and saw the many expectations they had for him. Nodding slightly, Xianxia said, "Don't worry, if you die, I will bury these 3,000 people with you." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Although Xianxia had shown extraordinary combat strength before, and even Lu Shui, who was a 4th-grade heaven splitter, could not resist him, everyone knew that in the great cosmological realm, ordinary heaven splitters were no match for Xianxia. But these words were too arrogant. Those were 3,000 people, not 3,000 radishes. Even if they stood there and let others kill them, it would take a long time, not to mention that there were several heaven splitters present, and the disciples of Sword Pavilion could form the Starfall Sword Array. Even if Crimson Star went all out, it was impossible for them to be opponents, let alone a mere Xianxia. Someone secretly shook his head. Isn't this surnamed Yang a bit too arrogant? Does he really think he is invincible? Someone even sneered. Who doesn't know how to talk big? If you wanted to go up, I can say a few words. Sigh, this kid, I thought he was a character, but who knew that his brain is a bit stupid? How can he say such words so casually? Even Yu-He, who had been paying close attention to the mansion, frowned slightly. It was not that she did not believe in Xianxia's strength. She had also seen Xianxia join forces with Crimson Flood Dragon to defeat hundreds of people from Thunderlight Sect, but the 3,000 people in front of her were different. Thunderlight Sect had used all their strength, and Sword Pavilion also had 300 disciples here. Once the Sword Array was used, they were invincible. If Xianxia relied on the Space Divine technique to deal with them, he might be able to defeat them, but it was a bit unrealistic to say that he could kill 3,000 people. "Junior, you are young, but you talk big." Zhong Fan snorted coldly. "You will know if I talk big or not when you try." Xianxia squinted. "Old dog, now you have 2 choices. First, let my people go, and I will exchange this woman with you. Second, you kill my people, and I will send this woman to the Yellow Springs to be buried with them. Which one do you choose?" Zhong Fan's face was so gloomy that it could almost condense water. Xianxia's intention was obviously to exchange their hostages, but when it came out of his mouth, it sounded like a threat, making one feel uncomfortable. What made Zhong Fan feel even more helpless was that he could not ignore Lu Shui's life or death. For any force, a 4th-grade heaven splitter was a cornerstone that could not be lost. How do you expect this old master to believe you? Zhong Fan pondered for a moment before rolling his eyes. What if this old master releases her and you go back on your word? Do you have a choice? Xianxia sneered. Zhong Fan said, "This old master will release half of her first. If you let her go, this old master will definitely release the other half." Xianxia acted as if he did not hear and raised Lu Shui high in the air. His face filled with murderous intent. As if there was no one else present, he indifferently said, "I will count to 3. If I don't see the result I want, you could just wait to collect this woman's corpse." 1. "Junior, don't go too far." Zhong Fan was furious. Xianxia's attitude was so unyielding that it was extremely infuriating. He'd already taken a step back and could release half of the hostages, Yet Yang Kai actually refused to accept it. How could he endure this under the gazes of everyone present? 2. Yang Kai remained unmoved and had a cold and indifferent expression. Luo Qingyun looked nervously at Zhong Fan, and he'd already clenched his sword tightly. He was only waiting for Yang Kai to shout out 3 before he launched an attack. Zhong Fan's imposing aura rose swiftly to its peak as well, and he stared fixedly at Yang Kai. He was able to sense that even though Yang Kai had mentally prepared Guizian and the others in advance and told them that he would take revenge, he actually didn't want to see Guizian and the others die here. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wanted to exchange hostages. At this critical moment, whoever's imposing aura was slightly weaker would suffer a crushing defeat. So, Zhong Fan had a firm expression and remained unmoved. Yang Kai opened his mouth slightly, while a wisp of a savage smile appeared on his face, and he'd already formed the shape of 3 words while surging fluctuations of energy emanated from his hand. Zhong Fan immediately shouted explosively, "Release her!" His imposing aura that shot into the sky instantly fell to rock bottom at this moment. He didn't dare take the risk in the end. Yang Kai could disregard the fate of Guizian and the others, and if worse came to worst, he could just go back and take revenge, but the Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose Lu Shui. Qian Qingyun suddenly heaved a sigh of relief, and his palm that held his sword was covered in sweat. On the other hand, after Zhong Fan gave the order, Guizian and the others that were captured had escaped their restraints successively, and they flew towards Yang Kai. When they arrived before him, Guizian had an expression of gratitude and embarrassment, and he tilted his head and cupped his fists. "Master." Chapter 4036. Yang Kai nodded and said in a light voice, "Where's the Earth Dragon?" Up until now, he still didn't know if the Earth Dragon was dead or alive. Guizian said, "The Earth Dragon is fine. It has drilled into the Origin Magnet Mountain." This fellow was extremely slippery, and it immediately fled when it noticed the situation wasn't good. It was skilled in earth movement, so even if the Sword Pavilion and Thunderbolt sect were numerous, they couldn't do anything to it. Moreover, it was impossible for them to constantly search for its tracks in the Origin Magnet Mountain, so they simply let it go. After all, their main target was still Yang Kai. That's good. Yang Kai was extremely gratified in his heart, as he'd finally heard some good news. The Crimson WYRM was quickly released as well. Comparatively speaking, the Crimson WYRM's injuries were the heaviest. Countless scales on its body had fallen off, its body was dripping with blood, and there was an enormous wound on its neck, causing it to look extremely terrifying. It flew over to Yang Kai before lowering its head to convey its furious and helpless emotions. Its eyes were even looking at Lu Shui, who was in Yang Kai's hand, and it bared its teeth as if it wished for nothing more than to swallow her into its stomach. The enormous wound on its neck was caused by Lu Shui. This caused Lu Shui to be extremely nervous. Zhong Fan and Luo Qingyun couldn't help but feel their hearts rise to their throats as they were deeply afraid that Yang Kai would go back on his word. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't make the Crimson WYRM do that, and he just patted its head. "Go back." He instructed Guizian and the others. "All of you go back first." Guizian was stunned. "Master, what about you?" "Don't worry, this group of trash can't do anything to me." Guizian was deeply worried and wanted to persuade Yang Kai. Yet when he saw Yang Kai's firm expression, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to persuade Yang Kai, and he felt extreme admiration in his heart. This master was truly extraordinary to be able to remain so calm and composed when facing so many enemies. "Then, Master, you must be careful," Guizian said before leading over 30 people and the Crimson WYRM toward Star City. The defensive grand formation of Star City was still closed. Yang Kai turned his head to look towards the place where Chen Tianfei and the others were hiding, and he stared there without blinking. He didn't say a single word, yet he emitted a silent pressure. After several breaths of time, Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and he secretly issued an order. A crack appeared in the formation. Guizian S. and the others, and the Crimson WYRM, they rushed into Star City. Although Chen Tianfei and the others didn't want to offend Sword Pavilion and Thunder Ray Sect, In the eyes of outsiders, Guizian's group was still part of the Crimson Star sect, and it wasn't right for them to lock their own people outside, so they could only let them in. And after Guizian and the others entered Star Market, Yangkai undoubtedly won the hostage exchange. Now, in this situation, Yangkai held the overall initiative. With Lu Shui in his hands, whether he wanted to fight or stay was up to him. Although Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect had more people, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Many people revealed looks of admiration. If they were in Lu Shui's shoes, they wouldn't be able to do this. But thinking about it carefully, Sword Pavilion was also helpless. As long as they couldn't bear to give up on Lu Shui, they would definitely choose to compromise. A gust of wind blew, causing their clothes to flutter. Divine senses spread out, locking onto Yangkai. Wisps of murderous intent lingered. The 300 Sword Pavilion disciples quietly changed their formation and sealed off all directions. In an instant, the place where Yangkai stood was completely surrounded. There was no way out. "This boy is in trouble," Chen Tianfei softly said. In this situation, unless Yangkai could keep Lu Shui in check, there was no way he could escape this inescapable net. He asked for it. Ouyang Lai coldly snorted. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants just because he has some ability? If you were him, what would you do? Madame Qin asked. Chen Tianfei shook his head. Lu Shui is his only hope. If he wants to live, he must not let Lu Shui go. At this moment, Zhong Fan shouted, "Let her go." Yangkai grinned. "Don't worry, this king always keeps his word. Catch." Saying so, under everyone's shocked gazes, he directly pushed Lu Shui out. Chen Tianfei's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, almost popping out of their sockets. He cried out involuntarily, "This brat is crazy." He just said that if he wanted to live, he must not let Lu Shui go, but Yangkai actually did it. With Lu Shui in his hands, Yangkai still had the upper hand. If he let Lu Shui go, how could he survive? Was he tired of living and courting death? Not only did Chen Tianfei not expect this, but even Lu Shui herself did not expect this. When Lu Shui was pushed out, she was stunned, as if she did not expect to break free from Yangkai's control so easily. Zhong Fan's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Good brat. I respect you as a hero and will definitely give you a quick death." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Shui to his side, and the huge broadsword in his hand shook as he was about to charge forward. However, this did not stop Lu Shui from spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood mist that she spat out was scalding hot, as if it was boiling. Not only that, Lu Shui's exposed skin was scarlet red, and steam was rising from her head. Zhong Fan's pupil shrank, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Lu Shui had also acted strangely before, but at that time, she had been suppressed by Yangkai, so Zhong Fan had thought that Yangkai was secretly manipulating her, but now that she had been released, how could she still be like this? Even if Yangkai had planted some kind of method in her body, with her 4-stage heaven-opening foundation, she should have been able to easily resolve it. She should not have been in such a miserable state. "Uncle Zhong, save me!" Lu Shui shouted hoarsely, her beautiful eyes filled with panic and panic. Zhong Fan did not have time to look for trouble with Yangkai and reached out to grab Lu Shui's wrist, sending his pure strength into her body. But he quickly retracted his hand as if he had been stung by a scorpion, calling out in shock, "How could this be?" In that moment of investigation, he discovered that Lu Shui's body was filled with a kind of manic and overbearing burning power that was recklessly burning her meridians and flesh. This burning power was extremely pure, giving him a sense of disbelief. Even with Lu Shui's 4th-stage heaven-opening strength, she was unable to completely suppress it. According to this situation, even if Lu Shui went all out, she would be burned to death in less than half an hour. Turning his head, Zhong Fan saw Yangkai looking at him with a playful expression and suddenly realized why Yangkai had released Lu Shui so easily. It turned out that it was not out of kindness, but because he had other plans. If he wanted Lu Shui to live, he had to help suppress this burning power, otherwise Lu Shui would undoubtedly die, and besides him, no one else would be able to do anything. As a result, his fifth stage heaven opening strength would be completely suppressed, and there was no way for him to act. Gritting his teeth secretly, he had thought that this little brat was upright and heroic, but who would have thought that he was also despicable and shameless? He hated himself for having misjudged him and wished he could gouge his eyes out. Kill him. After thinking for a moment, Zhong Fan let out a deep shout, and at the same time, rolled up his sleeves, wrapped Lu Shui, and quickly flew down somewhere, landing directly on a slope. When he put Lu Shui down, he shouted in a low voice, "Concentrate, suppress with all your strength. I will help you." Saying so, he circled around to Lu Shui's back and patted her on the back. Pure energy madly poured into Lu Shui's body, helping her suppress the burning power. Lu Shui did not dare to be negligent and sat down cross-legged, forming a series of hand seals as she silently circulated her secret art. Seeing this situation, how could the countless cultivators inside and outside Star City not know that Xianxia had secretly killed Lu Shui? Otherwise, how could Zhong Fan have taken Lu Shui to a relatively safe place to heal? That surnamed Yang is really good at scheming. As a result, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect have lost 2 mid-stage heaven opening cultivators. Even so what? They still have 3 mid-stage heaven opening cultivators, not to mention the low-stage heaven opening cultivators. There are at least 20 to 30 of them. Cleverness backfires on itself. Restraining Zhong Fan alone won't affect the overall situation. Does he really think he can fight more than 3,000 people alone? AI. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are useless. The crowd discussed spiritedly, and no one was optimistic about Xianxia. They all felt that he had made an extremely wrong decision. If he really wanted to live, he should not have let Lu Shui go so easily. At this moment, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect no longer had any worries, so how could they show mercy to him? Just as the atmosphere was tense, a vigorous voice suddenly rang out from Star City. "Boy, as long as you submit to this young master and become this young master's servant, this young master will guarantee your safety." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their heads and saw a young man in luxurious clothes standing in the void, looking at Xianxia with a smile on his face. Behind him stood 7 or 8 servants. Judging from the aura of this young man, he was only from the Emperor realm, but his clothes were either rich or noble. It seemed that he had an extraordinary background. But this was the great cosmological realm, so what if he had some background? For a time, many people discussed spiritedly, guessing which force this young man belonged to. His tone was so arrogant. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sects, 3,000 people were ready to attack, but he also spoke so arrogantly that he would guarantee Xianxia's safety. Although the discussion was not loud, it clearly reached the young man's ears, which made him very unhappy. He could not help but snort coldly with an arrogant expression. A guard behind him walked out, looked around, and said in a cold voice, "My young master is the descendant of Qingming Blessed Land's 3rd elder. Who dares to humiliate him?" As soon as these words fell, everyone was shocked speechless. Qingming Blessed Land was one of the 72 paradise. Even the 3,000 worlds, it was a top force. To be able to serve as an elder in this blessed land and be ranked 3rd, it meant that he was at least a high-rank heaven splitter. Coming from Qingming Blessed Land and having a high-rank heaven splitter ancestor, his background was not small. If he insisted on protecting Xianxia, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect might have to consider the consequences of angering him. In the great cosmological realm, he could not do anything to Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect, but what about outside? He could probably destroy Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect with just a word. His request was indeed a little excessive. He wanted Xianxia to submit to him and be his servant, but in the face of life and death, it was good enough to have a choice. Who would care so much? What's more, this young man had a great background, so being a servant to such a person might not be a bad thing. Even Luo Qingyun and the others who were about to attack froze in place, not knowing whether to attack or not. They stared nervously at Xianxia, afraid that he would agree. Observing the situation, The young man's expression became even more arrogant. He nodded at Yang Kai and said, "Boy, if you miss this opportunity, you won't have this opportunity again. Think carefully before you answer this, young master." Chapter 40:37. You want me to submit to you and become your servant? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at the young man. When he was in seclusion, he had noticed someone from Qingming blessed land outside the door, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. Now it seemed that it was this guy. The young man smiled. "That will be the greatest honor of your life. Is that so?" Yang Kai didn't deny it. Luo Qingyun said anxiously, "Surnamed Yang, a man should be proud and indomitable. It is better to die standing than to live kneeling. Think carefully. Don't make a mistake that will lead to everlasting regret." He was really afraid that Yang Kai would agree. If that were the case, then what was the point of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect joining forces to come here today? How could he take revenge for Lu Shui? "This young master is speaking. How can you interrupt?" The young man from Qingming Blessed Land suddenly looked at Qian Qingyun with displeasure. "What's your name? If you have the ability, tell me your name." Luo Qingyun's expression instantly became extremely unsightly. Under the gazes of so many people, if he didn't reply, he would seem weak, but if he did, he was afraid that the other party would settle the score with him afterwards. Although he was a 4th-level heaven splitter, he was still nothing in front of a colossus like a blessed land. Even if this young man couldn't represent Qingming Blessed Land, just the force standing behind him wasn't something Luo Qingyun could contend against. At the same time, he was furious. A mere Emperor Realm Master would never dare to act so presumptuously in front of him if he didn't have a backer behind him. Fortunately, the young man didn't make things too difficult for him. This was a great opportunity to subdue Yang Kai. His thoughts were all on Yang Kai, so how could he have the leisure to care about anything else? As long as he could subdue Yang Kai, all of Yang Kai's gains on Origin Magnet Mountain would be his. There were many 6th-grade Origin Magnet Divine Stones, which was a considerable amount of resources even in the Blessed Land. When he returned to Qingming Blessed Land, wouldn't the old ancestor look at him in a new light? What's more, Yang Kai had a 5th-grade Heaven Splitter maidservant by his side, so he might be able to take this opportunity to get close to her. Ever since he saw Yu He that day, he had never forgotten her. Seeing that Qian Qingyun did not answer, he snorted lightly, looked at Yang Kai, and said, "This young master's patience is limited. Have you thought it through?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to ask me to be your servant." As soon as he finished speaking, his body shook with a bang, and a surge of flames erupted from his body. His entire body was like a ball of raging flames that burned to the point of distorting space and trembling the universe. Amidst the raging flames, Yang Kai opened his eyes. They were like 2 small suns, burning people's minds. A cold, murderous aura filled the air as he shouted in a dignified voice, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind, you all deserve to die. Today, I will use your lives to practice my divine technique." With a bang, fire element energy flowed within the Tao Seal. With Yang Kai as the center, a violent ring of flames madly spread out in all directions like a ripple, one ring after another in an endless stream. Miserable cries instantly rang out. The cultivator closest to Yang Kai did not even have time to react. The moment they were swept by the ring of flames, they turned into balls of fire and flew around like headless flies, crashing into their own formation. However, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The burning balls of fire turned into charcoal, falling from the sky like dumplings. In an instant, several dozen people had fallen. Everyone stared at this scene in shock. Surrounded by 3,000 people and under the covetous gazes of several dozen heaven splitters, Yang Kai, who was alone, had actually taken the initiative to launch an attack. With just a single strike, several dozen cultivators had fallen from the sky. What kind of fire is this? Chen Tianfei's eyes narrowed as he stared at the pitch-black flames burning on Yang Kai's body. The shock in the depths of his heart was simply indescribable. Just the ring of flames was so fierce, undoubtedly indicating that the grade of this fire element energy was very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for those cultivator to not be able to resist. A 5th grade fire element cultivator absolutely could not achieve this level. Could be a 6th grade one? Shen Tianfei's heart trembled. Only now did he realize that he had always underestimated Yang Kai. Being able to condense a 6th grade fire element energy undoubtedly meant that Yang Kai's aptitude was extraordinary and his ambitions were far-reaching. Such a character could not be cultivated without a blessed paradise. Once he grew up, he would have a place in the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's origins were unclear. Could it be that he also came from a blessed paradise? If not, how could he dare to speak to the youth from Qingming blessed paradise like that? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei's forehead could not help but break out in a cold sweat as he secretly prayed that this was not the case. Otherwise, Qi Xing would not have a good life. The ring of flames was still spreading out in all directions. Rays of light lit up as the disciples of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight sect urged their secret techniques and artifacts to protect themselves. The disciples of Sword Pavilion had formed groups of several dozen to form a sword array, creating a sword curtain that blocked the erosion of the ring of flames. The power of the Starfall sword array was extraordinary, although it could not combine the power of several dozen people into one. Once it was formed, it would be able to display strength far beyond that of the person forming the array. Therefore, although the ring of flames was powerful, it was still blocked by the sword curtain. On the contrary, although the number of Thunderlight sect disciples was greater, they were a little scattered. Seeing dozens of their companions die tragically in front of them, they were all frightened and hurriedly retreated. After Yang Kai's attack, he disappeared from where he stood in an instant, his expression as calm as an ancient well, showing neither joy nor sorrow as he directly flashed into the densest part of the crowd and threw out a punch. Golden Crow True fire burned fiercely above his fist, its pitch-black flames scorching the void. Where the fist light reached, the dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples exploded into dust before being swept away by the raging flames and instantly disappearing without a trace. Long Tai's eyes widened as he shouted, "Kill him!" As he spoke, he took the lead and rushed towards Yang Kai. On the other side, Luo Qingyun and Zhu Li, the 2 4th-grade heaven-opening masters, also used their own methods to lock onto Yang Kai. The former merged into one with his sword and turned into a sword light that slashed towards Yang Kai, while the latter patted his waist and summoned a nail-like artifact. Under Zhu Li's control, this nail-like artifact flew directly towards Yang Kai, silent and unpredictable. Below, Yueha called out in alarm, "Young master, be careful." Although she knew that Yang Kai was strong enough, this situation was still quite worrying. After all, it was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. A single careless move could result in death. Moreover, she had been paying close attention to Yang Kai's demeanor and was shocked to find that there was something wrong with Yang Kai at this moment, as if he was immersed in something. Sure enough, facing the attacks of the 3 mid-rank heaven-opening masters and countless others, Yang Kai did not evade. Instead, he simply summoned a dragon shield around his body and punched and kicked. The ordinary disciples of Thunderlight sect were unable to resist at all, and even the low-rank heaven-opening masters were forced to avoid these attacks. Asterisk Hong Hong Hong. Asterisk a series of attacks struck Yang Kai's body, but no matter how strong his defensive secret technique was, it could not withstand such a fierce onslaught. The dragon's shield shattered, and before it could be used again, the remaining attacks had already closed in on it. Yang Kai's figure staggered as his clothes instantly became ragged. He instinctively pushed his space principles to try and escape, but Zhu Li's nail-like artifact had locked onto his mind and nailed him to the spot, unable to move. As the sword light slashed down, Luo Qingyun roared, "Die!" The moment it passed, a stream of golden blood spurted from Yang Kai's chest, but Luo Qingyun's eyes narrowed. This was because this sword attack had actually failed to kill Yang Kai. It was truly inconceivable. One had to know that he had used a secret technique to control his sword, so even a cultivator of the same level would undoubtedly die if struck like this. But Xianxia had only been slightly injured. Just how tough was this guy's body? Was he still human? What Luo Qingyun did not know was that although Xianxia was in human form, he had a body of 1,000 feet under his dragon transformation. During this period of time, he had been constantly swallowing dragon blood pills, so his body had risen to another level. Although it was not obvious normally, how could a half-dragon be so easily killed? It was already impressive that he could injure Xianxia's body. Golden blood flowed, but Xianxia did not seem to feel it. Since the beginning of the battle, the light in his eyes had gone silent, like a pool of still water. His entire being had turned into a soulless fighting machine, fighting without end. Long Tai flew over, clenching his fists and raising them high above his head, smashing down on Xianxia's head like a tsunami. Xianxia suddenly raised his head and stared at him with indifferent eyes. Long Tai's heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to withdraw at this moment, so he could only roar and attack with all his strength. Xianxia punched out at the same time, and in front of everyone's eyes, Long Tai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His figure flew backwards at a speed faster than when he had come, spitting out a mist of blood mid-air. Star Market was in an uproar. Long Tai was a fourth-order heaven opening master, while Xianxia was just a trivial Emperor Realm master. How could the power of this punch actually injure Long Tai? Even in the great cosmological realm, this was too incredible. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Long Tai had seen Xianxia slaughter Du Fuzi and Gan Hong in Red Star's assembly hall, he would not have acted so rashly. In front of this monster, a fourth-order heaven opening master was nothing. Chen Tianfei still remembered the terrifying scene of Xianxia crushing Du Fuzi to death. Every time he recalled it, his legs trembled. The moment he repelled Long Tai, Xianxia suddenly turned around and grabbed toward a certain spot in the void. Zhu Li, who was several dozen meters away, paled and hurriedly formed a series of hand seals, but it was still a little too late. When Xianxia withdrew his hand, a nail-like artifact had appeared in his palm. Surprisingly, it was the one Zhu Li had just summoned. Black flames tumbled in his palm, burning the long nail wantonly. "Stop!" Zhu Li shouted in horror. This soul-stabilizing nail was something he had obtained by chance during one of his experiential learning. Its power was extraordinary, and once it was summoned, it was impossible to get rid of it. As long as he was given enough time, he could use his secret technique to launch a fatal blow, directly attacking his opponent's mind. Who would have thought that before he could prepare properly, Xianxia would grab it? How could this be? Looking at the tumbling flames again, Xianxia obviously wanted to use his fire attribute force to destroy this artifact, so as not to interfere with his space divine technique. The soul-stabilizing nail was refined by Zhu Li's mind, so if it was really destroyed, his mind would definitely be damaged, which was why he was so panicked. Chapter 4038. Just as he finished speaking, Zhu Li spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura instantly withered. He stared at Xianxia in horror. What kind of fire is this? What kind of fire is this? The grade of the soul-setting nail was not low, but in just a single breath of time, it had been destroyed by the raging flames. Zhu Li could not imagine just how high the grade of this fire attribute force was to achieve this. In this brief exchange, 2 of the 3 remaining Heaven Splitters from Sword Pavilion's Thunderlight sect had been injured. Comparatively speaking, Long Tai's injuries were relatively light, only suffering a single punch from Xianxia. On the other hand, Zhu Li's mind was shaken, and he was momentarily unable to control himself. Without the binding of the soul-setting nail, Xianxia was like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest. His figure flickered, leaving behind afterimages as his true body charged into the crowd. The pitch-black golden crow, true, fire swallowed up the void, recklessly burning everything. Those from the Emperor Realm died as soon as they came into contact with it. No one was able to resist, and even some of the lower-grade Heaven Splitters mixed in with the crowd had to avoid in fear. Clouds of bloody mist exploded in the air as charred corpses fell from the sky. In the star market, countless pairs of eyes stared at this scene in a daze, almost forgetting to breathe. Everyone's mind was greatly impacted by this scene. Before today, no one had ever thought that a single person could kill thousands of people and make them cry for their parents. Even if Yang Kai was defeated in the end, just this series of actions from the beginning was enough to make everyone remember him. In the great void boundary, outside the star market of Scarlet Star, there was a reckless young man with flying black hair. He did what ordinary people could not, and his courage was extraordinary. It was an eye-opener. The space principles lingered around his body, and wherever there was a crowd, he would charge in and kill. With his killing intent soaring, Yang Kai became crazed, his figure drifting erratically, leaving behind afterimages one after another. Looking around, it was as if there were several Yang Kai in the sky. "Junior, don't be presumptuous." Xianxia gritted his teeth and shouted with a grim voice, and his sword shook to transform into 9 sword lights that slashed down towards Yang Kai from the sky. He had been looking for Yang Kai's flaws and chasing after Yang Kai's footsteps, but Yang Kai's movements were too fast. His spatial teleportation was too unpredictable. He had tried several times but failed to find an opportunity. Now, he finally grasped the fleeting opportunity and used the divine technique without hesitation. 9 streaks of sword light appeared, cutting through the void. In an instant, it arrived in front of Yang Kai and slashed onto Yang Kai's body. Muffled sounds rang out. It didn't sound like Yang Kai's physical body, but rather like he was striking some kind of artifact. Yang Kai's figure shook violently as his clothes were torn apart. From the cracks in his clothes, his white, jade-like skin was cut open and golden blood flowed out. His vitality was surging. Luo Qingyun's heart shook violently, and he watched in a daze. He noticed that Yang Kai's body was extraordinary when he failed to kill Yang Kai with that strike of his just now. Yet now, even his divine technique was actually unable to kill Yang Kai. He was a sword cultivator that specialized in the Tao of slaughter. If even he was unable to kill Yang Kai, then could anyone amongst all the people present here be able to kill Yang Kai? An ordinary cultivator would probably be unable to even injure Yang Kai. Sure enough, after those 9 streaks of sword light, countless attacks covered the heavens and the earth as they blasted down towards Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai merely utilized the Dragon Shield's secret technique to isolate those attacks. When the multicolored light dispersed, the Dragon Shield that coiled around Yang Kai's body had shattered into pieces, yet he hadn't suffered any injury. Luo Qingyun's heart was filled with despair, and he turned to look at Zhong Fan. Presently, only Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of the Heaven Splitter realm, would have a chance to kill Yang Kai. However, Zhong Fan was healing Lu Shui, and he didn't know what Yang Kai had done to Lu Shui to actually force Zhong Fan to be unable to make a move. Was this also part of his plan? Luo Qingyun felt slight disbelief. No wonder Yang Kai let Lu Shui go so easily. Earlier, I thought that fellow was utterly stupid, but now it would seem like he's extremely astute. Since he couldn't rely on Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun's expression suddenly turned solemn, and he shouted explosively, "Disciples of the Sword Pavilion, form the Heaven Star Array with me." "Yes, Master." The voices of a few hundred disciples of the Sword Pavilion shook the sky. All of them were in high spirits, as if they'd been waiting for this moment since the beginning. There weren't many disciples of the Sword Pavilion, and there were only 300 in total. Amongst the 3,000 disciples, only 10% were disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Since the battle began until now, the number of cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands was less than this. But comparatively speaking, the Sword Pavilion's losses were very small, because they'd formed the Starfall Sword Formation in groups since the beginning, and they resisted the attacks of Yang Kai's Ring of Flames and Ironblood. They assisted each other in both offense and defense, and it was undoubtedly much better than the Scattered Thunderlight sect. It could be said that 90% of the cultivators that had died at Yang Kai's hands were disciples of the Thunderlight sect. They formed groups of 40 to 50 people, and they'd already formed the Starfall Sword Formation, causing sword qi to sweep through the heavens and the earth. Now that they received Luo Qingyun's orders, the sword formations moved swiftly and converged towards Luo Qingyun. In less than 3 breaths of time, the auras of the Starfall sword formation were tightly connected with each other. With Luo Qingyun as the center, the sword intent that surged into the sky gathered together and supported Luo Qingyun. It shot straight into the sky and pierced a hole in it. The Heavenly Dipper star formation had been formed. Luo Qingyun's aura rose steadily. Even with the strange suppression of the great cosmological realm's world principles, it showed signs of breaking through to the Emperor realm and climbing to the Heaven Opening realm. He looked intently at Yang Kai, who was still slaughtering, with indifference in his eyes. The Heavenly Dipper star formation was the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. With this sword formation, Luo Qingyun was confident that he could kill Yang Kai here even without Zhongfan's help. That kid is in trouble. Chen Tianfei sighed and slowly shook his head. In the end, he's still too young and shows off too much. He doesn't know how to restrain himself. Madame Qin's expression was also solemn. I heard that the head of the Sword Pavilion came from a very large force, but for some reason, he wandered outside and founded the Sword Pavilion. The Starfall Sword Formation and the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation are both formations of that force. Oyanglai nodded and said, I've also heard of this before. I've only seen the Heavenly Dipper Star Array once. Its power is indeed extraordinary. With this array, my Crimson Star and Lei Guang will never be a match for the Sword Pavilion. At the same time, Yang Kai, who was constantly slaughtering his way through the crowd, instinctively felt a trace of danger. His skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Without any hesitation, the earth elemental energy in his Dao seal circulated, and the dragon shields that had just been shattered condensed once more. One after another, they lingered around him and fluttered endlessly. Junior, it's your honor to die under my Sword Pavilion's formation. Luo Qingyun spoke indifferently. He touched his sword with his fingers and moved along with his sword, slashing at Yang Kai as fast as lightning. The hundreds of Sword Pavilion's disciples in the Grand Array also began to move under the influence of his qi. From afar, there was no one in the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation, only sword intent lingering in the sky. An enormous sword ray tore through the sky like a waterfall and slashed at Yang Kai. The sound of something shattering rang out. Under everyone's gazes, the layers of dragon shields on Yang Kai's body crackled and cracked. Even though he madly circulated his Dao seal to repair them, he still couldn't keep up with the speed of the shattering. In a short span of 7 or 8 breaths, the dragon shields had completely vanished. Dying, Qian Xingyun's delighted shout rang out from within the sword ray. With a boom, pitch-black flames swept out. The blazing golden crow primordial flames that had been lingering around Yang Kai swept towards the sword ray as if they had a mind of their own. Wherever the black flames passed, the sword ray instantly dimmed, as if it had been incinerated into nothingness. In the eyes of the cultivator in the star market, it was as if the black flames had devoured the sword ray, causing the enormous sword ray to shrink inch by inch. Yang Kai's figure was constantly retreating. Even though the golden crow primordial flames possessed extraordinary might, the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation was formed by the joint efforts of hundreds of people after all. Moreover, it was presided over by Qian Xingyun, a 4-stage heaven splitter. Its might was truly enormous. Still putting up pointless resistance, Luo Qingyun shouted explosively, You'll definitely die for insulting my Sword Pavilion today. A portion of the sword ray that had already been worn down rose explosively once more with Qian Xingyun's furious shout. It pierced through space and faintly showed signs of tearing apart the pitch-black flames as it headed straight for Yang Kai's body. Once the golden crow primordial flames were destroyed, then even if Yang Kai possessed the dragon form physique, he would probably suffer a terrible fate. In this battle of life and death, even the members of the Thunderlight sect were unable to interfere. They could only watch from afar, and it was even to the extent that they didn't dare approach 300M as they were deeply afraid of being affected by the sword ray or the black flames. In space, the golden crow primordial flames that had been pushed to the limit were resisting the startling sword ray. In the star market, Chen Tianfei suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Bei Yushan turned around with a puzzled expression. It's already in such a situation. Why hasn't this kid used his full strength? Chen Tianfei had a puzzled expression. He hasn't used his full strength? Bei Yushan's eyes widened in disbelief. Chen Tianfei quickly said, "Have you all forgotten that this little brat has a long spear in his hand? Although I don't know what that long spear is, it is definitely a powerful artifact. So why hasn't he used it yet?" As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other masters fell into deep thought. How could they not know about the existence of the blue dragon spear? That day, Ganhong had died under that amazing spear attack. The power of that spear attack was something that even a fourth-order heaven-opening spear could not resist. If it had been summoned at this moment, even if it could not resolve the current crisis, it would not have been so useless. In a life or death situation, who would hold back? Bei Yushan scratched his head and said, "Master Chun, from what you've said, it seems that his condition has been a bit off. In this life or death battle, all of Yang Kai's reactions seemed to be instinctive, as if his mind was not on the battlefield. But this was a bit inconceivable. Facing so many enemies on his own and not paying attention to the battlefield, did he not care about his own life or death?" Madame Qin's eyes suddenly shrank as she seemed to recall something. Covering her red lips, she asked, "Do you still remember what he said before the battle began?" Ouyang Bing lowered her head and pondered for a moment before slowly saying, "Disturbing my cultivation, disturbing my mind. Today I will use your dog lives to cultivate my divine technique." Chen Tianfei's face was filled with shock as he cried out involuntarily, "Is this little brat trying to stimulate his potential in this life or death situation to cultivate some kind of divine technique?" Chapter 4039. As soon as he said this, the several heads of Qi Xing were aghast. Was this for real? How could someone be so crazy? Did he not want to live anymore? But looking at Yang Kai's previous performance and response at this moment, there was no doubt that he was really cultivating some kind of divine technique. There was great terror and fear between life and death, but there were also great opportunities. Wandering before the gates of hell could often give people a flash of inspiration and enlightenment. Chen Tianfei and the others were heaven-opening realm masters and had lived for so many years. Which one of them had not experienced such things? But their experiences were all because they had no choice. How could they be like Yang Kai, deliberately putting themselves between life and death? Crazy, crazy. This boy is really crazy, Chen Tianfei murmured, shocked by the idea in his heart. Look behind him, Madame Qin suddenly exclaimed. Qi Xing and the other managers hurriedly looked behind Yang Kai, and what they saw caused their eyes to shrink. The pitch-black flames on Yang Kai's body were surging violently, and although he was being suppressed by the Heaven Dose Star net array and was forced to retreat, his aura was still rising at an extremely terrifying speed. Soon, it had reached its limit, and the surging black flames were like a beating heart, giving birth to some kind of new life. This scene was not only clearly seen by the heads of Qi Xing, but also by everyone in the star market. Even though they were far away, everyone could not help but feel a sense of horror, as if some peerless monster was about to break out of Yang Kai's body. Yueha had been paying attention nervously. Seeing that Yang Kai was in trouble, she was prepared to step forward to help. Her fifth-grade heaven-opening realm cultivation was limited in the great cosmological realm, and if she really went up, facing the Heaven Star Luo Grand Formation would be like throwing an egg against a rock. However, she could not just watch Yang Kai die. As long as she could wake Yang Kai up with his attainments and space principles, he would be able to escape and would not die here. But after seeing the surging black flames, she forced herself to endure it. Her heart was in her throat as her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai's figure. Her hands clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white. If you're not in the great cosmological realm, how dare a mere Emperor Realm Junior act so presumptuously in front of my sword pavilion? Break! Chang Qingyun's shout came from the sword light. The heaven star Luo Grand Formation, which had already gained the upper hand, shone brightly, instantly tore apart the black flames around Yang Kai and attacked his body. A wisp of delight couldn't help but appear on Qin Qingyun's face, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being killed. Even though this battle had been difficult, they had won in the end, and they had redeemed the lost face of Sword Pavilion, letting the world know that Sword Pavilion couldn't be humiliated. However, at this moment, Luo Qingyun's heart suddenly throbbed. For some reason, he had an extremely bad feeling about this. When he looked up, he saw Yang Kai, who had been calm and expressionless all this time, suddenly grinning. His indifferent eyes were shining brightly, as if he had finally come back to his senses. He spat out a word, "Open." His voice was not loud, but it was like thunder rolling across the earth, causing the world to buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a great sun suddenly appeared behind Yang Kai. It was as if a sun was hanging behind him, shining with golden light and illuminating the world. No one could open their eyes. "What is this?" Countless cultivators exclaimed in their hearts when they saw this scene. No one had ever seen such a strange scene. Could it be that Yang Kai really had a small sun hidden in his body? Not only were the cultivators of the Emperor Realm puzzled, but many of the Heaven-Opening Realm cultivators were also puzzled. Only a few people were stunned at first, but then they seemed to suddenly think of something. Their bodies trembled as they revealed looks of shock and disbelief. After all, although they knew some things that ordinary people did not know, none of them had ever seen it with their own eyes. Madame Qin covered her red lips with her hand and muttered, "Could this be Dharma idol?" Chun Tianfei spat out these two words with difficulty, his fat body trembling from the shock of his emotions. The Ouyang brothers could not help but gulp. Bei Yushan looked at Yang Kai in admiration and could not help but praise, "Amazing." A while ago, he had been sent flying by Yang Kai with a single punch in the discussion hall. In truth, he had always been somewhat unconvinced, feeling that he had underestimated his opponent too much. Otherwise, he would not have been so weak. However, now that he saw this great Sun Dharma idol, that bit of unwillingness in his heart instantly disappeared. If Yang Kai could condense a Dharma idol with his Emperor Realm strength, then it was definitely not something he could resist. His loss that day was not unjust, and neither was the death of the poison matriarch in Ganhong. In the courtyard of Yang Kai's mansion, Yuhi closed her eyes in pain. After hiding for so long, was it finally exposed today? She secretly hated herself for not telling him how powerful it was before, causing him to be unable to hide it properly. However, she had not expected that Yang Kai would be able to condense a Dharma idol at this time. After today, Yang Kai's little secret would no longer be a secret. How could he continue to hide it under the eyes of so many people? It did not matter in the great cosmological realm. With this Dharma idol, no one was his opponent, but what about outside of the great cosmological realm? Once this sensational news spread, how could Yang Kai have a good end? Was the tragedy from 1,000 years ago about to repeat itself? Thinking of that person who had died young, Yui's heart was filled with grief. Back then, he and the person in front of her were both equally shocking, but this person in front of her seemed to be even more dazzling. At the very least, that person had not condensed a Dharma idol in the Emperor Realm back then. A Dharma idol. It's actually a divine technique Dharma idol. This brat dares to do this. Does he not want to live anymore? In the star market, an old heaven-opening realm cultivator exclaimed in shock. His cultivation was not very high, only at the second rank of heaven opening, but he had lived for a long time and had seen many things, so he knew more than others. Ordinary heaven-opening realm cultivators might not know of the existence of a Dharma idol, but he had seen one before. "Master, what is a Dharma idol?" Beside him, a delicate and cute girl asked in confusion. The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and gently explained, "When one of the 5 elements, yin and yang, is pushed to the limit in a Tao seal, its power condenses and turns into a shocking divine technique. This is called a Dharma idol, just like what you are seeing now." The girl nodded thoughtfully. "That little sun is his Dharma idol?" "That's right." "Then, Master, Do you have a Dharma idol? Me? The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head. Master will never be able to form a Dharma idol in this lifetime. Why not? The girl did not understand. The old man said sadly, let alone me, a mere lower-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator, even a mid-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator would never be able to form a Dharma idol in their lifetime. Only those at the 7th rank and above have a chance of forming a Dharma idol, but that's just a chance. If one's comprehension is insufficient, even if they have the qualifications, they won't be able to form a Dharma idol. Your master has only condensed a 2nd-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power. So how could he have the qualifications to form a Dharma idol? The girl could not help but purse her lips and ask in surprise, Master, are you saying that Big Brother Yang has condensed a 7th-rank heaven-opening realm cultivator's power? The old man nodded. That's right. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to form a Dharma idol. Since ancient times, those who were able to form a Dharma idol were all disciples nurtured by peak blessed paradises, and they were all at the heaven-opening realm. For him to be able to form a Dharma idol in the Emperor realm is unheard of. Then isn't he very powerful? The old man said solemnly. He's more than powerful. He's simply a monster. The girl waved her fist and shouted into the sky, Big brother, you can do it. Beat them all away. Seeing that Xianxia was being bullied by so many people, she had long felt indignant. She was a young girl and did not know the dangers of the world. Now that she heard her master say that Xianxia was as powerful as a monster, she was happy for him from the bottom of her heart. She also hoped that Xianxia could come back from the dead and turn defeat into victory. The old man's expression could not help but change greatly. He covered the girl's mouth and looked around nervously. When he found that everyone's attention was attracted by the commotion in the sky and did not seem to hear the girl shout, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to stay in place and quickly grabbed his foolish disciple and moved to another location. Although Tong Yin was fearless, Sword Pavilion was not to be trifled with. If the people of Sword Pavilion heard this, they would not be able to leave the great cosmological realm alive. On the other side, a figure flashed past, and a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and an embroidered robe suddenly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei and the others. His hands are behind his back as he stared at the distant sky with a dignified expression. First Master, Chen Tianfei and the others were shaken and quickly bowed. This middle-aged man was none other than the mysterious first head of the Crimson Star sect. The First Master did not say anything, as if he did not hear anything. However, he had come out of seclusion at this moment and was obviously disturbed by the commotion outside. The divine technique Dharma idol was indeed too shocking, and even he could not sit still. After observing for a while, the First Master suddenly said, Fire element Dharma idol. It should be. Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. This was also very obvious. Xianxia's body had been surrounded by pitch-black flames before, and he had stimulated his potential through life and death battles to condense the divine technique Dharma idol. Now that he had succeeded, it must be the fire element Dharma idol. Madame Qin said, looking at the sun, this surnamed Yang seems to have condensed the power of the sun true gold. The divine technique Dharma idol was closely related to the materials used by a cultivator to condense power. Since the sun had appeared, it was natural that Madame Qin would associate it with the sun true gold. Chen Tianfei said thoughtfully, I heard that the sun star had been extinguished in one of the territories, and many people found a lot of sun true gold and sun true fire there. Could be that this kid was there at that time? If so, then his opportunity is not small. He secretly guessed that Xianxia should have found the 7th grade sun true gold there. Otherwise, how could he have such an achievement? It's not sun true gold. The First Master slowly shook his head, his eyes deep. There is something else in the sun. Something else? Qi Xing and the other heads were all startled. Previously, when that huge sun appeared, it was dazzling with golden light, and they couldn't see it clearly. However, the great head was stronger than them, so he could see it clearly with a single glance. Chapter 40. With the great master's reminder, Chen Tianfei and the others hurriedly looked at the sun. As expected, there really was something in the sun. A vague figure was jumping around in the sun like a living thing. It would occasionally stop and turn its head to comb its wings. A faint ferocious aura filled the air, but it was indescribably frightening. It looks like a bird. Madame Qin frowned. The sun was too dazzling. Even though she observed it carefully, she couldn't see what it was. There's something wrong with this thing. Why does it only have 3 legs? Chen Tianfei was also puzzled. However, as soon as he spoke, his expression changed. The great master's solemn voice came from the front. 3-legged strange bird. It's related to the sun. Junior, you're very capable. You're really talented. Hee hee. Madame Qin covered her red lips. Bei Yushan was dumbfounded. Even a dimwit like him could figure out what the strange bird was, let alone the others. 3-legged golden crow. The Ouyang brothers exclaimed in unison. The fire elemental power that Yang Kai condensed wasn't the primordial fire of the sun. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. Thinking of the pitch-black flames that lingered around his body and looking at the characteristics of the Dharma, it undoubtedly proved everyone's guess. It was the primordial fire of the golden crow. When this thought popped up, everyone was shocked. Chen Tianfei was sweating profusely. His voice trembled as he asked, "Great Master, what grade is the primordial fire of the golden crow?" When they saw Yang Kai condense the divine technique Dharma, everyone thought that he had the fire elemental power of the 7th grade. However, it seemed that it wasn't just the 7th grade. Moreover, to be able to condense the primordial fire of the golden crow, it meant that Yang Kai had encountered a golden crow before. It was a terrifying existence on par with the true dragon and divine wind. Only an upper-grade heaven splitter could resist it. Since this kid had encountered a golden crow, why didn't he die and obtain the primordial fire of the golden crow? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity was this? The great master said, "That depends on whether the golden crow's body he met was a mature golden crow or a young one. If it was the latter, it should be the 7th stage. If it was the former, then it should be the 8th stage." Chen Tianfei's body trembled. "I heard that when the sun star was extinguished, there was a dying golden crow inside. In the end, the owner of the first obtained it. Could this kid be using the golden crow, primordial fire of that golden crow? Is the news true?" The head tilted his head. He had been in seclusion these past few years, trying to break through to the 6th stage of heaven opening. He really didn't know much about the outside world. "The information is definitely correct," Chen Tianfei said seriously. The great master gently nodded. "The golden crow true fire is hard to come by in 10,000 years. This little brat is only an Emperor Realm Master, so it shouldn't have been long since he condensed his fire attribute force. If that's the case, his golden crow true fire might really have come from that giant golden crow." 8th rank. Chen Tianfei's face was extremely pale as he said in a daze. "Then what is his relationship with the owner of the first inn?" The news he received was that the golden crow's body was eventually obtained by the owner of the first inn. At that time, many people from the Blessed Enclave had come to fight for it, and more than one high-rank heaven-opening master had appeared. The first inn was beaten to a pulp, and in the end, the owner of the first inn was a bit more skilled, snatching the golden crow's body and escaping safely. If Yang Kai had nothing to do with that person, how could he have obtained the golden crow primordial fire? The great master was also very confused about this. He had never heard of that person having a descendant. That shouldn't be the case. The great master slowly shook his head. The 8th stage golden crow primordial fire is not something the Emperor Realm can bear. Even if that person obtained the golden crow's body, when he gave it to a descendant, its grade would definitely be lowered. Otherwise, it would be harming him. The great master's words make sense. Chen Tianfei nodded repeatedly. Even so, this was too frightening. However, Madame Qin thought of another layer and murmured, "If he can condense the 7th stage fire element, doesn't that mean he has at least the 6th or 7th stage wood element? If it was just an ordinary fire element, it would be fine. If it was someone like Meng Hong who had rebuilt his foundation, he could directly condense the 5th stage sun primordial fire. As long as he had enough aptitude and a firm Dao seal, it would not be a big problem. However, How terrifying was the Golden Crow primordial fire? If one did not have enough recovery and suppressing power, the Tao seal would be burned and shattered in an instant. The wood element that could make up for the damage caused by the Golden Crow primordial fire had to be at least the 6th stage, and most likely the 7th stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible to condense it successfully. The 7th stage wood element and the 7th stage fire element. Yang Kai's intention was very clear. He wanted to directly achieve the high-rank Heaven Opening Master. You have such lofty ambitions. We cannot compare. The first master slowly shook his head. His straight figure instantly bent a little, as if he was disheartened. While they were talking, the newly formed sun behind Yang Kai stabilized and began to emit a dazzling light. Along with the appearance of the great sun manifestation, Yang Kai, who had been forced to retreat by the Heaven Do Star Luo Grand Array, slowly came to a stop. 10 feet away, Luo Qingyun looked at him with a face full of shock. Yang Kai grinned at him and made a hand seal. Today, the Golden Crow will cast the sun. In the heavens and earth, only I will reign supreme. The Golden Crow's hoarse cry resounded through the clouds and through heaven and earth. It flapped its wings and the sun Yang Kai's figure merged with the sun. His entire person suddenly turned into a small sun and smashed towards the huge sword aura. With the might of the newly formed sun avatar, he was fearless as he faced the Heaven Dipper star formation alone. Luo Qingyun's eyelids twitched violently as he forcefully recovered from his shock, and then he roared explosively. So what if you have a Dharma avatar? Even if a real Golden Crow was here, I would still kill it for you, let alone a mere Dharma avatar. These words were undoubtedly to boost his courage. Not to mention a Heaven Dipper star formation formed by 300 people. Even if they had 3,000 or 30,000 people, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single breath of Golden Crow true flame. However, when two experts collided, only the brave would emerge victorious. Since it had come to this, only by moving forward courageously would he have a chance at survival. Sword Chi arose while the grand formation rumbled as it circulated. The auras of the 300 disciples were closely linked together, and their strength overlapped layer upon layer. Sword Chi rose explosively as it collided with the sun avatar. 2 rays of light tore through the heavens and the earth, shook the universe, and caused the surroundings to be overturned. The strange thing was that the instant the collision occurred, it was completely silent. However, in the next moment, the clouds in an area of 10,000 kilometers suddenly collapsed, and the heavens and the earth shook violently. An unimaginable impact spread out madly from the point of collision into layers of ripples. The disciples of the Thunderlight sect were thrown off their feet. Those with lower strength spat out mouthfuls of blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. In an instant, a large number of them were killed. Julie and Long Tai's hearts bled as they watched. This was truly a case of the fish in a moat being caught in the crossfire. After this battle, the Yuan Qi of the Thunderlight sect would probably be greatly damaged, and who knew how many years it would take for them to recover. Outside the star market, the Guardian Grand Formation was flashing with light. It had undoubtedly been struck by the aftermath of the clash between Yang Kai and the Sword Pavilion Grand Formation. A venerable emperor has condensed a Dharma avatar. The first master's eyes were filled with fear, and his tone was indescribable. With this Dharma avatar, this kid can directly contend with a first or second grade heaven splitter. Even a third grade heaven splitter won't be able to kill him easily. No one had ever been able to condense a Dharma avatar in the Emperor realm. Since ancient times, even the elite core disciples nurtured by the blessed enclaves had to slowly fumble about after reaching the heaven splitter realm, spending years in seclusion to comprehend before they could have a chance to condense their own Dharma avatar. If not for this, Dharma avatars would not be so rare. However, with 10% of Dharma avatar, one's strength would skyrocket. Similarly, at the 7th grade Heaven Splitter realm, there was a huge difference between those with and without Dharma avatar. It could be said that in a life and death battle, those with Dharma avatar could easily crush those without Dharma avatar. Chun Tianfei and the others had solemn expressions. The first master had always been known for his sharp eyes. Since he said so, it could not be wrong. In other words, the current Yangkai was equivalent to a first or second grade heaven-splitter realm cultivator. Such an existence could only be described as invincible in the great cosmological realm. If the Sword Pavilion did not have the sword array, these 300 people would not even be enough to fill the gaps between Yangkai's teeth. Even so, the sword array was forced back by the pressure of the sun. The huge sword ray was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its light gradually dimmed. The star market was in an uproar. The Sword Pavilion sword array had always been invincible, but at this moment, it was not a match for Yangkai alone. The power of a single person was so fierce. Impossible! How can you be so strong? Xianxia roared, his face twisted. Within the sun, Yangkai's mocking voice sounding disdainful. It's because you are too weak. To be honest, Yangkai did not expect himself to reach this level. During this time, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he had made some progress, he always felt that something was missing. Coincidentally, he encountered today's matter, and suddenly had the idea of using a life and death battle to stimulate his potential. He wanted to see if he could break through that shackle and comprehend the divine technique. If not, why would he stupidly charge into a camp of thousands of people alone? With Lu Shui in hand, he could choose other ways to resolve this crisis. Who would have thought that an unintentionally planted willow would yield such great results? Not only did he comprehend a supernatural power, he even created a Dharma idol. Until now, he still did not know that his Dharma idol had been formed. He only thought that the golden crow casting sun was purely a supernatural power. After all, no one had ever told him these things. He had not been in this world for long, and although the lady boss was good to him, she probably did not expect him to grow so quickly. At this moment, Yangkai could clearly feel his strength skyrocketing. With the power of the sun, he felt extremely good. Even if there was a lower-grade sky splitter in front of him, Yangkai would be able to kill him to see. I don't believe it. Xianxia was furious, and a bloody mist suddenly erupted from his body. His aura surged again. He was the core of the sword array, so his increase in strength was a huge boost to the entire sword array. Looking at his state, it was obvious that he had used some powerful secret technique to stimulate his potential. Although the secret technique was powerful, it could not be used casually. Once it was used, it would bring endless disaster. But at this moment, in order to deal with Yangkai and protect the face of Sword Pavilion, Xianxia could not care less. Following his actions, the hundreds of disciples in the sword formation all let out muffled groans. Suddenly, they felt a huge pressure on their bodies, but the power of the sword rays increased wildly, and in an instant, they were on par with the sun. Chapter 40-41. The Divine Technique and the rays of light from the sword formation were in a stalemate in midair. Ripples of explosion spread out. Xianxia's eyes were crimson red and almost split apart from rage as he circulated his strength with all his might. Let's see how long you can persist. Yangkai grunted coldly and disregarded everything. He just circulated the might of the solar divine technique and pressed it down towards the sword formation. A shrill cry resounded from somewhere in the sword formation. Some disciples of the sword formation were the first to be unable to hold on, and their bodies were minced into pieces by the boundless sword intent before exploding. In a short period of 10 breaths of time, over 30 people had died miserably on the spot. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people were unable to hold on. Luo Qingyun's heart instantly sank to rock bottom. Even though the death of a few dozen people wasn't fatal to the sword formation, it still affected it to some extent, and it was sufficient to cause the might of the grand formation to decline. It was already extremely difficult to resist, so it would only become even more unbearable as time passed. Not to mention that he'd executed a forbidden secret technique, so he couldn't maintain his current state for too long. Once the backlash of the secret technique arrived, and he still couldn't defeat Yangkai, the Sword Pavilion would definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Luo Qingyun was burning with anxiety, yet he was helpless. On the slope outside the city, Zhong Fan and Lu Shui's eyes trembled as they watched in a daze. When the solar divine technique appeared, a trace of understanding flashed through their hearts. No wonder the scorching energy that had invaded Lu Shui's body was so violent and difficult to deal with. Lu Shui herself was unable to expel it, and even Zhong Fan, who was at the 5th rank of Heaven Splitter, was unable to help her. So it was the Sun Crow True Fire. It was actually the Sun Crow True Fire. Everything made sense now. The Sun Crow True Fire was at least at the 7th rank of Fire Element. Not to mention the fact that most of the strength of the 2 Heaven Splitters was sealed within the Great Void Realm. Even if they were outside, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with it once it invaded their bodies. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes were extremely dim and filled with despair, because she knew that since it was the Sun Crow True Fire, then no one in the Great Void Realm could help her deal with the calamity within her body. Even the Sword Pavilion's master couldn't help her. In a short period of time, the Heavenly Dipper Starnet Grand Formation was suppressed, and dozens of Sword Pavilion disciples were killed or injured. Luo Qingyun seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Zhong Fan's eyes almost split apart as a trace of struggle and hesitation flashed through his eyes. In the end, he made up his mind and turned to look at Lu Shui. It just so happened that Lu Shui was also looking at him. When their eyes met, Lu Shui instantly understood Zhong Fan's meaning. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Hold on for a while. I'll be right back." Zhong Fan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. When he withdrew his hand, his entire body transformed into a ray of sword light that flashed towards the battlefield. Lu Shui slowly closed her eyes and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair draped over her slender shoulders as she sat alone on the slope. Her thin and weak figure seemed especially lonely and helpless. Even though the Sword Pavilion couldn't afford to lose her, it couldn't afford to lose Luo Qingyun and those hundreds of disciples as well. If Zhong Fan still didn't lend them a hand, then Luo Qingyun and the remaining disciples would be in danger. Zhong Fan had to choose the lesser of 2 evils, so he had to give up on one side. Lu Shui knew in her heart that she was the one who was abandoned. She didn't complain about anything, because it was useless even if Zhong Fan stayed by her side, because the Sun Crow True Flame wasn't something that Zhong Fan could deal with. However, she never imagined that a dignified 4th grade Heaven Splitter like her would actually be forced into such a state in the Great Void Realm. The Sun Crow True Flame had entered her body and was unable to deal with it, so she could only slowly wait for death to arrive. This sort of feeling was extremely terrifying, and it was utterly unimaginable to those that hadn't experienced it. Explosions resounded as numerous figures exploded into a mist of blood within the sword formation, and not even their corpses remained. Since the beginning of the battle, almost 100 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had been unable to endure the backlash of the sword formation and perished on the spot. This amount was practically 30% of the forces that had come from the Sword Pavilion. The remaining disciples had terrified expressions as they desperately circulated their strength, and they were deeply afraid that they would be the next unlucky person. They wailed incessantly in the depths of their hearts. Exactly what sort of monster did the Sword Pavilion offend this time? Why is he so formidable? A sword light flashed, accompanied by Zhong Fan's dignified roar. "Junior, don't be presumptuous again." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Fan had already merged into the Heavenly Dipper Star Formation. The sword formation of the Sword Pavilion had fought against the enemy countless times, and their cooperation was extremely close. As soon as Zhong Fan entered the sword formation, Luo Qingyun immediately shifted the initiative and turned Zhong Fan into the core of the sword formation. With a boom, the sword will swept across the heavens and earth. The shocking sword light that was being suppressed by the great Sun Dharma idol and was retreating in defeat instantly stopped its decline with Zhong Fan's support. Even the sword light became much brighter and larger. The power of Zhong Fan alone was actually stronger than the hundreds of disciples of the Sword Pavilion who had died. This was the foundation of a fifth-grade heaven splitter. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Sword Pavilion, who were feeling uneasy and thought that the end of the world was near, were all invigorated. They silently operated their secret arts, and sword chi lingered around their bodies to support the power of the sword formation. The entire sword formation instantly turned into a huge millstone. The sword chi on the millstone swept across the heavens and earth, cutting through the void and crushing toward the great sun Dharma idol. Xianxia also felt a trace of pressure in an instant. Although he could now exert the power of the first or second great heaven splitter, he did not have the mighty force of the world to support him. There was still some difference between him and the real heaven splitter. The sword formation of the Sword Pavilion was indeed extraordinary. It was worthy of being the trump card of the Sword Pavilion. However, Xianxia had condensed the divine technique Dharma idol today. Even if he was facing a strong enemy, what was there to be afraid of? Even if he died here, he could only fight. Only in this way would he not have wasted his trip to this world. The great sun Dharma idol shone brightly. The three-legged golden crow inside also flapped its wings, raised its head and cried, and crashed into the millstone of the sword formation. The world buzzed. At this moment, inside and outside the star market, regardless of cultivation level, everyone's eyes were filled with white light. They could not see the situation on the battlefield clearly. However, when the aftermath of the battle spread out, everyone's faces turned pale. In the great cosmological realm, where the strength of the heaven splitter stage was suppressed, a Dharma idol divine technique and a shocking sword formation both displayed power that was not inferior to the heaven splitter stage. How sensational was this? First Master, who do you think will win? Chen Tianfei licked his dry lips and asked. Xianxia's performance today had really frightened him. He was a little uneasy, not knowing if abandoning Xianxia at the critical moment was the right thing to do. Although he had accepted Xianxia as the sixth master of Qi Xing previously, they had not shed all pretense of cordiality. However, today Qi Xing's various overt and covert actions against Xianxia had undoubtedly removed the last layer of cover, pushing the two to opposite sides. If Xianxia won, what good end would Qi Xing have? Once the Great Sun Divine Technique was used, even the first master would have to avoid it. However, the previous situation was not up to Qi Xing to choose. Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect's 3,000 soldiers were at the city gates, and not abandoning Xianxia was equivalent to putting Qi Xing on the fire. As the master of Qi Xing, Chen Tianfei had to consider his own family. After all, Xianxia was an outsider, so how could he care about him? Even if that boy can win, I'm afraid it will be a Pyrrhic victory, the first master's indifferent voice sounded. Chen Tianfei was startled. First master, do you think he can win? Don't worry, if he wants to win, his Yuan Qi will be severely injured. How could Zhu Li and Long Tai let go of this opportunity to beat a drowning dog? They naturally know what to do. Hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up. Indeed, Xianxia had been entangled with the people from Sword Pavilion all this time. Although Thunderlight Sect's thousands of people had suffered many casualties, their foundation had not been damaged. On top of that, with Zhu Li and Long Ao, two fourth-stage heaven-opening masters, Xianxia would definitely be exhausted in this battle. So how could Thunderlight Sect let him off? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei finally felt a lot more relieved. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation spread out from the center of the battlefield. This energy fluctuation was dozens of times stronger than before. The protective array formation outside the Star City rippled violently. Because of this energy fluctuation, its light dimmed, and it almost broke. "They're here," the great master shouted in a low voice. He focused his vision and looked forward. Chen Tianfei and the others also looked solemn as they paid close attention. No one had expected that the final battle would come so quickly. After Zhong Fan joined the battlefield, in less than half a cup of tea's time, the two opposing sides were about to fight to the death, and the final result was about to be settled. The violent aftermath of the battle undoubtedly showed that whether it was Xianxia or Sword Pavilion, both sides had gone all out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two rays of light collided in midair, reaching a stalemate before suddenly erupting into an even more dazzling light. Between heaven and earth, boundless killing intent swept out. A series of muffled groans rang out as blossoms of blood blossomed. The great sun flickered a few times before disappearing. The shocking sword chi collapsed, and one figure after another fell from all directions. In Star City, there was an uproar. What he saw was Xianxia standing in the air in ragged clothes, blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. His body was covered with countless fine wounds, obviously caused by the sword chi. The most serious wounds had been torn open, revealing the golden bones inside. Sword chi was still lingering around these wounds, and blood was still flowing out. However, even though he seemed to be in a miserable state, he still stood proudly in midair, and his figure was ramrod straight. On the other side, the sword pavilion sword formation had been destroyed. Blood sprayed violently from Luo Qingyun's mouth, and he was actually unable to stop it at all. Obviously, his secret technique had started to suffer backlash, and he was unable to suppress his injuries. The glow on the sword in Zhong Fan's hand dimmed down, and it had lost a great deal of its spirit. He lowered his head to look at Luo Qingyun, and his eyes were filled with pain. Even though he wasn't heavily injured, his expression was dispirited and pale. Even the two leaders of the Sword Pavilion were in such a state, let alone the other disciples of the Sword Pavilion. Of the remaining 200 disciples, only a few dozen had survived. The rest had all died on the spot in that instant of collision. Even these few dozen people had varying degrees of injuries. The more serious ones were gasping for breath, while the less serious ones were vomiting blood. In this battle, the Sword Pavilion sword formation had been destroyed, and the 300 disciples of the Sword Pavilion had almost been annihilated. It was an extraordinary humiliation. Since the Sword Pavilion had been established, this was something that had never happened. Moreover, they'd been beaten to such an extent by someone from the Emperor realm. Zhong Fan was simply unable to accept this, and he was furious to the point he trembled. "Junior, I'll definitely kill you." "What a coincidence." "That's exactly what I meant." Xianxia gasped for breath as he casually tossed a large amount of spirit pills into his mouth, and they crunched like beans while his gaze was ferocious. Zhong Fan turned around angrily. "Are all of you here to watch the show? If you don't make a move now, then when?" Zhu Li and Long Tai, who were watching from afar, suddenly recovered from their shock. Chapter 4042. Zhu Li and Long Tai could not be blamed for being slow to react. What they had seen today was simply too shocking. Even heaven-opening realm masters like them were shaken, and their thoughts were in chaos. A venerable emperor condensing his Dharma idol was an unprecedented feat. The existence of the 7th grade Golden Crow, primordial fire, also frightened them. After seeing Lu Shue's fate, they were also afraid that they would be the next unlucky one. The destruction of Sword Pavilion Sword Array shocked them even more, and they regretted coming here. But with Sword Pavilion's invitation and the fact that many of Thunderlight Sect's disciples had died at Xianxia's hands, they had no choice but to come. It was not until Zhong Fan's angry roar that they came back to their senses and exchanged a glance, knowing that if they did not take advantage of this opportunity to kill Xianxia here today, Thunderlight Sect could only wait to be bathed in blood. With the strength he had just displayed, Thunderlight Sect could not resist at all. No longer hesitating, the two shouted in unison, "Thunderlight Sect disciples, follow this king to kill the enemy." With this order, the scattered Thunderlight Sect disciples finally found a backbone. When Xianxia and Sword Pavilion were fighting before, they couldn't intervene at all and could only watch from the sidelines. It was really a bit of a disgrace, but fortunately, they had a chance to play a role in this battle. One after another, they gathered around Zhu Li and Long Tai and followed behind their two leaders, charging towards Xianxia from all directions. Inside the mansion, Yuhi, Meng Hong, and the others felt their hearts rise to their throats. Although Xianxia's previous performance was extraordinary, breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array on his own and almost wiping out all of Sword Pavilion's experts. After all, he had just experienced a great battle and could not even maintain his great son Dharma idol, so he was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight. Thunderlight's sect's foundation was still intact, and with nearly 2,000 people, even if each of them spat a mouthful of saliva, Xianxia would be drowned. In such an adverse situation, how would Xianxia deal with it? On the other hand, Xianxia, who was at the center of the encirclement, had a calm expression on his face as he chewed on the spirit pills in his mouth. He grinned as he looked at the figures pouncing towards him, as if he was a peerless monster waiting for rabbits to pounce on him. Xianxia was indeed not afraid of anything. Although the Thunderlight sect had a lot of people, he had the space principles. As long as they did not seal this space and did not restrict his movements, then Zhu Li and Long Tai could forget about doing anything to him. Since he had mastered the Golden Crow sun-casting divine technique, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Just as he was considering whether to use the dragonization skill and transform into a half-dragon for a fight, he suddenly heard a somewhat excited voice from afar. Brother Yang, it's done. Ha ha ha. The voice was still in the star market, but it was accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter. A figure suddenly rushed out of the star market and headed straight for Xianxia. With swords drawn and a battle on the verge of breaking out, this burst of laughter was particularly abrupt. Everyone couldn't help but turn to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a white and clean little fatty flying out of the star market. His hands were raised high above his head, and he was holding a quaint gourd in his hands. His face was full of excitement, as if he had performed a meritorious service. The chief master's eyelids couldn't help twitching as he stared at the little fatty. How did he get out? Chen Tianfei didn't react for a moment, but after thinking it through, his expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, how did this guy get out? It had to be known that at this moment, the Star Market's Guardian Array was still active, so if anyone wanted to leave, he would have to give the order to open a gap in the Guardian Array, just like when Zhong Fan and the others came in. But now, the Guardian Array was still operating perfectly, yet the little fatty had strangely left the Star Market and the Guardian Array didn't react at all. Could it be that the aftermath of the battle between Xianxia and Sword Pavilion had caused a problem with the Guardian Array? Thinking so, Chen Tianfei hurriedly ordered people to investigate the situation of the Guardian Array. Yuhi was also shocked as she looked at the little fatty's figure. Only then did she come to her senses and release her divine sense to investigate. Sure enough, the secret chamber had already been opened, and the person who should have been in seclusion was nowhere to be seen. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. As expected of an elite disciple from a paradise, she hadn't noticed at all when he had left the mansion. Of course, most of her attention had been focused on Xianxia, but for someone from the Emperor realm to be able to do so was truly amazing. But why did this guy run out at this time? And what is that gourd? Yui focused her gaze and found that the gourd was only about a palm tall and looked quite old. She didn't know where it came from, but at this moment, it was being held high by the little fatty Su Jun, making it look extremely comical. At this time, Xianxia was surrounded by more than 2,000 people from the Thunderlight sect. If he wanted to rush to Xianxia's side, he would inevitably come into contact with the disciples of the Thunderlight sect. Su Jun seemed to be slow to react, and when he rushed into the Thunderlight sect's camp, he was suddenly startled and exclaimed, Ayaya, why are there so many people? What are you all doing here? He asked innocently, but the disciples of the Thunderlight sect responded fiercely. These people were already extremely sullen, and their killing intent was boiling. So when such an inexplicable guy suddenly barged into their camp, how could they be happy? Immediately, a series of divine secret techniques bombarded Su Jun mercilessly. But this guy looked clumsy and his movements were laughable, but his luck was surprisingly good. He took one step left, one step right, and actually dodged all the attacks. He even shouted, What are you doing? Do you want to kill me? Don't hit me. I'm innocent. The more he shouted, the more powerful the attacks of the Thunderlight sect's disciples were. The light of secret techniques covered the sky and covered the earth, but they were unable to hurt him at all. This guy looked fat, but his figure was indescribably agile. After a few times, anyone could see that something was wrong. It was impossible for a person's luck to be so good to this extent. With so many people attacking him, it was impossible that no one could hit him. This little fatty was obviously pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, to be able to move around so many people with ease, his strength was obviously not ordinary. Zhu Li was furious and shouted, "Who are you? State your name." It was fine that there was one Yang Kai who did not put the Thunderlight sect in his eyes, but now another one had appeared, which made him extremely furious. Su Zhen still held the gourd high and replied solemnly, "Divine Cauldron Heaven, Su Zhen." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Li staggered and was almost unable to stabilize himself before falling down. Long Tai's eyes instantly opened wide, while even Zhong Fan, Luo Qingyun, and the others who were recuperating felt the energy within their bodies fall into chaos, and it almost caused their injuries to become even worse. The Crimson Star's various leaders all sucked in a breath of cold air. Before this battle, there was a son who claimed to be from Qingming Blessed Land's third elder, which made the Sword Pavilion's Thunderlight sect fearful. Now, another Grotto Heaven disciple had appeared, and it was the famous divine Cauldron Heaven. Before today, they had never known that there were Grotto Heaven Blessed Land disciples in the great cosmological realm. Since there were these two people, how many more were hidden in the great cosmological realm? How could there be so many dragons hidden in a small star city? When Su Zhen announced his name, the faces of the Thunderlight sect disciples who had attacked him earlier turned pale. Not to mention them, even the Sword Pavilion's pavilion master would probably die tomorrow if he were to attack a divine Cauldron Sky disciple in front of so many people. The noisy sky suddenly fell silent. Su Zhen effortlessly squeezed to Yang Kai's side and grinned at him. Did it work? Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Su Zhen stuffed the gourd in his hand into Yang Kai's hand. Divine Cauldron Heaven disciple, you live up to your name. Thank you. Yang Kai swept it with his divine sense and nodded slightly. Su Zhen chuckled. We just took what we needed. No need to thank me. And it's a bit noisy here, so I'll take my leave first. Finished speaking, he cupped his hands at Yang Kai and turned to leave. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned back and said, Brother Yang, this thing is too murderous. Try to use it less. Be merciful when possible. Yang Kai grinned. If you cut the grass without removing the roots, it will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Su Zhen was speechless. He turned his head to look around and suddenly sighed. No longer try to persuade him. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away and soon disappeared. Everyone watched in a daze, not knowing what was going on. When they saw Su Zhen rush to Yang Kai's side and hand a gourd to him, they had thought that the two of them had a close friendship. Zhu Li, Long Tai, and the others had been considering whether to make amends with Yang Kai, but who would have thought that this little fatty would just walk away like that? What was this? And what did he mean by each took what they needed? Unable to figure out the relationship between Yang Kai and Su Zhen, Zhu Li and Long Tai did not dare to act rashly. On the other hand, Yang Kai had a playful smile on his face as he played with the gourd in his hand and said lightly, Brother Su and I are neither relatives nor friends. We didn't know each other before. It was just a transaction between us. What do you mean? Zhu Li asked solemnly. At this moment, the calmer Yang Kai appeared, the more uncertain he felt. What I mean is, if you want to fight, then fight. If you don't, then I'll kill you, Yang Kai grinned. Junior, don't be so arrogant. Long Tai shouted angrily. Cut the crap. All of you come here and die. Yang Kai roared. Junior, do you think my Thunderlight sect has no one? Since that's the case, we'll fulfill your wish. Kill him. Zhu Li ordered solemnly. He had no choice but to give the order. Yang Kai's unrelenting attitude made it obvious that the Thunderlight sect could not resolve their enmity with him. If it did not act now, once he recovered and summoned the divine technique aspect, the Thunderlight sect would not be able to fight. The Thunderlight sect's disciples no longer hesitated, and as they circulated their strength, multicolored light bloomed and bombarded Yang Kai. Luo Qingyun watched this scene coldly as a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. With so many attacks launched at once, it was impossible for Yangkai to come out unscathed. No matter how arrogant he would still die here. It was worth it. Nearly 300 Sword Pavilion disciples had been killed or injured, and the sword array had been broken, but they had killed a great threat. On the other hand, Zhongfan looked at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand with a solemn expression. He faintly felt that this thing was not ordinary and was very likely a powerful artifact. Chapter 4043. Brilliance wantonly surged, and energy was berserk. Thousands of people from Thunder Light attacked together. What magnificent scene! At the center of the countless attacks, Yang Kai stood alone, his figure lonely, but his aura soared to the sky as if he was a million masters. A low voice rang out. Today, I've obtained a new treasure, so I'll use your dog lives as a sacrifice to my divine gourd. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai patted the gourd, causing it to open and a seven-colored light to roll out from it. The light was endless and filled the sky in the blink of an eye. As soon as this multicolored light appeared, a murderous aura instantly filled the air, and within a radius of several kilometers, countless artifacts let out loud cries as they uncontrollably rushed towards the multicolored light. The swords of the fallen Sword Pavilion disciples seemed to be grasped by invisible hands and thrown into the multicolored light. No matter their grade, no matter if they were intact or not, all artifacts that rushed into the light dimmed and lost their spirituality in a very short time. The artifacts in the hands of the Thunder Light sect disciples were the same. All artifacts refined for metal were pulled by the light and broke free, causing many Thunder Light sect disciples to be stunned. Pu-pu-pu-pu-pu. A series of muffled sounds rang out as one Thunder Light sect disciple after another vomited blood, their faces pale as they fell from the sky like dumplings. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of Thunder Light sect disciples were injured because their artifacts were damaged. Divine Essence Fused Light. Zhongfan shouted in a low voice, his eyes filled with shock. The light spewing out from the gourd was the Divine Essence Fused Light he had seen in Divine Essence Fused Mountain. That day, Sword Pavilion had suffered a great loss because of this Divine Essence Fused Light. Otherwise, they would not have been defeated by D. Tion's motley crew, and the culprit was Yang Kai. Before coming here today, he had been vigilant against this Divine Essence Fused Light, but from beginning to end, Yang Kai had not used it. Instead, he had used the divine technique to fight head-on with the Heaven Star Luo Grand Array. He had thought that Yang Kai would not be able to use it easily, but who knew he would see it at this moment? Amidst his shock, Yang Kai was also a little puzzled. He had seen Yang Kai use a bag-like artifact to collect a lot of divine essence-fused light. So why was he releasing it from this gourd today? Thinking of Su Zhan's appearance and the conversation between him and Yang Kai, Zhongfan suddenly understood and said bitterly, "The disciples of the Grotto Heaven have wronged me." Divine Cauldron Heaven, one of the 36 paradise. The disciples from this paradise had only one thing that made the 3,000 worlds look up to them. That was the art of refining. It was precisely because he was good at refining that the Divine Cauldron Genius was called Divine Cauldron Heaven. In the 3,000 worlds, excluding those naturally formed secret treasures. As long as the secret treasures were refined after birth, they would most likely come from the hands of the Divine Cauldron Heaven. The disciples of the Divine Cauldron Heaven were also famous for their treasures. If he were to encounter a Divine Ding Tian disciple fighting outside, it would definitely be a completely new scene. He would be able to see the power of all sorts of strange treasures. That divine essence-fused gourd was obviously refined by Su Zhan of the Divine Cauldron Heaven for Yang Kai. Only a disciple of the Divine Cauldron Heaven could have such an ability. But if that was the case, then Yang Kai shouldn't have been able to activate the power of this treasure the moment he got his hands on it. He would have had to spend a long time refining and nurturing it. How could he activate the power of this divine essence-fused gourd the moment he got his hands on it? Unless this divine essence-fused gourd was his secret treasure, he wouldn't need to nurture it. And Su Zhan had only perfectly combined the divine essence-fused light with the divine essence-fused gourd. If that was the case, then it made sense. It had to be said that Zhong Fan's series of thoughts had completely guessed the truth. The divine essence-fused gourd was indeed Yang Kai's secret treasure. Back then in the Star Realm, in the Wuhua Palace, Yang Kai had once entered a crack in the void and found a wind gourd inside. When the wind gourd was opened, endless astral winds poured out of it to deal with the enemy. But Yang Kai hadn't used it many times and hadn't used it outside of the world. When Su Zhan came to him to ask for a 6th-grade divine essence-fused stone, saying that he could refine an artifact for him as a reward, Yang Kai naturally thought of the divine essence-fused light he had collected in the divine essence-fused mountain. That thing was stored in his 6-unity wish bag. Not only did it occupy the bag's space, but it also couldn't be used casually. If he could use the divine essence-fused light to refine an artifact, he wouldn't have to worry about these things. With the 6th-grade divine essence-fused light in front of him, Su Zhan was itching to refine a divine essence-fused banner for Yang Kai, but the materials required were too many and Yang Kai didn't know where to find them. On the other hand, the wind gourd was readily available. The two combined to form the current divine essence-fused gourd, and its power was more than just a little bit higher than the wind gourd. Yang Kai didn't need to spend any time refining it. Divine essence-fused light, it's divine essence-fused light. In Star City, countless people cried out in alarm. Great Master Qi Xing also showed a look of dread. Although he was only watching from afar, he could feel the terrifying power of the divine essence-fused light. Although he was a 5th-grade heaven splitter, if he were to be swept up by such a thing, he would instantly lose a layer of skin. If even he was like this, there was no need to mention the disciples of Thunderlight sect. A brilliant light filled the sky, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Anyone caught in the divine essence-fused light had their flesh torn apart and their bones shattered. Wherever the divine essence-fused light passed, not a single complete corpse could be found. The Emperor Realm was like this, and so was the Thunderlight sect's low-rank heaven splitters. The 6th-grade divine essence-fused light could only be resisted by a 6th-grade divine essence-fused light. So how could they resist it? In the blink of an eye, more than half of Thunderlight sect's disciples have been killed or injured. A deep chill rose from everyone's heart, causing them to shiver all over. Such a terrifying artifact was simply a weapon capable of destroying the heavens and earth. With this artifact in hand, the number of people present no longer mattered to Yang Kai. He alone could flatten this place. The Thunderlight sect disciples who were lucky enough to avoid the initial disaster didn't dare to stay in place at this moment. Screaming in horror, they fled one after another. But how could Yang Kai let them go? Just as he and Su Zhan had said before, cutting weeds without removing the roots, they would grow again when the spring breeze blew. Since the Thunderlight sect dared to find trouble with him today, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Looking at it from another perspective, if Yang Kai fell into a disadvantage and died trying to escape, would the Thunderlight sect spare him? Under the control of Yang Kai, the brilliant light swept in all directions, engulfing one Thunderlight sect disciple after another, as if an invisible beast was devouring everyone's lives. The Thunderlight sect was finished, completely finished. After this battle, they could forget about making a comeback. The moment the divine essence-fused light bloomed in the world again, this was already destined. Great Master Qi Xing's expression was dignified, his eyes filled with dread. Previously, he had told Chen Tianfei and the others that Yang Kai was an arrow at the end of its flight, and that Zhu Li and Long Tai would beat him while he was down. Who would have thought that a single divine essence-fused gourd would completely change the situation? The Golden Crow Forging Sun had broken Sword Pavilion's sword array, and the divine essence-fused gourd had swept through the Thunderlight sect's camp. A divine technique and an artifact, Yang Kai had displayed a variety of abilities that shocked everyone to the extreme. Looking at the peerless figure standing tall in the sky, no one dared to even think about making an enemy out of him. Chen Tianfei's fat body trembled violently. Although he was fat, his mind was very sharp. While others were only looking at Yang Kai's display of strength at this moment, Chen Tianfei had a different thought. Great Master had once commented that Yang Kai had the Great Sun Divine Technique Dharma Idol. Even if he was an Emperor Realm Master, he could compete with a first or second stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator. So, now that he had the Divine Essence Fused Gourd, what would happen? Perhaps no one in the lower stage Heaven Opening Realm would be his match. Only a middle stage Heaven Opening Realm Cultivator could rely on the world force of mini-universe to compete with him. Chun Tianfei knew that if he encountered Yang Kai outside, he would have to go all out to defeat Yang Kai. In the sky, less than a tenth of the Thunder Light sect's disciples remained. Two figures were also fleeing rapidly. Zhu Li and Long Tai saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare to stay? Naturally, they ran as fast as they could. However, the two rays of light chased after them endlessly as if they had a mind of their own. They were like maggots that could not be shaken off. "Junior, don't go too far. Don't go too far," Zhu Li shouted crazily. Even though he was fleeing with all his strength, he could still feel the terrifying killing intent behind him. "If we don't see each other after today, so what if this king bullies you?" Yang Kai shouted coldly. "Condense." Space buzzed, and under the urging of the world force, heaven and earth were imprisoned. Zhu Li, who was already fleeing with great difficulty, instantly froze. The surrounding space became incomparably viscous, and he felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. No matter how he urged his strength, he could not break free. Looking back in horror, he saw that the rays of light had already swept over and enveloped him. Zhu Li desperately urged his strength to resist the scouring of the divine, essence-fused light. If mini-universe had not been sealed in his body, he would have had the strength to fight. But without the world force, how could he resist the might of the sixth grade divine essence-fused light with just the strength of his Tao seal and physical body? In an instant, the protective force outside his body was washed clean. Layer after layer of flesh rolled up, as if his tendons were being pulled out and his skin peeled off. Miserable screams rang out continuously, as if he was enduring the cruelest torture in the world. Those who heard these screams shuddered. Long Tai screamed along with them. Like Zhu Li, he was also enveloped by the divine, essence-fused light. But after just a few breaths, the screams came to an abrupt end. The rays of light rolled back and were collected by the divine gourd in Yang Kai's hand. There was no trace of Zhu Li and Long Tai in the air. These two fourth-grade heaven splitters had completely disappeared. The Thunderlight sect, which had stood tall in Star City for thousands of years, was completely wiped out. No one survived. It was even more miserable than Sword Pavilion. This was not the end. Yang Kai patted the divine gourd again, and the rays of light rolled out again, heading towards the disciples of Sword Pavilion who were still alive. Chen Xingyun shouted in horror, "Spare me." He had suffered a backlash from urging the secret technique before, and now he did not even have the strength to escape. He could only sit in place and wait for death. If not for this, would he dare to stay here? Seeing that Yang Kai was about to kill him, he could only beg for mercy. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and ignored him. When the rays of light retracted, the people of Sword Pavilion had also disappeared. Taking a step forward, Yang Kai had already arrived in front of Zhong Fan. Looking down at him, he said indifferently, "Do you have any last words? There's no need to beg for mercy." Chapter 4044. Zhong Fan was at the 5th stage Heaven Opening Realm and had a strong foundation. When the sword formation was broken, he was also seriously injured, but it was not as serious as Qiu Qingyun's. If he had escaped in advance, he might have had a chance to survive, but for some reason, he stayed here and watched as the disciples of Thunderlight sect and Sword Pavilion were destroyed one after another. When Yang Kai came in front of him and looked down at him, Zhong Fan snorted coldly, "Junior, don't be so arrogant. You have committed a heinous crime. Once you leave the great cosmological abyss, you will die." Yang Kai frowned. He vaguely felt that Zhong Fan was implying something, but he was too lazy to ask. He snorted coldly, "I like a tough bone like you. It's interesting to pinch you." As he said so, he slapped Zhong Fan with his palm. He was going to kill him mercilessly. Zhong Fan's expression was indifferent. When the big hand was only 3 feet away from him, his eyes suddenly burst with light, and a slit appeared between his eyebrows. From that slit, Dao connotation flowed, and a sword chi slashed through the air. In this moment of life or death, Yang Kai had no choice but to push the power of his Dao seal outwards to defend against the enemy, just like when Yang Kai fought the great demon god in the Star Boundary, cutting off all means of retreat. To a cultivator, a Dao seal was like the inner core of a monster beast. It contained the entire person's essence, chi, spirit, and comprehension of one's own Dao. It would not be used easily, but if released, it would have a shocking power. However, in this way, the risk was also extremely high. If the Dao seal was damaged, it would result in death. Therefore, no one would do this unless they were in a desperate situation. Even Monster Beast would not release its inner core easily. Zhongfan was also forced to do this. Yang Kai had formed the Golden Crow casting Sundharma form, and held a shocking killing weapon like the Origin Magnetic Divine Gourd. Apart from this, he had no other hope. In a desperate fight, success or failure depended on the will of the heavens. He had cultivated the sword all his life and focused on killing. His Dao seal had turned into a 3-inch small sword with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements flowing on it. It was sharp and seemed to be indestructible. "I knew you would do this." Yang Kai coldly snorted as he stretched out his hand and grabbed the Dao seal sword in his hand. But soon he frowned. When he lowered his head, he saw a dazzling sword light piercing out from his palm, heading straight for his forehead. In the end, he had still underestimated the power of a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Even with his tyrannical dragon-form body, he was still unable to resist the power of this small Dao seal sword. A bloody hole was directly pierced through his palm, and within the wound, sword chi circulated. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai's entire body seemed to have expanded. His chest and abdomen swelled up as he breathed out the Golden Crow primordial flame from his mouth, burning the small sword seal. Flames raged, distorting the void. As far as the eye could see, a 3-inch long sword was swimming against the current of the Golden Crow primordial fire like a small fish swimming against the current. However, it was constantly being washed away by the Golden Crow primordial fire. Zhongfan's eyes were about to split open. As he roared, he fully activated the power of his Dao seal, determined to kill Yang Kai here and now. Inch by inch, the small sword seal kept approaching Yang Kai's forehead. Its speed was extremely slow, making people deeply feel the threat of death. Yang Kai, however, remained motionless. The Golden Crow primordial fire continued to surge out. On the small sword, light shone brightly, and it shook violently. After 10 breaths, when the 3-inch long sword arrived in front of him, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a loud bang. Zhongfan spat out a mouthful of boiling hot blood. His aura suddenly quieted down. His originally muscular body seemed to have all of its essence, chi, and spirit taken away in an instant, turning into a bag of bones. The wind blew, and his hair fluttered in the wind. The Dao seal was destroyed, and Zhongfan's cultivation was crippled. In the star market, countless people were shocked. Many heaven splitters could not help but feel a sense of sympathy. Although they had long heard that once the Dao seal was destroyed, the cultivator would die, it was the first time that 90% of the people had seen it with their own eyes. The change in Zhongfan was shocking. Yang Kai took a step forward and floated past Zhongfan. Yang Kai was not interested in attacking a person who was bound to die. In a few steps, he arrived in front of Lu Shui. He reached out and pulled her up by the collar. He looked down at her indifferently. "Where is the headquarters of the Sword Pavilion?" Behind him. After Zhongfan heard this, his head drooped deeply, and his aura quickly dissipated. Fresh blood kept gushing out of Lu Shui's mouth, boiling nonstop, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Her skin was abnormally red, like a steamed crab. Before the battle, Yang Kai had planted the Golden Crow true fire in her, so she did not participate in the entire battle. Zhongfan helped her suppress the disaster in her body first. After Zhongfan left, She could not resist the burning of the golden crow true fire with her own strength. She could only bitterly hold on and slowly wait for death. Fortunately, the foundation of a fourth-stage heaven splitter was not too bad. Yang Kai's battle with the Sword Pavilion's Lei Guang was not long, so until now, she was still alive, but only half dead. If he left her alone, she would die in less than an incense stick's worth of time. Seeing Yang Kai walking toward her, Lu Shui's delicate body trembled violently. She had never thought that she would be so afraid of the Emperor Realm one day. Outside the great cosmological abyss, how could an existence like the Emperor Realm enter her eyes? It was an existence that she would not even look at. But today, what Yang Kai had done in the Emperor Realm had deeply shocked her. He had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion's sword formation and single-handedly destroyed Lei Guang. Who could match such a magnificent feat? At this moment, she was held in Yang Kai's hand like a little chick. She was trembling in fear, and her heart was covered with a layer of shadow. Even the light of her Dao seal had dimmed a lot. The person in front of her had become her inner demon. Even if she could leave the great cosmological abyss alive, if she met Yang Kai outside in the future, she was afraid that she would not be able to have the thought of being hostile to him. Unless she could break through this layer of mental barrier, she would be reborn. Hearing Yang Kai's question, how could Lu Xun not know what he wanted to do? He was going to wipe out the Sword Pavilion's main altar. Could he do it? With this question in mind, Lu Shui gave an affirmative answer. The Sword Pavilion had only sent 300 people this time, which was only a small number. There were nearly 1,000 disciples at the main altar, 2 middle-stage heaven splitters, and a 6th-stage heaven splitter expert like the Pavilion Master. But judging from the means that Yang Kai had just shown, the Sword Pavilion could not resist him at all. Not to mention other things, just the origin magnet Divine Gourd was enough to restrain the Sword Pavilion. The reason why the Sword Pavilion had always been above the Thunderlight sect and the Crimson Star sect was because of the sword formation. But once the origin magnet Divine Gourd came out, how could the disciples form a formation? At that time, they would be in a state of disunity. Without the power of the sword formation, they would not be Yang Kai's opponent at all. Except for the Pavilion Master, who could barely contend with this person, no one else could survive in his hands. Looking at the hellish man in front of her, Lu Shui was so frightened that she could not speak. "Take me there, and I'll spare your life." As Yang Kai said so, he stretched out his other hand and patted Lu Shui's abdomen. With a thought, the golden crow primordial fire that had invaded Lu Shui's body and caused her to suffer a fate worse than death was directly taken back. Lu Shui coughed softly. Although Xianxia was seriously injured, without the golden crow primordial fire in her body, at least there was no danger to her life. After this, as long as she recuperated well, there would be a day when she would recover. "If you dare say no, I'll send you to see your companions now." Yang Kai was a little impatient when he did not hear Lu Shui's response for a long time. "I'll take you there." Lu Shui nodded gently. Yang Kai nodded, lifted Lu Shui, and soared into the sky, instantly turning into a stream of light and disappearing from everyone's sight. He did not deliberately suppress his voice when he spoke to Lu Shui just now. The small slope was not too far from Star City, so anyone with a little strength in Star City could hear it clearly. Seeing Kai Yang leave like this, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Was he going to kill them all? Sword Pavilion had lost 300 disciples this time, including 2 mid-rank Kai Tian masters. Xianxia was already seriously injured, but now Yang Kai was going to attack their headquarters. How cruel was this? Moreover, he had just experienced a great battle, and even his divine technique manifestation had been scattered. Didn't he need a good rest to recover? Yui could not help showing a worried look, but at this moment, it was too late to chase after him. Yang Kai cultivated the space principles, so, with her strength, she could not catch up with him. The world was quiet, and only the thick smell of blood filled the air. Outside Red Star City, blood flowed like a river, and corpses were everywhere, like an Azura purgatory. In the distance, a little fatty stared at this scene and sighed slightly. What a sin! After all, the divine magnetic gourd was made by him, so he was responsible for half of the people who died. After sighing, his figure dissipated and disappeared. In Yang Kai's residence, Meng Hong and the others had been watching with their mouths wide open. As the chief disciple of Great Moon Province, Meng Hong's aptitude was not bad. Previously, he had been suffering from a lack of resources, so he had no choice but to condense the power of the third grade, hoping to reach the third grade in the future. After encountering such a great change in the great cosmological realm, he made up his mind to break through and rebuild, condensing the fifth grade true sunfire. He thought that his future would be bright, and his ambition was surging in his heart. But after seeing Yang Kai's actions today, he realized that even if he could really reach the fifth grade, he was afraid that he would not be as good as Yang Kai. He was somewhat shocked, but then he thought about it. Others had their own abilities and opportunities, and he had his own. As long as he did his best, there was no need to compare himself with others. In this world, there were always some people who defied the heavens. The great Peng spread its wings and soared into the sky. The wood Tao that reached the clouds was high. Thinking of this, his mind was clear and his spirit was refreshed. Since you have nothing to do, go clean up the battlefield. Yuhi's voice came from beside him. So many people died. There must be some good things. Yes, Meng Hong hurriedly replied and led his two junior brothers to fly out. Even Xinyu followed closely behind, and she had a slightly complicated expression as she looked at Meng Hong's back. In Star City, dozens of people led by Guizian hurried forward to help when they saw this. Although they looked miserable at this moment, all of them were high-spirited and proud. Chapter 40-45. Strictly speaking, Guizian and the others were still members of Red Star, but at this moment, no one treated them as ordinary Red Star disciples. Yang Kai had just expressed his anger for them, something everyone had clearly seen. After this battle, it could be said that Guizian and the others had been branded with Yang Kai's imprint. They were now the same cruel and ruthless young men who had single-handedly destroyed Thunderlight Sect and Soar Pavilion. Thinking back before the battle began, Yang Kai had once said to Guizian that if they died, these 3,000 people would be buried with them. It was just then no one took him seriously at the time, thinking that Yang Kai was just boasting to comfort his subordinates. But now that they thought about it, he was truly confident in his words. 3,000 people. He had killed them all without hesitation, leaving almost nothing behind. Where did this freak come from? How could he be so arrogant and kill so many people? Chun Tianfei carefully glanced at the chief master in front of him, and seeing that he had no intention of stopping them, he quickly ordered his subordinates to open Star City's spirit array so that Guizian and the others could rush to the battlefield. Pairs of eyes stared enviously at the dozens of people sweeping through the battlefield, their space rings scattered everywhere. With more than 3,000 people here, even if some of their space rings were destroyed, at least half of them would remain. This was a wealth that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy, not to mention the heaven-opening realm inheritances. How could mid-rank heaven-opening realm masters like Zhong, Fan, and Xinyan be lacking? Each of them had acted like a tyrant in Star City for thousands of years, so the wealth they had accumulated was probably unimaginable. However, even though everyone was envious, no one dared to come forward and compete, learning from the mistakes of others who wouldn't cherish their own lives. Is that young lady called Yuhi? The chief master suddenly asked. Chun Tianfei was startled, but quickly replied, yes. The chief master nodded and said, come with me to pay her a visit. Flicking his sleeve, he crossed his hands behind his back and walked towards Yang Kai's mansion. Chun Tianfei and the others looked at each other for a moment before hurriedly following. They all knew that even the chief master was shocked by Yang Kai's methods today. Qi Xing had abandoned him in a time of crisis, so if he didn't quickly appease him, Qi Xing wouldn't be able to bear the consequences of his revenge in the future. But on the other hand, this was also a great opportunity for Qi Xing. If they could repair their relationship with Yang Kai, it would only bring benefits to Qi Xing's future. There was no hope of accepting him back into Qi Xing again. Yang was so strong. If they did so, it would be tantamount to handing over Qi Xing. The chief master, Chun Tianfei and the others wouldn't do such a thing. But as long as Yang's was not excessive, they would agree. Red Star originally had 3 great forces, but now that the Thunderlight sect had been destroyed, Sword Pavilion's vitality had been greatly damaged, and Yangkai had gone straight to Sword Pavilion's headquarters. It was estimated that Sword Pavilion would not be able to survive much longer. 2 of the 3 major forces were gone at once, leaving Qi Xing alone. This was a heaven-sent opportunity. Under the lead of the Chief Master, Chun Tianfei and the others respectfully came to Yangkai's mansion. There were no servants in the mansion, so they couldn't even find a way to pay a visit. Chun Tianfei could only go forward to knock on the door, and was ridiculed by Yu He. Qi Xing's actions when Yangkai was in danger really angered Yu He. Although Qi Xing was forced to do so, this matter was related to Yangkai's life and death. Fortunately, Yangkai was strong, otherwise, he would probably have to run away with her. She also knew why Qi Xing and the others came here. She was already being polite by not kicking them out and just making things difficult for them. The Chief Master was a 5th grade opening heaven stage, and she was also a 5th grade opening heaven stage. Their strength and status were equal, but during the conversation, the Chief Master obviously maintained a respectful attitude. It couldn't be helped. Yu was with Yangkai. In the future, if Qi Xing still wanted to survive in the great cosmological realm, he would have to look up to Yangkai. At this time, how could he put on any airs? He didn't say much. He just asked Yu He to wait for Yangkai to return so that she could put in a few good words in front of Yangkai and pass on Qi Xing's difficulties to Yangkai so that he could understand. Yu He naturally wouldn't agree immediately. She just pretended to be polite. Before leaving, Qi Xing and the other leaders left behind a small gift. Although it was a small gift, it was actually generous. It was 3 sets of 5th grade materials, with materials worth millions of opening heaven pills. Qi Xing's sincerity was obvious. If it were in the past, such wealth might be considered good for Yangkai, but after the trip to the primary magnetic mountain, Yangkai had made a lot of money. He had obtained more than 75th grade primary magnetic divine stones and more than 26th grade primary magnetic divine stones. These 3 sets of 5th grade materials might not be able to enter his eyes. After the shocking battle, the turmoil in Star City did not subside for a long time. For a few days, everyone was talking about the scenes of the previous battle and Yangkai's incredible performance. Many people were waiting to watch a good show. Yangkai, in order to kill all of them, directly rushed to Sword Pavilion's headquarters with Lu Shui. When he returned from Sword Pavilion, no one knew how to deal with Qi Xing. Countless disciples of Qi Xing were in a panic, fearing that they would be implicated. After a few days, Qi Xing's population had shrunk significantly. Qi Xing had originally occupied this stronghold and was thriving, but who knew that nearly 20 to 30% of their population had suddenly disappeared. They had all secretly left this place. Chen Tianfei and the others were so angry that they had to activate the Guardian Array. Anyone who wanted to leave had to verify their identity before they could be allowed to leave. This was the only way to contain the turmoil. With Star City in turmoil, Yangkai rushed forward with Lu Shui. Under Lu Shui's guidance, they flew for more than a day before they saw a rolling mountain range in the distance. The mountain range was majestic and ancient. An ancient aura rushed out from it, making people feel as if they had traveled back in time and returned to ancient times. The entire Star City was swallowed into the great cosmological realm and split into many pieces. There's a fragment over there. Sword Pavilion has been stationed there since then, Lu Shui said while coughing lightly. After a day, she had not recovered much. Although she had taken a lot of pills, they only delayed her injuries. It would take at least a year and a half for her to fully recover. Got it, Yangkai said and threw her aside before turning into a stream of light and rushing in that direction. Lu Shui did not expect that Yangkai would abandon her like this. For a moment, she was unable to react and fell to the ground. In a panic, she hurriedly urged her strength to stabilize herself. Her internal organs were in severe pain as she staggered to the ground. Looking at the departing figure in the distance, fear welled up in her heart. He really spared me. Lu Shui still could not believe it. Although Yangkai had said that he would spare her life if she brought him to Sword Pavilion's great altar, How could Lu Shui take him seriously? She only thought he was lying to her. But although she thought so at that time, she had no choice but to agree. The taste of being burned by the golden crow true fire and slowly waiting for death was too horrible. Now it seemed that Yang Kai was not lying to her, but was keeping his word. However, after being burned by the golden crow true fire, her body was in a mess, and she could not even exert 10% of her usual strength. Now that Yang Kai had abandoned her here, how could she survive? She would die if she encountered any fierce beast. Forcing herself to stay awake, Lu Shui staggered forward. In Sword Pavilion's star market, Yang Kai fell from the sky and smashed a hole in the ground when he landed. He had come here aggressively to eliminate the source of trouble. Since the enmity between him and Sword Pavilion had been formed, there was no need to be polite. Thinking that it would be another difficult battle, Yang Kai had tried his best to adjust his condition to the best of his ability today. But before he even arrived, he felt that something was wrong. In his divine sense, there was no sign of life. In such a large star market, there was not a single living person. Not only that, but the air was also filled with a strong smell of blood. This aura was very familiar, just like the scene after the battle outside Red Star Market. Turning his head at this moment, Yang Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. The buildings in Sword Pavilion Star Market had all collapsed, and the ground was covered with blood and broken limbs. What's more, the wounds on these broken limbs were quite strange. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the broken limbs, lowering his head to examine it, his brow furrowed. At this moment, the entire star market was empty. Birds flew through the sky and the earth groaned. Walking with his hands behind his back, Yang Kai soon saw a number of broken corpses. What was strange was that after these people died, their space rings had not been collected and were instead left in place. Casually picking up a space ring, Yang Kai found that the things inside had not been touched at all. Yang Kai's expression gradually became dignified. Along the way, Yang Kai collected space rings. Fortunately, he had a mysterious small world. Otherwise, he would not have been able to store them all. The scale of the star market was even larger than Red Star Star Market. Before this, there were at least tens of thousands of people living here. Yang Kai regretted not bringing Wuxian and the others with him. With so many space rings, Yang Kai did not know how long it would take to collect them. After walking around the star market for a day, Yang Kai had collected thousands of space rings, but this was only 20 to 30%. Before he knew it, Yang Kai had arrived in front of a large hall. This hall was located at the center of the entire star market and should be the place where Sword Pavilion's upper echelons gathered, similar to Red Star's council hall. The door was broken, so Yang Kai walked straight in. The hall was also covered in blood, with corpses strewn everywhere. A figure stood there with a bleak expression. Who else could it be but Lu Shui? Previously, Yang Kai had abandoned her in the wilderness, but she had forced herself to walk all the way to Star Market. When she saw the corpses strewn all over Star Market and rivers of blood, she thought it was Yang Kai's doing, but now it seemed that this was not Yang Kai's doing. This had clearly happened before they arrived. Hearing footsteps, Lu Shui looked back, her eyes empty. What happened here? A beast tied? Yang Kai came to her side and stood still, staring at the corpse of a middle-aged man in front of him. Although this middle-aged man was dead, his temperament was extraordinary. He was definitely a master when he was alive. There were no scars on his body, so it was unknown how he died. Through his previous observations, Yang Kai was almost certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered an extremely terrifying beast tide. Many of the broken limbs and flesh had traces of being bitten by fierce beasts. Chapter 4046. Impossible. Lu Shui cried out involuntarily. She could accept that Yang Kai had turned this place into what it was now. After all, she had witnessed Yang Kai's terrifying abilities with her own eyes, but how could a beast tide reach this level? It wasn't that Sword Pavilion had never encountered a beast tide before, but no matter how large or small they were easily repelled. Sword Pavilion's foundation was extraordinary, and they had the support of a sword array and a protective array. An ordinary beast tide could not shake Sword Pavilion's foundation. Yang Kai said lightly, "Nothing is impossible." He had been collecting space rings for a day and observing for a day, so he was almost certain that Sword Pavilion had encountered a beast tide. There were many footprints of fierce beasts on the ground, and there were some remaining corpses of fierce beasts in the star market. In addition, the fact that the space rings had not been plundered clearly confirmed his thoughts. Who is this person? Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man's corpse in front of him and asked. Pavilion Master. Lu Shui replied blankly. This person is Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Xianxia's eyes narrowed. Although he felt that this person had an extraordinary temperament and should have a strong background, he did not expect him to be Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. What was this person's cultivation before he died? Lu Shui said in a trembling voice. Pavilion Master is a 6-stage splitter, and his cultivation is superb. How could he die here? 6th stage. Xianxia was also a little shocked. He was not afraid of a level 6 heaven splitter. In the great cosmological realm, the strength that a level 6 heaven splitter could unleash was limited. If they really fought, it was unknown who would win with his current ability. He was shocked that a 6-stage splitter would die here. 6-stage splitters had their own foundation, and even if they were no match for a beast tide, they could still escape with their swords. However, looking at the Sword Pavilion Master's death and the traces of battle in the hall, it seemed that he was killed without much ability to resist. In other words, the strength of the one who killed him was far beyond his own. Xianxia felt a chill in his heart. Was there such a powerful existence in the great cosmological realm? Moreover, there were no wounds on Sword Pavilion Master's body, so it was impossible to tell how he died. It did not seem like he was killed by a monster beast. All dead, all dead. Lu Shui turned her head and saw that in the hall, except for the corpse of the master, all the high-level members of Sword Pavilion were gathered here. Almost no one was left behind, including those who were killed by Xianxia outside Red Star City. She was the only one left alive in Sword Pavilion. With a ripping sound, Xianxia took a few steps forward, arrived in front of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, tore off his clothes, and stared down in shock. He had originally wanted to find out why the Sword Pavilion Master had died, but who would have thought that he would see the truth? There was a spider-shaped mark on his broad chest. The spider was silver, and there was a crescent moon mark on its back. It was so lifelike that it looked like a living creature. Silver threads extended from its 8 legs and covered the Sword Pavilion Master's body. This is... Xianxia suddenly felt that the spider mark was somewhat familiar. Before he could figure out where he had seen this pattern, the spider suddenly jumped out of the Sword Pavilion Master's chest and rushed straight at Xianxia. Lu Shui, who was standing on the side, screamed. Apparently, she was also frightened and retreated. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia tilted his head back, trying to avoid the spider's attack. But in the next instant, a giant 8-legged spider appeared in front of him, filling his vision and occupying his consciousness. This spider was none other than the mark on Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master's chest, magnified countless times. The huge mouth opened and bit at Xianxia, as if to swallow him in one bite. This was not a real scene. In Lu Shui's vision, after the spider mark on the Pavilion Master's chest jumped out and rushed at Xianxia, Xianxia's eyes suddenly glazed over. At the same time, a pure spiritual energy rippled out. The spider was a sole divine technique, and the giant spider Xianxia saw was nothing more than an illusion. But even if it was an illusion, if he was swallowed by the spider, he would not have a good end. At this critical moment of life and death, a dragon's roar rang out, and a golden dragon head suddenly appeared behind Xianxia, roaring as it rushed towards the giant spider. Dragon pressure filled the air as a dragon soared to the highest heavens. With a bang, Xianxia's soul shook, and when Xianxia recovered, there was no trace of the spider in front of him. The divine technique hidden on the Sword Pavilion Master's body had been crushed by the dragon pressure. Heavenly Moon, Demon Spider. Xianxia's face became solemn. He finally remembered why this spider pattern was so familiar. He had seen it before. It was on Shan Qing Luo's body. Shan Qing Luo had the bloodline of the Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, and on some unknown part of her body, there was such a mark, almost exactly the same as what he had seen. The Heavenly Moon Demon Spider was one of the ancient divine spirits, and although its ranking on the divine spirit list was not too high, it was definitely not low either. There was actually a divine spirit in the great cosmological realm. However, when he thought about the dragon bead he obtained in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Xianxia felt relieved. The great cosmological realm was mysterious and unpredictable. Since there was a true dragon here, there was nothing strange about having a heavenly moon demon spider here. It seemed that the Sword Pavilion Master was killed by the heavenly moon demon spider. No wonder he did not have much strength to resist. Even with the suppression of the great cosmological realm, a divine spirit was not a match for ordinary people. If it was allowed to leave the great cosmological realm and go outside, it would definitely not be inferior to Miameng. Xianxia's heart burned with passion. This was a heavenly moon demon spider. If he could kill it, take its monster core, and bring it back to Aluo, wouldn't Aluo reach the heavens in a single bound? When the time came, he didn't know how happy that little hussy would be. She would definitely use all sorts of methods to serve him. However, Xianxia quickly dispelled this idea. It was best not to provoke a heavenly moon demon spider if he could avoid it. If he went for wool and came home shorn, it would be bad if he ended up making Aluo and the others widows. You? Lu Shui's horrified voice came from the side as she stared at Xianxia, her eyes trembling violently. In that split second, she seemed to have seen something incredible. She was so frightened that she fell on her, and forgot to get up in the midst of her shock. Xianxia glanced at her faintly before ignoring her, leaning over and taking off the space ring of the Sword Pavilion Master. Sweeping it with his divine sense, he found that this guy was really rich. Inside the space ring, there were more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills piled up into several small mountains, and there were also countless other cultivation materials and artifacts. After all, Xianxia had been the Sword Pavilion Master for so many years and abused his power in Star City, so he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth. A jade slip caught Xianxia's attention. Taking it out and sweeping it with his divine sense, Xianxia raised his brow. This jade slip actually contained the Falling Star Sword Array and the Heavenly Dipper Star Array. This was a good thing. Although there were strict requirements for the person who arranged this spirit array, requiring one to be a Sword Dao cultivator, it was not difficult to find someone to arrange it. Perhaps it would be useful in the future. Just as he was about to put this jade slip away, though, Xianxia suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, shuttling through space and staring at him, causing Xianxia's hair to stand on end as if he was being stared at by something terrible. In that direction, in the depths of the great desolate mountain range, countless ferocious mutant beasts were galloping about. These mutant beasts were all of different shapes and sizes. Some were as towering as mountains, hundreds of meters tall, and every step they took caused the earth to tremble. Some were humanoid mutant beasts with 2 heads on their backs. There were also some with sickle-like arms that moved like the wind, and although they were humanoid, they had the head of a praying mantis on their heads. These mutant beasts were densely packed together, but at this moment, they were like a well-trained army that was rapidly advancing towards the depths of the great desolate mountain range. The most conspicuous of all was a huge spider at the center of this beast-tide army. It moved forward with its 8 legs, seemingly clumsy and slow, but in fact, it moved like a bolt of lightning. From time to time, this spider would spit out a strand of silk, which would pierce into the body of a monster beast, roll it into its mouth, and swallow it whole. On the back of this huge spider, there was a pavilion-like structure. Inside this pavilion, a woman in revealing clothes was lying lazily on a bamboo chair. This woman was extremely seductive, not losing out to Xianxia in any way. She was the kind of woman who could make any man's blood boil. Just as Xianxia urged his dragon pressure to crush the illusion of the heavenly moon demon spider, the enchanting woman on the bamboo chair suddenly opened her eyes and let out a soft cry of surprise as she turned towards the direction of Star City. A moment later, she stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked her lips, smiling. With this smile, the world seemed to lose its color, leaving only the charm of her smile. Gently clapping her hands, a green figure immediately flashed over and half knelt in front of her. This figure had the body of a human, but its arms had turned into giant sickles, and it had the head of a praying mantis. "There's an interesting guy in the direction we came from. Bring him back alive." The praying mantis nodded, turned into a green light, and flew off to carry out the order. Inside Star City, Xianxia frowned as he carefully tried to sense his surroundings, but he couldn't feel anything. He couldn't help wondering if he had consumed too much of his strength in yesterday's battle and was hallucinating. Xianxia wanted to leave, but he had only searched half of this star market, so there was still a good half to go. Xianxia was somewhat reluctant to leave, so after pondering for a moment, Xianxia collected all the space rings in the hall before turning around and walking into Star Market, quickly sweeping through it. In any case, this was a dangerous place, and it wasn't advisable to stay here for long. So he quickly finished his search and left. Wuxia was left alone in the hall, and it took a long time for her to slowly recover. She had suffered a lot recently. First, she had been tormented by Xianxia. Then, when she returned to Sword Pavilion, she found that she was the only one left. Her heart was filled with sadness, and she didn't know what to do in the future. Taking out some spirit pills, she stuffed them into her mouth and swallowed them before sitting down cross-legged and circulating her secret art to adjust her breathing. No matter what happened in the future, she had to recover first before making any plans. Chapter 4047. Inside the Star Market, Xianxia moved quickly, his divine sense spreading out like a tide, and under the urging of his strength, it was as if countless giant hands were stretching out, collecting the space rings of the dead and tossing them into his sealed world bead. There was no time to investigate what was inside these space rings. There were simply too many of them, so he could only slowly search them later. Half a day later, the ruins of the Star Market were basically cleaned up, and just as Xianxia was about to return home, he suddenly heard a weak and mournful cry coming from a certain direction. Xianxia quickly turned his head. That cry was coming from the direction of the hall, where Sword Pavilion's pavilion master had died, and that cry was undoubtedly Wuxia's. In this entire Star Market, besides him and Wuxia, there was no other living person. But at this moment, there was clearly another aura coming from that direction, but this aura was very wild, like a demonic chi. Monster beast. Xianxia's brow furrowed, and out of curiosity, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already inside the hall, and looking up, his brow furrowed even more. What he saw was Wuxia's entire body suspended in midair, and in front of her was a humanoid monster more than 6 meters tall, wearing animal skin. This guy was entirely green, and although it had a humanoid form, it was not human. Its 2 arms were as sharp as sickles, and its neck had a flat head. At first glance, it looked like a praying mantis. What the hell is this thing? Xianxia had traveled far and wide for many years, but he had never seen such a strange existence. Generally speaking, when a monster beast cultivated to a certain level, it could take human form. Only those who had not cultivated enough would retain some traces of their monster beast form. However, the aura of this mantis head in front of him was very strong, even stronger than the auras of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. So how could it still have a half-human, half-monster appearance? The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon had not taken human form, so Xianxia guessed that this was related to their sentience. Without sentience, they naturally could not take human form. Could it be that this mantis head's sentience had not been fully developed? Hearing the movement, the mantis head turned to look at Xianxia, its 2 compound eyes reflecting a strange light as it raised one of its sickle-like arms and scratched its head, looking a little confused. Master had only told it that there was an interesting guy here and told it to capture him. When it came here, it saw Wuxia and thought it was her, but who knew that another one would appear? Which one is it? After carefully distinguishing between Wuxia and Xianxia's auras, it really couldn't tell. In its perception, Wuxia was clearly much stronger than Xianxia, but its monster beast instincts told it that Xianxia was a fatal threat. After pondering for a while, he suddenly grinned and said in a metallic voice, "Forget it. Let's capture them all and bring them back." This mantis head could talk. Lu Shui was startled for a moment, then immediately looked at Yang Kai with a pleading gaze. At this time, her life was hanging by a thread. As long as the mantis head moved slightly, it could dismember her on the spot. Her only hope was Yang Kai. If Yang Kai was willing to save her, she might still have a chance to live. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai did not even look at her, and she could not help but feel sad. Thinking about it, Yang Kai had previously slaughtered the people of Sword Pavilion and even came here to kill them all. She was a member of Sword Pavilion, so why would he care about her life? Did you do this? Yang Kai looked at the mantis head and asked, but soon shook his head. You don't have this ability. I don't know what you're talking about. The mantis head shook its arms and threw Lu Shui, who was suspended in the air, to the side. As it walked towards Yang Kai, its two scythe-like arms gently rubbed against each other, producing a harsh sound. Little thing, Mistress told me to capture you alive, so you'd better not resist, otherwise you'll suffer. Mistress? Kai Yang raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to inquire who this matriarch was, a green light flashed in front of his eyes. The mantis head was right in front of his face, and with a flash of sharp light, its scythe arm stabbed towards his shoulder. So fast, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he instantly urged his space principles, teleporting away and reappearing 10 meters away. With a tearing sound, his clothes were torn. When Yang Kai turned his head to look, he saw that the new set of clothes he had changed into on the way here had been cut open. Fortunately, his reaction wasn't slow, otherwise he would have been at a disadvantage. Huh? The mantis head tilted its head, its two compound eyes darting around, seemingly very confused. You're so fast. You're not bad either. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Then let's see who's faster. The mantis head grinned, revealing 2 rows of saw-like fangs in its mouth. And as soon as it finished speaking, its entire body turned into a streak of green light and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai waited with rapt attention, locking onto the mantis head's aura with his divine sense and urging his space principles, countering each move as it came. In an instant, a strange wind blew and figures flickered, filling the hall with the cries of the wind. Lu Shui, who had been thrown to the side, looked up and saw that the entire hall was filled with figures of Yang Kai and the mantis head. For a time, she couldn't tell which one was the real one. She couldn't help feeling shocked. Normally, it would have been difficult to encounter such a swift existence, but this time there were actually 2 of them, and they were evenly matched. She didn't dare to remain in place. Whether it was the mantis head or Yang Kai, neither had any intention of taking care of her. Once she was caught in the aftermath of the battle between these 2, she wouldn't be able to resist in her current state. Forcing herself to stand, she groped her way to the entrance of the hall and stumbled out. She had only run for less than 100 feet when she heard a violent explosion behind her. She turned around and saw that the hall had been shattered. 2 figures had soared into the sky, and the violent aftershock swept over, sending her flying more than 100 feet. She landed heavily on the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. Outside the hall, whether it was Yang Kai or the mantis head, both seemed to have broken free from some kind of shackles. Like a dragon entering the sea or a tiger entering the forest, they instantly pushed their speed to the limit. Above Star City, the 2 figures crisscrossed, chasing each other from one end of Star City to the other. From time to time, they would exchange blows, causing the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Strictly speaking, in terms of speed, Yang Kai couldn't compare to the mantis head. The mantis head was truly as fast as the wind and as fast as thunder, while Yang Kai relied on nothing more than the space principles. What was even more terrifying was that not only was the mantis head's speed extremely fast, breaking through the sound of wind and thunder, but his saber technique was also as exquisite as a grandmaster's. Those 2 sickle-like arms seemed to be natural sabers, and when the mantis head brandished them, they were simply invincible. At first glance, one could tell that his saber technique was completely random and should have been comprehended on his own, but it was also completely natural and exquisite. Every strike he made was just right, and his strength was not wasted in the slightest. Xianxia was actually feeling a little strained. He came with the invincible momentum of breaking Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroying thousands of Thunderlight sect cultivators. If the opponent's strength was insufficient, he could easily wipe them out, but this mantis head actually made him feel pressured at this moment, which showed how terrifying this guy was. Who among the cultivators in the great cosmological realm could be a match for such an existence? Xianxia reckoned that even if the Sword Pavilion Master came back to life, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage over him, and such a guy was just a servant. So how terrifying was the mistress? Xianxia faintly suspected that the mistress mentioned by the mantis head should be the heavenly moon demon spider. Thinking about it, he was indeed a little whimsical when he thought about the heavenly moon demon spider. Enough! Xianxia roared angrily and struck out with his palm. Violent powers surged and blasted the mantis head away. In terms of speed, Xianxia could rely on the space principles to not fall into a disadvantage. But if this continued, when would it end? He couldn't stay in this dangerous place for long. If the heavenly moon demon spider came back, he didn't know if he could withstand it. This battle had to be ended quickly. The moment he forced the mantis head back, Xianxia summoned the divine origin magnet gourd. With a thought, he opened the gourd and a multicolored light swept out, filling the world and wrapping around the mantis head. Clanging sounds rang out and sparks flew. Xianxia's eyes widened as he stared in front of him in astonishment. Inside the divine origin magnet light, the mantis head was being washed away by the divine origin magnet light. Although its speed was greatly reduced, its momentum was still overwhelming. The divine origin magnet light that had caused Thunderlight Sword Pavilion to suffer a great loss didn't have much effect on the mantis head. Although it was instantly covered in cuts and bruises, there were only minor injuries that could be ignored. This guy was a 6th grade monster beast. Monster beasts outside the universe realm were also divided into grades. For example, Heaven Opening Realm monster beasts that weren't even at the Heaven Opening Realm were naturally not included. In other words, the mantis head had a 6th grade monster core. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to resist the divine origin magnet light with its physical body. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what attribute the mantis head's monster core was, the 6th grade monster core was a treasure. Although the mantis head wasn't seriously injured, it was clearly angered by Xianxia's sudden change in tactics and felt that this guy was despicable and shameless. He had clearly competed in speed with it, but now he had suddenly changed tactics, making it feel deeply humiliated and malicious. It cried out, "Little thing, you've made this Lord Mantis very angry. This Lord Mantis has decided to eat one of your arms and one of your legs." In any case, losing an arm and a leg wouldn't kill him. The matriarch had only ordered him to bring the mantis head back alive and hadn't said anything about bringing the mantis head back whole, so he wasn't going against her orders. As it cried out, it brandished its scythe in an airtight manner, cutting off the divine origin magnet light that was rushing towards it. In an instant, it had arrived within 10 zhang of Xianxia. Xianxia's expression was solemn. He knew that the divine origin magnet light was useless against this guy. Although the divine origin magnet gourd was extremely powerful and was a true killing weapon, once the enemy had a 6th grade monster core or above to resist it, its usefulness would be limited. This secret treasure was suitable for large-scale battles, just like the battle with the Thunderlight sect's thousands of people. The divine origin magnet light was useless, and he couldn't use the golden crow casting sun for the time being. When he had broken through Sword Pavilion sword formation, Xianxia's Dao seal had been slightly shaken. Unless it was a matter of life and death, it was best not to use this divine technique. Moreover, when facing an opponent like the mantis head, the only correct way was to use force to break force. Chapter 4048. With this thought, Xianxia instantly put away the wind gourd and stretched out his hand to grasp the air. When the dragon might filled the air, he took out the black dragon spear and thrust it forward. The mantis head was furious, but he did not expect Xianxia to change his moves so quickly. As the tip of the black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, he hurriedly blocked with his 2 blades. With a clink, the color of the mantis's head changed slightly, and its two compound eyes trembled violently. The figure that was pouncing forward actually floated backward like a ghost, like a fallen leaf drifting in the wind, without the slightest weight. After retreating more than 100 feet, the mantis head looked down and saw that there was a dent in his right arm. His sturdy blade arm was almost pierced through by his opponent's spear. His heart was shocked as he stared at the black dragon spear in Xianxia's hand and said hoarsely, "What kind of spear is this?" He knew his body well. Although he did not dare to say that it was impregnable, there were only a few things that could hurt him. However, the opponent in front of him was so terrifying that he felt a fatal threat. "Of course it's a spear to kill you." Before Xianxia finished speaking, he had already flashed in front of the mantis head and thrust his spear forward like a dragon. At the same time, he felt a little regretful. He was prepared to take the life of the mantis head with that spear. The black dragon spear was refined from the entire dragon skeleton. Even in the 3,000 worlds, it was a top killing treasure. Although the mantis head's defense was strong, it was impossible for him to block the power of the black dragon spear. Unfortunately, it was still a failure. After suffering a loss, the mantis head did not dare to take it head-on. He hurriedly swayed his body and dodged. His entire body turned into a green light, constantly flying around Xianxia. He waved his blade arm and slashed out an incredible attack from every corner. Xianxia pushed the power of the black dragon spear to the limit, and the sky was covered with spear shadows. Compared to the mantis head's exquisite blade technique, Xianxia's spear technique could be said to be a beginner. After all, he had never systematically practiced spear techniques. Ever since he obtained the black dragon spear, he had been using it casually. The two could not be compared in terms of technique. It was not that he did not value technique, but compared to skillful techniques, he still felt that in a life and death battle, the level of strength was the decisive factor. No matter how strong the opponent's technique was, he could break it. But now, he knew that his thoughts were a little narrow-minded. The power of the black dragon spear was boundless, but it could not do anything to the mantis head. The opponent's body was as slippery as a loach, and his blade technique had reached perfection. He had reached a terrifying level of a terrifying realm that had reached a terrifying realm of strength with strength. From time to time, he had reached a terrifying realm of a realm. His strong body, he could not block Blade's blade arm. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer in the end. Xianxia's heart trembled, but there was nothing he could do. If he wanted to leave, he could leave at any time. Although the mantis head was fast, he could not stop him for a moment. But if he retreated like this, he would be depressed, and it would hinder his martial arts. Your blood looks delicious. In the fierce battle, the mantis head still had the leisure to pay attention to other things. Obviously, he was at ease. When he said this, he was slightly panting, as if he had seen an extremely delicious food, and it made his mouth water. Xianxia was full of dragon blood. A normal cultivator might not feel anything, but the mantis head was born as a monster beast and had a keen sense of smell. Naturally, he noticed the difference immediately. No wonder Mistress wanted me to catch you alive. Ha ha, Master Mantis is going to make a contribution. The mantis head laughed, and as his body turned, his voice came from all directions. Xianxia pursed his lips tightly and said nothing, concentrating on dealing with the mantis head's storm-like attacks. Wherever the two of them passed, sword chi and spear chi would sweep across the heavens and earth, causing the already dilapidated star market to become even more fragmented. However, there was bound to be a lapse in defense. One man and one monster fought for half an hour before the mantis head finally found a good opportunity. Its blade arm blocked Xianxia's black dragon spear, and its whole body crashed into Xianxia. Its two compound eyes flashed with a fierce light, and a blade stabbed toward Xianxia's chest and abdomen. With a muffled sound, half of the blade arm stabbed into Xianxia's abdomen and came out from his back. Blood splattered, and Xianxia's face turned slightly pale, but the corners of his mouth hooked up into a sarcastic smile. "I finally caught you." As soon as he finished speaking, He completely ignored the sharpness of the blade arm and grabbed it with his left hand. In an instant, his fingers were cut and blood gushed out. The mantis head thought that the situation was over and was about to laugh. But when he heard this, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw the black dragon's spear stabbing straight at his head. He laughed hoarsely. "You want to catch this, Master Mantis? You're too naive, little thing." The blade arm stabbed into Xianxia's abdomen suddenly twisted, and while Xianxia was in pain, the mantis head smoothly pulled it out and retreated. "Condense!" Xianxia shouted as he thrust his spear, pushing his space principles to the limit. With a single word, the space around him instantly froze. The mantis head's smile stiffened on his face as he felt the space around him crazily compress, greatly reducing the speed at which he retreated. Seeing the black dragon's spear quickly fill his vision, he cried out in horror, "Little thing is too treacherous." No matter how desperately he tried, he could not outrun the black dragon's spear. With a puff, the sound of something shattering rang out, and the mantis head in the air burst apart, his headless corpse twitching as it plummeted to the ground. Xianxia pulled back his spear and spat out a mouthful of blood, his figure unable to stop himself from falling to the ground. He had suffered a great loss this time. In order to kill the mantis head with this final spear strike, Xianxia had been concealing his strength, trying his best to endure, not using the space principles to limit the mantis head's speed. This was all in order to make the mantis head careless, and in the end, he had risked using his own body to delay his opponent, using the space principles to limit his speed, which had allowed him to succeed. If not for this, who knew how long this battle would have taken? However, it was worth it. Although Xianxia was seriously injured, being able to kill such a powerful enemy was also a kind of gain and tempering for his growth. Looking down, Xianxia saw a bloody hole in his chest and abdomen, blood pouring out from it, and countless wounds all over his body. In this battle, Xianxia had been the one to take a beating from beginning to end. The mantis head had only taken 2 hits from him, one to probe and the other to kill. Wanting to get up, Xianxia felt an unbearable pain in his abdomen, forcing him to sit down cross-legged, taking out some healing pills and stuffing them into his mouth. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xianxia put the mantis head's body into his space ring before silently circulating his secret art to restore his condition. Time passed slowly, and after a stick of incense worth of time, Xianxia heard the sound of footsteps. Xianxia opened his eyes and saw a pale Wuxia walking over, staring at him in a daze. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed across Wuxia's eyes. She had escaped from the main hall before, so she had not been affected by the aftermath of the battle between Xianxia and the mantis head. However, she had not known how the battle was going, so as soon as the battle had stopped, she had come over to investigate. Unexpectedly, the one who won the end was actually Xianxia. Instead, the seemingly invincible mantis head had fallen to the side, its head shattered. Although she did not see the entire process of the battle, she knew that it had been thrilling. At this moment, seeing Xianxia's aura-weak and pale face, it was obvious that he had also suffered serious injuries. Pursing her lips, Wuxia walked towards Xianxia step by step. Xianxia watched her coldly, not knowing what this woman wanted to do. Could it be that she wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to take revenge? However, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight and couldn't exert much of its strength. If she really did so, he would definitely give her a big surprise and teach her that a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. 1 step, 2 steps, a distance of a few thousand feet, Wuxia walked for half an incense stick to burn before arriving in front of Xianxia. Panting slightly, she stretched out her hand to grab Xianxia. Xianxia sneered in his heart. He had accumulated a little bit of strength and was ready to use it. However, he felt very strange. Why didn't this woman have the slightest murderous intent? In the next moment, Kai Yang revealed a stunned expression, because although Wuxia had caught him, she didn't seem to have any intention of taking action. Instead, she turned her back to him and squatted down in front of him, revealing her slender back. She grabbed his wrist with both hands and lifted him onto her back, whispering, "This is a dangerous place. We shouldn't stay for long." Struggling to get up, Xianxia walked out of Star City step by step. This woman, she actually wanted to carry him away. Xianxia was a little confused. He wouldn't be surprised if Lu Shui took this opportunity to take revenge. After all, he had killed so many people from Sword Pavilion and made her suffer a fate worse than death. It could be said that there was a deep enmity between them. But what did she mean by doing this? Kaiyang didn't understand. Their relationship was that of an enemy, not a friend. After all, she was a woman and her body was very soft. It was the first time for her to carry a man on her back. Xianxia's breathing entered Lu Shui's ears, and her ears gradually turned red. Although the two of them were about the same height, Xianxia was still taller than her, so Lu Shui could only walk with her back bent, which looked very funny. It was also the first time that Xianxia had been carried by a woman like this, and a very strange feeling welled up in his heart. In any case, this kind of thing made him feel very uncomfortable. He reached out and patted Lu Shui's shoulder, coughed lightly, and said, "Hold on to me." Lu Shui stopped and thought for a moment. In the end, she put Xianxia down and held one of Xianxia's arms, supporting him as they walked forward. After a few steps, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Xianxia caught her. Xianxia was speechless, and Lu Shui's face was a little red. "Let's go," Xianxia said, the two of them supporting each other as they left this dilapidated Star City step by step, giving off a feeling of supporting each other. Before coming here, Xianxia was in high spirits and full of killing intent. He never thought that he would be in such a sorry state when he returned. From time to time, he would turn his head to look at Lu Shui. He was sure that this woman didn't have any killing intent toward him. Otherwise, it would have been the best opportunity to kill her. Chapter 40-49. Inside a cave near a cliff, two figures sat cross-legged more than 10 meters apart. The cave was not big, but it was clean and well hidden. After leaving Sword Pavilion Star Market, Lu Shui brought Xianxia here. This place was a few hundred kilometers away from Sword Pavilion, so it was not too far away. She had seen this cave before, so she was quite familiar with it. Both of them were silently healing their wounds, and time passed silently. Strictly speaking, the two of them had supported each other all the way from Star Market and hadn't communicated much. Xianxia did not ask Lu Shui why she had done this, nor did he take the opportunity to attack her, nor did he intend to take revenge. Women's thoughts were the most difficult to guess. Guessing back and forth would give him a headache, so why should he ask for trouble? After 3 days, Xianxia opened his eyes, his aura completely restored, and the wound on his chest and abdomen had basically healed. He had a half-dragon body, so his restorative ability was extremely strong, and now that the wood attribute power of the immortal tree had been condensed in his Dao Seal, it could be said that as long as it was not a fatal injury, he would be able to recover as long as he spent some time. Slowly getting up, a burst of crackling sounds came from his body. Stretching his muscles and bones, Xianxia felt that his mental state had never been better. Although the battle with the mantis head had been difficult, it had allowed him to recognize some of his shortcomings, so it could be said that he had gained a lot. Turning his head, Xianxia saw that Lu Shui was still healing her wounds, her aura still weak. Her injuries were not so easy to heal, and the aftereffects of being burned by the Golden Crow True Fire could not be erased in a short time. Slowly shaking his head, Xianxia no longer had any desire to kill this woman. Half a day later, Xianxia walked out of the cave, identified the direction a little, and then soared into the sky. 3 days later, Lu Shui opened her eyes and looked around, only to find that she was the only one left here. Xianxia was nowhere to be seen. However, although Xianxia had left, she could perceive that there were some simple spirit arrays arranged in this cave, which had the effect of concealing one's aura and concealing one's whereabouts. These simple spirit arrays were undoubtedly left behind by Xianxia before he left. After staring blankly for a while, Lu Shui closed her eyes again and adjusted her breathing. Outside Red Star City, a stream of light cut through the sky and swooped down. The disciples who were responsible for monitoring the movements in all directions and guarding the Star Market array were shocked when they saw this. Just as they were about to activate the array, they suddenly found that the person who rushed over was Xianxia. For a moment, their hands and feet turned cold and they froze on the spot. This murderous star had returned. Previously, outside the star market, Xianxia had single-handedly broken the Sword Pavilion's sword array and destroyed Leguan. Tens of thousands of people in the star market had witnessed it. How could they not recognize him? The heads of the Chi Star sect had been blinded by greed and had abandoned Xianxia at the time of crisis. Undoubtedly, they had deeply offended him. Before this, the disciples of the Chi Star sect were even more anxious. Many of them were afraid that Xianxia would settle accounts with them, so they had quietly left the Chi Star sect and fled for their lives. If it weren't for Chen Tianfei's order to activate the Grand Array and verify the identity of anyone who wanted to leave, it was hard to say how many people would still be left in Crimson Star. Even so, the disciples of the Chi Star sect were still nervous. Xianxia had captured Lu Shui and taken her to Sword Pavilion's headquarters, so now that he had returned, it wasn't difficult to guess the situation in Sword Pavilion. Now that this murderous star had returned, what should the Chi Star sect do? Xianxia didn't rush directly into the star market. When he was about to reach the star market, he suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. Then, with a slight smile, he turned around and landed in that direction. Soon, they arrived at a call in the mountains and landed on a huge head. The sound of his landing alarmed the owner of the head, and it raised its head abruptly. Just as it was about to fly into a rage, Xianxia stepped on it, and it immediately calmed down. This behemoth was none other than Scarlet Flood Dragon. Xianxia then looked at a hole not far away and shouted, "Come out." There was a rumbling sound, as if thunder was rolling from the ground. Then, the Earth Dragon rushed out of the hole. Its huge mouth squirmed endlessly, and its mucus splashed everywhere. There was a sizzling sound of corrosion coming from the ground. Scarlet Flood Dragon was obviously disgusted and snorted disdainfully. "Why are you here?" Xianxia looked at the two big guys with a smile. "Did someone drive you out?" When he left, the Earth Dragon's whereabouts were unknown. According to Guizian, during the previous battle in the Xianxia mountain, the Earth Dragon saw that the situation was bad and fled. Thunder Radiance sect and Sword Pavilion's people couldn't do anything to it, so they let it go. On the other hand, Scarlet Flood Dragon was captured and later returned to the star market. When Xianxia's words fell, two divine senses were transmitted directly. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon didn't have high sentience, so they couldn't speak or take human form, but they could still transmit some information through their divine sense. Moreover, after following Xianxia for some time, Xianxia clearly felt that their sentience had improved a lot. Before, it had been quite difficult to communicate with them, but now it was much easier. It should be related to the consumption of dragon blood pills. The dragon blood pills that Xianxia refined in the great cosmological realm were all top grade, mainly because the dragon blood flower's grade was very high. It was greatly beneficial for him to consume himself, not to mention that Scarlet Flood Dragon was an exotic beast with a dragon vein. During this period, their bodies had also grown a lot. Through their description, Xianxia knew that it wasn't that someone drove them out of the star market, but that they felt uncomfortable in the star market and ran out. Thinking about it, each of them was a huge monster that was dozens of feet long. The buildings in the star market were crowded, so how could they be used freely? Xianxia nodded slightly. After careful observation, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's injuries had not recovered. Previously, it was beaten badly by the Sword Pavilion's people in the Xianxia mountain and was almost beheaded. Until now, there was still a huge sword wound on its neck that could not be healed for a long time. The Earth Dragon was fine. This guy was very cunning. If Xianxia hadn't suppressed it with the dragon vein, he might not have been able to subdue it. At this moment, several figures rushed out of the star market and hurried towards Xianxia. These people were all in the heaven-opening realm, but they didn't fly. Instead, they ran. The one in the lead was very fat, like a mountain of meat. When he ran, the ground shook. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Behind him were the heads of the Qi Xing realm. Although he was fat, his movements were indescribably nimble. In just a few steps, he ran over. With a smile on his face, he cupped his hands and said, "Congratulations, Brother Yang. on your triumphant return. He was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, so it was indescribably awkward for him to call someone from the Emperor realm brother. However, he had no choice. The other party was stronger than him, so he had no choice but to lower his head. As for the title of Sixth Head, he was too ashamed to call him that. Behind him, the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and Bei Yushan also congratulated in unison, their expressions complicated. Who would have thought that the young man who had forced his way into Qi Xing would have such terrifying ability? If they had known earlier, they would have treated him with sincerity. As long as they could make him submit, who in the great cosmological realm would Qi Xing be afraid of? Unfortunately, they had missed the best opportunity and instead kicked them while they were down. Now, it was too late to regret. What made them feel even more embarrassed and angry was that when they personally went out to welcome him, Yang Kai actually ignored them. He just turned his back to them, treating them as if they were nothing and instead treating the two mutant beasts kindly. After a while, Yang Kai raised his hand and sent out 2 red spirit pills, which fell into the mouths of the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon. Chen Tianfei saw this, and his heart jumped. Although he didn't know what those spirit pills were, they were extraordinary. This guy actually casually threw them to 2 mutant beasts. What a waste of God's gifts. Brother Yang, how was the result of this trip? Chen Tianfei asked again, a cautious expression on his face. Yang Kai finally turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of these people one by one. His expression was indifferent, without any joy or anger, but when his gaze swept over them, whether it was Chen Tianfei or the others, all of them felt their skin tighten, as if they were being stared at by some terrifying beast and could die at any time. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of violent heartbeats came from Chen Tianfei's heart. Cold sweat slid down Chen Tianfei's forehead, and the forced smile on his face became extremely stiff. After a long time, Yang Kai chuckled. Master Chen, what do you want me to do? This was probably what Qi Xing was most concerned about. If Yang Kai could really wipe out Sword Pavilion alone, then no one in the great cosmological realm would be his opponent. If Sword Pavilion could compete with him, then at least there would be one restriction. However, they never would have thought that Yang Kai didn't have any contact with Sword Pavilion at all. Instead, he fought a mantis head. Hearing Yang Kai's rhetorical question, Chen Tianfei smiled awkwardly. Of course I want Brother Yang to be invincible and win every battle. Huh. Yang Kai didn't comment. Who would believe him? He was too lazy to say anything more. He took a step forward and arrived at Star Market. With another step, he arrived at his mansion. Qi Xing and the other masters were left shivering in the cold wind, feeling a chill on their backs. Chen Tianfei suddenly recovered and hurriedly chased after him. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. He was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that Yang Kai had really returned. Although he didn't know how the battle between him and Sword Pavilion was, since he had returned, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be having a good time. He was delighted that Yang Kai didn't kill them as soon as he came back, which meant that Yang Kai had no intention of killing them. Otherwise, with his murderous nature, how could he show mercy? However, although he didn't kill them, it didn't mean that he was willing to let go of the past. Qi Xing's side needed to satisfy him. Chen Tianfei didn't dare to be negligent. The master had placed the burden of Qi Xing's survival on him. If he didn't do a good job, Qi Xing's destruction would only be a matter of time. In the mansion, Yang Kai pushed the door open and entered. Instantly, dozens of pairs of eyes looked over, all of them inexplicably excited. Young master's back. Yueha smiled and curtsied gracefully, as if she was really a maid. It was hard to imagine that this woman was a 5th-grade heaven splitter. Chapter 40-50. Yang Kai was already used to her and nodded slightly. Brother Yang, Meng Hong, and the others cupped their fists in relief. This lowly one greets the master. Guo Xian's voice resounded, and the more than 30 people behind him cupped their fists in unison. Greetings, master. Welcome back, master. All of them were full of energy, and their voices were full of respect and admiration. They had no choice but to admire him. A few days ago, they would never have thought that someone in the Emperor realm would be able to do such an unimaginable thing. Apart from Guizian, who was at the second rank. The rest of them were all from the Emperor realm. What they saw that day had already turned this young man in front of them into a totem that they worshipped in their hearts. No need to be so polite. You may rise. Yang Kai raised his hand. Guizian and the others stood up. Yueha pursed her lips and smiled. Young master, please know that Commander Gua has already resigned from his position as Crimson Star's great commander. Now, these people are no longer Crimson Star's people. He resigned from his position as great commander? Yang Kai glanced at Guizian and the group behind him and nodded. It's good that he resigned. What do you plan to do in the future? Guizian cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, This lowly one is willing to follow the master and serve the master with all our might. We are willing to follow the master and serve the master. Everyone said in unison. Yang Kai understood tacitly. He knew that the battle that day had already marked them as his people. No matter who saw it, they were his people. Crimson Star probably wouldn't dare to keep them, which was why they could leave Crimson Star so easily. Otherwise, how could Crimson Star allow their disciples to defect? Guizian's character was not bad. That day on the Xianxia mountain, he did not flinch in the face of Lei Guang's coercion. Instead, he was willing to live and die with Yang Kai, which showed that he was a trustworthy and useful person. It was just that his cultivation base was a little lacking at the second stage, splitting heaven. Even if he improved in the future, he would at most be at the fourth stage. What's more, Yang Kai really needed some subordinates to deal with some chores, so he nodded and said, Good. Since that's the case, then you will follow me in the future. I can't guarantee anything else, but as long as you are sincere, I will not let you down. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they all shouted, Thank you, Master. Everyone was overjoyed. With the protection of a great god like Yang Kai, their status in the great cosmological realm would also rise. Who would they need to be afraid of in the future? Congratulations, Commander Gua. Your wish has finally come true. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Guizian's old face was a little red, and he blushed with shame as he said, Miss Yuhi, please don't make fun of me. In the future, I will still need your guidance. Yuhi smiled even more brightly. After laughing, Yuhi took out a space ring and handed it to Yang Kai. These are the belongings of the people you killed before. Collect them and sort them out for you. Yang Kai took it, glanced at it, and put it away calmly. Yuhi was a little surprised. There were a lot of things inside. After all, it was the belongings of 3,000 people, especially the mid-rank heaven-opening space rings. All of them were extremely rich. She thought that Yang Kai would be overjoyed after receiving them. But who would have thought that there would be no reaction at all? Could it be that he was already satisfied with the harvest from the Yuan Ci mountain last time? While she was surprised, she heard Yang Kai say, It just so happens that you have this experience, so I'll need you to work a little harder. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai waved his hand. The next moment, a series of clinking sounds rang out as a large pile of space rings appeared in the courtyard, piling up like a small hill in front of everyone. Everyone was inexplicably shocked. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They stared blankly ahead, and the shock in the depths of their hearts couldn't be any greater. The space rings piled up in front of them numbered in the tens of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. Yui's face paled as she asked in a trembling voice, Young master, how many people did you kill? She was on the verge of tears. Wasn't this young master's killing intent too heavy? How could he kill so many people on a trip to Sword Pavilion's headquarters? No wonder Yang Kai didn't react when he received the space rings. Those were the space rings of 3,000 people, but there were tens of thousands of people on Yang Kai's side. They weren't on the same level at all, so how could he show any reaction? Guizian and the others were also dumbfounded, their expressions sluggish. Just as he had thought, each space ring represented a life. Tens of thousands of space rings were equivalent to tens of thousands of people. Yang Kai had only been gone for 3 or 4 days, yet so many people had died at his hands. What's more, how could there be so many people in Sword Pavilion for him to kill? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could this master have become so murderous that he slaughtered everyone in Star City? If that was the case, then it would be an incredible matter. The situation is a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later Yang Kai waved his hand and shouted, Guazian, this humble one is here. Guazian responded solemnly, his heart beating rapidly. Take some people to sort out the space rings here and classify them like before. Yes. Guazian quietly gulped. They had several dozen people, so sorting out tens of thousands of space rings would be a big project. It would take at least 10 days to half a month. Meng Hong said, I'll also help. Yang Kai nodded. I'll have to trouble Brother Meng. Meng Hong laughed. Brother Yang is too serious. This Meng is deeply grateful for the sun's true fire you bestowed upon me. This trivial matter is not worth mentioning. Leaving Guazian, Meng Hong, and the others to sort out the space rings in the courtyard, Yang Kai called Yuhi into the hall. Yuhi served him tea and looked at him nervously. Eldest young master, what happened? You didn't really slaughter an entire star city, did you? Killing a few people wasn't a big deal, but if Yang Kai really slaughtered an entire star city, it would be too much. It would likely give birth to a heart demon in the future and become the demon race. How could she not be nervous? How is that possible? Yang Kai held a teacup and sat down on a chair. He had come here to cause trouble for Sword Pavilion, so even if a fight really broke out, he wouldn't implicate innocent people, let alone slaughter an entire star city. I told you, things are a little complicated. What happened? Yui swayed her hips as she sat down on the chair next to him. Yang Kai frowned and said, Before I went, Sword Pavilion Star City was trampled to the ground, and everyone was dead. Those space rings were just picked up by me. Picked up? Yuhi was speechless. His luck was too good. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings on a single trip, which was a huge windfall. She quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Sword Pavilion Star City was trampled to the ground? Who has such ability? The forces in the Star City weren't very strong, and Sword Pavilion was considered the most powerful. Who could trample them to the ground? A beast tide. Yang Kai exhaled softly. It wasn't a simple beast tide. It was different from the ones we encountered before. I didn't see the specific situation, but Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master died there, and no one survived. Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master also died. Yuhi was truly shocked this time. She also knew that the Pavilion Master was a 6-stage heaven splitter, and his strength was even stronger than hers. Such a figure was astonishingly talented and could be considered a first-rate figure in the various grotto heavens and blessed lands. Yet, he had died in the great cosmological realm? Shocked, she asked, How did you know Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master? Lu Shuai said so. Otherwise, how could I know him? Yang Kai put down his teacup and grinned meaningfully. I'm afraid you can't imagine who killed Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. Yuhi looked at him inquiringly, and Yang Kai didn't keep her in suspense, softly spitting out a few words. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider. Yui's expression suddenly changed, obviously knowing what a Heavenly Moon Demon Spider represented. It was an ancient divine spirit. It was an existence that stood at the peak of this world, and only a high-rank heaven-splitting master could contend with it. When I was collecting space rings in the star market, I encountered a guy with the head of a praying mantis. Yang Kai threw out the corpse of the praying mantis as he spoke. Yui turned her head and saw that the corpse had no head, and its entire body was dark green. Its 2 blade-like arms were extremely sharp, and its leg bones were inverted with barbs. Although it was humanoid, it retained a large part of the monster beast's characteristics. This guy is not simple. I was seriously injured by him, and it took me 3 days to recover. Yang Kai flicked his fingers. He can hurt you? Yuhi was surprised, followed by a look of suspicion. Strange. If he can hurt you, then his strength must be extraordinary. Why is he still like this? He should have transformed long ago. I'm also very curious about this, so I brought him back for you to take a look. How much do you know about the great cosmological realm? Yui shook her head solemnly. I don't know much. I've only heard that the fog of the great cosmological realm suppresses the universe, and that there is no opening of the sky in the great cosmological realm. Only those who have been here and left safely know what the situation inside is like. After pondering for a moment, she guessed, the laws of heaven and earth in the great cosmological realm are extremely strange. Exotic beasts like the Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon are quite strong, so they should have transformed long ago, but their intelligence has not been awakened. Perhaps it's because of the strange laws here. The half-human, half-beast appearance of this praying mantis is probably the same. Xianxia nodded. That's the only possibility, but there are divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. This place is not as simple as we thought. He also felt the same. Even existence like Sword Pavilion had been destroyed by the beast tide, so Xianxia's side was not safe either. Not to mention the terrifying existence of a divine spirit. Even if a few more praying mantis came, Xianxia might not be able to withstand them. This was a guy who could injure Xianxia, and ordinary people would find it difficult to resist. Yuhi even doubted that she could last an incense stick worth of time against him. In any case, be careful in the future. Xianxia exhorted. He was already considering a way out. If they were really blocked by a divine spirit one day, they would still have a chance to retreat calmly. While the two were talking, Chunyu suddenly walked in from outside. She carefully looked at Xianxia's face and said softly, "Master, the heads of Xianxia are outside, asking for an audience." Chapter 4051. Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. They are here to ask for peace. They came to welcome me outside the city before, but I ignored them. Xianxia sneered. Then they must be restless now. As Yuhi spoke, she handed over a box. After you left that day, Master Xianxia led his men here and gave you this. He wanted me to put in a good word for you when you returned. What is it? Xianxia glanced at the box. Yuhi said casually, I'm afraid you don't like it. It's just 3 sets of 5th grade materials. Xianxia nodded, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. Xinyu's heart skipped a beat when she heard this. 3 sets of 5th grade materials. She didn't know if she would ever be able to obtain these items in her lifetime. They would be a valuable resource in the outside world, but now she had casually given them away as gifts. As expected, the person who received the gifts didn't seem to think much of it. She deeply felt that there was an insurmountable gap between her and some people, and she was disappointed. Yui observed his expression and saw that Xianxia didn't directly refuse, so she turned and asked, Who else is here? Yu whispered, Master Xianxia and the other masters are here. Master Xianxia, who came once, is also here. Yui nodded and looked at Xianxia, asking, Master Xianxia, do you want to see them? Xianxia put down his teacup, patted his clothes, and grinned. See, since they are here to give benefits, why not see them? Yui was speechless. She knew that Xianxia was going to lose a lot of money this time, but she didn't know how ruthless this young master would be. In front of the mansion, Xianxia and the other masters didn't look good. They had already given Xianxia enough face when they went out to welcome him, but Xianxia turned a deaf ear to them and trampled on their face. Anyone would feel humiliated. Thinking of Xianxia's terrifying strength, they didn't dare to say anything. This time, under the leadership of Master Xianxia, they had collectively chased after him, but they were still left outside for so long. It was really intolerable. Boss, if you ask me, we should just go in. How long are we going to stand here and wait? Bei Yushan said in a buzzing voice. The main reason was that there were many people walking to and fro on the street. Many people were looking at them strangely, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Shut up. Chun Tianfei jumped in fright and hurriedly shouted, Do you want to die? Even if you don't want to die, don't drag us down with you. In his heart, he wanted to slap this brainless guy to death. How could he even think of such a rotten idea? Bei Yushan scratched his head. He didn't know what he had said wrong. Chen Tianfei took a step forward and whispered to the chief head, We've already sent people out. We'll know the situation in Sword Pavilion in a day or 2. Chief head, please be patient for the time being. It won't be too late to make a plan after we get the feedback from Sword Pavilion. The chief head didn't say anything, as if he didn't hear anything. For the several heads, what they were most curious about was the result of the battle between Xianxia and Sword Pavilion. If Xianxia won, it meant that no one in the Great Void Realm could stop him. If Sword Pavilion won, it would be best. At the very least, Xianxia couldn't be lawless. Therefore, as soon as he noticed that Xianxia had returned, Chun Tianfei had already sent people to the headquarters of Sword Pavilion to inquire about the situation. However, The journey would definitely be delayed for some time, and they were also afraid that Yang Kai would settle accounts later, so the several heads came over to make peace. It was nothing more than a delaying tactic. What was the situation over there? Qin Tianfei's mind was full of random thoughts. Judging from the strength that Yang Kai had shown before, Sword Pavilion shouldn't be able to resist him. But the Sword Pavilion Master was a 6th-grade Heaven Splitter, so he couldn't help but have some hope. A 6th-grade Heaven Splitter was only a hair's breadth away from high rank, and the origin of the Sword Pavilion Master was mysterious. It was said that he came from a very large force, so his background must be extraordinary. At this moment, with a creak, the door of the mansion opened, and a timid figure came into view. Qin Tianfei hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Miss you. How is the situation?" In the past, he wouldn't have paid attention to a nobody like Chun Yu, let alone speak to her so politely. Now it was different. The Prime Minister was a 7th-grade official, and anyone who was close to Yang Kai would rise in status. Chun Yu shrunk her neck and stepped aside. "Master, please come in. My young master invites you in." She used to call Yang Kai Brother Yang, but after the incident with Star Zhao, she didn't have the face to call him that anymore, so she followed Yuhi's lead. Qin Tianfei was relieved and cupped his hands with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble. Miss you." Saying so, he secretly stuffed a space ring into her hands. Chun Yu was caught off guard and foolishly accepted it, but by the time she reacted, Qi Xing and the other masters had already disappeared. Staring blankly at the space ring in her hand, Chun Yu blinked and soon realized what was going on. Sweeping it with her divine sense, she found that there were 3,000 heaven-splitting pills inside, causing her heart to skip a beat. For any master in the Emperor realm, 3,000 heaven-splitting pills was a considerable amount of resources, yet she had received such a great benefit just by passing on a message. Chun Yu's heart pounded rapidly, as this was the first time she had done such a thing. Glancing around and confirming that there was no one around, she sheepishly put away the space ring and closed the door. Qi Xing and the other masters entered the mansion and, under the guidance of Qin Tianfei, walked towards the main hall. This mansion was originally arranged by Qin Tianfei for Yang Kai, so he naturally knew what was going on inside. As they moved forward, Qin Tianfei sent a divine sense message to the Chief Master. "Chief Master, the situation in Sword Pavilion is still unclear. If that little brat acts rudely later, you must endure and not lower yourself to his level." The Chief Master couldn't help laughing. "Why are you so long-winded? This king is not a 3-year-old child. How could he not understand the gravity of the situation?" Qin Tianfei smiled awkwardly and said, "Chief Master is naturally wise, but I'm afraid that little brat will not know his limits." As they spoke, they turned a corner and arrived at a courtyard where several dozen people were busily working. It was none other than Guizian and the others. Qin Tianfei didn't know what they were busy with, but from time to time, someone would shout and shout, each of them beaming with joy, as if they had obtained great benefits. "Traitor!" Qin Tianfei cursed in his heart. He didn't want to pay attention to these people, but after glancing around and seeing the situation in the courtyard, he suddenly froze in place and his face instantly paled. As soon as he stopped, the people behind him also stopped. Following his gaze, they were all stunned on the spot. Everyone's eyes flashed with horror and disbelief. Madame Qin even let out a soft cry and covered her red lips with her hand. Bei Yushan was caught off guard and almost bumped into the Ouyang brothers. Stopping, he scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" No one answered him. Qi Xing and the other masters froze in place, as if someone had used a body-freezing technique on them, a chill running down their spines. Bei Yushan poked his head out and exclaimed in the next instant, "Good heavens, where did all these space rings come from?" The courtyard was filled with space rings, one after another. It was impossible to count them all, but at a glance, there were at least 40,000 to 50,000 space rings. The shout alarmed Guizian and the others who were busy with their work. Looking up, they saw several of the Scarlet Star's masters. Even the Great Master, who had always been elusive, was here. Thinking about it, they understood what was going on. Although they weren't Qi Shing's disciples now and didn't need to pay attention to them, Chen Tianfei and the others had accumulated a great deal of prestige for a long time. Seeing these masters arrive at this moment, they were a loss. Guozian was the first to come back to his senses. He said in a deep voice, "Don't just stand there, continue to work. Sir gave this matter to us because he trusts us. Don't even think about keeping it for yourself. If I find out, don't blame me for not taking our brotherhood into consideration." Yes, everyone responded in unison before quickly lowering their heads and continuing to work. The great master slowly turned his head and gestured to Chen Tianfei with a dignified expression. Chen Tianfei understood and moved his meatball-like body through the sea of space rings, arriving beside Guozian and cupping his fist with a smile. "Great Commander Guo." Guozian didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Tianfei and the others. After all, they relied on Qi Shing to make a living, but now that the other party had arrived in front of him, it would be rude to ignore him. So he quickly returned the greeting. "Master Chen, is there something you need? If you want to see my master, master should be in the guest hall." Chen Tianfei smiled and said, "I'll go later. I just wanted to ask where these space rings came from." Guozian said, "Master brought them back from Sword Pavilion." Sword Pavilion. The corners of Chen Tianfei's mouth twitched as he gulped silently. Although he didn't want to believe it, he had no choice but to. When he saw these space rings before, he had already made some guesses, and Guozian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his thoughts. Only the space rings of Single Star City could contain tens of thousands of them. If one were to collect the space rings of the cultivator in Qixing Star City, they would likely have about the same number. These were actually space rings from Sword Pavilion. One space ring represented one life. So tens of thousands of space rings represented tens of thousands of lives. That little brat had gone to slaughter Sword Pavilion's entire Star City. Chen Tianfei didn't know how he walked back until the first master shouted. Only then did he regain his senses. Looking at the chief master in a daze, Chen Tianfei's mouth squirmed as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. This time he was truly frightened. Just because of his grievances with Sword Pavilion, this brat had gone alone and not only returned unscathed, but he had also slaughtered an entire Star City. What kind of cruel means, what kind of ruthless temperament was this? How could such a person be provoked? Qi Shing had likely kicked an iron plate this time. If he wasn't careful, what happened to Sword Pavilion would become Qi Shing's tomorrow. If this brat could slaughter one Star City, he wouldn't mind slaughtering a second one. Chen Tianfei even had the urge to turn around and run as far away from this place as possible. However, the chief master had already taken the lead, so he could only grit his teeth and follow. If it was a blessing, it wasn't a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Chapter 4052. Chen Tianfei and the others stepped into the guest hall under the lead of the great master. And when they looked up, they saw Yang Kai sitting high above with Yuehe standing quietly behind him. Everyone walked over, still as imposing as ever, with no intention of getting up to greet him. No one dared to say anything, as Chen Tianfei and the others were still shocked by the tens of thousands of space rings. Qi Shing Zhao Baichuan greets Sir Yang. The great master cupped his fists, and although his expression was neither servile nor overbearing, no one knew what he was thinking. Everyone behind him also hurriedly saluted. Yang Kai looked up and saw that the great master Qi Shing did not look very old, looking like a middle-aged man with a golden crown and a python robe. This was the first time he had met the great master. He had heard from Chen Tianfei before that the great master was in seclusion all year round and seemed to be trying to break through to the sixth stage of splitting the heavens, but Yang Kai did not know if he had succeeded. However, judging from his aura, Yang Kai should still be far away. Every breakthrough in the splitting heaven realm was extremely difficult. Not only did it require a long time and a huge amount of resources, but it also required one's own comprehension. If one had resources but did not have enough comprehension, they would not be able to advance. Yang Kai was sizing him up, and Zhao Baichuan was also sizing up Yang Kai. He had observed this young man from afar, and when he first saw him, he felt that this boy was nothing to worry about. He was only relying on his powerful accumulation in the Emperor realm to act arrogantly and presumptuously in the special environment of the great cosmological realm. This kind of person was like a grasshopper after autumn, unable to jump around for long. Once he left the great cosmological realm, he would reveal his true colors, and at that time, any splitting Heaven Realm Master would be able to deal with him. The second time they met was a few days ago, when he single-handedly broke through Sword Pavilion Sword Array outside Star City, comprehended the divine technique of the Golden Crow Casting Sun, obtained the Origin Magnet Divine Gourd, and defeated Lei Guang's entire army. At that time, he felt that he had underestimated this person. If this person had the chance to grow up, he would definitely be a formidable character, a giant of the 3,000 worlds. Seeing him again today, the feeling was different. Although he did not have the imposing aura of that day, just sitting there quietly gave him a fifth-stage splitting Heaven Realm Master, a sense of oppression. In this large hall, he was the Nether King who controlled life and death. Everyone's lives were in his hands. A few days ago, my subordinates were insensible and had a little disagreement with Mr. Yang. This Xiao has come today to apologize. I hope that Mr. Yang will be magnanimous enough to forgive me. My Crimson Star. 37. Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and interrupted Zhao Baichuan. What? Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't understand what Yang Kai meant. In the future, all of Crimson Star's earnings, including the heaven-opening pill sold in the star market and the various resources harvested from the great cosmological realm, I will take 70% and Crimson Star will take 30%. Yang Kai looked at Zhao Baichuan indifferently. Only then did Zhao Baichuan understand what Yang Kai meant by 3-7. This was robbery. He could not help but rage in his heart, and his complexion turned ugly. Back then, the three major forces coexisted in Star City. Although the Sword Pavilion was the strongest, it was only a tripartite balance of power. The Sword Pavilion had never made such a rude request. How dare a brat do this? Just as the anger in his heart surged, he heard Yang Kai say lightly, "If Chief cannot agree to this request, then there is no need to discuss anything." The anger in Zhao Baichuan's heart suddenly subsided as he knew that if he did not agree to this request, it was unknown whether he and the others would be able to leave this place alive. Only now did Yang Kai understand why Yang Kai did not intend to settle accounts with them after returning. It turned out that he was waiting for them here. Suddenly, Yang Kai smiled. Strength is king. The strong are respected. Mr. Yang's request is very fair. 37 it is. In the future, 70% of Crimson Star's earnings will be shared with Mr. Yang. Yang Kai did not hesitate and immediately agreed, a look of satisfaction on his face. It was as if he had just taken advantage of a great bargain rather than being robbed. Behind him, Chun Tianfei and the others all looked at the chief in surprise. In their impression, the chief had never been so agreeable, but now that they were under someone else's roof, how could they not bow their heads? Especially after seeing the tens of thousands of space rings in the courtyard. If Crimson Star did not want to repeat the mistakes of Sword Pavilion, they could only compromise. Humiliation. Everyone was filled with grief and indignation, but there was nothing they could do. Zhao Baichuan cupped his fists and said, "I, Crimson Star, can agree to Mr. Yang's request, but I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to agree to this Zhao's request." Yang Kai looked at him with interest and gestured for him to continue. Zhao Baichuan continued, "I would also like to ask Mr. Yang to accept my Crimson Star's offer and serve as a foreign elder. Of course, this is just a title. Whatever Mr. Yang says or does, my Crimson Star will not interfere. On the contrary, if Mr. Yang has any requests, my Crimson Star will not stand idly by." Yang Kai showed a smile as he secretly praised Yang Kai in his heart. This guy was really a character, able to adapt to circumstances. Even in such an adverse situation, he was still able to find a beneficial opportunity. This kind of courage and vision was not something that just anyone could possess. The reason this guy could sit firmly in the position of Crimson Star's Great Master was definitely not just because of his own strength. "All right." Yang Kai nodded gently. Zhao Baichuan laughed. "A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. Then it's a deal." "It's a deal." Yang Kai nodded. Mr. Yang is really a straightforward person. This Zhao can't wait to drink and chat with Mr. Yang. But Mr. Yang must be tired after such a long journey. This Zhao will take his leave first and will visit again another day. Zhao Baichuan said sincerely, as if he had treated Yang Kai as a confidant and regretted not having met him earlier. Yang Kai tilted his head and said, Yuhi, see the guests out. Several great masters, please. Yuhi smiled and gestured. After seeing off Crimson Star's group, Yuhi walked back and looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he had agreed to such a request. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly and said after a while, regarding the 70% of Crimson Star's profits, please help me and keep an eye on them. Okay, Yuhi responded obediently. Although his harvest in the Xianxia mountains was huge, and he had obtained countless space rings from the battle with Thunder Lightsword Pavilion this time, which was a huge fortune for anyone. It was definitely enough for Yang Kai to use for his own cultivation for a long time, but he did not forget that he was not alone. In the star boundary, there were still countless people waiting for him. When those people arrived outside the universe, their demand for materials would be endless. Now that he had such a good opportunity, naturally the more he accumulated, the better. The great cosmological realm was a huge natural treasure trove. Once he left this place, there would be no such opportunity. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai have left Crimson Star alive? He would have flattened him when he returned. With Crimson Star helping him collect materials, Yang Kai could sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor, so why not? What do you want to ask? Yang Kai pondered for a while before suddenly looking up at Yuhi. This woman kept staring at him without blinking. It was obvious that she was confused. Honored Elder, why did you agree to Zhao Baichuan's request? Yuhi was puzzled. Do you think I shouldn't have agreed? I just don't know what you're thinking. Naturally, I have my reasons. Yang Kai tapped the table lightly. If I'm not mistaken, Crimson Star will definitely spread news. In this way, Crimson Star will be able to expand quickly, and the materials collected will naturally be more. It won't be bad for me. Just for this reason? Yuhi looked at him in surprise. It was the first time she found that this guy was so greedy. Cultivation materials were enough. So what was the point of having so many? There's one more thing. Yang Kai's expression became solemn. Sword Pavilion was flattened by the beast tide, and there are traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. Who knows if this place will be visited by divine spirits next time? If the strength here is strong enough, it may not be impossible to fight against the divine spirits. The great cosmological realm suppresses the power of splitting the heavens, so the divine spirits won't be able to exert too much strength here. Yuhi suddenly understood. So you're willing to let Crimson Star borrow your prestige? Yang Kai nodded solemnly. I don't know when this great cosmological realm will close, so I have to be prepared. Saying so, he suddenly thought of someone. Where did Su Jun go? The little fatty had disappeared after giving him the Origin Magnetic Divine Gourd that day, and Yang Kai did not sense his aura after returning this time. Yuhi shook her head. Disciples of Heavenly Grotto Heaven come and go like ghosts. Who knows where he went, but I guess he just obtained a new 6th grade Origin Magnetic Divine Stone, so he should be looking for a place to condense the power of the metal element. What a pity. Yang Kai sighed leisurely. At that time, he did not know that the situation in the great cosmological realm was so strange. If he had known earlier, he would have left a way to contact Su Jun. That guy was a talent in artifact forging and seemed to have a deep understanding of the Tao of spirit arrays. If he could help set up a spirit array in the star market, their safety would be increased. But he left without saying goodbye, so it would be difficult to find him now. While the two were talking, Chinyu rushed in. Master, someone else wants to see you. Who is it? Yang Kai frowned, but at the same time, he was very curious. With his fierce reputation, Qi Xing and the other masters were forced to come and apologize. So who else dared to come to him? It's that young Master Yin from Qingming Blessed Land. Chinyu replied in a low voice. What is he doing here? Yang Kai frowned and swept out with his divine sense, immediately noticing that there were few people standing outside the door. Who else could it be but that guy from Qingming Blessed Land? Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this person. When he returned from the Origin Magnetic Mountain, This person had shamelessly asked Yang Kai to submit to him. Yang Kai was in seclusion at that time, and although he heard the commotion, he was too lazy to pay attention. Later, when the battle outside the Star Market was about to begin, this person wanted to take advantage of the situation and threaten Yang Kai, saying that as long as Yang Kai submitted, he would protect him, but Yang Kai ignored him. Who would have thought that this person would be like dog skin paste, never ending? At this moment, the young man named Ian outside the door said arrogantly, "This young master, surnamed Yang, is also a talent." This young master only wanted to accept him as a servant, but now it seems that he can be a house guard. When you see him later, be a little more polite. This guy doesn't seem to have a good temper, so don't provoke him and kill you. This young master will not save you. Yes, we will follow young master's orders. The two lower heavens splitters next to him respectfully responded. Chapter 4053. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. He didn't know where this guy's sense of superiority came from, but he actually wanted him to be his general. They were both disciples of the Blessed Enclave, but compared to Su Zhen, it was like comparing heaven and earth. No need to pay attention to him. Yang Kai waved his hand, and Xinyu respectfully withdrew. The news that Yang Kai had become Qi Xing's foreign elder quickly spread, surprising many people. They thought that this killing star would return and fight with Qi Xing, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? What kind of price did Qi Xing pay? Not only did they appease Yang Kai's anger, but they also borrowed his influence. News spread that Qi Xing's first master, Zhao Baichuan, had personally led several masters to visit Yang Kai and had a long talk with him before he agreed to become Qi Xing's foreign elder. After the crisis was resolved, Qi Xing's disciples rejoiced. Before this, they had been on tenterhooks. If Yang Kai really wanted to attack Qi Xing, they would definitely be in trouble. Now that Yang Kai had become their foreign elder, not only did they not have to fight, but they also had his protection. With this killing star here, who would dare to make trouble? Those who dared to come. The fate of Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight Sect was a good example. A few days later, another earth-shattering piece of news spread like wildfire in the Star City. Sword Pavilion Star Market was in ruins, with traces of a great battle left behind. No one was alive in the Star Market. The day the news spread, the whole city was shocked by Yang Kai's cruel methods. They didn't know what had happened to Sword Pavilion Star Market, but when they saw the result, they all thought that it was Yang Kai's doing. Qi Xing even publicized this matter and crazily promoted it. For a time, Yang Kai's fierce name spread widely, and several cultivator strongholds within a radius of more than 100,000 li had heard of it. It was rumored that this Yang Kai had 3 heads and 6 arms, a height of 8 feet and 8 inches, a fierce face, and a cruel temperament. He would kill to vent his anger. Even so, Red Star City did not become deserted. Instead, it became more and more lively. Every day, many cultivators came to join Red Star. In the great cosmological realm, having a powerful backer and a stable stronghold would greatly increase one's safety. Almost every cultivator had witnessed the terror of the beast tide. Many cultivator strongholds had been destroyed by the ferocious beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Now that the Sword Pavilion had been destroyed, the Crimson Star had become the largest force, so it was natural that people would flock to it. There were even some small strongholds that had teams of hundreds of people swarming over. In the Star Market, the situation of overcrowding was once again restored. In just a dozen days, more than 100,000 people had gathered here, and the number of people in Crimson Star had more than doubled. This was the result of the strict control and selection of the masters. Otherwise, who knew how many more people they could have accepted? With more people, the Star Market also had to expand. The entire Star Market was bustling with activity. New buildings were erected one after another, and the edge of the Star Market gradually expanded outwards. Compared to the beginning, the area had increased by half, and it was still expanding. With more people, transactions naturally became more frequent, and Crimson Star's income also rose. Now, it was even more difficult to rent a shop in a good location in the Star Market. The Great Master was in retreat again, so Chen Tianfei, who was in charge of the operation of Crimson Star, was grinning from ear to ear every day. After a while, in Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai sat on a chair and checked the materials in the small sealed world with his divine sense. After more than 10 days of busy work, the things in tens of thousands of space rings have been sorted out by Guizian and the others. Without mentioning anything else, just the heaven-opening pills they had collected numbered in the hundreds of millions. After all, these were the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if each person only had 1,000 pills, that was still tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. Most of the people in the Emperor realm were not very rich, but this could not be helped. With low strength, there were very few opportunities to obtain good things. On top of that, they still had to buy some cultivation materials, so naturally they could not save many heaven-opening pills. Those who were rich were the low-rank and mid-rank heaven-opening pills. The low-rank heaven-opening pills were better off, with 1 or 2 million in storage, but the mid-rank heaven-opening pills were incredible, with almost all of them having tens of millions of heaven-opening pills. However, compared to the net worth of the Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master, these hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills were like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. That guy had more than 1 billion heaven-opening pills. What a terrifying number. Thinking about how Yang Kai owed the lady boss 10 million heaven-opening pills before, he had to run around tirelessly. Now, 10 million heaven-opening pills was just a drop in the bucket for him. Yang Kai didn't think it was too much. 1 billion heaven-opening pills sounded like a lot, but once the people of the star boundary came to the 3,000 realms, he didn't know if it would be enough. Apart from the heaven-opening pills, the rest were naturally all kinds of pills, secret techniques, secret treasures, cultivation methods, and secret manuals. These weren't of much use, not to mention the time spent on cultivating them. Their power might not necessarily be comparable to Yang Kai's own divine technique. The key was the cultivation materials. From the 1st grade to the 6th grade, yin, yang, and 5 elements, everything was available. It was impossible to calculate the materials below the 3rd grade, and the 4th grade and 5th grade were much rarer. As for the 6th grade, Guizian and the others only found 3, which were found in Zhongfan's space ring. They were probably harvested in the great cosmological realm. This was completely the wealth of the dead, effortlessly obtained. The sound of orderly footsteps came from outside the door. With Guizian leading the way, a group of people walked in. "Master!" Guizian stood still and cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded slightly. His gaze swept over the group of people below, and he said, "I called you here today to fulfill my promise. Those who have not condensed the Tao seal, step forward." Everyone didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but after hearing him, they still obeyed. Shwa shwa shwa, a dozen people stepped forward. These people had cultivated to the peak of the Emperor realm, but had not condensed a Tao seal, just like Luo Hai back then. Yang Kai glanced at them and nodded slightly. Those who have condensed the Tao seal and have not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, step forward. Another dozen or so people stood out. You have all cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements. Yang Kai looked at the remaining people. These people, except for Guizian, who was in the heaven-opening realm, were all from the Emperor realm. Excluding those who had not condensed the Tao seal and those who had not cultivated the power of yin, yang, or 5 elements, the rest were naturally already cultivating. "Yes," the remaining people answered in unison. "How many powers have you all cultivated? Tell me one by one." Yang Kai looked at them with interest. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Guizian couldn't help but shout, "The master's asking, just answer. Scabby head, you speak." A short man with a face like a deer's and eyes like a mouse's and a head full of scabs smiled embarrassedly and cupped his fists. Replying to the master, "This lowly one is untalented and has only condensed the power of the water element, a mere 2nd grade. What about you?" Yang Kai turned to look at the next person. That person said, "I have condensed earth, metal, and water. One of them is at the 3rd grade, and the other 2 are at the 2nd grade." This time, there was no need for Yang Kai to urge them any further. The dozen people reported one by one. Few, like the scabby head, had only condensed 1 power, while many were already half a step away from breaking through to the heaven-opening realm. They only needed one last power to break through, but their ranks were not high. They were all at the 2nd or 3rd grade, and there was no one at the 4th grade. It was not their fault that their ambitions were not high. They lived at the bottom, and it was already good enough that they could break through to the heaven-opening realm. How could they be qualified to be picky? For example, Meng Hong, the chief disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, had only condensed the 3rd grade at that time. After listening, Xianxia said, "Since you have already condensed your powers, your foundation has been formed. Unless you find Tai divine pure water or other heavenly treasures to cleanse your seals and rebuild your foundation, your future achievements will be limited." The dozen people below obviously knew their situation, and when they heard this, they all smiled embarrassedly. However, Xianxia changed the topic. Although your foundation has been formed, you can still get stronger power on this foundation. I think you all know that there may be a big gap in strength between those at the 3rd grade and those at the heaven-opening realm. Guizian said thoughtfully, "Master, are you referring to the ranks of the yin-yang and 5 elements powers at the time of breaking through to the heaven-opening realm?" Xianxia nodded and said, "That's right. Both of you have the foundation of the 3rd grade. If one of you has the strength of the 3rd grade, while the other has several strengths of the 4th grade or higher, then the strength you could display will naturally be stronger than the former. So, you don't need to feel sorry for yourselves. You chose your own path, and you can't turn back. You could go further on this path." Xianxia stood up. That day on the Origin Magnet Mountain, this king said that if you have any requests in the future, this king will not be stingy. Whether it's the 5th or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine it, you can come to me for it. Now, it's time to fulfill this promise. Looking at the dozen people, Xianxia said, "What kind of power do you want? Tell me yourselves." Hearing this, the dozen people immediately became excited. Although Xianxia had indeed said this at the time, no one thought he would really do it. They didn't expect him to take the initiative to mention it today, which was enough to show his sincerity. "Master, are you serious?" The scabby-headed man was pleasantly surprised. "You'll give me the 6th grade, even if I want it?" Guizian kicked him and scolded. "You want to refine the 6th grade with just your strength? You should consider your own ability first, stinking brat. Don't talk nonsense here." The scabby-headed man was kicked to the ground, but he didn't care at all. He patted his butt and stood up. "Master said it himself, not me." Xianxia chuckled. "If you want the 6th grade, I'll give you the 6th grade, but the premise is that you have the ability to refine it. Otherwise, giving it to you will only harm your life. If one's aptitude was insufficient, forcefully condensing a high-grade power would only cause the Dao Seal to be unable to withstand it. At that time, the Dao Seal would be damaged at best, and the worst would be death." The scabby-headed man laughed mischievously. "I don't want the 6th grade. This one's aptitude is dull. So how can I refine the 6th grade? I only want the 3rd grade." Seeing Guizian glaring at him, he hurriedly changed his words. Xianxia casually tossed out an item. "Looking at your aptitude, although it's not too outstanding, it's not very dull either. The 4th grade should be your limit. Take this 4th grade wood marrow. You've just refined the water element, so the wood element is next. When you refine the wood element, come to this king for the fire element." Chapter 4054. The scabby head caught it, and upon closer inspection, found that it really was a piece of 4th grade wood marrow. It should be the core of a 1,000-year-old ancient tree, causing him to be overjoyed for a moment. Many thanks, Master, for this gift. This little one will definitely follow Master's lead in the future and will not hesitate to sacrifice his life for Master. They had been sorting through the tens of thousands of space rings before and had passed through countless good things, but none of those things had been theirs after all. However, this 4th grade wood marrow in front of them was actually theirs, so it was a completely different feeling. Seeing this, the rest of the people present also held their breaths. When had they, the lowest level personnel, ever seen such a generous boss? In the past, when they were working hard in Crimson Star, although there were times when rewards were given based on merit, who knew how many times they had to lick the blade to save up enough materials? Otherwise, they wouldn't have struggled so bitterly to this day, not being able to open the heavens. But today, Xianxia had casually bestowed upon them a piece of fourth-grade wood marrow and even stated that if the scabby head ever needed fire attribute materials in the future, he could ask for them. In other words, as long as the scabby head didn't die, he didn't need to worry about cultivation materials at all. Once the yin and yang 5 elements in his Tao seal was complete, he would break through to splitting the heavens. As for whether he could succeed at that time, that would depend on his own comprehension and fortune. Since the scabby head was like this, they naturally wouldn't be treated differently. Although everyone knew that Kai Yang's harvest this time was huge, and that a piece of fourth-grade wood marrow might not be much to him. At most, it was just a small amount of oil and water, but it was still enough to motivate everyone. The master they followed this time seemed to be a little different from the one they had met before. After the scabby head, another young man stepped forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Master, I want to ask for a piece of fourth-grade metal essence." "Good." Xianxia nodded and casually tossed a fourth-grade divine essence magnet stone towards the young man. "Refine it well. Maybe you can comprehend the divine essence magnet light from it." The power of that divine essence magnet light is extraordinary. If you can comprehend it, it will be of great benefit to you. That person expressed his gratitude excitedly. He had also witnessed the might of the divine metamagnet ray. It had swept through 2,000 to 3,000 Thunder Light sect members, completely wiping them out. If he could really comprehend the divine metamagnet ray from this divine metamagnet stone, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Even if he couldn't achieve the same feat as Xianxia with the divine metamagnet gourd, he would still have a huge advantage in a one-on-one battle. One by one, the cultivators stepped forward and stated their needs. Xianxia granted every request without hesitation. However, these people's aptitudes were indeed limited. Some of them could only condense third-grade materials at most. None of them even asked for fifth-grade materials. This was also a personal tragedy. With one's aptitude and perception, there were some things that simply couldn't be forced. Soon, these dozen or so people all received their rewards and stood to the side, happily inspecting the treasures in their space rings, secretly making up their minds to refine them properly after they returned, striving to lay the foundation for breaking through to splitting the heavens before the great cosmological realm closed. Once the great cosmological realm closed, they would immediately break through to splitting the heavens. At that time, they would be able to soar 90,000 kilometers into the sky and soar through the clouds. Xianxia then turned to look at another group of people. These people had just condensed their Tao seals and hadn't had the time or resources to cultivate the yin-yang 5 elements force. Compared to Scabby Head and the others who already had a solid foundation, their situation was undoubtedly better. Even though they had already condensed Tao seals, they didn't cultivate any kind of energy that could split open the heavens, so they could calmly choose the materials that were most suitable for them and raise their future accomplishments to the greatest extent. With the experience of the previous group of people, they naturally knew what kind of requests they should make at this moment. Xianxia wasn't stingy and shared his own cultivation experience. It's best for you to start cultivating with the wood element. The wood element is mainly used for healing and recovery, and compared to the other yin-yang 5 elements force, it's also the most gentle and least dangerous to refine. What's more, after refining it, it's also very practical. If you're injured, the wood element force can even accelerate your recovery. When he first condensed the yin-yang 5 elements force, he didn't know any of this. He simply refined the immortal tree and incorporated it into his body, allowing him to walk the most stable path of cultivation by chance. At that time, he didn't even understand the mysteries of the splitting the heavens boundary. Now that he was giving them pointers, these people naturally followed his instructions. One by one, they stated their requests. Just like the first group, they were all third or fourth grade cultivators. When it was the last person's turn, he cupped his fists and said, "Master, this lowly one wishes to ask for a fifth grade wood element force." Xianxia's eyes lit up as he raised his eyes. Fifth grade. Everyone else also looked at him in amazement. After all, This was the first person to ask Xianxia for a 5th grade wood element force. Yes, the man nodded. Xianxia carefully examined this person and found that he wasn't young, around 40 years old. He was very sturdy and had a steady aura. Although he was just standing there, he exuded a heroic aura. Guozian's expression changed slightly, but just as he was about to speak, Xianxia raised his hand and stopped him, turning to the man and asking, "What is your name?" The man cupped his fists and said, "This lowly one is called Lang Qingshan." After a pause, he continued, "This lowly one is confident that he can refine a 5th grade wood element force. I ask for Master's permission." Good, good, good. Xianxia smiled and nodded. Not only was he not angry, but he was also quite happy. Using his divine sense to search his space ring for a while, he took out a blood coral-like object about a meter tall. I don't know what this thing is, but although it is of the wood element, it has a bloody aura. If you can refine it, you should be able to comprehend something useful from it. Take it. He had quite a number of 5th grade wood element force materials in his space ring, but after comparing them, this one should be of the highest quality. Even 5th grade wood element materials would have some differences. Lang Qingshan's eyes also lit up as he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, Master." He happily put the blood coral-like object into his space ring and retreated to the side. The group looked at him enviously. Previously, when Xianxia said that he would give 5th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials to 5th grade wood element force materials to 6th grade wood element force materials, it was not that they doubted Xianxia's words, but that they weren't qualified even if they wanted to. Lang Qinyun had set a precedent, and looking at Xianxia's expression, he was actually very happy. Obviously, he didn't treat them as outsiders and wanted to nurture them as his own team. He secretly resented his own lack of aptitude. Otherwise, in the great cosmological realm, with Xianxia as his backer, how difficult would it be for him to reach the 5th grade or 6th grade wood element force materials to open the heavens? The two groups of people each received their own rewards, and the remaining group of heaven-opening realm cultivators who hadn't even condensed a Dao seal looked on enviously. They didn't even have a Dao seal, so they naturally weren't qualified to ask for any materials, and they didn't know what Xianxia would reward them this time. Just as they were thinking about this, Xianxia suddenly turned his head and looked at them. "As for you guys, you are the most malleable. Since you haven't condensed a Dao seal yet, don't be in a hurry to do so. Take advantage of this opportunity to strengthen your foundation and develop your potential to the limit." Guozian. "This humble one is here," Guozian shouted in a deep voice. "Take these people away and train them carefully. I want their Dao seals to be able to withstand the impact of a 4th grade wood element force when they condense a Dao seal. Just ask Yueha for any cultivation materials. If you can't do it, you'll be the one to answer." Guozian was startled and turned his head to look at the dozen or so crooked people, his face darkening. It was undeniable that some of these people had decent aptitude, while others had mediocre aptitude. If they continued to cultivate step by step, reaching the 3rd grade wood element force would be the limit. Xianxia actually wanted their Dao seals to be able to withstand the 4th grade wood element force at least. In other words, once they succeeded, these dozen or so people would be 4th grade wood element force experts in the future, or even higher. What was his master trying to do? A shocking thought flashed through Guozian's mind. He didn't dare to think too deeply about it, but he still clenched his teeth and cupped his fists. "Master, don't worry. If anyone can't meet the requirements, this humble one will take their dog life first. I won't lose face for the master." This time, it was the dozen or so people's faces that darkened. They all knew that Commander Gua had a straightforward personality and didn't smile. When he said he would take their dog lives, he wasn't joking. If they didn't meet the requirements, they might really be killed. For a moment, their legs trembled and their mouths felt bitter. "All right, you can all leave. Commander Gua, stay." Xianxia waved his hand. Everyone respectfully withdrew. Xianxia sat in his chair and looked at Guozian with some worry, saying, "Great Commander, you're already at the 2nd stage, so you can't go back and recultivate. What reward do you want? I don't know what to give you." Guozian smiled. "Master is too serious. Serving the master is part of this humble one's duty. How could I dare ask for any reward? Yang Kai sneered. I've made a fortune this time. I've made a fortune. You took people to check the space rings, so you should also know this. Now that I've made a fortune, I naturally can't leave you behind. Everyone else has gained something, and you contributed the most, so you can't just take nothing. Guizian said, Master, this humble one really. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Think about it carefully. There is always something you want. How about I give you 10 million heaven opening pills? You can take them back and cultivate well. One day, you'll be able to break through to the 4th grade heaven opening realm. Guizian was taken aback. This master was really honest, giving 10 million heaven opening pills just like that. Guizian had served as commander of Qixing for so many years, but never mind 10 million heaven opening pills, he didn't even have a million. He could feel Yang Kai's sincerity towards him all the more. After pondering for a moment, Guizian smiled awkwardly, scratched his cheek, and said, Master, this humble one has a daughter. Yang Kai decisively said, This king already has several wives and concubines. Before I left, I was told not to fool around outside. Guizian's face twitched. Master, this is a misunderstanding. This humble one's daughter has now cultivated to the Emperor realm. Once this humble one leaves the Great Void realm, she will likely begin to condense the yin and yang 5 elements and attempt to break through to heaven opening. This humble one wants to ask for some things for her. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. Oh, how is your daughter's aptitude? Guizian's face glowed. Her aptitude is definitely better than this old man's. She has hopes of breaking through to mid-rank heaven opening realm. That's good. Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Bring her here for me to see. If her aptitude is really good, I'll give you a 6th grade material. Chapter 4055. Guizian smiled. She is not in Star City. Master, you also know what the situation in Star City is like. Every day, there are flashes of light and swords and endless battles. This lowly one also licks the blood off his blade, so this lowly one may have implicated her one day. Her mother died young, so this lowly one has already sent her to a place to cultivate. Yang Kai nodded. This could be considered a narrow escape. If he had really stayed with Guizian in Star City, he would have likely been swept into the great cosmological realm. If that had happened, it was hard to say whether he would have died or not. When we leave the great cosmological realm in the future, bring her here. I will give her whatever she needs. Guizian excitedly said, This lowly one thanks Master. Take these heaven-opening pills, too. You will need them for your cultivation. Yang Kai threw out a space ring. Guizian caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and exclaimed, Master, this is too much. There were at least 10 million heaven-opening pills piled up, like a small mountain inside. Just take them. If you can't use them, just give them to your subordinates. Yang Kai got up and walked towards the inner room. I will be in retreat for a while. If you need to find Yueha, she will naturally inform me. Looking at Yang Kai's departing figure, Guizian shed tears of gratitude and couldn't help feeling like he was willing to die for his friend. Cupping his fists, he quickly said, This lowly one understands. When Yang Kai returned to his room, his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already deep in the mountains. Over the past 10 days, while Guizian and the others were checking the space rings, Yang Kai had not been idle. Everyone thought he was in his mansion, but in fact, he had already run out. Since he knew that the great cosmological realm was not as simple as he thought, and that even divine spirits could be found, Yang Kai naturally had some plans. Over the past 10 days, he had run to several places and left several escape routes, just in case something happened one day so that he could retreat calmly. He had left the space spirit bead in the most secluded places. As long as he wasn't locked down, no one would be able to restrict his movements. The place they were at now was Crouching Dragon Mountain, the place where Yang Kai had obtained the Earth Dragon Ball. Back then, there was a scarlet flood dragon coiled around this place. Its ferocious aura permeated the air, and no strange beasts dared to approach. After the Scarlet Flood Dragon was taken away by Yang Kai, this place became barren. Xianxia didn't come here to look for some kind of precious treasure. Instead, it was for the sake of cultivation. During the battle with Mantis Head that day, his opponent's exquisite saber skills had shocked Xianxia greatly and allowed him to see his own shortcomings. The Black Dragon Spear was a heaven-shaking artifact in his hands, and he really couldn't exert much of its power. What he relied on was the sharpness of the Black Dragon Spear and his own power. He didn't have much attainments in the Tao of the Spear. Last time, he had used a trick to kill Mantis Head by luck. If Mantis Head had been on guard against him, Xianxia might not have been able to succeed. Although it was urgent to condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without suitable materials, Xianxia was not willing to easily condense power, lest he regret it for the rest of his life. Now that he had a great helper like Qi Xing, Xianxia believed that if materials above the 7th grade appeared in the great cosmological realm, he would definitely know about it, so there was no need for him to personally search for anything. While waiting, Xianxia could naturally do other things. What Guizian and the others found in the tens of thousands of space rings was not only a huge amount of wealth, but also many secret techniques and secret manuals, many of which were related to the Tao of the Spear. Xianxia sorted them out and prepared to study them carefully and systematically cultivate them. The Black Dragon Spear was his greatest reliance now. If he wanted to fully display the power of the Black Dragon Spear in the future, these cultivation methods were essential. However, Xianxia was not in a hurry to cultivate his spear skills. Instead, he stood on top of the mountain, closed his eyes, and carefully comprehended the Tao seal. A faint scorching heat spread out from Xianxia's body, distorting the air around him and causing the space around him to fluctuate. Golden Crow casting sun. Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes, and a great sun suddenly floated behind him. The sun was as scorching as fire, as if there really was a round sun hanging in the sky, and within that round sun, there were 3-legged golden crows flying around playfully. Powerful power poured out from his body continuously. When this divine technique aspect was revealed, Xianxia felt as if he had been reborn, and there was an indescribable wonder. Now, he also knew that this was a divine ability Dharma idol. It was Yuhi who took the time to tell him. Xianxia could still remember the complicated expression on Yuhi's face when she told him this. Only those with strength of the 7th level and above could condense the divine technique aspect. Throughout history, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect at the level of the Emperor realm and possess the divine technique aspect were all top-notch geniuses. These people were all the overlords of the blessed and heavenly enclaves today, dominating their own territories. Xianxia did not know how he could do this. Previously, he had been in seclusion to comprehend the divine technique. Although he wanted to use the life and death battle to stimulate his potential, the result was beyond his expectations. At that time, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and the golden crow primordial fire in his Tao seal boiled, making him feel as if he saw the scene of the golden crow casting the great sun unknowingly. He activated the divine technique aspect. It was natural, and there was not the slightest bit of obscurity. Yui said that once the divine technique aspect was activated, anyone with a bit of knowledge would know that Xianxia had condensed the 7th level golden crow primordial fire. This was something that could not be hidden at all. Xianxia did not want to hide anything. If he was exposed, then so be it. In any case, in the great cosmological realm, no one could do anything to him. When he left the great cosmological realm, who knew if he would advance to split the heavens? At that time, in this vast world, who would he have to fear? Silently feeling the power of the divine technique aspect, Xianxia's momentum rose steadily. He felt that his current strength was bursting. Even if there was a 1st or 2nd level split the heavens in front of him, he could still blow them up. Someone at the lower level split the heavens could not kill him in a one-on-one battle. However, the consumption was really astonishing. As soon as the golden crow casting the sun aspect appeared, Xianxia felt the power in his body flowing away rapidly, like a flood that had opened the floodgates. At this speed, He was afraid that in less than half an hour, the aspect would not be able to be maintained. During the battle with the sword pavilion that day, even if the aspect had not been dispersed, Xianxia would have had to disperse himself. It seemed that this thing could only be used as a trump card. Once it was used, he had to kill the enemy in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, he would suffer a calamity. Letting out a light breath, Xianxia withdrew the aspect, and the constantly flowing power finally stopped. With a thought, dragon shields hovered around him. Each of these dragon shields was a giant dragon connected head to tail, spiraling endlessly, forming the shape of a shield. They were densely covered in dragon scales, and their claws and fangs were clearly visible. At a glance, one could tell that they were incomparably sturdy. This was just the divine technique, not the aspect. Xianxia frowned slightly. He had comprehended the divine technique from the dragon pearl, so he suddenly had the idea to comprehend the power of wood and fire. He wanted to see if he could comprehend something from the power of wood and fire. In the end, he really did it. The dragon shield secret technique was the divine technique of the giant dragon when it was alive, and it was preserved in the dragon pearl. Xianxia had the origin of the dragon race and the bloodline of the dragon race, so he could easily comprehend it. If it had been someone else, they would not have been so lucky. However, this dragon shield was the secret technique of the giant dragon when it was alive. Now that Xianxia was activating it, strictly speaking, it was because he had comprehended it and used it himself. The Golden Crow True Fire allowed him to comprehend the divine technique, Golden Crow, Casting Sun. But what about the Earthen Dragon Pearl? What about the Immortal Tree? Would he be able to comprehend something else from it? Xianxia's heart was restless, and he could not wait to immerse his mind into the Tao Seal. However, he finally suppressed the thoughts in his heart. Being able to comprehend the Golden Crow Casting Sun was a stroke of luck and opportunity. If he continued, he might not have such good luck. Shaking off the distracting thoughts in his heart, Xianxia turned his head to look around and began busying himself. An hour later, a simple wooden house sat on top of the mountain. This wooden house was not so much a wooden house as a small pavilion. It was ventilated on all sides, and only the top floor was sheltered. Xianxia took out a cushion from his space ring, sat down cross-legged, and took out a large pile of jade slips, placing them in front of him. There were at least 1,000 of these jade slips, all of which were related to spear techniques and spear Tao. Since he wanted to systematically cultivate his spear techniques, a lot of reading was naturally necessary. Some of the information in these jade slips may be worthless, but as long as he could get rid of the impurities and keep the essences, Xianxia believed that he would be able to gain something. Casually picking up a jade slip, Xianxia began examining it. Xianxia pondered for a moment and began silently deducing in his heart. Recorded in this jade slip was a secret technique that could kill 10 people with one spear. It required an extremely strong burst of power. Each spear strike was faster than the last, and after 10 spears, the power would multiply. Xianxia did not know which unlucky bastard this jade slip belonged to, but in Xianxia's opinion, this 10-spear kill was a bit flashy. In a life-or-death battle, who would gather enough strength to fire 10 spears in a row? Once the combo was broken, this spear technique would become useless. After a while, Xianxia threw the jade slip aside and picked up another one to examine. Days passed, and the sun and moon did not rise or fall in the great cosmological realm. Without knowing the passage of time, the number of jade slips that Xianxia threw aside gradually increased. He was completely immersed in the mysteries recorded in these jade slips, deducing one secret technique after another in his heart. There were not many powerhouses among these tens of thousands of people, so the secret techniques they possessed would naturally not be of high grade. However, it was suitable for a novice spear Tao like Xianxia. If he was given something extremely profound, he might not be able to comprehend it. After all, he had never dabbled in these before. However, on the path of martial Tao, one could master all of them. It could be difficult or simple, and everything depended on one's own perception. A month later, Xianxia threw down the last jade slip. When he raised his eyes, there was not the slightest exhaustion, but instead, he was in high spirits. Although he was sitting there was a mysterious aura lingering around him, as if he was a long spear. The spear intent had been formed, and Xianxia had been deducing the things recorded in the thousands of jade slips during this time. Although he had not really made a move, the spear Tao had been branded in his mind. Chapter 4056. Slowly getting up, Xianxia raised his hand and gripped the air, summoning the black dragon spear. Holding the spear in his hand, his aura suddenly changed, and he felt a little different. In the past, when he held the black dragon spear, he only felt like he was holding a powerful killing weapon. But now that he was holding this spear, there was a strange feeling of harmony, as if the black dragon spear was a part of his body. Spear flowers flashed as Xianxia thrust out his spear. One spear, 10 kills. Dong, 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 dong. 10 spear flowers bloomed in an instant, one on top of the other, each spear faster than the last, layer upon layer. When the last spear pierced out, its power was indeed several times stronger than the first spear. Although it was his first time cultivating a spear-related secret technique, after a month of studying and studying, in addition to his own solid foundation, it was enough for him to smoothly display this one spear 10 kills. The spear did not stop, and he did not stop dancing. Xianxia's aura changed, and the black dragon spear suddenly shook, as if it had turned into a bolt of lightning that cut through the void. Lightning spear execution. This move required someone who had cultivated a lightning attribute secret technique to be able to display it completely. When cultivated to the peak, when the spear was thrust out, it could summon lightning from the 9 heavens to strike the enemy. Xianxia had not cultivated anything related to lightning, so this spear could only move, but not the rhythm. This was something that could not be forced. Xianxia could not cultivate another lightning attribute secret technique just to cultivate this lightning spear execution. He came here mainly to refine his own spear path, so that the black dragon spear could display more power in his hands. The spear turned again, filling the sky with spear images, turning into an iron wall, protecting him. Spear Dragon Wall. Surprisingly, this was a rare defensive spear technique. The spear was the king of weapons, and all spear users pursued the path of strength and fierceness. They strived to kill the enemy with the fastest speed, and basically didn't consider the matter of defense, because once they had such thoughts, they would weaken their momentum and would be at a disadvantage in the battle. However, this Spear Dragon's Wall was a pretty good defensive technique. Moreover, it had the ability to attack while defending. Xianxia brandished the Black Dragon Spear and threw out the Heaven and Earthbreak. Spear techniques bloomed in Xianxia's hands, and the secret techniques recorded in the jade slips were displayed by Xianxia smoothly. In an instant, on the mountaintop, the sound of the air being torn apart and the faint roar of a dragon could be heard. Xianxia gradually forgot the passage of time and everything around him. He was completely immersed in this wonderful realm. Xianxia had obtained over 1,000 jade slips related to spear arts. In other words, over 1,000 spear arts were recorded in those jade slips. After a month of meditation, Xianxia had memorized these spear arts. Even if it was the first time he used them, they weren't difficult to understand. Basically, he was able to use them completely. As for how powerful they were, it was hard to say. By the time Xianxia had displayed all of these thousands of spear techniques, 6 days had already passed. Without stopping, Xianxia once again stabbed out with one spear. Started from the beginning. No one taught him how to cultivate spear arts, so he could only rely on himself. Thus, he would use this stupid method. When the day came when he had a long spear in his hand, his spear arts would naturally flow and he would succeed. Time flew by, and another month had passed. After the last stab, Xianxia withdrew his spear and stood upright. In this 1 month, Xianxia had displayed the thousands of spear arts at least 5 times. As he continued to display them, he realized that he hadn't comprehended them enough at that time. Although some of these spear arts weren't very high level, there were many places where there were some wonderful ideas that made his eyes light up. Moreover, the more he displayed them, the more he was able to dig out some things from these spear arts. After calming his roiling blood, Xianxia put away the black dragon spear and tidied his clothes. His figure flashed, and he returned to Star City. With the space spirit beads positioning, he could come and go as he pleased. Although Yueha hadn't contacted him recently, so there shouldn't be anything major happening in Star City, he still had to show his face from time to time. Otherwise, how could he bear to interrupt his cultivation? Coming out from the side room, Yang Kai scanned the area with his divine sense and found Guozian's location. He transmitted a message and asked Guozian to come and see him. A moment later, in the courtyard pavilion, Yang Kai saw Guozian. After the previous incident, Guozian was obviously more respectful to Yang Kai. Perhaps it was because of his daughter, or perhaps it was because he saw that Yang Kai was a man of his word. After greeting him, Yang Kai asked, "Is there anything going on recently?" Guozian smiled and said, "Thanks to Master's blessings, it's been peaceful recently." After exchanging a few words, Yang Kai also found out about his recent absence. First, the dozens of people under him were basically all cultivating. Those who were rewarded by Yang Kai were naturally refining the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Those who hadn't condensed the Tao Seal were strengthening their foundation under Guozian's supervision and guidance. They were working hard to make the Tao Seal they condensed in the future stronger so that it could bear the power of a higher grade. Then there was Star City and Crimson Star. Crimson Star had spread the news that Yang Kai had become a consecrator and wantonly promoted it. Crimson Star's reputation, which had fallen to rock bottom, skyrocketed. Currently, Crimson Star could be said to be the most powerful force in the entire great cosmological realm. Just recently, they had recruited as many as 5,000 people. The entire Star City had also been expanded several times. Whether it was the area or the cultivator gathered here, it was more than 3 to 4 times more than before. Yuki had been on Crimson Star's side all this time because she had to monitor Crimson Star's income to prevent those guys from doing anything. After all, 70% of the income came from Yang Kai. She hadn't returned for the past 2 months. The 3 disciples of Great Moon Province, led by Meng Hong, were also cultivating in seclusion. Even Shun Yu was condensing the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. Guozian scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I'm the only one who's free now. If Master has anything to say, just tell me and I'll do it for you." His 2nd grade heaven-opening realm had already been fixed. Apart from taking the heaven-opening pill to slowly improve his grade, he didn't have much hope. However, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. The improvement of the heaven-opening realm's grade was the accumulation of years and months. It couldn't be done overnight. How could Yang Kai have anything to tell him? The current situation was the best for him. He could cultivate in peace and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He could only wait for materials of 7th grade and above to appear and take a look. If he could completely condense the yin and yang and 5 elements before the great cosmological realm closed, that would be perfect. Just as he waved his hand to dismiss Guozian and was preparing to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and said speechlessly, "These 2 guys." Before he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Guozian's expression changed. He pulled out his saber and blocked in front of Yang Kai. His aura surged like a cheetah about to hunt as he vigilantly stared at the ground. Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder, indicating for him to calm down. "It's my 2 spirit beasts. They probably sensed my aura and came to ask for food." With a crashing sound, a large crater appeared in the ground. From the crater, a wriggling mouthpiece stretched out. Then a slippery, pitch-black creature rushed into the courtyard and swept away the rockery and pavilion. This disgusting guy was none other than the Earth Dragon. After the Earth Dragon, the Scarlet Flood Dragon also rushed out. Both of them were several dozen feet long, and although the courtyard wasn't small, it was immediately filled with their movements. Guozian staggered backwards, but there wasn't even a place to stand. He had no choice but to fly up into the air and look down with a speechless expression. The Earth Dragon lingered around Yang Kai, its mouth part squirming endlessly, opening from time to time for him to see. Its meaning could not be more obvious. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not do so, it had been cruising around Yang Kai, glancing at Yang Kai from time to time. When he first met these two guys, they were both about 300 feet long, but now they had both grown to 400 to 500 feet. It could be said that they had grown tremendously. For vicious beasts like them, the larger their bodies, the stronger they would be. This should be the effect of the dragon blood pill. Xianxia had collected dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. The grade was extremely high, so the dragon blood pills refined from them were naturally extraordinary. Recently, when he was cultivating his spear arts, he did not forget to take them. It had clearly improved him. If even he was like this, then there was no need to mention the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon. The amount of dragon blood pills refined last time was not small. Moreover, that place was the Scarlet Flood Dragon's territory. Xianxia had robbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon, and now that they came to ask for food, how could Xianxia not give them to them? If he gave them to the Scarlet Flood Dragon, how could the Earth Dragon be left behind? Fortunately, their needs were not too high. Occasionally taking one was enough to satisfy them, and it was enough for them to digest for a long time. If their needs were too high, Xianxia would not be willing to part with them. 2 dragon blood pills were thrown out, and the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon happily swallowed them. The Earth Dragon shook its tail and plunged back into the cave, disappearing. However, the Scarlet Flood Dragon did not leave. Instead, it sent a message to Xianxia with its divine sense. With the consumption of dragon blood pills, their intelligence had increased, and it was not difficult for them to send some simple messages. Xianxia frowned, puzzled. Why is she here? The Scarlet Flood Dragon's divine sense surged again. A moment later, Xianxia nodded and said, I know. Don't be afraid. I'll go take a look. After the Scarlet Flood Dragon left through the cave, Xianxia said to Guizian, I'm going out for a while. Guizian quickly said, Then this subordinate will accompany you. No need. I'm going to see an old friend. When the words fell, Xianxia had already disappeared, leaving Guizian puzzled, not knowing who that old friend was. 100 miles away from Star City, on top of a small mountain, there was a wooden house. In front of the house, a graceful woman was gazing at Star City, motionless like a reef. It was as if a strong wind was brushing past her face, causing her long hair to flutter. The woman instinctively felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. Just as she was feeling suspicious, a voice came from behind her. Are you looking for me for revenge? The woman was shocked and quickly turned around, but after seeing the person's face, she breathed a sigh of relief. Xianxia looked at her strangely and shook his head. No murderous intent, no resentment. If you aren't looking for me for revenge, then why are you staring at my movements? This woman was Sword Pavilion's Wuxia. Xianxia didn't know why she would appear here. Chapter 4057. That day in Sword Pavilion Star City, Xianxia fought with Head Mantis. Head Mantis died, and Xianxia didn't have a good time either. He was heavily injured and left with Wuxia supporting each other. She took them to a hidden place to heal. Xianxia's recovery was amazing, and he was fine after 3 to 5 days. He didn't even say goodbye to her before he left. After all, in Xianxia's opinion, they were enemies. He was surprised that Wuxia didn't take the opportunity to plot against him. So why would she say goodbye to him before she left? He thought it would be difficult to meet her in the great cosmological realm, but who knew that he would receive a message from the Red Flood Dragon today and know that she was outside this star city. The Scarlet Flood Dragon had been slashed in the neck by Wuxia at the Origin Magnet Mountain, and his head had almost been chopped off. He naturally hated her to the bone and remembered her aura, so it wasn't strange for him to discover her tracks. Because of the enmity of that day, the Red Flood Dragon repeatedly came here to find trouble with Wuxia, wanting to take revenge. Unfortunately, Wuxia had been avoiding it. Whenever the Red Flood Dragon came, she would run far away and wait for the Red Flood Dragon to leave before coming back. After repeating this several times, the Red Flood Dragon couldn't do anything to her. After seeing Xianxia this time, it told Xianxia this news, probably wanting Xianxia to stand up for it. Otherwise, why would Xianxia specially come here? More than 2 months had passed since the last time they parted. Wuxia's injuries were much better, but her aura was still a little unstable, and her face was slightly pale. She probably hadn't fully recovered. After all, she was injured by the Golden Crow True Fire, and it would take a year or so of cultivation to fully recover. Is there something you need from me? Xianxia looked at her and asked. This woman didn't have any killing intent, and there was no resentment in her eyes. She probably wasn't here for revenge. Lu Shui nodded gently. What is it? Speak. Lu Shui opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after holding back for a while, she couldn't say anything. Xianxia was a little impatient. He was in a hurry to return to Crouching Dragon Mountain to cultivate, and didn't want to waste time with this woman. He flicked his sleeves and said, Then we'll talk after you've thought it through. He turned and was about to leave. Behind him came Lu Shui's anxious voice. This concubine wants to follow master. She was afraid that Xianxia would really leave just like that. So, she shouted a little louder. Xianxia turned his head and looked at her in surprise. What did you say? He suspected that he had misheard. Otherwise, why would there be such a ridiculous request? Lu Shui stared at him, her face slightly red. She lowered her head and said, I want to follow master. Please allow me to do so. This time, Xianxia heard it clearly, but he still found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, Lu Shui's actions in the Sword Pavilion Star Market were already incomprehensible to him, and now she was making such an even more incomprehensible request. She had been tormented by the Golden Crow primordial fire to the point that she wished she was dead and had almost lost her life. How could she not have any resentment toward Xianxia? He had killed hundreds of people from Sword Pavilion. Even a leader like Zhong Fanxiang and Qin Yun had died at the hands of Xianxia. If it had been anyone else, they would have found an opportunity to take revenge. However, in the Sword Pavilion Star Market, she had taken a seriously injured Xianxia to a remote place to recuperate. Even if she was magnanimous and could let go of this hatred, at most, she would mind her own business with Xianxia. Why would she ask to follow him? Xianxia couldn't help but wonder if she had ulterior motives. I don't have any other intentions. I just want to follow you. The great cosmological realm is dangerous, and I want to leave alive. Lu Shui looked up and explained softly. If she hadn't seen the huge change in the Sword Pavilion Star Market with her own eyes, Lu Shui might not have thought of this. However, even the Sword Pavilion Master, who was a 6th grade heaven-opening cultivator, had been killed, and there were traces of divine spirits in the great cosmological realm. She was all alone, and she really didn't feel safe. After thinking about it, she still felt that it was safer to follow Xianxia. At the very least, he was the strongest in the great cosmological realm. If a great tribulation really came, Xianxia had the greatest chance of leaving safely. The reason why she was hiding here was because of her identity. After all, she was the leader of Sword Pavilion. If she really went to the Red Star Market, she would definitely be caught. She was looking at the Star Market from here to see when Xianxia would come out. However, instead of Xianxia, Qi Jiao had come several times. Xianxia looked straight in her eyes, his gaze deep, as if he could see into the depths of her heart and see through her hidden thoughts. Lu Shui was calm, without the slightest bit of guilt. After a while, Xianxia grinned. Do you really have such intentions? Lu Shui nodded seriously, not a word of falsehood. Don't you feel wronged? Miss Yuhi is also following master, and she is even more powerful than me. Does she feel wronged? If there was no precedent like Yuhi, she really wouldn't have made this request. Clever and eloquent. Ha. Xianxia slowly shook his head with his hands behind his back. Lu Shui blushed slightly. Master, are you afraid? Are you afraid that I will recover and kill you when you are unprepared? She was already a little ashamed to make this request, but Xianxia kept asking questions, making it even more difficult for her to control herself and a little angry. Afraid my ass. Xianxia snorted. A 4th-stage heaven splitter really didn't pose much of a threat to him in the great cosmological realm. So he decisively said, Since you have delivered yourself to my door, this king will not refuse. He wanted to see what this little girl wanted to do. Instead of guessing her purpose, it was better to keep her by his side. If she really had ulterior motives, she would be exposed sooner or later, and he could just kill her. Striding towards Lu Shui, Xianxia arrived in front of her in a few steps, stretched out his hand, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms, shouting in a low voice, "Don't resist." Lu Shue's eyes widened, and her mouth and nose were instantly filled with a vigorous aura. Her mind was suddenly in a mess, and she almost slapped him. What did he want to do? Did he misunderstand something? She just said that she wanted to follow him, and she didn't mean anything else. Lu Shui wanted to cry, but had no tears. She wanted to resist, but with Yang Kai's terrifying strength, how could she resist in her current state? In a flash, a phrase popped up in Lu Shue's mind, a sheep in the tiger's den. While her thoughts were running wild, she suddenly felt the space around her distort, and she fell into darkness. The darkness swallowed all her perception, making her feel great fear. In just a moment, her vision blurred, and she recovered. Yang Kai let go of her, raised his hand to grab the blue dragon spear, and walked forward, saying, "Your injuries haven't healed yet, so heal yourself. Don't bother me if there is nothing." Arriving 1,000 feet away, he practiced his spear arts and soon immersed himself in it. Lu Shui stared at him blankly, and it took a long time for her to recover. She turned her head and looked around. This was not the mountain peak she was on just now, but another place, and she didn't know how far it was. Spatial teleportation. Lu Shui's expression turned serious. Only then did she realize that she had misunderstood just now. Yang Kai wasn't hugging her to take advantage of her, but rather to take her with him through the void. Telling her not to resist was for her own good. While traveling through the void, if she made any sudden movements, she might be swallowed by the void and never be able to find her way back. Her pale face was slightly red, and she stood there quietly, watching Yang Kai's spear dance, sweeping through the void. Soon, she found some clues. Yang Kai displayed countless spear arts, one move after another, bold and powerful, sometimes wide open, sometimes as fine as rain. It seemed to be extraordinarily powerful, and an ordinary cultivator would not be able to receive a single spear attack from him. Even if she, a 4th-rank cultivator, opened the sky, she would not be able to hold on for long before being defeated. But there was always a trace of incongruity. Lu Shui frowned slightly, not knowing what this trace of incongruity was. After a few days, Yang Kai was actually able to perform those spear techniques again. After a few days, it was the same again. Lu Shui silently counted. From beginning to end, Yang Kai had used a total of 1,134 different spear Dao secret techniques, each one different from the last. What's more, every time he used them again, he seemed to be more proficient. That's right. Lu Shui finally understood what the incongruity she saw at the beginning was. That was immaturity. Although Yang Kai's moves were extraordinarily powerful, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, fumbling forward on the spear path, each step more stable and solid than the last. Time flew, and a month later, Yang Kai put away his spear, frowning in contemplation. Through this period of cultivation, he had indeed gained a lot, but when he recalled the mantis head saber arts, he could still feel the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent's saber arts were natural, and each saber attack was like a hanging antelope's horn, untraceable, impossible to guard against, and extremely powerful. Could it be that his cultivation method was wrong? As he was contemplating, he suddenly heard a voice. "Master, are you cultivating spear arts?" Turning his head, he saw that Lu Shui had walked over. Yang Kai nodded and grunted. If she hadn't spoken, he would have almost forgotten about her. Lu Shui said, "Master is practicing 1,000 types of spear arts. Are you trying to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools?" "I have this idea, but I don't feel that the gains are much." Yang Kai was a little depressed. Compared to the beginning, he had indeed grown a lot on the path of spear arts, but it was much smaller than he had expected. Perhaps it was because he hadn't had enough time to cultivate. Lu Shui said slowly, "Master's method is very similar to an old friend of mine." "Oh," Yang Kai's eyes lit up. "Your old friend also cultivated like this?" Lu Shui nodded and said softly, "Yes, but he didn't collect as many spear arts as Master, only 100 to 200. Yang Kai was able to obtain so many spear arts from the space rings of tens of thousands of people. Even if Lu Shui's old friend was at the heaven-opening realm, he probably wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Being able to collect 100 to 200 was already a great effort. How did his cultivation go in the end? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. He succeeded, Lu Shui said slowly. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. He spent several dozen years gathering the strengths of 100 schools, eliminating the impurities and preserving the essences to cultivate a sure-kill spear. That spear was his strongest attack, and I once sparred with him. Heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same realm would find it difficult to resist. A sure-kill spear. Yang Kai couldn't help but look fascinated, but when he heard Lu Shui say that this person had spent several dozen years, he was speechless. If gathering the strengths of 100 schools took several dozen years, then how many years would it take for him to gather the strengths of 1,000 schools? Chapter 4058. Fortunately, in the great cosmological realm, there was a lot of time for Yang Kai to squander. Before finding suitable treasures, he could not condense the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. Otherwise, Yang Kai would not have the time to cultivate these. Can you tell me about your old friend's specific cultivation path? Yang Kai asked curiously. Lu Shui said, his approach is exactly the same as Master's. He collected more than 100 spear techniques and practiced them every day. I remember that when he was cultivating, he once said that when he forgot all the 100 spear techniques and only had 1 spear left, then he would be done. When I saw him again after a few decades, he had already succeeded. Forget the 100 spear techniques and only have 1 spear left. Yang Kai seemed to understand the man's intention. However, this was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? For spear techniques, the more one performed them, the more skilled they became. At the very least, Yang Kai had been like this for the past 2 to 3 months. Once he performed it many times and comprehended the essence, it would become a brand of memory in his body. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to forget such things. However, this sentence opened a new door for him. His eyes lit up. Your old friend is amazing, amazing. Lu Shui smiled slightly. Master, maybe you can give it a try. Yang Kai chuckled. He has his path, and I have mine. His path may not be suitable for me, but it is indeed worth learning from. You may leave first. After saying that, he practiced the 1,000 spear techniques again. There was no time in the mountains, and there was no flowing time, great emperor in cultivation. On Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai cultivated diligently. Ever since he started cultivating, there had never been a time when he was so passionately and single-mindedly devoted to something. Every day, more than 1,000 spear techniques bloomed in his hands with brilliant splendor. Every 2 months, he would make a trip back to Star City. Firstly, he wanted to show his face to deter some rascals. Secondly, he wanted to check on the situation of his subordinates. Their progress was very good. The dozen or so people who had not condensed their Dao seals gradually condensed their own Dao seals. Furthermore, they had all surpassed the limits of what they could achieve. They had also satisfied Yang Kai's previous request. Each of them found Yu He and took out Tier 4 and even Tier 5 heavenly and earthly treasures to condense the power of Yin, Yang, and 5 elements. Those who had already condensed their Dao seals and laid down their foundations were also trying their best to obtain the strongest power within the limits of what they could withstand. Yang Kai was looking forward to seeing Lang Qingshan. This guy was indeed able to withstand the impact of the 5th grade heavenly treasure on the Dao seal. He had already condensed the power of the wood element. When Yang Kai returned, he gave him a portion of the primordial fire of the sun. Now, he was cultivating in seclusion to condense the fire element. With such speed and aptitude, he was considered pretty good even in the Blessed Enclave. The income of Star City was not cheap. Yang Kai took 70% of the profits and naturally made a lot of money. However, these things were just worldly possessions. His own strength was the foundation of his foothold. Therefore, he did not stay for long every time he returned. At most, he would return to Crouching Dragon Mountain after 1 or 2 days to continue his cultivation. What he was worried about did not happen. The heavenly lunar demon spider did not appear again after wiping out the Sword Pavilion Star City. However, in various parts of the great cosmological realm, the cultivators' strongholds were destroyed by the beast tide from time to time. Some of the strongholds were even massacred with no survivors. Half a year later, on Crouching Dragon Mountain, Xianxia's figure was moving freely. When he withdrew his spear, his aura quickly calmed down. He stood in place and pondered. Not far away, Lu Shui was slightly stunned. She muttered, 1035 types. When she first observed Xianxia's eyelid spear technique, he had used a total of 1,134 types. But now, there were only 1,035 types left. He had lost almost 100 types of spear techniques. This change had gradually appeared in the past half a year. In other words, Xianxia was gradually forgetting the spear techniques he had practiced. He had embarked on the same path as her old friend. Lu Shui laughed in her heart. In the end, he still had the temperament of a young man. He said that he had his own path, and she had her own path. It turned out that he was just being stubborn. In the end, he was still imitating others. However, to be able to forget 100 types in such a short time really shocked Lu Shui. Her old friend had spent decades on this. The aptitude and comprehension of this young man in front of her was something that her old friend could never catch up to. Thinking about it, he had already comprehended the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm. Looking at the trichiliocosm and billions of living beings, how many people could do it? The subsequent progress made Lu Shui even more shocked. Xianxia had spent half a year forgetting 100 types of spear techniques. After another half a year, he had already forgotten 600 types of spear techniques. The remaining 500 or so were also showing signs of mastery. Almost every day, there would be dozens or even dozens of types of spear techniques disappearing from Xianxia's practice. The speed of disappearing was getting faster and faster. 2 months later, Xianxia no longer had any traces of spear techniques when he attacked. There were only the simplest stabs, flicks, slashes, and sweeps. It was like a person who had just learned how to use a spear. He was clumsily waving a spear around without any power. Moreover, every strike of his seemed to be extremely difficult. The muscles on his arms were bulging, and his aura was boiling. It was as if there was a huge, invisible resistance that was blocking the spear in his hand, making it impossible for him to use it freely. This kind of attack could be easily avoided by anyone. Lu Shui couldn't understand, but instinctively, she felt that every spear strike had a terrifying power. This was the realm of simplicity. It seemed to be a simple movement, but it contained infinite changes. If she rushed up to Xianxia at this moment, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist the power of his spear. This state lasted for a full year. For a year, he didn't rest, and didn't rest. Lu Shui watched every day in fear, fearing that Xianxia would become the demon race. She wanted to go back to Red Star to report to Yuhi, but she was afraid that Xianxia would have an accident if she left, so she could only accompany him. After more than 2 years, her injuries had already healed and she had returned to her peak state. Even so, her mental state was always tense, making her feel a little tired. One day, the seemingly muddle-headed Kai Yang, whose eyes had always been lifeless, suddenly moved his eyes. The spear in his hands, which had been repeating the most simple movements, suddenly began to move. It was like moving clouds and flowing water, smooth and smooth. The roar of a dragon resounded, and the dragon pressure filled the air, enveloping the world. Lu Shui was shocked. When she looked up, it was as if she saw a giant dragon coiling between the heavens and earth, looking down on her, making her heart tremble. The sky was shrouded in spear shadows, and there was no trace of Xianxia. In her field of vision, there was only the spear light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Not limited to action, not limited to appearance, not limited to one state, not limited to one, not only thunder and wind, but also rain and wind, transcending the heavens and earth, 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 transcending the heavens and earth. My spear is free, my heart is free. Laughing wildly to the heavens, shaking the heavens and earth, startling the birds and insects. When Lu Shue's vision recovered, she saw Yang Kai's black hair fluttering in the air, holding the spear with one arm, his pair of black eyes shining brightly. The surrounding void was filled with a brand of spear scars, and under the effect of the heavens and earth principles, they were slowly restored. What a terrifying spear technique! Lu Shue's heart trembled as she stared blankly at the spear scars that were gradually mending. She knew that this young man's strength had soared greatly after this transformation. However, he was walking the same path as that old friend of hers. After forgetting more than 1,000 spear techniques, shouldn't he have cultivated a sure-kill spear technique? Why was the final result so different? Just now, at the last moment, the spear technique Yang Kai displayed was indescribable. It seemed to be even stronger than that sure-kill spear technique, and although the sure-kill spear technique was fierce, it had been completely fixed, and there was no room for improvement. On the other hand, Yang Kai's spear technique had endless possibilities. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was superior. Was it really like what he said, that he had his Tao and she had her own path? "Master, what kind of spear is that?" Lu Xue asked curiously. Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment before grinning. "Unrestrained spear. Unrestrained spear." Lu Xue murmured before nodding seriously. "Endless variations, endless power, not limited to any technique, free from the will of the heart, worthy of its name." Pursing her lips, she smiled. "But unrestrained spear doesn't sound very pleasing to the ear. Why don't we call it the Great Unrestrained Spear?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Although it was only a single word, the meaning was completely different. Laughing, he said, "Good. We'll do as you say, the Great Unrestrained Spear." Holding the spear in his hand, Yang Kai was filled with pride. After 2 years of hard work, he had cultivated the Great Unrestrained Spear, which could be said to be a great achievement. With this spear technique in hand, although he didn't dare say that the Black Dragon Spear's full power would be unleashed, it would at least be much better than before. If the mantis head didn't die and Yang Kai fought him again, he was confident that he could kill him within 10 breaths. The mantis head saber technique was natural, but Yang Kai's spear technique was no longer the same as before. Compared to 2 years ago, it had been reborn. Now that he had mastered his spear technique, there was no need to cultivate here anymore. So he instructed Lu Xue, "Pack up and come back with me." Lu Xue responded, feeling a little nervous. After all, her identity was a bit sensitive, and she didn't know if she would be mocked or ridiculed by others. However, since she had chosen to follow Yang Kai, she could only endure even if others rolled their eyes at her. As long as she could leave the great cosmological realm safely, it didn't matter if she suffered some grievances. Taking out his communication bead, Yang Kai learned that Yuhi had contacted him many times. Previously, he would return to Star City every 3 months, but in the past year, he had reached a critical juncture and hadn't shown up. Yuhi was probably worried about him. At this moment, another message came from his communication bead. Yang Kai scanned it with his divine sense and said in surprise, "Little fatty, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to find you. I didn't expect you to walk right into my trap. Don't even think about leaving this time." Yui's message actually said that little fatty Suzhen had come to find him and had been waiting for him for 2 months. This little fatty came from the divine cauldron cave heaven and was an expert in artifact refining. He was even more proficient in the Tao of spirit arrays. Yang Kai had wanted him to help arrange a spirit array in Star City, but unfortunately, he didn't know where he was. He didn't expect to receive news of him at this time. In a few steps, Yang Kai walked to Lu Xue's side, grabbed her arm, and urged the power of the space spirit bead to instantly disappear. Chapter 4059. In the mansion, in front of Yang Kai's room, a charmingly naive, fair, and clean little fatty stood side by side with Yuhi, waiting anxiously. The little fatty was Su Zhen from Divine Cauldron Heaven. Back then, he had left after refining the origin magnet Divine Gourd, most likely to have condensed the power of the metal element. Since he had appeared now, it meant that he had succeeded. After all, he was a disciple of Divine Cauldron Heaven and had extraordinary talent. Since he dared to ask Xianxia for a grade 6 origin magnet divine stone, he naturally had the confidence to refine it. Senior, when will Brother Yang come out of seclusion? Su Zhen turned to look at Yuhi. I don't know either. Yuhi slowly shook her head. In the past, young master would come out of seclusion once every 2 months or so. I don't know why this time, but there has been no news from him for a year. Su Zhen's eyes turned, and he said worriedly, Brother Yang wouldn't have become the demon race, right? Yui's expression changed slightly. How is that possible? Young master is a genius. It's impossible for him to become the demon race. Moreover, he hasn't reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, so his seclusion this time shouldn't be so dangerous. The little fatty shook his head. That's hard to say. The path of cultivation is full of dangers, and if one is not careful, the consequences will be unpredictable. Yuhi was flustered by his words, and she was a little uncertain. Su Zhen struck while the iron was hot. Why don't I break this restriction and see what happens? Don't even think about it. Yuhi glared at him. She had seen this little fatty's ability and knew that if he really wanted to break the restriction, it wouldn't take much effort. However, once he did so, he would definitely disturb Xianxia. If Xianxia really reached a critical juncture in his cultivation, even if he didn't become the demon race, he would become the demon race. Su Zhen smiled. I'm just saying, Senior, don't be angry. AI, what a pity. I wanted to give Brother Yang another good fortune, but it seems he's coming out. The restriction of the room in front of him suddenly closed, and with a soft squeak, the door opened, and a handsome young man walked out. Who else could it be but Xianxia? Yuhi revealed a smile, and her heart finally relaxed. She walked forward with a smile, but after taking 2 steps, she saw the person behind Xianxia, and the smile on her face suddenly stiffened, and she stared at him in a daze. Su Zhen was also somewhat dumbfounded. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he said, Senior, didn't you say that Brother Yang is in close seclusion? How could someone bring a woman into seclusion? Moreover, this woman was the leader of Sword Pavilion. It was said that Xianxia had spent a year in seclusion this time. TSK. Just what had happened during this year? Su Zhen looked at Lu Shui and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. He felt envious of Xianxia's luck with women. What are you two doing here? Xianxia raised his head and saw Su Zhen and Yuhi. He was puzzled. Little Fatty had a sly smile on his face, but Yuhi's face was ashen. Her delicate body was trembling, and her eyes were spitting fire as she stared at something behind him. Xianxia turned his head and saw that Lu Shui's face was red and her head was lowered. He suddenly understood and said, I'm afraid you two have misunderstood. The space spirit bead was in his bedroom. After returning from Crouching Dragon Mountain, he naturally went straight to his bedroom. It wouldn't have been a big deal if no one had seen it, but now that he was caught red-handed, it really made people think of some things they shouldn't. What a big misunderstanding. Yuhi sneered, turned around, and left. Wherever she went, a chill would envelop her, causing Wuxia to tremble in fear. He quickly moved to the side, lest he be implicated. Su Zhen smiled slyly and said, Brother Yang, there's a fire in the backyard. Go put out the fire first, I'll talk to you later. Xianxia said with a serious face, Brother Su, you've really misunderstood. It's not what you think it is. Su Zhen said, It's useless to explain it to me. Xianxia looked at Lu Shui, then looked at him and shook his head. He had no intention of explaining anything. He called Wuxia and said, Miss Lu Shui can be considered one of us now. Take her down and find a room for her to stay. One of us. Wuxia's heart trembled. He faintly felt that Xianxia's words had a deeper meaning. He quickly replied, Yes. Lu Shui excused herself and left with Wuxia. Along the way, Wuxia was very respectful, as if he wanted to worship her as his mistress. This made Lu Shui feel more and more ashamed. In the guest hall, Chen Yu served tea and respectfully left. Xianxia and Su Zhen sat across from each other. Only then did Su Zhen reveal the purpose of his visit. Brother Yang, I have another great opportunity to give you. Last time, he said this, and then refined the origin magnet divine gourd for Xianxia. This time, he would say it again. Yangkai was naturally interested and asked curiously, "Brother Su, please speak." Su Zhan said, "Brother Yang is a peerless genius. He should have condensed 7th grade fire element power, right?" Yes. There was no way to hide this. You had already told him. When the golden crow casting sun divine technique appeared, it was tantamount to announcing this point to the world. Su Zhan slowly said, "A 7th grade golden crow true fire can only be suppressed by a 7th grade wood element power. So Brother Yang should also have a 7th grade wood element power." In the battle 2 years ago, Brother Yang also used the earth attribute divine technique to form a shield. From what I can see, that divine technique is exceptionally sturdy and extraordinary, so it should also be a 7th grade one. In other words, Brother Yang has condensed at least 3 7th grade elements: wood, fire, and earth. In the Origin Magnet Mountains, Brother Yang risked universal condemnation and did not hesitate to make thousands of people his enemy. In the end, he even sealed off the passage and inspected everyone's space rings, all for the sake of obtaining a 7th grade divine origin magnet stone. Speaking of this, Su Zhan slowly shook his head. What a pity, although the origin magnet mountains were abundant, no 7th grade divine origin magnet stone appeared. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Brother Yang. Yangkai looked at him with a smile. Brother Su, have you ever heard of a saying? What saying? Su Zhan asked curiously. Smart people generally don't live long. This little fatty had only met him twice, and their interactions were not deep, yet he was able to deduce so many things, almost exposing Yangkai's background, causing Yangkai to feel a chill run down his spine. Su Zhan quickly waved his hand and said, I'm just speaking casually, Brother Yang. Please don't take it to heart. However, Brother Yang's ambition to reach the 7th grade and open the heavens should be correct. Yangkai looked at him indifferently, neither happy nor angry. The reason I came to you this time is related to a 7th grade rare treasure. Su Zhan suddenly lowered his voice. Yangkai's expression changed. A 7th grade rare treasure? What attribute is it? If it was wood, fire, or earth, it would not be of much value to him. But if it was any other attribute, he would have to fight for it. Since entering the great cosmological realm until now, he had only found an earth dragon pearl, and it was obtained by chance. Even the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove, was so difficult to find, let alone the outside world. The last time the golden crow's corpse appeared, it caused various forces to fight over it, and even several high-rank heaven splitters were dispatched. Even if a 7th grade rare treasure really appeared in the 3,000 worlds, it would not be Yangkai's turn to fight for it. For him, the great cosmological realm was the most suitable place to display his strength. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the water element. Water element. Yangkai's eyes lit up. After the metal element was the water element, which was also useful to him. Even if he could not refine it now, it would be good to collect it first. However, he was not blinded by this temptation, but looked at Su Zhan suspiciously. Brother Su, since there's a 7th grade water element, you can go and get it yourself. Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me there are 2 treasures of the water element. How precious are 7th grade rare treasures? It's good enough to have one. How can there be 2? Su Zhan laughed and shook his head. It's just that this trip may be a little dangerous. Brother Yang's strength is extraordinary, so I pulled you along to boost my courage. Yangkai naturally did not believe this. The little fatty was a disciple from the divine cauldron heaven, and although he had not seen him fight, his strength was definitely not bad. If he said it was dangerous, then that place was really dangerous. Pulling Yangkai along was probably to increase his combat strength. To tell you the truth, Brother Yang, it's not just the 2 of us going. That place was discovered by a friend of mine, and there are about 5 or 6 people going together this time. 5 or 6 people. Yangkai was amazed, and he even mentioned friends. Those who could be called friends by him most likely had extraordinary backgrounds and strength, and were probably the elite disciples of some blessed enclave. He chuckled. There's only one 7th grade rare treasure, but there are 5 or 6 people. How do we split it? Su Zhen grinned and said, "We travel together. When we reach the place, life, death, wealth, and riches are up to fate." Interesting. Yang Kai's mind was in turmoil. It had been a long time since he had such an adventurous experience. Just hearing Su Zhen's words made his blood boil, and he wanted nothing more than to set off immediately. "Then Brother Yang agrees?" Su Zhen looked at him and asked, "There's one more question." Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. "Brother Su asked me for a 6th grade Divine Origin Magnet Stone last time, so what you condensed should be a 6th grade rare treasure. So why are you coveting a 7th grade rare treasure?" Su Zhen said seriously, "Among the 5 elements, the wood and water elements are the most gentle and have the least impact on the Tao Seal. Although I aim to be a 6th grade rare treasure, condensing a 7th grade wood and water element should not be a problem." "Brother Yang, didn't your teacher tell you?" Yang Kai suddenly realized. Su Zhen's method was the same as the suggestion he had made to his dozen or so subordinates. Although their foundation was already set, they could use this foundation to obtain greater strength. If he guessed correctly, this little fatty should be condensing a 7th grade wood element, but the others were all 6th grade rare treasures, so in the end he could only reach the 6th grade, splitting the heavens. How could Yang Kai have any teacher to tell him this? Although the lady boss had been good to him in the first inn, she did not expect his ambition to be so great, so she did not think to tell him this at all. Most of the common knowledge was obtained from Yuhi. Chuckling, Yang Kai then said, "Right, there's one more thing I want to ask Brother Su for help with." Su Zhen asked, "What is it?" "I want to ask Su Zhen to lay down a spirit array in this star market and increase the defensive power of this spirit array." Su Zhen could not help feeling a little speechless. This star market is Red Star Star Market. "Brother Yang, you're just a consecrated in name. Why are you so concerned?" "It's useful, it might be useful." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Su Zhen could not refuse, so he could only say, "How about this? I'll do it when we come back, but there's not enough time now. I made an agreement with those people before, and there are only 5 days left until the deadline. We have to set off tomorrow, otherwise it will be too late." Chapter 4060. The next morning, Yang Kai and Su Zhen set off, and everyone came to send them off. Yuhi hid behind the crowd with an ugly expression on her face. According to Guizian, this woman threw a huge tantrum last night and smashed the things in her room into pieces. They were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yang Kai looked at Guizian and said, "This trip shouldn't take long. When I'm not around, carefully supervise their cultivation. If you need any supplies, just look for Yueha." Guizian replied, "Yes." Yueha curled her lips. Yang Kai glanced at her and said, "Yueha, if you encounter any irresistible danger, you know what to do." Yueha tilted her head to the other side. Lu Shui felt guilty and stepped forward. "Master, do you need this concubine to follow you?" "No need. You stay and assist Yueha in managing the star market." Yang Kai waved his hand. Lu Shui retreated helplessly and quietly glanced at Yueha, only to see this woman looking at her with a smile. That smile made her hair stand on end. She knew that if this misunderstanding was not resolved, she would not have a good life in the future. "Let's go back, Brother Su." Yang Kai called out to Su Zhen and soared into the sky. Su Zhen followed closely behind. After the two left, the smile on Yueha's face gradually disappeared. She angrily lifted her dress, turned around, and walked in. Lu Shui hurriedly followed and said, "Sister Yueha, I have something to tell you." Yuhi immediately smiled sweetly and said, "What a coincidence. I also have some things that I want to discuss with little sister. Let's go to my room." As she said this, she intimately held Lu Shui's arm and walked away with a smile. Behind them, Guizian and the others couldn't help but shudder. There was no sun, moon, or stars in the great cosmological abyss, so it was impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Kai did not know which direction he was flying in. He followed Su Zhen for 3 days. During these 3 days, they passed by many cultivator strongholds, which made Yang Kai click his tongue in wonder. These strongholds varied in size. Some were grand, while others were extremely hidden. The large ones could accommodate tens of thousands of people, while the small ones could only accommodate a few hundred people. They struggled to survive in the strange environment of the great cosmological realm. There were also some dilapidated strongholds that had been destroyed by the beast tide. There were many rotting corpses lying on the ground. It was a horrible sight. When the great cosmological realm opened, the entire star city was swallowed up, and at least millions of people were swallowed in. Now that several years had passed, less than half of them were still alive. Just in the Sword Pavilion Star Market alone, tens of thousands of people had died or were injured. One could imagine how terrifying the loss rate of those who had entered the great cosmological realm during this period was. 3 days later, the sound of waves could be heard in the distance. There was also a salty smell in the air. Xianxia was slightly startled. "There's a sea in the great cosmological realm?" Su Zhen said solemnly. "The great cosmological realm is vast and boundless. What we know is just a corner of the sea. What's so strange about there being a sea here?" After a while, the turbulent sea came into view. The waves slammed against the table, rolling up waves that were hundreds of feet high. Xianxia suddenly understood. Su Zhen said that this time they were looking for a grade 7 water element treasure. There was plenty of water power in the sea, so it was not surprising that it could breed a grade 7 water element treasure. After rushing into the sea and flying forward for another 3 hours, Su Zhen suddenly said, "We've arrived." At the same time, Xianxia also noticed a few unfamiliar auras. Looking over, he saw several figures standing on a small island with a radius of only a few miles. One of them stood on the beach with his hands behind his back. He had a stalwart figure and was dressed in black. When he looked up, his eyes were like an eagle's, piercing straight into one's heart. Not far away, a young girl was sitting on a rock with her head down, busying herself with something. Her hair covered her shoulders, making it impossible to see her face. Another young man was sitting cross-legged on a treetop 1,000 feet behind the young girl, silently circulating his chi. His figure rose and fell with the wind, his aura mysterious. Xianxia's heart trembled. Although these 3 people were not heaven-opening cultivators, each of them gave him a feeling that they were not to be trifled with. Were these the friends that Su Zhen was talking about? He didn't know which heavenly paradise they came from, but each of them had an extraordinary background. Xianxia and Su Zhen landed, and the black-clothed young man, standing with his hands behind his back, said coldly, "Fatty, you're late." Su Zhen smiled and said, "Not at all. There's still more than a day before the deadline." After a pause, he added, "By the way, Brother Lin Feng, don't call me Fatty again, or I'll fall out with you." Even though he said that, he still smiled without the slightest anger. Lin Feng coldly snorted and turned to look at Xianxia, raising his chin slightly. "You made us wait for so long just for this guy? Which heavenly paradise did he come from? How come I've never seen him before?" Su Zhen said, "I've never asked." He turned to Xianxia and asked, "Brother Yang, where do you come from?" Xianxia chuckled. "It's neither a paradise nor a heavenly paradise. It's insignificant, not worth mentioning." Su Zhen was stunned. He had seen that Xianxia could even comprehend something like the aspect divine technique, and was even determined to reach the 7th level of heaven opening. He also had a 5th level heaven opening cultivator, like you, he following him and calling him young master. He had really thought that he was from some heavenly paradise, but now that he heard Xianxia say this, it turned out that he wasn't. Without a heavenly paradise's deep background and huge material support, how could he cultivate to such a level? "Brother Yang, you're joking," said Su Zhen, shaking his head. He didn't believe him, but since Xianxia didn't want to say, he didn't want to ask anymore. The young man in black grunted coldly. "Fatty, this guy is neither a heavenly paradise's disciple nor a paradise's disciple. You just casually asked him to join forces with us?" Su Zhen said solemnly, "Brother Lin, I've seen Brother Yang fight. In terms of strength, you're not as good as him." Lin Feng narrowed his eyes. "Really?" As soon as his words fell, his fighting spirit soared, and his aura soared to the limit. He stared at Xianxia with scorching eyes, as if he wanted to fight him here and now. Obviously, he was not convinced by Su Zhen's words. He was a heavenly paradise's disciple, and although he hadn't broken through to the sky-opening layer yet, he could still fight against a low-level heaven-opening cultivator. How strong was this guy in front of him? Don't make trouble. Suzhen looked at him speechlessly. You'll see later. He turned to Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This guy is called Lin Feng, a disciple of Zhen Wu Cave Heaven. Yang Kai cupped his hands politely and said, Greetings, Brother Lin. When he saw Su Zhen and the guy, surnamed Yin, Yang Kai thought that there might be other heavenly paradise's disciples in the Great Void Realm, but he didn't expect to see them today, and more than one at that. He didn't know why they were also in the star market at that time, but they ended up suffering an unexpected disaster. However, the Great Void Realm had both dangers and opportunities. For these proud sons of heaven, being involved in it was not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Feng snorted coldly and raised his nose to the sky. This is Gu Pan from Langia Paradise. Su Zhen pointed to the girl who was sitting on a stone with her head down. The girl hurriedly got up, her cheeks puffed up, and said softly, Greetings, Brother Yang. Her voice was very soft, just like a cat's. It was obvious that she was a gentlewoman. Kai Yang, on the other hand, was greatly shocked. This girl named Gu Pan was actually from Langia Paradise. That was the place where Zhang Ruo Shi's ancestor was born. Zhang Ruo Shi had awakened her Tianxing bloodline and inherited a part of her ancestors' memories. When she left the star boundary, she planned to go to Langia Paradise, but she was swallowed by the thousand joints insect halfway and was separated from Yang Kai. Later, Yang Kai was stranded in the Qiqiao land, and Zhang Ruo Shi's whereabouts were unknown. Yang Kai guessed that she should have gone to Langia Paradise. After all, it was her ancestors' homeland. If she went there, it would be equivalent to returning home in glory. Yang Kai wanted to go to Langia Paradise to look for Zhang Ruo Shi after he opened the heavens, but who knew that he would meet a disciple of Langia Paradise here. He was surprised and happy, and almost wanted to ask about Zhang Ruo Shi's situation, but he held back. There was no need to rush this matter. He would first see what Gu Pan's character was like before making any plans. Greetings, Junior Sister Gu. Yang Kai suppressed the excitement in his heart and returned the greeting. The girl sat back down again and lowered her head to busy herself. That one over there is Ning Dao Ran from Carefree Paradise. Su Zhen pointed to the young man sitting cross-legged on the treetops, moving up and down with the wind. Although this young man was not old, he had an elegant temperament. This kind of aura could only be possessed by those old men with a mortal temperament. If one didn't look at him and only felt this aura, they would think that he was a flowing time great emperor. Ning Dao Ran did not get up, but raised a palm to Yang Kai from afar and said, Greetings, brother. Brother Ning. Yang Kai returned the greeting. Su Zhen looked around and scratched his head. Where did that seductress Chu Huashang go? When the voice just fell, a figure came out of the sea behind him. The figure was graceful and covered with gauze. When it came out of the water vapor lingered around the body, causing infinite reverie. Yang Kai looked at it and saw an enchanting and charming woman standing behind Su Zhen. She was half a head higher than him. She leaned over and breathed in Su Zhen's ear. Little fatty, who are you calling a seductress? Su Zhen looked at his nose, and his nose looked at his heart. He gave a thumbs up and pointed back. This evil spirit is from Yin Yang Wonderland, called Chu Huashang. Yang Xiong should be careful. She's the best at seducing men. Don't let her kill you. Oh, why are you twisting my ear? Let go quickly. If you don't let go, I will fight with you. What is seducing men? What is sucking Yang Qi? Chu Huashang gnashed her teeth and twisted Su Zhen's ears. My Yin Yang Wonderland is on the way of Yin and Yang integration. It is not the way of those dirty tricks. You don't slander me in front of outsiders. Su Zhen's face was distorted with pain, but he dutifully stared at Yang Kai and said, Anyway, Brother Yang, be careful of this woman. Yang Kai smiled and said, Brother Su is serious. Alone Yin is not born. Alone Yang is not long. Yin and Yang are mixed. It is the way of heaven and earth. It is not as serious as you say. Chapter 4061. He has also received the benefits of Yin and Yang fusion. Naturally, He knows that the orthodox fusion method is not comparable to those bad methods, but he has some right to speak. Chu Huashang's heart went to the bottom of her heart, and she didn't bother to find trouble with Su Zhen. She looked at Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. It's still this little brother who is sensible. Little brother, if you have time, we can discuss the art of union cultivation. Well, there's a chance. Yang Kai kept nodding. Su Zhen was stunned. Yang Kai came up with Chu Huashang, this seductress. What a scandal. He regretted looking for Yang Kai. He couldn't see that this guy was a pervert. Lin Feng's eyes flashed a trace of contempt, and he said coldly, Fatty, you came to find people. If you die on the way back, don't blame anyone. Yang Kai said with a smile, If I die, it's my own fault. I can't blame others. It sounds like a man. Lin Feng looked up and down at Yang Kai, as if to re-examine him. Su Zhen said, Don't talk nonsense. Now that everyone is here, Lin Feng, it's time to talk about the water treasure. Let's go and talk about it, so as not to waste time. Lin Feng said. All right. Su Zhen agreed. Gu Pan stood up, and Ning Dao floated down from the treetop. He twirled his fingers, and a willow leaf suddenly appeared. The willow leaf grew in the wind, and with a bang, it transformed into a small boat. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. This willow leaf didn't have the aura of a secret treasure. It was like an ordinary willow leaf. He didn't know what wonderful method Ning Dao had used. It had such an amazing change. A group of people jumped on the willow leaf boat. Ning Dao stood at the bow of the boat and controlled the boat to break through the air. Yang Kai raised his foot and stepped on it. He found that the boat was very strong. Even if he hit it with his hand, he might not be able to destroy it. The disciples of the Blessed Enclave really had unique skills. The little fatty Su Zhen was like this, and Ning Dao was like this. He was afraid that Lin Feng, Gu Pan, and Chu Huashang were not soft persimmons. He could not help but feel a little envious. It was good to have a backer. No matter what he learned, there would be someone to teach him, and there would be no need to worry about cultivation resources. Unlike him, no matter where he went, he had to start from scratch and fight with his life on the line. No one loved him or loved him. Even his cultivation had to be done step by step. Lin Feng had already started talking about the water element treasure. Several disciples of the Blessed Enclave gathered in the Star Market at that time. Enclave? There must be many secret records in their respective sections. Even the elders in their sects came out of the Great Void Realm. They have more or less seen some information about the Great Void Realm. After arriving here, they immediately separated and went to find their own opportunities. In the past few years, everyone has gained something. Needless to say, Su Zhen refined the divine magnetic gourd and found Yang Kai in exchange for a 6th-level divine magnetic stone. It can be said that he made a lot of money. Although he was a disciple of Shanding Tian, even in Shanding Tian, it took a lot of time and energy to get a 6th-level metal treasure. After all, 6th-level treasures were not cabbages that could be picked up everywhere. Several others also had similar gains. Lin Feng traveled around and came to the sea by chance. He felt the rich water element qi on an island. The water element qi was rich and mellow, far beyond any water element treasure he had seen before. That is definitely a 7th level or even an 8th level water element treasure. Lin Feng said in a deep voice, his eyes burning. Everyone's breath couldn't help being short. How precious is a 7th or 8th level water element treasure? It can suppress the fortune of a land outside. It may not appear in thousands of years, but it can be found in the Great Void Realm. I'm afraid it's not so easy to get it. Chu Huashang said with a smile. If you can get it easily, you, Lin Feng, will not call us to help together. Lin Feng said, Naturally, it's not easy to get it. On the island, there are many strange sea clans, and the water element treasure seems to be very important to those sea clans. The closer to the island, the stricter the defense is. I have been forced to retreat 4 times. Sea clan? Everyone was surprised. Su Zhen said, Is there a master among the sea clans? Lin Feng shook his head slowly. It's not very powerful. It's not my opponent in a one-on-one fight. What's worse is that there are too many of them. Lin's two fists can't fight against four hands. Have you seen the water element treasure? Chu Huashang asked. What is that? Lin Feng blushed. I haven't seen it. Seeing everyone looking at him with a strange expression, he couldn't help but be angry. Although I haven't seen it, I can be sure that it is definitely a 7th or 8th level treasure. If you don't want to go, I have to get that thing by myself. Su Zhen hurriedly said, Go. It's rare to have this opportunity. How can we not go and see? Chu Huashang also nodded and said yes. Ning Dao Ran has been standing at the bow of the boat, not saying a word, as if nothing is in his heart, and Gu Pan is busy with his head down. These two people don't express any opinions at all, which is very strange. Lin Feng clasped his hands behind his back and glanced at Yang Kai. All right. But let's get this straight first. There are 6 of us, but there's only one water element treasure. When the time comes, don't blame this Lin for not showing mercy. Chu Huashang said with a smile. People also mean this. Brother Lin, if you're killed by others, don't blame others. Lin Feng snorted. You have this ability to kill me. Suddenly he turned to Yang Kai. I know all of your abilities, and you are qualified to join forces with Lin, but this one, Yang Kai smiled. Brother Lin, do you want to see it? If you are not qualified, I will kill you now, so as not to drag us down. Chu Huashang frowned and said, this person, often kill this, kill that. Can you be a little more gentle? You look at senior brother Ning. Although she met Yang Kai for the first time, it was the first time she met someone who did not reject the combination of yin and yang, and was even willing to speak for this way of cultivation. Naturally, she had some good feelings for him. It doesn't matter. Yang Kai raised his hand. Brother Lin, it's normal to have this concern, but I don't know how Brother Lin wants to verify whether I am qualified. Lin Feng slowly raised his hand. If you take 3 of my palms and don't die, it means that you have this qualification. Ning Dao Ran, who had been standing still, slowly turned back. The boat will break. Lin Feng was furious. Who cares about your broken boat? Ning Dao Ran was silent for a moment and no longer said anything. Yang Kai grinned. Brother Lin and I first met. It hurt the harmony, but since Brother Lin wants to see my ability, I will let you see it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped backward and fell straight into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng's face was stunned. Chu Huashang was stunned on the spot. Gu Pan suddenly coughed, as if choked by something, and kept beating his chest with his small hand. In the perception of the divine sense, Yang Kai quickly went away and soon was out of their perception range. After a long time, Lin Feng's eyes twitched. Ran away. He glared at Su Zhen. This is the helper you found. Your eyes grow in the ass? Dare to bring a cat or a dog here. Su Zhen scratched his head. No. Yang Kai alone faced thousands of people, and his face didn't change. How could he be afraid of competing with Lin Feng? But if he wasn't afraid, why did he run away? Su Zhen was puzzled. Chu Huashang also shook his head and sighed. I thought it was a good boy. It turned out to be just a silver spearhead. Something is coming. Su Zhen's face suddenly changed. When the words fell, everyone was aware of it. Lin Feng shouted, I forgot to tell you, I'm afraid it won't be peaceful. There are many sea monsters in the sea. All of them are extraordinary, and fighting in this sea is very advantageous for them. It's very difficult for us to kill them. Be careful, it's coming. The willow leaf boat suddenly jumped up 100 feet and then drifted nimbly, avoiding the attack from under the sea. Looking down, he saw a huge thing under the sea rising into the sky. Wow, what a big octopus! Chu Huashang put her hand over her eyes and exclaimed. As far as the eye could see, a huge octopus rushed out of the sea. The tentacles with suckers were more than 100 feet long. They were dancing with great momentum, as if there was a mountain in front of them that could be swept away. It's this evil creature again. The last time I crossed the sea, I met this thing. I fought with it for a long time and almost killed it. Unfortunately, I let it escape in the end. Well, this time it dares to come out. Don't think of going back alive. Lin Feng stepped forward, his face full of murderous intent. This fish. Su Zhen was stunned as he looked at the octopus with a strange expression. This was because at this moment, The octopus's two round eyes were filled with shock and fear. Moreover, looking at its flustered appearance, it didn't seem like it had taken the initiative to rush out of the sea to attack them. Instead, it seemed like it had been struck by some kind of attack. With a crash, a figure suddenly broke out of the sea and rushed straight to the octopus. It rushed to the octopus in a flash. As if feeling the crisis, the octopus waved its claws and swept down. The figure took a deep breath, raised a fist, and slammed out, hitting the soft abdomen of the octopus. The sound of the explosion rang out, and a layer of ripples suddenly spread out. The octopus's 8 claws were stiff, and its 2 round eyes were bulging. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the mountain-like octopus exploded in midair, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky and scattered down. On the sea, within a radius of dozens of miles, pieces of flesh and blood floated everywhere, attracting the dancing sharks. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 4062. Amidst the bloody mist, Xianxia's figure flickered and landed back on the willow boat, smiling as he looked at Lin Feng. "Senior brother Lin, I don't know if that punch of mine still caught your eye." Lin Feng's eyes kept twitching. After a while, he said coldly, "It's just a brute force. It's really extraordinary to be able to throw such a huge octopus out of the sea. It's not something he can match. Moreover, that punch can smash the octopus into pieces. It can be seen that the strength is strong. But the foundation of the cultivator is not only brute force, but also the depth of his own strength, the cultivation of the secret techniques, the sacrificial treasures, and other comprehensive evaluations. It's just that he just said that the last time he met the octopus, he couldn't do anything to the other side. However, he was killed by Xianxia with a punch, which was somewhat embarrassing. That's qualified." Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng snorted and said nothing more. "Little brother Yang is really strong." Chu Huashang's eyes were shining. As she spoke, she reached out and pinched Xianxia's arm. "This muscle is really strong. I have stronger muscles in other places. Sister Chu, do you want to touch it?" Xianxia winked at her. Chu Huashang glanced at him and said, "Bad embryo." Kaiyang laughed heartily. Lin Feng bit his teeth and said, "Adulterer." Little fatty Su Zhen couldn't help but sigh and reach for his forehead. All the way, the willow boat broke through the air. Xianxia and Chu Huashang sat side by side on the side of the boat. Their heads were together and whispered. They didn't know what they were talking about. It was so good to talk about it. From time to time, Chu Huashang also stretched out her fist and punched Xianxia. She laughed again and again. It looked like two people were flirting. This scene was simply unbearable to look at. There are many dangers in the sea. Many huge sea monsters are crisscrossed. They feel the breath of strangers and rush out from time to block the road. However, all these people on board have extraordinary backgrounds. Although these sea monsters are fierce, they can't do anything to them. They are often killed before they get close. Where the willow boat passed, there was a bloody rain. Xianxia was also lucky to see the means of several other disciples of the Blessed Enclave. They were all extraordinary, especially the divine technique that these people comprehended with the power of yin and yang and 5 elements, which really opened his eyes. Traveling with these people, Kaiyang couldn't help but feel as if he had just jumped out a clump of dirt and seen the world. He wanted to say a few words to Gu Pan and pull the relationship closer so that he could find an opportunity to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. Unfortunately, Chu Huashang kept pestering him and discussing the mystery of the yin and yang. Xianxia was also helpless and could only give up. But then again, the yin and yang fairyland is really amazing. Only after a long talk with Chu Huashang, Xianxia felt that he had gained a lot. It's a pity that Su Yin is not around, otherwise he would have to try it. Chu Huashang obviously also got some inspiration from Xianxia. The more they talked, the more congenial they became. 3 days later, the willow leaf boat suddenly descended and landed on a lonely reef. Ning Dao ran, took the willow leaf, and everyone looked around. Lin Feng pointed in one direction and said, "See the island over there? The water element treasure is on that island. This island is not small. When I came last time, I tried to get it several times, but I didn't succeed. This time, there's 6 of us. We must get the treasure." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw an island in the depths of the sea. Looking from this position, the island was not too big, but it was 1,000 miles away from the island. It didn't look big from here, but it was definitely not small when they got closer. Su Zhan looked at Yang Kai and said, "It's like this, Brother Yang. We have discussed it before. We have a total of 6 people, so we will divide into 3 groups. 2 people will go together and land on the island from different directions. The rest will depend on our own ability. If anyone can get it, others won't have any complaints." They originally only had 5 people, so if they were to split up into 3 groups, there would be 1 less person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically asked for Kai Yang's help. He had also seen Kai Yang's ability, so he naturally knew that by asking for Kai Yang's help, they would be much safer. "Good." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's divide into groups." Su Zhan saw that Yang Kai had no objection and immediately proposed. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Huashang stepped forward and took Yang Kai's arm and wanted to tie up with him. "I'll be in a group with little brother Yang." She and Yang Kai have been talking happily on the ship for 3 days. Naturally, she wants to act with him. "No," Su Zhan and Lin Feng said in unison. "Why not?" Chu Huashang's face was black. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "You 2 dogmen and women are so close to each other on the ship. If I give you a group, I don't know what to do. It doesn't matter if you live or die. What if you implicate us?" Chu Huashang said angrily. "Who are you calling a dogman and woman? Say it again. What about you?" Lin Feng did not show weakness. Seeing that a quarrel was about to break out even before the groups had been decided, Su Zhan too quickly interjected. All right, let's not talk too much. Although Brother Lin's words aren't pleasant to hear, I also have the same opinion. Enchantress Chu, you absolutely cannot be in the same group as Brother Yang." Chu Huashang said with a sneer. "Then who do you want me to be in a group with?" Su Zhan looked at the others and pointed out, "Let's be in a group with Brother Ning." Chu Huashang immediately jumped up and said, "You want me to be in a group with this wood? Little fatty, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" Ning Dao Ran's heart is natural, and everything is not in her heart. It is incompatible with her aura. She is naturally very unhappy. "Then we'll go first." Ning Dao Ran didn't seem to hear it. After saying a word, his figure flickered, and he went up to the island step by step. Chu Huashang was so angry that her silver teeth were almost broken. Seeing Ning Dao Ran going farther and farther, she could only helplessly say, "Little brother Yang, let's have a good talk after we go back. I can't wait to try it with you." Yang Kai patted her arm and said, "Be careful." "Well, wait for me." Chu Huashang couldn't help nodding, and her body flickered and chased after Ning Dao Ran. Seeing her leave, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at Su Zhan gratefully. If he stayed with Chu Huashang, he couldn't stand this passionate woman. As for Brother Yang, Su Zhan looked at Yang Kai, and a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. He said, "Brother Yang, you and Gu Shimi are in a group. The remaining 4 people, Yang Kai and Lin Feng, are not easy to deal with. Naturally, they can't act together. Otherwise, they are looking for trouble." He wanted to be in a group with Yang Kai. After all, Yang Kai is strong. If he encounters any danger, he can turn it into safety with his ability. But after thinking about it, he gave this opportunity to Gu Pan. If he and Lin Feng join forces, they may not be worse than the group of Yang Kai and Gu Pan. Lin Feng naturally had no opinion. Seeing that Su Zhan had finished the grouping, he urged, "In that case, let's go. We can't let Ning Dao Ran and Chu Huashang get the opportunity." With a step, he was already 1,000 feet away. Su Zhan hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai, "Brother Yang, Gu Shimi is the true disciple of Langya Blessed Land. She has a very high status in Langya Blessed Land. You can't mess with her, or you will be hunted down by Langya Blessed Land." Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" Su Zhan cast a suspicious look. She secretly cursed herself for having made such a mistake. Back in Yang Kai's mansion, when she saw him and Lu Shui come out of the secret room together, she should have realized that he was a pervert. She couldn't help worrying. Was it really a good idea to hand Gu Pan over to him? Yang Kai said, "I am not that kind of person." Su Jun sighed and patted him on the shoulder. "You're on your own now." Having said that, he chased after Lin Feng. The four left, leaving Yang Kai and Gu Pan on the reef. Yang Kai looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He was worried that he couldn't find a chance to be alone with this girl, but Su Jun's arrangement was like a pillow sent to him. However, he wasn't in a hurry to inquire about Zhang Ruoxi's situation. First, he needed to feel out the details of this Gu Pan. Turning his head, Gu Pan was still busy with her head down. She had been like this since he first saw her, and he didn't know what she was busy with. "Junior sister Gu." Yang Kai greeted with a harmless smile. Gu Pan covered her mouth with her hand and quickly chewed for a while before swallowing something into her stomach. She then looked up and whispered, "Brother." Yang Kai stared at the corner of her mouth and reached out to touch the same part of his mouth. "Junior sister, there's something here." Gu Pan raised her hand and removed the thing from her mouth. Then, under the stare of Yang Kai, she stuffed it in her mouth, sucked on her fingers, and licked her lips. Yang Kai was a little dumbfounded. When he saw this girl with her head down and busying herself before, he thought she was cultivating some kind of secret art, but now it seemed that she was actually quietly eating. He didn't know what was so delicious that it made her eat without stopping, but what was even more bizarre was that she didn't seem to be eating at all. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Junior sister, let's go." Gu Pan nodded obediently. The two immediately set off from the reef and headed towards the island. It was a distance of 1,000 miles, so even if they were stealthily moving forward, it only took them a little over 2 hours to reach their destination. Looking up, the island was indeed ridiculously large, its length and width unknown. The four people who had left before were also nowhere to be seen. No one knew where they had gone. "Brother, don't we need to take a detour?" Gu Pan saw Yang Kai moving in the same direction and suddenly asked. Yang Kai said, "No need, they must have taken a detour. We're already slower than them, so we can save some time." "Good." Gu Pan nodded. "Right, junior sister, do you have a method to conceal your aura and figure?" Gu Pan said, "Concealing one's aura can be done, but concealing one's figure is a bit difficult." "Then let's use my artifact." "Junior sister, come closer." Gu Pan didn't suspect anything and stuck close to Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the shadowless gauze, directly covering the two of them. In an instant, the two figures disappeared into the void, and even if someone tried to investigate carefully, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of them. Chapter 4063. The shadowless veil was something that Yang Kai obtained in the Qiqiao land. It was originally bestowed to his disciple Du Rufeng by the Fire Spirit Land's Earth Protector, Venerable Duan Hai. Since Du Rufeng was killed by Yang Kai, the shadowless veil naturally became Yang Kai's spoils of war. Duan Hai had a 4th grade heaven opening cultivation, and the shadowless veil was of extraordinary quality. Once activated, it had the effect of concealing one's aura and figure. A lower grade heaven opening cultivator would find it difficult to detect one's whereabouts, so it could be considered a rare treasure. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had used this treasure to avoid the detection of many lower grade heaven opening cultivators before finally approaching the Golden Crow's corpse and snatching by chance. Later on, in the first inn, the shadowless veil was taken away by the lady boss and asked the Grandmaster to refine it, raising the shadowless veil's effect to another level. The lady boss said that a lower grade heaven opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts, and even a middle grade heaven opening cultivator would not be able to detect its whereabouts if they did not pay attention. In the great cosmological realm, as long as the power of heaven opening did not appear, the shadowless veil could be said to be a rare treasure. Gu Pan's eyesight was not bad, and after being shrouded by the shadowless veil, she could see the extraordinariness of this thing and praised. "Brother, this treasure is really good." Yang Kai chuckled. "Junior sister comes from Langya Blessed Land and is a disciple of a great sect. How could this thing enter junior sister's eyes?" Gu Pan said seriously, "This is my first time going out for experience." Yang Kai was stunned. "Then junior sister is really unlucky." Gu Pan lowered her head, a little sad. Master, brother, and senior sister must be worried. She looked like a little girl. Yang Kai could not bear to see this and comforted her. Don't worry. There will be a day when you go out. At that time, you can reunite again. Brother is right. Gu Pan nodded repeatedly. Sure. Yang Kai raised a finger. Don't talk for now. We're going to land on the island. There seemed to be a lot of sea race people there. There were indeed many members of the sea tribe stationed on the coast. There were bonfires on the beach, and there were palm leaf houses next to the bonfires. Many members of the sea tribe were walking in and out of the houses. Some food was being roasted on the bonfires, emitting an enticing aroma. Yang Kai quietly glanced over and couldn't help but frown. He found that these sea race creatures were just as Lin Feng had said before. Some had fish heads, some had fish gills, some had fish skin on their feet, and some had fish scales all over their bodies. These members of the sea race all had humanoid forms, but none of them looked like humans. They all retained most of the characteristics of the sea race. This reminded him of the mantis head he had encountered in the Sword Pavilion Star Market. That guy was the same. He had a human form, but he had the head of a praying mantis. Even his 2 arms looked like blades. Yang Kai suddenly realized that the laws of heaven and earth in the Great Void Realm were not the same as in the outside world. It should be extremely difficult for a monster beast to transform. It was not as simple as in the outside world. Many Sea Clan cultivators had gathered together and were speaking in a strange language that Yang Kai couldn't understand, but when he saw that they all seemed to be in harmony, he knew that his guess was right. Lin Feng and the others should have taken a detour and not come ashore here. Otherwise, there would have been a great battle. The members of the sea race on the beach were all miscellaneous soldiers. They looked vulnerable. Yang Kai was not afraid, but since he was going to sneak in, it was naturally better not to alert the enemy. However, Gu Pan's aura suddenly became chaotic. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Gu Pan's face was slightly pale, her cheeks were bulging, and there was a slight and strange sound coming from her throat. Yang Kai was surprised. Junior sister, what's wrong with you? Gu Pan wanted to cry. Brother, I want to vomit. As she spoke, she covered her mouth with her hand. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although they are a little ugly, they don't make you so disgusted. Don't vomit, or we'll be in trouble. Gu Pan nodded quickly, her big eyes full of mist. She lowered her head and did not look at the members of the sea race. Suddenly, there was a voice talking about the incident a few months ago. The reason why the sea race had arranged their troops here was to prevent that person from coming again. Yang Kai understood that they should be talking about Lin Feng. When he turned his head to look, he saw 2 people who looked different from the other members of the sea tribe standing in front of a bonfire. They were chatting animatedly. The chi of these 2 members of the sea race was extremely strong, and they were dressed very well. It seemed that their status in the sea race was not low. One of the fish heads suddenly turned his head and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai with a suspicious look. What's wrong? The other member of the sea race asked. The fish head said, It's nothing. Someone just looked at me. Ignoring him, he continued chatting with his companion. Under the shadowless gauze, Yang Kai withdrew his gaze, his heart trembling. This shadowless gauze was good, but when using it, he still had to pay attention to his eyes. The fish monster just now wasn't very strong, and Yang Kai had only glanced at it for a moment before it sensed his presence. If they really encountered a strong master, they might be able to see through him. Moving forward quietly, avoiding the campfires and groups of sea race soldiers, it was not until 2 hours later that Yang Kai brought Gu Pan to a certain part of the jungle. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found no signs of life around, and this place was extremely remote. Yang Kai put away the shadowless gauze and said, Let's rest first. After all, the shadowless gauze was a heaven-opening boundary artifact, and Yang Kai consumed a lot of energy to use it. In this damned place, who knew when a great battle would break out? Naturally, he had to maintain his energy at all times. Gu Pan's face was still pale as she groped around for a stone and sat down, taking out something from her space ring and staring at it with a bitter expression. Yang Kai stared at it, somewhat speechless. What Gu Pan was holding in her hand was a small piece of dried fish, about half a foot long and golden yellow in color. It should have been cooked by her. Thinking of the thing at the corner of her mouth, just now, Yang Kai suddenly understood. This woman had been busy with her head down all this time, because she had been eating dried fish. However, at this moment, the usually delicious dried fish in her eyes was transforming into the strange appearances of those fish monsters from time to time, causing Gu Pan's face to go pale, and she began retching. Seeing this, Yang Kai immediately understood that her vomiting was not because she was frightened but because she had thought of his dried fish, so he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Junior sister, this thing has nothing to do with those fish monsters. Don't think too much about it." Gu Pan raised her head, her eyes hazy with tears. "Really?" Yang Kai was startled and nodded repeatedly. "Of course it's true. Those fish monsters are fishy and smelly. How could they be compared to this dried fish? This is the world's #1 delicacy." Gu Pan's eyes suddenly lit up. "Big brother also thinks so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "It seems you also think so." Gu Pan nodded again. "Dried fish is the most delicious. Unfortunately, Master doesn't allow me to eat it." "Master isn't here." Yang Kai winked at her. "Second senior sister also says so." Gu Pan looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Every time it's second senior sister who secretly makes me a lot of dried fish." Saying so, she mustered up her courage, grabbed the dried fish, put it in her mouth, and took a bite. The next moment, she narrowed her eyes and chewed. All the previous haze in her heart swept away. She ate quietly, chewing slowly, but her speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, a small dried fish entered her stomach, and she took out another one. After eating more than a dozen, he suddenly came to his senses. Looking up at Kai Yang, he asked embarrassedly, "Senior brother, do you want to eat?" While speaking, he handed the half-eaten piece of dried fish to Kai Yang. Yang Kai took it with a smile. "I also want to try your second senior sister's cooking." After eating, regardless of whether it was delicious or not, he kept praising it, making Gu Pan nod repeatedly in agreement. After this contact, Yang Kai could see that this girl wasn't scheming. She should have been raised in a greenhouse since childhood, and she herself said that this was the first time she came out to experience the world and was involved in the great cosmological boundary. Since she wasn't scheming, Yang Kai didn't want to beat around the bush with her anymore. Just as he was about to inquire about Zhang Ruo Shi, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly summoned the shadowless veil to cover the two of them. "Brother?" Gu Pan was puzzled. "Someone's coming." Yang Kai shushed her. A moment later, accompanied by a rustling sound, a team of fish demons came from the other end of the woods. The leader was less than 3 feet tall and carried a steel fork in his hand. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of fish demon he was, but he had a round body without a neck. His head was attached to his body, making him look like a meatball, which was very funny. This should be a team of patrolling fish demons, shuttling through the jungle. Suddenly, the leading fish demon stopped in its tracks. Its nose twitched as if it had discovered something. The fish demon's sense of smell should be good. While twitching his nose, he approached Yang Kai and Gu Pan, followed by a group of subordinates behind him. Yang Kai looked down at Gu Pan, speechless. He saw the remnants of dried fish on the corner of Gu Pan's mouth. Gu Pan also seemed to notice it and reached out to touch it, then blushed. A moment later, the fish demon was already 3 feet away from Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and he was still sniffing. His hideous and disgusting appearance made people feel nauseous, and a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. "Brother, I can't take it anymore," Gu Pan whispered. She suddenly raised her hand, and a brush appeared in her hand. She drew in the air, and an yin-yang Tai Chi diagram came crashing down. The yin-yang energy rotated, enveloping all the fish demons. Miserable screams rang out as the fish demons were ground to dust. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed the leading fish demon, saving him in an instant. With the two's action, the shadowless veil lost its effect, completely exposing their whereabouts. The fish demon was still in a state of shock after escaping from death. He raised his head and saw Yang Kai and Gu Pan, and became furious. "You two have guts. How dare you sneak attack the great Wu La La?" "Wu La La?" Yang Kai looked at him in confusion. The fish demon raised his hand and pointed behind him, saying arrogantly, "I am the great Wulala. Let me go quickly, or you'll die." With a bang, Xianxia punched him in the eye, and the great Wulala's eyes rolled back, and he fainted without a sound. Chapter 4064. Gupan said with disdain, "Brother, why did you save him? If not for Xianxia's timely intervention, this great Wula would have been killed by the yin-yang Tai Chi diagram." Xianxia said, "We are deep behind enemy lines and are unfamiliar with this place. We have to find someone to ask about the strength of the sea race here." Gupan nodded. "Brother, you are very considerate." They couldn't stay here any longer. A group of fish demons were killed by Gupan. Although they were very fast, there was still some noise. Xianxia hurriedly destroyed the corpses to hide the traces of the battle. Gupan watched from the side and saw that Xianxia's movements were swift and skillful. After a while, he couldn't see any abnormalities. He couldn't help but admire him, thinking that brother really knew a lot. When the fish demon Wula woke up, he found that he was tied up. He quietly opened his eyes and found that he was in a cave. There were flames jumping around and crackling sounds coming out. There was also a strange fragrance. "You're awake?" A face came over and stuck in front of him. Wula was shocked. He looked up and saw the face of the person who had knocked him out. He was furious. "How dare you sneak attack the great Wula? I will kill all of you." "Wula-la-la-la." Xianxia punched him in the head. A 3 to 4 inches high bump appeared on Wu La's head. It looked like a tumor grew on his head. This guy was useless, but he had a bad temper. Wula was in pain, and he kept screaming. Xianxia said gloomily, "Shut up. If you dare to scream again, I will kill you right now." Wula immediately stopped screaming. He rolled his eyes and looked at Xianxia. "Wula-la is not afraid of death." Xianxia sneered. "If you're not afraid of death, then scream." This guy was obviously very scared, but he was very stubborn. He pointed to the side. "Do you see that girl over there?" Wula turned his head and saw a bonfire burning there. A young girl was sitting next to the bonfire, looking at him with a smile. Xianxia said, "That girl likes to eat dried fish. If you want to die, it's easy. I'll hand you over to her. She'll cut you into pieces and roast you slowly." Wula was shocked. She looked carefully and saw that the young girl was roasting a few small dried fish over the bonfire. The fish was golden and shiny, and oil dripped down, making a sizzling sound. "Wula-la, it's fishy and smelly. It's not tasty." The fish demon cried out loudly. It was so scared that its liver and gallbladder were splitting apart. "She's not picky. As long as it's fish, she can eat it." Xianxia smiled. Gupan also looked at the fish demon with a smile. She grabbed a small dried fish and put it in her mouth to chew. Wu La's face was extremely pale as she begged for mercy. "Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Wula doesn't want to die." Xianxia nodded repeatedly. "If you want to live, it's even easier. Open your mind and let me plant the divine soul brand in you. Become my servant, and you will live." Wula was angry again. "How dare you? You want the great Wula to munch. The sound of Gupan eating dried fish came from the side. As she ate, she looked at the fish demon with her big eyes, as if she wanted to taste which part of the fish was the most delicious. The fish demon shivered and looked at Xianxia weakly. "Can I really live if I become your servant?" "Don't worry, you can definitely live." Wula struggled for a moment and said dejectedly, "Wula agrees." Hearing this, Xianxia didn't hesitate anymore. Immediately, his divine thoughts surged and rushed into the fish demon's mind. This fish demon wasn't very strong. Even if he tried his best to resist, Xianxia could still break the defense of his mind. However, if he didn't cooperate, his divine thought would be damaged, and he would become mentally retarded. If that was the case, it would be better to just kill him and save the trouble. After a short while, Xianxia planted the divine soul brand in Wu La's mind. His divine thoughts surged and searched through the fish demon's memory. After a while, Xianxia frowned and looked at Wula speechlessly. Then, he withdrew his divine thought. This fish demon was very arrogant. He kept calling himself the Great Wula. In fact, he didn't have a high status in the sea race. He was just a small captain of a patrol team. Therefore, he didn't know much. He knew a little about the water element treasure, but he didn't know what it was. He only knew that it was a sacred relic of the Sea Tribe. Only the highest members of the Sea Tribe were qualified to get close to the sacred relic and pray to it to obtain great power. However, a few months ago, a guy broke into this place and tried to get his hands on the sacred relic. The Sea Tribe was furious and fought with him several times, forcing him to retreat. Recently, the place where the sacred relic was located was much more heavily guarded. After pondering for a while, Xianxia said, "Take us to the place where the sacred relic is." Wuxia blinked and shook his head. "You can't go there. You look so strange. Obviously, you are different from us. If you are discovered, you will be killed." Xianxia sneered. "Of course, I have a way to make you take us there." Wuxia scratched his head. But Wuxia can't get close to the sacred relic. He didn't have a high position in the Sea Tribe. How could he be qualified to get close to the sacred relic? Once he got close, he would definitely be expelled or even killed. "We'll go wherever we can." Xianxia smiled and threw a bag to Wuxia later. "Keep this bag carefully. Don't let anyone find it." Xianxia called Gupan. Gupan finished the dried fish in 2 or 3 bites. He stood up and walked to Xianxia's side. Xianxia changed his hand signs and his soul consciousness surged. He opened the 6 Directions Rui pouch and pulled Gupan into it. Wuxia was shocked when he saw this. He was born in this place and had never been to the outside world. He had never seen such a strange method. He was amazed when he saw 2 people get into the pouch in his hand. He was shocked. He didn't know if he could squeeze the people in the pouch to death. As soon as this thought came to his mind, he felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. Xianxia's voice echoed in his head. "Don't think about it. I can take your life with a thought. Cooperate with me. After everything is done, I will let you go." Wu'ele's face was pale, but he kept nodding. "Now hide the pouch." Xianxia ordered again. Wu'ele fumbled for a while and hid the pouch under his scales. Then he picked up a steel fork and walked out uneasily. In the 6 Directions Rui pouch, Gupan said softly, "Brother, it's a little crowded." The 6 Unity Wish bag was a very mysterious thing. It could be big or small. When Xianxia had transformed into his 1,000-meter-long dragon form, this thing could also fit inside. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon were also fine inside, but no matter how big the things inside were, it would still feel crowded. When a girl exhaled, Xianxia felt something soft and elastic stick to his back. Gupan had never been so close to anyone. She was not used to it. Her body twisted uneasily, which made Xianxia feel more and more. "Junior sister, why don't you turn your back to me?" Xianxia suggested. "Oh." Gupan turned around with difficulty. Her body rubbed against Xianxia's back. After much difficulty, she turned around and sighed. "Brother, you have so many treasures." First, it was the shadowless veil that concealed his presence and figure. Now there was this Rui pouch. It was an eye-opener for Gupan. Xianxia smiled and said, "Junior sister, your treasures are not bad." Previously, when Gupan killed the pair of fish demons, she took out a painting brush. Although it was only a glimpse, Xianxia could still feel the extraordinariness of the painting brush. After all, she was a direct disciple of Lang Yabless Land. How could she not have some wealth? "Junior sister, you should rest for a while. There might be a big battle. I need to watch this fish demon to prevent him from having any thoughts of betrayal." Okay. Wu'ele moved all the way to the center of the island. From time to time, she would encounter some sea monsters, but they were all safe. As she moved forward, Xianxia could clearly feel the chi of the water element treasure getting closer and closer. Before getting close to the island, Xianxia noticed the chi of the water element treasure. As Lin Feng said, the chi was very rich and pure. It was definitely a treasure of the 7th level or above. No wonder that guy was so enthusiastic about it. Su Jun had also said that although they aspired to reach the 6th level, the water element was the softest. Even if they were at the 7th or 8th level, it wouldn't cause much of an impact on their seals. It didn't matter if they condensed it, but it could increase their strength. That was why they had been persuaded by Lin Feng to join forces to explore the island. They didn't know where they were now, but after all, They were all disciples of big sects and had their own methods. Xianxia guessed that they should also be close to the sacred treasure of the sea race. After a full day, a majestic city suddenly appeared in Wuxia's field of vision. Xianxia was always paying attention to the outside world, so naturally he also saw the city. From Wuxia's memories, Xianxia had already learned that this was the holy city of the sea race. The sacred treasure was in the holy city. A few months ago, Lin Feng had snuck into the holy city several times to covet the water treasure, but unfortunately he had failed every time. The holy city was heavily guarded, but Wu La herself was a member of the sea race, so naturally there was no problem for her. After a short time, she entered the city. There were sea monsters everywhere, which surprised Xianxia. Some of the sea monsters here were extremely strong, and the characteristics of a sea race were extremely rare. On the way, Xianxia found that the stronger the sea monsters were, the closer they looked to humans. Xianxia even sensed that a few of them were not inferior to the mantis head. In Xianxia Star City, Xianxia fought desperately to kill the mantis head, but after practicing the great unrestrained spear, it shouldn't be so difficult. But the holy city of the sea race was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Wuxia's heart was pounding. After all, she had a guilty conscience. Xianxia comforted her in a low voice, but it didn't help. After walking in the city for half an hour, Wuxia arrived in front of an ancient and magnificent temple. That was the temple of the sea race. Countless members of the sea race worshipped there and asked for the sacred treasure to give them power. The temple was divided into 9 floors. The stronger one was the deeper one could go, and the closer one could come in contact with the sacred treasure. Almost every member of the sea race had come to the temple, and Wu La was no exception. However, with her strength and position in the sea race, she could only go to the 3rd floor at most. She wasn't qualified to go any further, which was why she had said that she couldn't get close to the sacred treasure. Chapter 4065. The Temple of the Sea Clan was solemn and sacred. The sound of worship reverberated in the air. The qi of the water element filled the air. From time to time, there would be members of the Sea Clan dancing and laughing wildly, which made their companions envious. Even though Xianxia was hiding in the Rui bag, he could feel the rich water element qi. It was indeed easy to understand some mysterious divine technique when practicing in such a place. As for the blessing that Wu La had mentioned, it was probably the same thing. If people who practice water skills came here to practice, they would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Unfortunately, this was the hinterland of the Sea Clan, where the holy city was located. Who could set foot here? In the middle of the temple, there were layers upon layers. Each layer was hundreds of feet high, and the bottom layer was unknown. Although Wu La's heart was beating violently, he was qualified to enter the 3rd layer after all, so he was safe and sound all the way. However, the members of the Sea Clan on the first 3 layers were some small fries. At most, they were at the same level as Wu La Yang. Kai could kill them all with one slap. After entering the 3rd layer, Wu La didn't want to go any further. There are temple guards there. Wu La is not qualified to go to the 4th layer. If I go near, I will be killed. Wu La curled up into a ball and hid in a corner, looking at the entrance to the 4th layer. Xianxia was speechless. He had threatened and tempted him, and even tortured him severely, but he couldn't make him move at all. As Xianxia was thinking about whether to come out with Gupan and make a scene, suddenly the ground shook. A violent energy fluctuation came from outside, and then the holy city was in chaos. Su Zhen's flustered and exasperated voice came. "You stupid pig, I told you to stay calm. Why are you in such a hurry?" Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. "It's useless to say more. Kill." These 2 people had sneaked into the holy city and exposed their whereabouts, which led to a group of strong Sea Clan cultivators besieging them. Xianxia hid in the wishful pouch and did not know what was happening outside. He could only feel the shock waves from the battle and hear the screams of the sea folk. Back in the days, Lin Feng had fought alone in the holy city. Now, with the little fatty, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. The 2 of them joined hands and fought against the strong cultivators of the Sea Clan. Blood flowed like a river. However, Although the two of them were disciples of a great sect, the sea race's foundation was also extraordinary. It would be difficult for them to forcefully break into the temple to obtain the sacred object. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was delighted. He hurriedly urged Wu La, "Quick, take this opportunity to go down quickly." Lin Feng and Su Zhan's sudden attack attracted a lot of the Sea Clan's attention. Yang Kai clearly saw several tyrannical figures fly out from the bottom of the temple. Obviously, the Sea Clan masters who had been cultivating below were alarmed and had gone to help. This was the time when the temple was defenseless. If it didn't act now, when would they? Wu La looked hesitant, but before he could make a decision, the whole temple suddenly shook. A violent strength hit the temple. Suddenly, a mysterious pattern appeared around the temple, turning into a protective barrier. Many people of the Sea Clan who were praying on the third floor did not notice and were blown away. They fell towards the bottom of the temple. They were all dancing and shouting. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Jump down." Wu La didn't want to enter the fourth floor through the entrance, but it didn't matter if he fell. After all, at this moment, many people of the Sea Clan were blown away. It didn't matter whether he was there or not. He quickly arrived at the edge of the hollow area and pretended to let out a strange cry before falling down. In the air, Wu La's face was pale. He shouted in panic, "Wu La's going to die." He poked the pitchfork in his hand into the wall of the cave, which turned into a spark and gradually slowed down his fall. When he stabilized himself, Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. "You can't do anything right." This fierce fall was very close to the holy object, but this was only the 7th floor. They still had 2 more floors to reach the holy object. He was so angry that he wanted to jump out of the scepter bag and slap this guy to death. "Wu La, I won't jump. I won't jump even if you kill me." The fish climbed up to the 7th floor with a pale face. Yang Kai controlled his anger and said, "Jump one more time. There are only 2 floors left." Wu La shook his head like a rattle drum. "I won't jump. I won't jump again." Yang Kai's voice was cold. "You choose or you die." At this point, Yang Kai had lost his patience. Su Zhan and Lin Feng had attracted most of the sea race's attention. Many of the sea race's strong cultivators had flown away. At this moment, if he and Gu Pan came out, they might be able to succeed. Wu La felt Yang Kai's murderous intent and couldn't help but panic. He turned his head and said in surprise, "The guard is gone. Wu La, let's go down." Yang Kai glanced over and saw that the guard leading to the 8th floor had somehow disappeared. Wu La ran towards the entrance and quickly entered the passage. He spiraled down and went directly to the 8th floor. There were many sea monsters on the 8th floor, but at this moment, they were disturbed by the movement outside. They all raised their heads to look. From time to time, some sea monsters would fly up to check the situation. At this point, Wu La's legs and stomach were trembling. He had never come to such a deep place before. Every marine race here was countless times stronger than him. If they saw him here, they might just slap him to death. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was surprised because among the many sea monster masters, a big-headed fish monster was walking towards the entrance to the 9th layer. Yang Kai sensed that the fish's chi wasn't very strong. It was almost the same as Wu La's. However, the sea race's strong cultivators ignored him as if they didn't see him. "Follow that fish," Yang Kai ordered. Wu La scrambled to catch up with the big-headed fish monster. Strangely enough, the sea race experts didn't pay any attention to Wu La. They just raised their heads and looked at the sky. The guard leading to the entrance of the 9th floor was still there, but the big-headed fish didn't care. It went straight through the middle of the guards. Wu La followed Yang Kai's urging. He braced himself and followed him. Surprisingly, he passed through easily. As they went down, the big-headed fish seemed to sense something. It turned around and looked at Wu La. Its eyes were full of doubts. Slowly shaking its head, it continued to move forward. Not long after, the 2 fish monsters stepped into the 9th floor. The moment they entered the 9th floor, Wu La's attention was attracted by a ball of light. He murmured, "A holy object." He only knew that there was a holy object under the temple, but he didn't see what it looked like. Today, he finally got what he wanted. The holy object was enshrined on an altar. It was like a full moon emitting gentle light. The moonlight was like water, full of sacred and mysterious aura. What made Wu La's heart beat faster was that there was no one on the ninth floor at this moment. There were only him and the big-headed fish monster. It seemed that the movement just now had attracted all the sea race's strong cultivators. Being cleansed by the holy object's qi, Wu La clearly felt that his cultivation was increasing rapidly. His whole body felt warm. He couldn't help but moan. Innate cardinal treasure. In the Rui pouch, Xianxia's breathing suddenly quickened. The so-called innate cardinal treasure was a treasure born from the innate heaven and earth. Among all the treasures he had encountered, only the immortal tree was qualified to be called an innate cardinal treasure. Although the soul-warming lotus was also a cardinal treasure, it was still a little inferior and had not reached the innate level. The fist-sized pearl hanging on the altar like a full moon was an innate cardinal treasure. Xianxia was shocked and delighted. There was an innate cardinal treasure in the great cosmological realm. This moon pearl was obviously in existence of the same level as the immortal tree. It was probably the only one in the world. Kill him. Wu La was blinded by greed. He stared fiercely at the big-headed fish in front of him. There was only him and the big-headed fish monster on the ninth floor. As long as he killed the big-headed fish, he could snatch the holy object. He acted immediately. He was probably blinded by the holy object. The steel fork in his hand stabbed toward the big-headed fish. Seeing that the big-headed fish was about to die on the spot, he suddenly turned around and gently waved his hand at Wu La. Without a sound, Wu La turned into a pile of meat paste. Xianxia was shocked. He was hiding in the Rui pouch and did not see how the big-headed fish attacked. He also did not expect Wu La to attack the big-headed fish. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. After the big-headed fish killed Wu La, its figure twisted and turned into the appearance of a young man with an elegant aura. Ning Daoran. Shockingly, the fish demon was Ning Daoran in disguise. No wonder the Oceanic clans turned a blind eye to him all along the way. It wasn't that the Oceanic clans ignored him, but that he should have used some sort of strange technique to conceal himself from the Oceanic clan's perception. Wu La followed behind him and also benefited from it. As soon as Ning Daoran appeared, he walked toward the moon pearl and reached out to grab it. At this moment, a chuckle sounded. The laughter was frivolous, but it shook the people's blood and made people's hearts full of distracting thoughts. Suddenly, a graceful figure should step out of the void, laughing again and again. Thank you, Brother Ning, for leading the way. This little sister will accept it. Ning Daoran smiled slightly. Junior Sister Apprentice Chu is really mysterious. I didn't know when you were following me. The tone was light, as if Chu Huashang didn't mind using him to explore the way, but the movement of the hand was not slow at all. The hand made a gesture and pointed at Chu Huashang. The mysterious power burst out, without the slightest breath of smoke, and attacked Chu Huashang. Chu Huashang would not show weakness. She bent her fingers and played as if she was playing some instrument. There was a decadent sound in the dark. The two disciples of the blessed enclave rushed toward the moon pearl while fighting, and their speed was not worse. For a while, the void shook and the sound of the explosion sounded. After 3 breaths, 2 hands grabbed the hazy moon pearl at the same time.